swung up, then tied the two thin cables together, wound once around the hard outer sleeve, then climbed again, this time trying to make it to the spot where the hook had hit. After hitting the ice slope with his claws, fixing his body, Lama Allah pulled out one hand, took out the lighter, turned on the highest level, the tongue of fire spewed out. Even 1,000 years of hard ice could not withstand the wave, heat, quickly melted, into a small hollow. When the cavity was about 20 centimeters deep, Lama Allah turned off the lighter, while the water in it had not yet frozen again, quickly stuffed it into a stopper. Seeing that there was still room, he stuffed it again, 3 more ice chisels. The hollow on the ice slope quickly solidified, returning to its original state. A rope was wrapped around the stopper and some ice chisels. The Lama tried to pull it, then used his strength to step on the exposed tip to test the strength, then waved his hand successfully to the people around, below, then throw the rope down. So, taking advantage of the extremely fast freezing ability of the temperature of 15 degrees below zero, Lama Allah used the fastest speed, successfully creating the first safe fulcrum on the vertical ice slope. Next, Lama Allah stepped on the ice cap with both feet, pulled the rope tightly, and his whole body shivered like a compressed spring. I saw him jumping strongly, at the same time spreading his arms wide. His whole body was like an eagle's wings gliding in the wind, soaring 10 meters away, aiming at the right position. The hooks in both hands shot up the ice slope again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, below, still knows how to admire this kind of flying technique. In the whole training process, other than Lama Allah, no other person can do it. The second safety fulcrum was quickly fixed. The members below also began to busy, fixing ropes, installing climbing equipment, wearing ice claws, seat belts, preparing to catch head climbs. There is already a rope from above to drop down as a fulcrum. Climbing is not too difficult anymore. Just use your claws to hit the ice wall to support, then cling to the right rope to climb up, to the point. Foot can use a hook for an additional factor of safety. Just like that, Lama Allah went ahead to open the way, and the other members of the team in the back struggled to climb on the ice and advance. Merkin exclaimed with astonishment and joy, "They've started to climb the slope, and of course they've made it. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. Tai Jun, find some decent guys, follow me." Max hastily said, "Master, let me go." Merkin glared at him, said, "You stay here, watch their movements carefully for me. If there are any, you must report them immediately. I've got to go see how they get over the glacier. Well, it's good to be able to do what I can't." Tai Jun brought some tall men in white clothes. I brought Ivan and Derek. Even confronting them directly beneath the glacier would be enough to deal with them. Merkin smiled, nodded and said, "Very well, let's go." Kwong and Hat far back leaned against the ice wall, muttering about his encounters during the past 17 years, sometimes smiling happily, sometimes crying pitifully, almost as if he was completely immersed in it, nostalgia and recollection, not realizing that another group of people had come close to the area of the ice rift. "This is the right place." Merkin, looking at the giant crack at his feet, said into the radio, "Max, what's wrong with you? Are they out of the glacier yet?" "Yes, boss. They've appeared on the vertical ice slope. I can see them very well." "Listen, Max, after we get down there, communication could be cut off. So, what should I do?" "Boss, manage those people. Without my orders, no one can mess around. If you reveal your whereabouts, you know what the consequences will be. Also, keep an eye on those Trak Mok Kwong Ba, so when I come back, you say the gone, home." Asterisk. Kwong Lap crouched next to Kwong and Hat far back, quietly listening to him tell stories of the old days. Suddenly, his ears stood up. The intelligent dog raised its head and looked around once, feeling the air filled with an unpleasant smell. It snorted, slightly tugging at the hem of the owner's shirt to remind. Kwong and Hat far back completely ignored it, still mumbling to himself, immersed in a state of semi-consciousness. Kwong Lap felt unwell, immediately stood up, jumped off the ice pedestal, quietly ran straight to the east door, only to find that less than 5 minutes later it had quickly returned, this time not barking, but insistently pulling the lap of Kwong and Hat Fabak's shirt. Kwong and Hat Fabak was pulled away by Kwong La for about half a step before realizing. He forced a smile and patted the beloved dog's head. Okay, Kwong Lap, let me rest for a bit. Look at the beautiful woman in the other band. She's my wife. Stop pulling me. What do you mean? I can't believe my eyes anymore. Didn't expect there was a place like this. Suddenly, someone standing at the answering position at the main door spoke. The echoing sound immediately spread throughout the ice palace. Only now, Kwong and Hat Fabak was startled awake, and asked in surprise, how could anyone find this place? Kwong Lap, did you discover them just now? How many people are there? Kwong Lap barked 8 times. Kwong and Hat Fabak frowned. 8 people, could it be that another climbing team happened to be here? Kwong Lap shook his head and let out a few low and scared sounds. Is there a threat? Kwong and Hat Poo Bo immediately became alert. Who is it anyway? Come on, let's go see. Chapter 35, Poles of the South Temple 6. The death of Kwong and Hat Fa. Silver Merchant took off his bulletproof glasses and breathing mask. Even the hood in his specialized outfit was removed behind his collar. Staring at the towering stairs with wide eyes, said to Taijun, see, this is where the map shows them to go through the glacier. This is the miracle that those secret monks have created, where we want to find Tim, 1,000 times more glorious than this place. No wonder no one has been able to cross this glacier in all these years, so we have to go down below. Come on, let's go inside and see how it goes. Above the steps, Kwong and Hat Fabak whispered to Kwong La, as foreigners, I don't understand what they're saying. Why do they have weapons? Go, tell Kwong Ba, they're being followed. Kwong Lap looked up at Kwong and Hat Fabak, only listening to his owner's urging, don't worry about me, I have a way, go quickly. Kwong Lap looked at his owner again in surprise, faintly feeling like Kwong and Hat Fabak made that determination. This expression he had never seen before, he couldn't understand it, so he turned his head to look a few more times, then gritted his teeth and turned away. Kwong and Hat Fabak looked at Kwong Lap's shadow that glided like the wind, feeling guilty, and said to himself, Kwong Lap, my daughter, go to the snowy mountain, there you can run and jump freely, forgive me. Please. Climbing up the ice slope, strangely, a patch of sunlight scattered behind everyone. Finally the sun rose from the snow plateau. The ice tower forest under the sun immediately became virtual, pure white like a cloud, smooth as sand. The sculptures of ice and snow all become sacred and holy. There are snow pyramids, Quang Han ice palaces, ancient bell towers. There are also rolling jade pillars, white daisies worshipping the moon, high swords in the sky, hundreds of thousands of postures, truly amazing. The cool light flows down. The mountain range is like a giant silver snake that meanders continuously for several miles. The mist on the top of the mountain also falls like a thin sheet of sand, making the whole area of the ice tower forest become gentle and gentle. Definitely up. At the same time, the cold west wind also showed its majesty. In front of the stone, the sand filled the sky, the wind hit the face like whips. The members of the climbing team all wear protective masks, fur hats, windscreens, collars and hoods that can be connected, and outside the hood is a bulletproof iron box connected to a hose. Medical equipment and communication equipment. At first glance looks like an army pilot. They did not remove the ice claws, but plunged into the frozen ground, having to be armed like that, to withstand the wind for a while. They also used seat belts to connect everything together, standing in a frontal position in front of the wind, for those standing behind to start digging in the ground to drive piles. The sculptures in the palace glass appeared in unimaginable variety of forms under the lights. Even the rude people who did not know how to appreciate this art could not help but have a reputation of almost rubbing their admiration. Merchant smiled coldly and scornfully. Well, it's just the shell that's left, nothing to be surprised about. The things that used to be on the shelf on the pedestal here, those are the things that are really worth the money. Crash. A voice came down from above. Tai Jun said, "It seems that this place is only a month or two away, the top part has already appeared cracks." When going to the ice wall where Kwong and Hat Fabak had just leaned back, Merkin saw the lamp left by Kwong and Hat Fabak, suddenly startled, his eyes like a snake gliding to the left and right, immediately discovered in the right phase. In the distance, there is a dark shadow. Someone else is here. Merkin raised his left hand, suddenly giving a signal. The riotous crowd behind immediately split into two people and scattered around. Although this ice palace is large, but almost transparent, it is not convenient to hide. In a moment Kwong and Hat Fabak was discovered and surrounded. Seeing that he didn't change his face, he slowly asked, "Who are you?" Merkin stepped away from his subordinates and replied in Tibetan, "Brother, we are members of the International Mountaineering Association. Seeing your sad expression, are you here to see your loved ones off?" "A not. Climbing association." Kwong and Hat Fabak looked at the guns in the other's hands, snorted with disdain, but, looking at the blonde man who could speak Tibetan, he also guessed that he was the leader of the dances. "This page." Merkin said, "Ah, this is it. This area is full of wild animals, and for safety reasons, your government has given us a special permit to carry guns, all of which are legal." "Ah, brother, this road was discovered by you, right? Can you tell us, who built this place? Where does it go behind it? Why do you?" Merkin asked while observing the other's face, suddenly enlightened. "Not done. He is deliberately delaying us." As soon as Kwong and Hat Fabak saw Merkin's face change, his arm immediately waved. The hook shot out, smashed into the ice wall behind Merkin, his body also followed, and at the same time pulled out the sword, flanked straight to Merkin. Merkin also did not expect that Kwong and Hat Fabak would completely reveal himself in front of the muzzle of the gun and rush straight in front of me like that. Unfortunately he did not have a gun in his hand, hastily shouted, "Tai Quan." Unexpectedly, Tai Quan, who used to shoot like a god, was slow for a moment, and Kwong and Hat Fabak's blade brought a chilling sound in the blink of an eye before it fell straight on Merkin's head. Only heard two, tack, sounds. A tall guy next to him opened fire. Kwong and Hat Fabak was hit twice in the chest. The sword carrying resentment flew out of his hand, emitting a wh sound of extremely high speed. The path of the blade was extremely strange. The situation really shocked people. Heartbeat. Kwong and Hat Fabak had calculated in advance. He himself would be hit by a bullet and die. That throw contains his full strength. The distance is so close. The blonde guy will not die. Love. Unexpectedly, at such a close distance, Merkin's body was still tilted monstrously, and at the same time, he pulled his hand to his stomach to avoid a knife. Before falling, Kwong and Hat Fabak was able to see the strange body of the opponent. He almost did not dare to believe his eyes anymore, did not expect this foreigner to have such a high body. He could only sigh. His breath in his chest was blocked. He fell to the ground. In his heart he said, "Kwong Ba, what kind of people do you have to deal with? I can't help you anymore. You have to be careful on your own. Le Jeune, these 17 years have made you suffer a lot. I'm coming to you." Merkin glared at Tai Jun with hatred. If a knife just hit the target, he would surely be cut off half. The head did not play. The heart was still secretly terrified. This guy already has the intention to die. Maybe he was agitated. Before he died, he still wanted to cut me once. Did he want to help track Mok Kwong Ba and the others? Besides, he didn't have any climbing equipment, so obviously he was familiar with the terrain of this area, so who else was the informant? They can't climb that steep ice slope with the bare hands. They probably won't catch up with track Mok Kwong Ba. Thinking here, Merkin said nonchalantly, "Continue to go forward, find the one who escaped, come back to me." Then he patted the shoulder of the tall guy standing next to him who fired a gun to save his life, smiled and said, "Good job, Ivan." Then put his mouth close to Ivan's ear and whispered those words, Ivan's eyes widened. Merkin nodded slightly, then turned away with a smile, said to Tai Jun standing nearby, Tai Jun, you've been following me for 5 years already. Tai Jun replied, it's been 4 years and 11 months, boss. Just now, why did you lose? Merkin was still mildly postponing the question. I'm sorry, boss. It's okay, it's okay. Merkin patted Tai Jun's shoulder and followed him forward. Suddenly hearing a bang sound, Taekwon turned his head. The muzzle of Ivan's gun was smoking. At this time he felt a sharp pain. Merkin's voice also suddenly turned cold as ice. I have heard that the mainland police when lying in the area as an insider often do not have the heart to kill innocent people. Iron Jun slowly collapsed. Merkin stared into his eyes, and continued, you've been following me for almost 5 years, but I haven't seen you kill a single person. Tai Jun struggled and said, boss, I don't. Merkin crouched down and said in a very gentle voice, I know, you're probably not a mainland police officer, but your behavior has made me suspicious. Finished, he stood up, raised his voice to the rest, you hear it too, want money, want women, try to do well, how can you play outside if you want to play? But there is one point you must keep in mind. Forever never do anything that makes me doubt. Ivan, you have to take good care of these guys from now on. Ivan laughed, yes, sir. Kwong Lap ran like the wind, was rushing in the middle of a narrow road in the heart of the glacier when suddenly heard the sound of a gun coming in the wind. He had seen poachers, knew very well what that sound meant. His heart suddenly sank, suddenly feeling like he had lost something in his life forever. Kwong Lap stopped abruptly, claws scratching on the ice, leaving a few long marks. It rotated in place or around quickly, looking at the way out of the big glacier, while looking towards the direction where the sound came. After 2 rounds, Kwong Lap turned around without hesitation, aiming to run back in the direction of the ice bow. On extremely frozen ground, it took a long time to pin a single nail down, but with only the first pole, it was much easier to move forward. In the immediate future, the only thing that worries everyone on the team is, they have spent too much time under the glacier. Until now the fog is hazy, the visibility is constantly shortening. Track Mok Kwong Ba fastened his seat belt, felt the sand fly in front of him, and involuntarily let out a sigh. What a shame it was a wind of level 18. What are you talking about? Captain Hu Yang turned his head in surprise and asked again, level 18. Yes, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Track Mok Kwong Ba repeated the words that Uncle Le Ba once told him. There was a flash of terror in the eyes of Captain Ho Duong, looking forward and saying, it seems that we have underestimated the power of the west wind death. At the foot of the mountain it is only about 20 meters per second. I thought that the western wind could not exceed 30 meters per second. If you reach level 18, Zhang Li impatiently asked, how many meter per second? Ba Tang explained, currently, the wind speed hierarchy has only 12 levels. Wind speeds exceeding 30 meters per second can be classified as 12, 18, and a province in a different division, right? Captain Ho Duong nodded and replied, that's right, because high winds appear very rarely, so there is no longer a classification above level 12. As for those with great destructive power, such as hurricanes, gusts and tornadoes, speed can be used to directly indicate it. That level 18, which was a classification that was once used in the past, is now deprecated. Winds are classified from the 12th level and above. This method was formerly used as a recording unit in the process of monitoring the destructive force of storms and tornadoes. Category 18, which means wind speeds up to 95 meters per second or more. It must be known that the highest wind speed on Mount Chomolungma is only about 90 meters per second. Even in Antarctica, the highest wind speed is not more than 100 meters per second. Do you know the destructive power of a wind speed of 100 meters per second? In 1999, the United States encountered a terrifying tornado. The wind speed in the center of the tornado was estimated at over 100 meters per second, That wind was called the death scythe. On the ground, a rough spot emerges. All of them were shaved flat. At this, he forced a smile and continued, "No one can climb a snow mountain in conditions where the wind speed exceeds 30 meters per second." Lu Can Nam heard that, and immediately ordered, "Strengthen one more iron pin, fasten it with 2 ropes." Finished speaking, he turned to Captain Ho Duong again, "Probably not as terrible as in Uncle Labar's time. The weather is also relatively pleasant at this time. The wind speed is probably still within our tolerance. Zhang Lap, try it out." Trong Lap took out a portable tachometer, put it on the outside of his leather hat and windshield, turned it to the side of the wind, and said, "Outside wind speed, 27 meters per second." Lu Can Nam looked at Captain Ho Duong. "Can we still go?" Captain Ho Duong nodded. "Let's just take a chance. This place has not officially entered the west wind strip, just outside." Yue Yang smiled. "It's okay, we carry heavy backpacks, it's like we have an anchor." The wind brought a familiar scent, along with the smell that Quang Lap had known for 15 years, mixed with the fishy smell of blood. These two scents mixed together, making Quang Lap's heart tighten. It straightened its body like a cheetah, running like crazy, just wishing it could be a little faster, a little faster. No one knows what Quang Lap feels, or if it is thinking. That silvery white fur gradually turns into the blue color of the sky after the heavy rain, and its eyes are red. It continued to accelerate, turning into a blue light, gliding across the ice, feet not touching the ground, leaving only a faint blue shadow on the ice road. Merkin's men still hadn't come out of the ice bow, when suddenly a gust of wind rushed, accompanied by a blue shadow suddenly appearing in the middle of nowhere, rushing over their heads. The group didn't even have time to react, saw a flash of blue, and then disappeared as if it had never appeared. Female. What the fuck? Merkin jerked in horror. Ivan's answer made him laugh and cry. It looks like something just flew by. Merkin thought for a moment, then ordered, "Go back and see." Quang and Hat Fubak leaned over the ice, was about to approach the ice wall with the image of the other Lachan, behind him, a trail of blood. He gritted his teeth and continued to crawl closer to the wall. Quang and Hat Fubak understood very well, those 2 bullets, one shot through his lungs, every time he exhaled and exhaled, he spewed blood foam, the other shot broke his liver, and the blood flowed like a stream. But his heart was still beating, his consciousness was still not hazy, so he continued to lean forward, even if he could only get close to Lap Chan's shadow, even a centimeter closer. Quang and Hat Fubak had lost so much blood that when his ear popped out, he cried out, "Ah! Ah!" He thought he was having an illusion, until the warm tip of Quang Lap's tongue licked his face. He dared to confirm that it was Quang Lap. Quang La was back. The cry of worry, sadness, and interruption interrupted that part. Quang and Hat Fubak raised his head, saw tears falling in Quang Lap's eyes. Quang Lap was crying. Since Trakmok Quang Ba left that time, he had never heard him cry so pitifully. Quang and Hat Fubak wanted to raise his hand to stroke his beloved dog, but he had no strength left, so he weakly scolded it. "This stupid girl, didn't I tell you? Come see, Quang Ba star, why come back?" Quang Lap looked at the trail of blood stretching on the ice, nervously walked beside Quang and Hat Fubak. Sometimes it sniffed its owner with its nose, or licked his face, then walked around uneasily, really didn't know what to do to be okay. Quang and Hat Fubak looked at that beautiful blue hair. In a moment, how many months and days he spent with Quang Lap appeared in his mind. Dairy cows. Don't you like it? Goat milk. Still don't like it, so there's only mineral water left. Well, there's no human milk. Stop scratching my clothes. There's no human milk. You spoiled brat. Why are you peeing here? My ancestor, this is my favorite leather jacket. You don't need to tear it to pieces if you want a mattress. I told you, you're a dog, right? Can dogs have a fever too? The hospital is so far away. Oh my God, you really want to take my life? Is this the herb you picked for me? Where do you study? I'm not feeling well today. Quong La, come to Nala village, call for me. Finally, Quong and Hat Pha Bak also smiled and closed his eyes. Quong La stretched out beside him, looking at his owner's smile, sticking out his tongue. Gasp. Quong Lap knows, Quong and Hat Pha Bak has something different from usual. After all, it's different, right? It tries to find out, is the owner sleeping? No, it's not like sleeping. The owner doesn't make that familiar breathing sound anymore. The steady beating heart doesn't even seem to be beating. Those warm hands that used to caress it, are gradually become as cold as ice. Quong Lap rubbed its head against Quong and Hat Pha Bak's head, scratching his clothes with his claws. If it was normal, Quong and Hat Pha Bak would soon laugh and tell him, the weather is so beautiful today, Quong Lap, let's go for a jog. But why at this time? Quong and Hat Pha Bak has no reaction. Quong Lap bit the collar of Quong and Hat Pha Bak, pulled him to the ice wall. It wanted him to sit up. It wanted him to stand up. Why doesn't the owner say anything anymore? Quong Lap became more and more frantic, his mouth constantly groaning. Master doesn't talk anymore. What's wrong with Master? What's wrong? Quong Lap raised his head to see the vast ice palace. The palace was empty, and Quong Lap's heart was also empty. Chapter 36, Death in the West 1. The death of Quong La. Captain Hu Duong suddenly remembered the amazing action of Lama Allah just now, and immediately stretched out an arm to try to probe the wind. The wind seemed to have weakened a bit more. But Ho Duong knows very well that in this wild west wind zone, such a situation occurs because a strong current is gradually forming. Its growth weakens the western wind direction. Strong, once formed, it will absolutely not be as simple as this deadly west wind. It's called the razor wind, even more terrifying than the murderous Antarctic wind, which has been called the scariest, darkest wind in the world. Ah, damn dog. Suddenly, a rude voice came from the other side of the ice palace. Another said, this hair color looks weird too. It's them. Quong Lap stood up. It was they who made Quong and Hat Pha Bak become like this. The hairs on its body stood up, claws clawed hard at the ice, making shrill, creaking sounds. Its red eyes stared at the 7 people dressed in white. Ivan said, I thought it was a. Merkin laughed. Did he send this dog to send news to track Mok Quong Ba? Ha ha, that's funny. Even if he can catch up with the others, he still knows what to say. Ha ha. So what now, boss? Let's leave it, let's go, come back and see where Track Mok Quong Ba and the others have gone. Merkins said nonchalantly. Before he finished his words, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, looked at the place where Quong and Hat Pha Bak fell, and did not expect that the blue shadow had disappeared. He thought to himself, was it possible that I was dizzy just now? There's obviously a dog there, right? Not just Merkin. In that moment all the armed men who followed him thought that he was hallucinating. But then, suddenly, they heard a scream of terror. One of them fell to the ground with his throat in his hands. Wow! Cried out in agony, but there was no more sound, only blood foam that didn't stop, gush out. The blue light flashed again, and another man howled in pain. My eyes! My eyes! Fresh blood gushed out through the fingers that covered his face. Only now did Merkin become aware of the instability, that blue shadow. Merkin mutters, this bitchy, the speed is so fast. Suddenly he saw the darkness in front of him, knowing in his heart that something was coming, quickly retreated backwards, opened his eyes to see clearly, only saw a pair of blood-red eyes and horrible teeth. Sharp teeth were less than 10 centimeters from Merkin's throat, and her skin could already feel the steam emanating from those terrible teeth. Merkin's reaction is also extremely quick. He tilts his chin outward, then throws a hook punch. His right hand is also in a strong recoil position. Unexpectedly, he was fast. Quong Lap was even faster. His claws flicked on Merkin's right arm, turned his body and rushed towards another guy standing next to him. Merkin's fist was scratched by the dog's teeth and bled, while his other hand could not even touch a hair of Quong Lap. In his heart he was terrified. With my body, I never expected to be able to fight an animal. Born. The subordinate standing next to Merkin cried out in panic. Seeing that the blue light that borrowed the strength on Merkin's arm was not enough, he couldn't directly bite his throat. Quang Lap was in a fit of anger, grabbed where he was going to bite, aimed directly between his thighs, took a strong bite, and ripped off the protective suit. Merkin frantically shouted, "Fire, shoot, shoot him down." The blue shadow glided back and forth very quickly between the witches and the ice sculptures, coming and going like the wind, leaving no impact, moving like a demonic elf, faster than lightning, become a nightmare in the eyes of these gun-carrying thugs. Merkin didn't think much of it, picked up the wounded man's weapon from the ground, turned around, and the bullet flashed a curve in the air. The bullets interlocked densely, sending ice mites flying, but the blue shadow always escaped from the blinding bullet net in the moments when thousands of pounds of hair hung. Just saw it jump up and down a few times, so there was another guy holding his eyes, screaming, then quickly muted and threw himself into the muzzle of his comrades' guns, taking a few bullets. Quang La's monstrous speed and fighting method forced the Merkins to lean back against each other, aiming the muzzle of the gun outside. Being so cautious, they didn't expect to deal with just a dog, even they themselves did not dare to believe that this was true. The sea blue beast, the legendary wind-running clam, is burning its life at its fastest speed, to protect what it wants to protect. The blue shadow flashed back and forth a few times, then disappeared behind the pedestal of ice, and the Merkins were even more careful. Ivan panted and said, "Her son, running so fast, is he a mad dog? Crazy dog." Merkin doesn't think so, knows how to stab enemies with sharp claws, bites his throat, knows how to use force to bounce, can even rotate his body in the air. Is this a kind of dog after all? Even more terrifying is its monstrous blue fur that, when running at high speed, almost blends with the color of the ice around it, just barely paying attention and losing track of it immediately. It can be said that this is a fighting dog that has undergone special training, which is relatively scary. Merkin traveled the world, arguably seeing countless dog breeds, but never encountered a fighting beast as fearsome as this. So terrifying that it made him feel a sense of awe and awe himself. Isn't it a mad dog? But it keeps attacking us like crazy, or retreats a little further. Ivan was also a little scared. Not. Merkin seemed to understand something, said, "This dog is different from the usual dogs we see. He knows what happened just now, also knows what we have done. He came to find us. We take revenge. No matter where you run, it won't let go. So what to do? Is it possible to be tormented by an animal in here?" Ivan was about to lose control. The hand holding the gun began to shake. Merkin suddenly laughed coldly. "If that's the case." He suddenly whispered a few words to Ivan. "Is it okay?" Ivan asked, surprised. Merkin resolutely ordered, "Just do it." Ivan aimed the gun at the body of Quang and had Fubak lying on the ground, fired twice, did not see any response. While he pulled the trigger again, the other blue shadow appeared again, unexpectedly blocking the second volley of bullets. 2. "Okay." A tragic cry resounded. The blue shadow suddenly stopped, fresh blood immediately gushed out on its pure, pale blue fur. Quang La's whole body trembled, his abdomen was heaving violently, his eyes were bright red, still staring at the Merkin and the others. "Shoot it." A cruel smile appeared on Ivan's face, as he was about to raise his gun to shoot again, when suddenly his neck was cool. He turned his head to look, and saw a lump of ice the size of a fist grazing Merkin's hair. Merkin hastily jumped back, raised his head to look, and cried out in horror, "Not done. This place is about to fall. Quickly retreat, retreat." Turns out, the fragile dome of the ice bow was shot wildly by the Merkins and cracked a large piece. The pillar supporting the ice bow also appeared cracked. The whole palace swayed and swayed, at any moment, may collapse. The Merkin and the others did not pay attention to Quang Lap, quickly turned around and retreated. The two slowest runners at the same time let out a resounding pitiful cry. Merkin turned his head to look, only to see that they had been dropped by a large iceberg on top of their heads, cutting their bodies in two. Running out of the big door of the ice bow, seeing that there were still countless icebergs falling inside, Merkin turned to see Ivan standing next to him. 8 people went in. Unexpectedly only 2 people got out. What a nightmare. He said to Ivan, "Let's go, come back and see where Trak Mok Kwong Bar and the others have gone." Inside the ice bow, the ice floes fell and shattered, causing the ice motes to splatter. Those glittering ice crystals were like raindrops, scattered snowflakes. Kwong La groaned and trembled in a low voice. Scaredly crawled back to Kwong and Hat Pha back. The blue color on its body gradually disappeared with the amount of blood pouring out more and more. In a blink of an eye it became silvery white like snow. The spots covered with fresh blood looked like red apricot blossoms bloom on the snowy land. It hurts so bad. Right at normal times, the owner soon came to hug me, gently stroked my fur. Why, the owner Kwong and Hat Pha back doesn't pay attention to me anymore. Kwong Lap tried to hold back the intense pain, returned to Kwong and Hat Pha back, sniffed, and licked his owner's face. Although Kwong and Hat Pha back didn't say a word, just being by his side, Kwong Lap felt no more pain. So cold, Kwong Lap struggled and crawled onto Kwong and Hat Pha's body, bowed down, and curled up in his owner's lap. The chest of Kwong and Hat Pha back is always so warm. I'm so tired, the owner. Kwong Lap looked up at Kwong and Hat Pha back full of emotion, then slowly fell asleep, as if he dreamed again, a beautiful white dog being held by Kwong and Hat Pha back. Ah, it's so memorable, the feeling of being lifted in the palm of your hand by the owner, coming back, returning to the place from which we came. A huge wall of ice fell down, without deviation or incline, just or close to their resting place. Tied to a fixed point, the group of people tied ropes around themselves in a chain, and began to enter the area with difficulty. Raging westerly winds. Since the wind was blowing from the back to the front, everyone was walking backwards, legs stretched straight back, the body and the ground under the feet almost formed an angle of 30 degrees, if not holding the yarn tight, right rope, the whole person will immediately be blown up. Now they believed that the people living at the foot of the mountain did not make up stories. Every time you go a distance, you have to find a place to bury a fixed stake, in case the terrible pull will pull the sharp pin up from the eastern layer of the earth, or it will break the main rope connecting the whole group together. Just like that, going about 200 steps forward, Trak Mok Kwong Bar's group gradually entered the central area of the west wind strip. Sand and stones flew across the sky, occasionally hitting helmets, emitting harsh sounds. Everyone had to strain all their muscles to withstand the fierce winds of the west. Through the thick clothes, everyone can still feel that there is a wall that is constantly pushing forward, and human strength is basically unable to resist. Even more terrifying is that, from time to time, a rock as big as a millstone flies by. On the one hand, they have to resist the fierce wind, on the other hand, they have to dodge flying rocks like artillery shells. Head feels anxious. Fortunately, Professor Fung Tan and Captain Ho Duong soon recommended, so that Yu Yang was the one with the best observation in charge of the sequel. Trong Lap and Ba Tang shared their attention on the left and right, Trak Mok Kwong. The highest 3 can pay attention to the front phase. Outside the distance of 50 meters, they were all covered by fog, couldn't see anything. Those big rocks were talking about coming, if hit. It's true that just thinking about it makes people shiver. Suddenly, there was a squeal on the left side, Yu Yang said, towards 5 o'clock. The group immediately bent down, using their claws to press firmly into the frozen ground, holding the rope tightly. The body and the ground were almost in a straight line. Only a "wh" sound was heard. A rock the size of a ball passed overhead. Then to the right there was a rock the size of a computer table that was blown by the wind and rolled forward. A rock the size of a soccer ball hit a rock the size of a computer table, instantly splintering. The small pieces of rock turned into a powder, and flew away. Seeing that scene, Trong Li immediately understood how the face that looked like a crushed red apple was formed. That person must have died on the spot, and was immediately blown up into the air by the west wind, medium, and finally fell into the ice crevice. Seeing that the rock had rolled over, Yue Yang said again, "Past." "Go," Captain Ho Duang urged. "Only this part is the most difficult. You need to get over it quickly." Zhang Lap suddenly felt that someone kicked him, and exclaimed in horror, "What are you doing?" Turning his head back to see, for some reason, Min Man's ice claws had slipped off the frozen ground, his body was flying, his hands were tightly clinging to the rope, and his legs were struggling and kicking around, unable to step on them, down to the ground again. His mouth kept shouting, "Slipped, slipped." Zhang Li was startled, suddenly felt a huge force coming, his legs seemed to be lifted, skid. Next is Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The others quickly jumped up a little to make their claws stronger. Fail, fail, fail. The whole group of people was like a row of ropes about to be tied on the same rope. One nail was uprooted from the ground by the wind, under the influence of the domino effect. The other nails were also pulled up, one by one, one by one. By the time Yue Yang stood and was finally blown up by the wind, the climbing team had completely left the ground, looking like the tail of some wild beast fluttering in the wind. What Captain Ho Duang is most worried about finally happened. The west wind seemed to have discovered a new toy, and the more excited it was, the more powerful it blew, and the two Trak Mok Kwong Ba were like kites in the wind, connected in a chain, even though they were wearing thick clothes, but the face and limbs are still blown by the wind to change their shape. The steel spikes closest to them were being lifted up from the frozen ground, little by little. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is the one who bears the most force. The people in the front do not grasp the rope firmly. In the end they all slip and pile up at him. If Trak Mok Kwong Ba also loses his hand, all of them will be thrown, splashed into the air. He clenched his teeth, gripped the rope's end with his feet, exerted all his strength, finally turned around, wrapped the rope tightly around his waist and hips, but still he did not dare to loosen his arms, continued to wrap his body, the tight rope on both hands in case it slips off. Yue Yang tried to crawl back to the point where the latch was fixed, but failed several times. Every time he crawled against the wind a few meters, the force at the tip of his finger weakened a little and was immediately blown back by the wind, the old position, sometimes even blown back further. Captain Ho Duang's heart was like fire. The longer this situation lasted, the more dangerous it would be. Lama Alala was also powerless to surrender, wasting a body of high-powered martial arts, but in this west wind strip, it could not be performed. Yue Yang failed for the 7th time, but the distance to the fixed point was getting closer and closer. Because Lu Kan Nam behind him is also drifting little by little towards the fixed peg, every time Yue Yang is blown away by the wind, Lu Kan Nam will use his two strong shoulders to support Yue Yang's ice-cling claws. In the end, it also pushed him a little closer to the finish line. Professor Fung Tan in the back of Lu Kan Nam was also slowly pushing forward, hoping to become a fulcrum for Lu Kan Nam, but he could not crawl as fast as her. Lama Alala teleported very quickly. Soon he was close to Ba Tang's position. Thus, the dragon-like rope is divided into 3 sections. Lu Kan Nam and Yue Yang are the dragon's head. Professor Fung Tan, Captain Ho Duang, Ba Tang and Lama Ala are the dragon body, and Trak Mok Kwong 3 blocked the momentum of Trong Lap's rebound. Duang Man in the front became the dragon's tail. On the edge of the glacier, Merkin led Ivan back to where Max and the others were hiding. Although Max was surprised that only the boss and Ivan returned, he understood very well that this was not the time to ask questions, so he decisively raised the binoculars to continue observing, waiting for the boss to come and ask, "Min?" Sure enough, as soon as Merkin saw Max, he immediately asked, "Have they made it through?" Max hastily handed the binoculars to Merkin, reverently said, "Worse than we were then, they were all hung up." Merkin picked up the infrared binoculars, observing the scene in the mist. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others looked like a string of lanterns swaying back and forth in the fierce wind. He handed the binoculars back to Max and asked nonchalantly, "How do you feel?" Max smiled and replied, "It's not possible this time. Sir, think about it. The wind speed in the area they have to cross this time is faster than when we come here many times, and the weather that day, it can be said to be 100 years rare in this mountainous area. Furthermore, today's fog is thicker than it was then. I don't know what they will rely on to find the entrance." Merkin snorted lightly. "Impossible. I tell you, nothing is impossible." Max was startled inwardly, not knowing where he was wrong, hurriedly obeying, nodding confusedly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba clearly felt that the tip of his finger was swollen and numb. It was caused by the rope wrapped too tightly. The blood in his hand could not circulate. He understood very well, with prolonged congestion, plus a low-temperature environment, his hands would most likely be necrotic and damaged. But he couldn't let go, just like that time with Trong Lap clinging to a rope hanging on the ice bridge. If he let go, the whole team would be in danger to life. The closer Yueyang got closer to the ground, the closer he got to the point of closing the peg, the greater the resistance of the westerly wind in front of him, had already moved the peg about 2 meters, but here he couldn't lift even an inch more. Holding the peg is like reaching out to reach it, but still can't reach it. Yueyang gritted his teeth until he thought his teeth were broken, his throat let out a growl like that of a wild animal, but still could not move forward. Little okay. Lu Kan Nam also suffered from extreme pain. The claws attached to Yueyang's feet had penetrated the clothes on her shoulders, piercing her skin. The west wind put pressure on Yueyang, and at the same time used a much more painful method to partially transform her body, but Lu Kan Nam could not back down. At this point, all people can do, it seems, is only to silently pray, begging this evil west wind to weaken a little, even if it's just a little bit. But in fact, not only that, the wind also tends to get stronger and stronger. Max took the binoculars back, and couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Merkin quickly asked, "What's up? Can they stick to the ground? Or was it blown away?" The binoculars returned to Merkin's hand, and Max pointed at the pile of snow, flamboyantly saying, "Boss, take a look." Merkin raised his binoculars to observe. In front of the chain of lanterns, not far away, there was a vague red shadow, much larger than the chain of lanterns. Merkin involuntarily smiled bitterly and said, "The Chinese have a proverb that, a leaky house encounters a shower. These people are really unfortunate." Hippo's affection for dogs is great. Kwong Lap's death was even more tragic than the death of some members of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's team later. Chapter 36, Death in the West 2. Death in the West Wind Zone time can't be judged by common sense. Only 10 minutes have passed, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba feels as if it's been countless hours. He was still struggling to resist. Trong Lap supported Duong Man. Indeed, he did not have the strength to fight anymore, so he was also recoiled. The three of them all relied on a strong Mok Kwong Ba to hold out. There was a rumbling thunder in his ear. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his head. A huge rock was rolling on their side. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. The rock was so big that even a strong wind couldn't lift it from the ground, if only it were close enough to. Yueyang tensed all his muscles and gathered his strength to prepare to rush over the last 2 meters. Just saw the guy take a deep breath. His hand suddenly tightened, grabbed the rope firmly, and pushed it forward little by little. Lu Kan Nam also gritted her teeth and followed closely behind Yueyang. Yueyang took a step forward. She also crawled up a step, using her strong shoulder to push into the claws attached to Yueyang's feet, using her flesh and bones to stop the retreat. Less than half a meter forward, Yueyang felt that his strength was completely exhausted. His hands could not help but tremble violently, as if he could no longer allow himself to control. Lu Kan Nam also felt the weight of the ice claws on his shoulders increase markedly, as if they had pierced to the bone. She had to grit her teeth to endure it before she could utter a sound. At that moment, Yueyang suddenly felt that the front wind was slightly weaker. Still surprised, suddenly discovered that the whole rope was slowly lowering. gradually leaving the area where the wind was blowing the fiercest. Turns out, Trak Mok Kwong Ba finally seized the opportunity. When the big rock moved to his back, he suddenly slipped away, his body hitting the rock hard. For a moment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt as if the bones of his whole body were broken, but finally he was able to cling to a large rock, and then the rope was jerked up. He immediately slammed his head down, using his forehead, pressed the rope to the face of the rock, then bit it with his teeth. So, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's whole body was like a lizard, spreading out into the shape of the word great, firmly attached to that big rock, the rope hanging from the forehead to the belly. Zhang Lap and Tang Min also pressed on. The pressure of the three people could finally press the rope on the rock. The rock continued to roll. Even this human, dragon, finally slowly descended. Leaving the area with the strongest wind, the pressure on the front was greatly reduced. Yue Yang naturally couldn't pass up such a good opportunity. He used all his strength to jump, breaking through the last seemingly half-meter distance, impassable, clinging to the steel safety pin on the ground. Yue Yang could touch the ground with his feet, as if there was one more fixed point. One kite was reduced in the air, offset above and below, and finally the rest of the members also landed on the ground in turn. The feeling of flying in the air, compared to being beaten by a big wave, is only better, but absolutely not bad. Experiencing the ordeal as if being thrown into the washing tub just now, everyone's faces were pale, their stomachs hurt like knives, their chests were like hammers. Returning to the ground, the pressure in the abdomen and chest decreased, so many unclean things in the stomach immediately flowed out. Finally, when there was no more to vomit, everyone had to cling to the rope and mouth, drip down each drop of water in a moment that froze into ice, leaving only the white smoke that was still constantly exhaling in each person's mouth. Yue Yang's hand was too strong, so it was still numb and trembling. Although he still grasped the right rope, it was completely an unconscious behavior. However, the person who really feels that the arm doesn't belong to me anymore must be Trak Mok Kwong Ba. From the moment he let go of the rope to hug the giant rock, he had a feeling that his brain had lost control of his arm. Even moving a single finger could not. Trong Lap vomited all the bitter water in his mouth, raised his head to look up, and saw Captain Ho Duong standing upright, facing the direction of the oncoming wind, his beard and hair messy, looking like a male lion protecting the whole herd, while the others were mostly still hunched over and vomiting. Captain Ho Duong also saw Trong Lap and said, strangely, it seems that the wind has weakened. Only now did Zhang Lap realize that, indeed, even though his strength had been consumed up to 7 or 8 times, at this time, he was only clinging to the main rope with one hand, yet he was not blown away by the wind until he was blown away, back and forth like before. That is to say, the wind speed has actually decreased a lot. Could it be that this west wind strip today would be gracious to them? Trong Lap secretly thought to himself that he was lucky. Suddenly heard a bang bang, turned his head to look, and immediately saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not grasp the rope firmly, was blown by the wind and fell to the ground, rolling out, distant. Although the rope is still attached to the seat belt, but the last part is not knotted. If it continues like this, it is likely that Trak Mok Kwong Ba will be completely blown off by the wind, and eventually will not know, fly somewhere else. Trong Lap panicked and shouted, Kwong Ba young master, and quickly reached out to grab it, but he couldn't capture it, and he was almost knocked down by the wind. At this time, Lama Ala in the front saw this, immediately stretched out one hand to test the wind, feeling that he could overcome it, immediately raised his knife to cut the link between the rope and the seatbelt, adjusting the rhythm, breathing, then suddenly turned around, circled around Tang Min behind, then the ice claw lightly touched the ground, turned once again in the opposite direction, around Trong Lap. Lama's body rotated at extremely high speed in the fierce wind, left and right, looked like a gyroscope. Despite the wind blowing, his body swayed back and forth, but he did not fall, but still continued to quickly approach Trak Mok Kwong Ba. In the blink of an eye, Lama Ala had grabbed Trak Mok Kwong Ba. His claws were pounding. His body was pinned to the ground behind Trak Mok Kwong Ba's back like a nail, and at the same time he reached out and grabbed the thread. The rope wrapped around his waist, then, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's retreat stopped. Trak Mok Kwong Ba helplessly looked at his strong arms, tried to move his shoulders, smiled bitterly and said, "I don't know why, suddenly I can't move anymore." Lama Allah held the rope tightly with one hand, squeezed Trak Mok Kwong Ba's arm with the other hand, stroked it up and down, and said with a serious face, "It's been too long since I've been spanked. You have to move your arm to get the blood circulating, or you'll die of gangrene." At the other end, Captain Ho Duong saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba was temporarily out of danger, and also said, "It's not done. It's not that the wind is weakening, but it's changing direction. Hurry up, there's only one more chance, hurry, hurry, the direction of the wind will change the situation for the worse." Yue Yang heard this, became even more nervous, and quickly asked, "Why? How can you change direction?" Captain Ho Duong snapped, "There's no time to explain, quickly get out of here." Lu Kan Nam said, "Use great force to hit the ice, can't let it slip anymore, must firmly fix the safe point. Go, move quickly." The group of people almost pressed to the ground to crawl to the front, catching the bone-chilling west wind, rushing into the middle of the sand, flying rocks and running like a forest of guns and bullets, hard bit by bit. I don't know how long I crawled like that. In the wild screams of the hurricane, the mist gradually rose, the visibility decreased to less than 30 meters. At this point, if there is a big rock flying towards it, it will be even more difficult to dodge. Real map, in front appeared a large lava rock, about 5 or 6 meters high, standing like a stone table in the midst of a terrible storm. Min Min happily exclaimed, "Look, look, there's a big rock over there, we can go over there to avoid the wind." That mood is like a person holding a wooden plank floating on the sea surface for a few days, suddenly seeing a deserted island. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If they could hide behind that rock, they could at least recover some of their physical strength. When he was less than 50 meters away from that rock, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly reminded Lama Allah, who was leading the way, "It doesn't seem right, I don't feel very well." Lama Allah reacted extremely quickly, and as soon as he heard Trak Mok Kwong Ba say that, he immediately thought of the story of the snow falling in love with people in the fog told by the Tibetan people at the foot of the mountain. Immediately, he didn't say 2 words, pulled out his knife with all his might, and threw it towards the big rock. Sure enough, not beyond his expectation, that once solid rock suddenly stood up, his body grew a little higher, gave out screams that made people's goosebumps all over, and then disappeared. In the distance, the sound of footsteps slamming in the wind made the ground shake. Lu Kan Nam shook his head slightly. It is unthinkable that the legendary snowman is a giant beast with a bloodline close to humans. Most likely they also have wisdom. Why, it was just now crouching in the fog waiting for the humans to crawl into the cage by themselves. Once they got too close, and the difference in strength and shape was so great, they wouldn't even have a chance to fight back. Such an opponent is truly terrifying. Captain Hu Yang suddenly said, "Follow it." Hu Yang panicked and shouted, "Captain Hu, don't you want to catch one?" Captain Ho Duong immediately shouted, "Idiot! Not even the snow elves could resist the extreme wind speed in this westerly strip. They usually live around here, they must be very familiar with the way. You have to follow them to have a chance to return alive." Turning a disadvantage into an advantage, even knowing how to follow the snow to find a way out, it seems that their 2 years of special training weren't in vain. Merkins said approvingly. Ivan said, "It's no use, they cling to the rope like that, can't keep up with the snow, dare not fire, and that will lead to an avalanche falling down at any moment. The wind in that westerly strip seems to be starting to rampage again, isn't it?" Max Schwenzo said to Merkin, "Master, we must also find somewhere to hide, or else the direction of the wind changes, and we are in danger of being blown away." Merkin nodded, and the three of them moved away from the area of the west wind. Merkin turned his head to look at a misty snowy area, thinking to himself, "Don't let me down, young Master Kwongba." Strolling in the direction of the snow love running away, of course the west wind seems to have weakened, the wind speed decreased, the speed of the whole group also increased accordingly. Trakmok Kwongba still did the folding movement, stretched out to restore the arm, seemingly slowly regaining the feeling of owning the hands. But the large body like a mountain of snow has gradually become blurred in the mist. Captain Ho Duong is very worried. If they lost this moving landmark, they would be lost forever in this windy western depth. Captain Ho Duong suddenly remembered the amazing action of Lama Allah just now, and immediately stretched out an arm to try to probe the wind. The wind seemed to have weakened a bit more. But Ho Duong knows very well that in this wild west wind zone, such a situation occurs because a stronger current is gradually forming, its growth weakens the wind position. Strong west, once formed, it will absolutely not be as simple as this deadly west wind. It's called the razor wind, even more terrifying than the murderous Antarctic wind, which has been dubbed the scariest, darkest wind in the world. Captain Ho Duong struggled against the wind, tried to move forward, and said to everyone, "If we keep going like this, we will soon lose sight of the love snow. An even stronger wind is brewing. If we don't find a place to hide before then, no one will be able to survive. You have to take the risk." Yue Yang said, "Tell me, what to do?" Captain Ho Duong replied, "Now that the wind can't blow us off the ground anymore, at this point, there's no need for ropes anymore, just need to use seat belts to connect each person together, borrow propulsion of the west wind and go quickly." Everyone was silent for a few short seconds. Captain Ho Duong's opinion was really too risky. Do not stretch the rope connected to the safety pin, just rely on the strength of the people to move forward. If the wind-blowing thing like just now happens again, the result will be that everyone will die, not play. Moreover, this proposal was built on the basis that they must find a valley to avoid the wind. If they can't find it, even if they risk their lives to cross the west wind, how can I get back here? Captain Ho Duong panicked and asked confusedly, "Can you guys say it? Maybe we only have about a minute or two, we can't wait." It was the first time that everyone saw Lu Kan Nam biting her lower lip, but this was a decision involving the life of the whole team. She turned her eyes to Lama Allah. The old Lama was also knitting his eyebrows together. He understood that his move just now was just the moment when his strength exploded in danger. Not even Lu Kan Nam could do it. Yue Yang put his arm on the hunting knife. Just need Lu Kan Nam to give an order. He will immediately cut the rope. The whole group will be pushed straight into the directionless west wind strip in front of them. In just 5 seconds, time and space seemed to freeze. They had to play coin toss with death one more time, living and dying each with only a 50% chance. Finally, after weighing the loss, Lu Kan Nam also decisively ordered, "Cut the rope." Only listen to Yue Yang call out, "Cut the rope." Everyone immediately felt the strong pull that helped them resist the west wind suddenly lightened. They all couldn't help but let the wind rush forward. The west wind, using its last breath, blew this group of people who were connected in a long line to stagger, unable to walk, like a flock of ducks being herded into a cage. They looked a lot like players participating in a team game, tied together. Anyone who couldn't keep their feet in sync with everyone else's team was in danger of falling over. If the matter of holding on to the ropes before was to sit on a sailboat bobbing in the rough waves, then now they are like sitting on a wooden raft with a broken mast, unable to control the direction, just for the wind is manipulative. Either hope is in sight, or maybe death, but now no one thinks about those things anymore. Everyone just knows how to run and run, give all their strength to run. Only when they keep up with the speed of the wind, will their form be controlled by themselves. Now it was impossible to judge what concentration the fog had reached, and worse still, the body of the snow demon had finally disappeared into the vast fog, unable to be found again. I don't know how long they ran. In the end, it almost became an instinctive act of escape. They themselves could not distinguish. In the end it was the wind that pushed them to run, or they were on their own, running legs again. The frozen ground underfoot gradually turned to a layer of ice, then into a carpet of snow. The snow became thicker and thicker, and then into strips like a horse trough. People kept walking in shallow steps, running and rolling and crawling. Cries, bump, resounded incessantly. Push. Lama Ala fell to the snowy ground, turned around to avoid the momentum of Trak Mok Kwong Ba in the back, his hand raised like a statue of the American Statue of Liberty, hoarsely shouted, "We have escaped." Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his face from the snow, didn't bother to brush the snow off his face, only saw the front. In the snow pile looked like that giant mushroom, like there was a crack. In the middle of the mushroom appeared a giant mushroom. Groove. That trench is both good and can be pulled straight up to the top of the mountain. Chang Lap behind him also dived once, rushing straight into the thick snow. He understood that this time they won again in a gamble with death. At least in this place there is no wind anymore. Death of the west wind, for them, has become a noun of the past. Lu Can Nam looked at Captain Ho Duong with grateful eyes. Captain Ho Duong stood in the knee-deep snow, looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, reminded him with his eyes, "In our situation, if you can't figure out what will happen next, you can't. There is only one end, and that is to pay with your own life." Professor Fung Tan sat next to Yueyang and rested for a moment. Although they were all wearing hoods, a smile could still be seen in his eyes. Yueyang said, "The snow demon must have disappeared somewhere. We should be grateful to him for leading the way." Captain Ho Duong looked down at his feet, constantly shaking his head. Frozen soil. Although in the area of the west wind appeared open lava layer, but near to the top of the mountain, their feet unexpectedly turned into eastern soil. Captain Ho Duong has climbed countless snowy mountains, never seen anywhere so close to the top of the mountain. It must be known that, with the absolute low temperature all year round and the terrifying wind of the snowy peaks, any eastern layer of soil will be cracked and blown away by the wind. On the top of the snowy mountain, in addition to the snow, there is only a layer of hard lava. No science can explain why the frozen soil layer appears in such a high area. However, it still shows up here. Captain Ho Duong followed the crack. Only the mouth of the crack next to the snow pile revealed a layer of black lava like iron. Lu Can Nam cheered everyone up. "Come on, young men. Elders, don't stop, go up, try to pass these last 200 meters. We're almost at the top of the mountain." Captain Ho Duong also reacted. "Quickly get up. I don't want to die." Lu Can Nam resolutely pointed to the top of the mountain, and the whole group began to slowly climb up to the top. Below the crack is the eastern layer of soil. The two sides of the wall are like high walls standing up against the wind. The last part when approaching the top of the mountain must be the most difficult and dangerous route, but in this snowy mountain to Tat Kiat Mak, on the contrary, becomes the safest and most comfortable road. Halfway through, Lu Can Nam's headphones suddenly appeared. Slick noises. This very small detail could not escape her sensitive ears. Lu Can Nam immediately asked, Captain Ho, the electronic signal is interfered. Do you have any reaction?" Captain Ho Duong's voice was mixed with some background noise. "Huh? What did she say? Looks like she hears." "What?" Lu Can Nam quickly said. "Everyone. Do you hear what I say? How's everyone's communication going?" In his ears were all the chaotic noises. Quan, me, noisy, hearing. Lu Can Nam took off his hood, pulled out the breathing tube, panted slightly, not breathing on the top of the mountain, really too cold. Professor Fung Tan also soon took off his hood, saying, "I know this situation, this is a strong magnetic field reaction. It is possible that this mountain contains a huge source of magnetic energy, from natural jelly that can block all electronic signals. The situation is the same as when we were in Shuangkong Island itself." Lu Can Nam's eyes flashed with a hint of uneasiness. If they can't use electronic devices on this mountain, it's like they have lost their eyes, knowing what to rely on to find the entrance to that valley. By the time they reached the snowy peak, they were already a step behind, and a thick fog covered the surrounding mountains. Looking around in all 4 directions and 8 directions, it's just an opaque white area. If it weren't for the seat belts to be connected, and in front of my eyes, I could still see a few silhouettes, just afraid of Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others. I've been gone since I don't know when. The machines taken out, no matter how adjusted, did not react at all. And the deepest cause of the delay, of course, is because they have wasted so much time below. Captain Ho Duong poked his head out to look at it for a moment, then quickly retreated into the oxygen tank and said with a regretful voice, "All electronic devices cannot be used, so it is considered as having cut off all 4 limbs and 5 senses, ours and Dengi." This situation was beyond our expectations. Unexpectedly in the Himalayas there is a mountain of jelly, here. This is really because we were negligent in our preparations. Now the whole group of Trak Mok Kwong Ba is lined up in a single line on the sloped snow. The 2 sides are piled high, the narrow gap in the middle is only enough for 2 or 3 people to pass. Outside that rift, the west wind was still raging wildly. Professor Fung Tan said, "This is not the way. If we don't find the entrance to the valley, we will be trapped here to death." Captain Ho Duong said, "Or like this, just search for the side of the mountain horizontally. If we can't find it, we can go down the mountain on the other side." Trong Lap said, "Isn't that already crossed the border?" Ba Tang coldly replied, "This is a no-man's land, where is the border with no boundaries?" In the past, he and his accomplices all crossed mountains to cross the border, so it was not surprising. The Alala Lama worriedly said, "The westerly wind on the mountainside, compared to below this snowy area, can only be larger, not smaller. It is difficult to move horizontally on the mountainside. Now beneath our feet is a thick layer of snow, not frozen ground, not even a fixed point." Trong Lap sighed, "The problem is still not being able to use the machine. If we have electronic instrumentation, that would be great. However, in this modern society, there is almost no sensing device that does not apply these 2 principles of electricity and magnetism." Tang Min said, "But it's not a good way to stay in this snowy hole. Our sanatorium won't last long. There's also the matter of where to eat and sleep. It's no small matter." Captain Ho Duong said, "It's still not the issue that worries me the most. This dune looks sturdy at first glance, but it's actually very easy to collapse. If we stay here too long, the snow on either side will fall and we'll all be buried underneath." Ilas Lama said, "Visibility is too low, the wind is also strong, even if it is only to scout the mountainside, but if we all go together, it will only increase the danger. I suggest, Young Master Kwong Ba, Ba Tang and Captain Ho Duong, the 4 of us will go up there and see." Yui Yang said, "Why is it more dangerous for us to travel?" Zhang Lap also said, "I think I can understand the danger that the master says, but why can't even the official go?" Tang Min-si wondered, "Since you've come here, retreating like this, won't all your previous efforts be wasted?" Almost everyone spoke up. The narrow aisle led the sound well, making Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head hurt. He couldn't help it and shouted, "Stop making noise, everyone be quiet." His voice was not very loud, but there was a natural majesty in his words. At that moment, unexpectedly everyone was silent, looking up at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. His mountain-like figure made everyone's mind calm down somewhat. Trak Mok Kwong Ba calmly said, "Discuss will not lead to any results, let's listen to Captain Ho Duong." Captain Ho Duong nodded slightly. "Our shaman's suggestion is worth a try. Now it's not a good way to take a risk, and it's not a good way to retreat. It's not the first choice, it's best for a few people to go ahead and explore. If it really can't be found, then there is only one way to beat the drums to collect the troops." Lama Ayla explained to everyone, "I think like this, Captain Ho Duong is very experienced in the polar region, Ba Tang has had a similar experience in this situation already, The body of the young master Quang Ba has a definite advantage when it comes to fighting hurricanes, and I think, still have the capacity to operate in strong wind areas. I'm not saying the rest can't do it, but I'm just concentrating the advantages of each one, to achieve the maximum effect. Captain Ho Duong continued, moreover, having people make markers and signposts for us to return, the success rate is significantly improved. If there are no other opinions, then just decide. Give us the tools and we'll be on our way. Tang Min grabbed Duo Mok Quang Ba's hand and said, be careful. Trak Mok Quang Ba smiled and replied, don't worry, Captain Ho Duong has already become a star. Without him, we wouldn't have come to this place. With him supporting me, even if we encounter a snow demon, we can still catch one or two and bring it back. The four of them carried steel pins, ice chisels, ropes, etc., removed useless equipment such as electronics and cameras, and began to explore the area around the mountain top. As soon as he poked his head out of the crack, the west wind blew like a knife. In that fierce wind, the exploration range of the four couldn't be too large. Their plan was only to go left and right, about 200 meters on each side. However, now that the field of vision is less than 5 meters, in this immense fog, can it still be observed? The four people followed the mountainside to the northwest for about 200 meters, then to the southeast for about 200 meters. Ma Tang took off his mask and said, no, we have reached the end of the snow layer, covered, on this, mushroom canopy. Apart from the slit we went earlier, there is no other passage. Up here there is basically no road. This dune looks like an umbrella with a spreading top in the shape of a nail. No matter which direction, you must drop the rope to climb straight down. Also, now I'm wondering, have we reached the top of the mountain after all? Trak Mok Quang Ba raised his eyes to look around the four quarters, only seeing a white area. Lama Ayla also revealed a bewildered look. In this dense fog, no one knew whether they had finally reached the top of the mountain or not. Captain Ho Duong shook his head. Let's put that aside for now. Let's try to let go of the rope and see what happens later. Duo Mok Quang Ba worriedly said, with such a large range, where should we let go of the rope? Captain Ho Duong said, find a few safety points, try them all at once. The highest altitude is 100 meters, the wind here is too strong, the distance is too far, the risk of breaking the rope is very high. In that June, the rescuer got 7 points to try to let go of the rope, trying all of them in turn, but there was no point where the rope could be dropped to the bottom. The four phases are vast, cannot reach the sky above, cannot reach the earth below, front, left and right, all can't see the cliffs. The four had to go back, now the visibility is even lower, can't see anything at all, Captain Ho Duong said, compared with satellite maps and computer analysis, this plate is very clear. The other map is really only pointing to the area around this mountain. Moreover, the snow love also disappears around here and there. Unfortunately, there is a way up the mountain, but there is no way down the mountain, in the end. What's the matter here? Trak Mok Quang Ba commented, how many more times should we try? Captain Ho Duong shook his head, no, the rope is too worn. Besides, you see, with the weather like this, it won't work even if you try a few more times. Father Tang said, is the snow too thick? Shall we change places to the mountainside? Captain Ho Duong and two others looked at each other, nodded slightly and said, you can try it. Let's go back and tell everyone. When leaving the snow dune, Ma Tang's eyes suddenly became wide. This feeling was so familiar. Surrounded by cold snow fog, could not see the road ahead, in his ears only heard the sound of wind, screaming indignantly. Suddenly an image flashed in his mind. What is it? In the past it seemed to be like this, right, was on a certain mountainside, suddenly rolling down, seems to be true. Again, it doesn't seem to be the case. In the end, what is this? Ma Tang's hand poked into his hat, trying to rub his hair as short as his knuckles. Returning to the old place, explaining the situation to everyone, the group went down to the bottom edge of the snow dune, although the west wind was very wild, but the wind below the snow dune was not enough to create a great threat. But the detour from the crevice to the mountainside is the one that everyone is most anxious about while walking. The cold wind blew, everyone staggered through the snow, each step was submerged deep into the snow-covered ground, the shallowest place was also up to the waist, it could be said that each step was difficult. Everyone held onto each other firmly, lest anyone carelessly fall into some crevice. The end result would be the same as falling into an ice crevice. Walking in this snow-covered area, no one dares to speak loudly. Above the head is 1,000 years of ice. Just casually falling on a small patch is enough to make them all die here. The wind here is not as wild as in the western wind. The ice and snow are not as dangerous as the area of the ice rift, but it is the distance that Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others are afraid of, walking the most cautiously. Except for the giant snow dune overhead, in the mist, who knows if the monster in front of me will suddenly appear in front of me. Everyone said, strange, just quietly reaching up to the side wall of the snow dunes to move forward, the other hand clenched into a fist, resting on the shoulder of the person in front, holding the seat belt inside to ensure safety. My life. The route is not long, but the overlapping time here is the most, because four-sided danger. The danger is all around. First of all, the frenzied wind blows in the face. From time to time, the wind would follow the bottom edge of the snow dune to blow past, very suddenly, not knowing when. To resist the west wind, all members of the team must form a formation. Ice chisels, ice sticks, pickaxes must be used. Every time the west wind sweeps through like that, all of Trak Mok Kwong Ba is exhausted to the point of exhaustion. Next was the thousands of pounds of snow hanging over the top, which alone was 100 times larger than the ice blocks in the lower area, only cracked cracks. I don't know when it will collapse. The invisible pressure that the people below have to endure is even more terrible, especially when the wind blows, causing the snow dunes above to sway. In addition, on the lower edge towards the outside of the dunes, there are many white snow mounds that look like ice tower forests, but are slightly lower, looking like countless giant dumplings on the ground. Captain Ho Duong panicked and warned the rest. It was the Dongtrong mound, the kind of mound that swells up due to the temperature difference of the frozen ground, so it's like a ticking time bomb inside. Filled with high-pressure gas, it can explode at any time. That is the natural wonder of terrible destruction, known as the ice volcano. Not only that, in the mist of snow that could not be seen behind the climbers, there was still a threat that was more hidden, more terrifying. Based on their special sensitivity to their own danger, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tay Tang sometimes call everyone to stop, focusing all their attention on the unseen danger in the next phase. Sometimes it takes a few minutes, sometimes it takes 10 minutes, until everyone's breathing starts to get chaotic, heart beats faster, cold sweat breaks out. The two of them say they can keep going. Although not directly facing the barriers of life and death, but going forward under the snow dunes with four dangers like that, wanting to go fast is really an impossible thing. Everyone clutched the rope in their hands, walking silently. Lama Ayla and Professor Fung Tan began to feel that defeat was near, and the others were also enveloped in an icy cold atmosphere. After walking a few steps, Yu Yang spoke up. Actually, the captain, Hu Yang, suddenly whispered, "Be careful." At the same time, leaning down, rolled out. The other members of the group did not have time to think, and rolled along. As soon as he left that position, a dune of snow as high as a person's head fell from above, casting a white mist on the ground. Captain Ho Duong heaved a sigh of relief. Okay, let's talk carefully in the future. The shock wave can cause a landslide at any time. Yu Yang immediately covered his mouth. I don't know how long it's been. The sky in front of me begins to open wide, and the fog also lightens up. Captain Ho Duong sighed softly and said, "We've reached the mountainside." All members of the team breathed a sigh of relief now, but their hearts were still pounding. In the upper part, there is no road on the mountainside. Take out the meter, It is still full of chaotic noise, the number of electronic cheeks can jump continuously, it is basically impossible to use. Professor Fung Tan sighed and said, it seems that the entire mountain area has been surrounded by the magnetic field. What a natural seal, without it, only Bak Ba-la temple would have been discovered by people early. Alas, Lama said, not only that, but there is also the fog and that terrible westerly wind, no wonder how many adventurers have failed. In this place, I want to, he suddenly stopped and did not continue, but everyone understood that Lama wanted to say, it is absolutely impossible to find the entrance to the temple in this situation. Okay. The team members were very worried. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is the most worried. They all thought that they had to risk their lives to win the map, this time hoping to find the temple is the greatest, but the cruel reality smashed the good dreams like a shadow bubble. In this place, no machinery can be used, eyesight is limited to within a meter or two, climbing up the mountainside, the west wind will push them back. There are also giant beasts hiding in the fog and snow, sometimes hiding and forcing people to eat them alive. Just thinking about it is enough to make people feel cold all over. Only with Professor Fung Tan, the worry in his heart has become a reality, the natural state of mind is much more complicated. But now, what he thinks more of is how to return. The west wind had pushed them all the way to this snowy place, wanting to go back would be much more difficult than going up here. Lu Kan Nam said, let's go around to see what's going on, now we just hope we can detect it on the other side. Lama Allah was still the leader of the whole team, just followed up to the top of the mountain, suddenly saw his body floating in the middle of the sky, he quickly grabbed the rope, the last few people joined forces to pull the rope, ghost back. Seeing Lama change his face, he said, are we out of the snow? Why does it feel like I'm still in the valley, but I can't see the road just past the top? Is it possible that this whole mountain range is a steep cliff shaped like a nail? Ding. Captain Ho Duong said, it can't be, we climb step by step from below, but the mountainside can't be shaped like a nail. However, the willow-shaped vertical wall is very likely to appear. Alas, Lama said, how about let me go down and have a look? The rope was firmly fixed and then dropped. Lama Allah fastened his seatbelt and slid down the rope. In an instant, his shadow disappeared in the thick fog. As time passed, everyone's hearts hung higher and higher. Just at the moment when Yue Yang almost couldn't stand it anymore, he decided to pull the rope to try to contact Lama Araha, the magician who had climbed up, take a nourishing mask for a while to recover. Seeing the figure of Lama appearing in the mist, Ba Tang suddenly jumped. His right hand could not help but tremble for a moment, groping for the position of the gun unconsciously. Unfortunately, now he doesn't carry a gun with him. Everyone gathered around Lama Allah. No one noticed that strange action of Ba Tang. Alas, Lama regained some strength, shook his head and said, no, it's bottomless, I slid down about 100 meters and still haven't touched any object. The 4 phases are all white fog, not visible at all. I shot the hooks out in all 4 directions, but didn't touch anything. Captain Ho Duong repeated what Lama Allah had just said, sliding down 100 meters, within a space of 20 meters without cliffs, also means that this mountainside has the form of a fold leaning in one direction, the other side of the slope is completely missing and hollow, not only that, this inclination is also very large. Lu Kan Nam said, it's not wrong, this is very consistent with the bold inference of some experts. Experts say that recently there is a hollow area on the mountainside, which is very likely where the Bak Ba-la temple was built. Saying that, she raised 2 fingers in an inverted V, then separated some distance, looked at her right hand and said, this is Tu Tat Kiat Mak Mountain in China. Then the stranger looked to his left hand and said, this is the Nepal side. Finally, she turned her gaze to the gap between her fingers. This is where the snow mountain cracked that experts speculated. Below is where the Silver Ba-la temple was built. Trong Lap seemed to understand what was going on, saying, I didn't expect it to be like that. Let's not talk about the fact that so far no one has been able to climb from the Chinese side of the border, but even if they get to the top on the Nepal side, they can only return in the direction of Nepal, because this is not a peak at all, but two, in the middle there is an impassable fault. Yueyang also clapped his hands and slapped a sound. Here a year and 4 seasons are all foggy, plus a strong magnetic field disturbs all electronic devices. There are 2 layers of nature protection. Whether satellite images or observations at close range cannot see the appearance of this huge gap. No blame. No wonder it's been over 100 years, and no one has found the temple of Bak Bala. Fog like this, even if the shrine is right in front of you, you can't see it. Professor Fung Tan said, "What's wrong with knowing that? Our problem now is, how do we find the only place we can go down there? Where is the entrance?" Captain Ho Duong said gloomily, "The key is that we can't find the other entrance. The map also only deals with an approximate range, pointing to the June mountain and surrounding satellite peaks, but we've tried it 7 times on the June, each time sliding down 100 meters each time, or better, never touch the face of the mountain. The most important thing is that the fog here is so big, we are a step late. Taking a detour to this mountainside is already the way when there is no other way. We were hoping to find the edge of that rift, but now it looks like this rift is probably even bigger than we originally imagined. From this fog-covered area, just fear the road. Its diameter must be over 30 square kilometers, not play." They all looked at the vast sea of fog and sighed helplessly. Is it any different from the bottom of a pool to find a needle? How long does it take to complete? After all, they had already chosen a day with the best weather on this mountain range. If changed to another time, the razor wind speed of over 100 meters per second alone would be enough to kill all life, already in this area. Professor Fung Tan suddenly asked, "Father Tang, try and see if you can remember something in this situation. For example, where were we all rolled down at that time? How is the situation around?" Ba Tang smiled wryly and said, "The situation at that time was indeed very similar to now, but everyone try looking around. Can anyone tell me what the terrain is like around here?" Everyone just shook their heads. 2 meters away, a person's figure is just a faint shadow, let alone a mountain range of snow mixed with fog into a vast array. Clenching his teeth slightly, Ba Tang said, "Or let me try it once, see if I can remember something." The whole group of people continued to follow the mountainside to the southeast for a few hundred meters, choose a point to let go of the rope, start installing equipment, and prepare to drop Ba Tang down. This place is a bit confusing. The oxygen content in the air today is not enough for the existence of large animals like in the Mesozoic eras, especially in the undiluted environment on the snowy mountains. Someone like the author Ha-Ma would not have come up with so absurd details. There must have been some reasonable hypothesis that he had not made clear. Chapter 36, Billion. The West of the West 3. The memory of 3 Tang hangs in the air. A white fog passes by like water. In front is a white area of illusion. In the fog, as if there is an illusion, there is almost nothing. Tang's father took off his hat. He was sick and breathing. The oxygen concentration was very low here, but he had an unprecedented sense of clarity of mind. The sudden change between warm and cold made his brain was kept in the highest state of alert. In that fog, what is there after all? Ba Tang tried to remember. He remembered his old teammates, many of them, struggling to move forward in a place quite similar to the west wind. No, the wind potential and the absolute wind speed were not as strong as this time, but the misty fog around could be very similar. Nothing could be seen, only fog and white snow in front of the eyes. I didn't hear anything either, only the wind howling in my ears. Who was the first to fall? At that time, it seems that communication devices can still be used. Did they use communication equipment? No, it seems that someone jumped down, must go down to be able to contact. After all, how long did they roll before they stopped? The last thing they saw was blue, a whole green area like heaven. Is it grass or a tree? Ba Tang can't distinguish it. This is the last picture he can rummage through in his memory. Father Tang also heard Trong Lap say, when they found him for the first time, he told Trak Mok Kwong Ba that there was the same size, there were Tibetan antelopes, there were also terrible plants and animals, many other things, but now he can't remember anything at all, just remember that the doctor said, I was trying too hard to remember, so I fell deeper into the state of mind closed state, even the relevant memories are sealed. It's best not to try to recall that experience anymore, it's extremely dangerous to do so, worst case scenario is. You can die suddenly. Ba Tang sighed, used the hook to shoot 4 phases around once, but each time it fell into the void. This mountainside is completely a floating cliff, trying forever without any sound, he had to climb back up. While Ba Tang slid down, Tang Min from above suggested, if this rift is wide enough, can't we risk parachuting down? Trong Lap and Yueyang both felt that this method seemed feasible, and both let out an Impossible, Captain Ho Duong protested immediately. How is the wind down there? What is the lower part after all? What's underneath there? We all don't know. Can't see anything. What if the parachute is suspended in mid-air? If you parachute down in front of the beloved snow, what should you do? Moreover, there is also this natural barrier, afraid that once we get below, we will lose all contact with the outside world, so, after going down there, can we go out? Are there conditions and space below to survive? The unknown factors are too many. Even if you take the risk, you can't risk that kind of uncertainty. Yueyang said, unless you install a laser-emitting device at a safe landing point, and directly use satellites in space, you can't skydive. Professor Fung Tan added, there is one more point, I hope people will notice. Before us, countless people have come here. I believe, there are not yet people who ventured to jump down, but they were all unsuccessful. Which also means, those who go down there, no one can come back out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly thought, it's not true, the teacher said that is not right, Ba Tang has already gone out, Duong Do has also been out of that place, it's just that one of them has lost his memory, the other. I just went crazy. The problem is that I don't know where they came down from. Whether it's this place or not can't be determined yet. At this moment, Ba Tang was already clinging to the rope to climb up. At the very moment he climbed the mountainside, each image, should be said to be a form of recollection, a kind of deeply buried recollection suddenly appeared in his mind, in Ba Tang's ears resounded the illusory sound, heard someone say in Nepali, run fast. Don't turn your head, don't turn back. They have arrived, do not turn back, do not stop. In addition, in those sounds are mixed many screams, roars, painful sounds as if they don't want to live. If forced to visualize, then that is the sound that Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard in the rat cave at Kar Kar Tay Lai. It was that sound. Father Tang recalled, the one shouting was the captain who had made him admire the most, fear the most. It was the first time he heard the captain let out such a desperate cry. It's like the whole world is about to come to an end. He turned his head, yes, he did look back then, because by the captain's tragic scream, the captain's voice had completely changed. It was also the first time that Ba Tang disobeyed the captain's orders. He turned his head. Ba Tang saw a red fog, everywhere only saw red fog, snow red like blood. That scene should have only been in the hell of Abbey only. In front of Ba Tang's eyes suddenly appeared a vague shadow, just like Lama Allah just now, suddenly appeared in the mist. First the fuzzy head, then the body, one, then another, they seemed to be in pursuit. He himself could have been running for his life, with a gun in his hand, wearing a bulletproof vest, and still carrying explosive weapons with amazing power, but Ba Tang only thought of running. Who is that person in front of you? No. Who was the white skeleton before that? Also not true, the person is still alive, only a pile of white bones remains, but he is still alive. The two pupils are still moving inside the eye sockets, only the skin on his face has been peeled off, the internal organs and muscles have also been eaten, but the brain must still be active, it seems, as if still wanting to express something, fingers pointing in one direction, eyes also looking in that direction. At the feet is the blood-stained snow, the bones are white as snow. Who is this person? Why is he so familiar? Is that the captain, the man he admired the most, feared the most? Is the person who makes Ma Tang feel like the strongest person in the world? The man who just seconds ago was still shouting at him not to turn his head, not to look back, just run to the previous direction. Could he have run around in the fog already? Team Green Spider, a special combat force capable of bragging about the entire military world, making countries all over the world take it seriously. What they are going through is not war anymore, but a massacre. The white skeletons next to me, are they all my comrades? Just now, they were the ones who cried out in agony, weren't they? Blood, the blood that had dyed the snow red, had dyed the fog red. Not even he could breathe into his lungs, it was full of the blood of his comrades. The wind was still howling in the mist, it seemed that something had appeared, they had surrounded him, the amount, what were they? That image is so vague, yet it makes people tremble. Everyone realized that since returning to the mountainside, Ma Tang suddenly clutched his head, his hands unexpectedly scratched his scalp, his teeth were clenched so tightly that he made creepy creaking sounds, from his heels to the top. The ends of her hair, her entire body from top to bottom were trembling. Trong Lap, Yueyang saw that situation, and quickly pulled Ma Tang down the slope. Last time in Hyeon Kong Temple, the vines that knew how to move had only made him panic, but this time the condition was clearly much more serious. Captain Ho Duong looked at the anguished expression on Ma Tang's face. Lu Kan Nam is beside him to help him regain his composure. It's okay, I don't remember, I don't need to think anymore, it's okay, everything is still under control, I'm fine, the people around him are okay too. Nothing has happened, what you see, here, all is just an illusion, wake up quickly, wake up. Get me a sedative spray. She turned around and shook her head at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Looks like we can't help but go back. Zhang Lap cried out, why? Can we still try a few more times? Hit the cliff again. Tang Min looked like she was about to burst into tears, saying, if we retreat this time, we'll have to wait another year before we can climb this snowy peak. Is there really no other way? Captain Ho, your polar experience is very rich, there must be a way, right? Can you think of a way out? Professor Fung Tan and Lama Ayla did not speak. Perhaps only the two of them had foreseen this outcome in advance. Duo Mok Kwong Ba also didn't say anything. Maybe it was all fate, just returned like that. Really he was not committed at all. What does this mean? Is it a failure? 2 years have passed. How much effort has been put in the water? Is there a chance to do it again? Captain Ho Duong said to the rest of the team, there is no chance, not even the probability of taking a risk anymore. What to do? Moreover, people see for themselves the pressure relief valve of the patient. There is not much oxygen left. In this oxygen-deprived environment, our fitness will drop to less than 30%. I used to be normal, now if I don't come back, I can't walk anymore. In the list of losers, there is not only a group of us, but so far, the whole group has not suffered any casualties, which can be considered a great success. Of course, this sentence has to wait until we rush back through the west wind zone before we can say it. I, as everyone's special advisor, have a duty to assist the magistrate and the commanding officer to bring everyone back safely. These improbable ventures, I absolutely do not. Where do you continue to support, unless at this moment, the thick fog that covers the sky and earth immediately disappears? Do you think that possibility is possible? Tang Man softly leaned on Trak Mok Kwong Ba and asked in a low voice, Brother Kwong Ba. Trong Lap, Yueyang, Lama Lama, Professor Fung Tan. Everyone's eyes were focused on him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt his heart was burning hot. If he was still determined to persevere, They would all stay here with him, even if they hit the death door, they would not hesitate to hesitate. Gi. The captain also glanced at him. Lu Kan Nam's eyes also shifted to that phase. Ma Tang was also calm at this time, staring at him without blinking, eyes full of questioning mixed with expectation. Because of a distant dream, to be able to make friends with people who could give his life for him, this is something that Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't think about when he first saw that photo of two unicorn. Giving up his dream or giving up the life of his friends, he was forced to choose one of those two paths. Almost without thinking, he would choose the first one. Although it was said that they failed this time, that doesn't mean that they failed completely. The clue is still there, the opportunity is still there. More than that, a soulmate, a person who has a few friends who live and die together, with just one sentence, can put his life in his hands without hesitation. No regrets, Cole, there is no need to repay. Seeing those young faces, Duong Man, Trong Lap, Yueyang, they can't die, the youth has just begun, their future lives will be brilliant. Father Tang can't die, he has suffered too much burden, too much experience, he has atoned for his sins, he should have lived a new life. Captain, Lama Allah, Teacher Lu Kan Nam, Professor Fung Tan. They can't die, they are the talent of the country, the top figure in each field, and the people who have given him great help, their existence, said was far more important than his own existence. Thinking here, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but smile softly, saying, "We should just listen to the experts, that's it, withdraw." Young Master Kwong Ba, Trong Lap and Yueyang almost shouted in unison. Tang Min felt the bridge of her nose sting, as if tears were about to overflow. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had given up on the path of searching for dreams. It was like cutting her flesh and skin. This time is the best chance. They have come this close to the Bo Bala temple, and yet they give up here. There is no reason to be like that. Professor Fung Tan patted Trak Mok Kwong Ba on the shoulder. Each slap was like hitting the bottom of his heart. It wasn't until the professor nodded slightly that Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to suppress the feeling of sadness, nodded in response, resolutely and decisively. Captain Ho Duong saw the scene but couldn't understand it. In the whole team, this tall guy is not the leader, nor does he have any better points. Normally he does not perform well. Why is everyone staring at him waiting for a decision? Such. But what he didn't know, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was not only the originator and financial sponsor of this action. In the team, his identity was almost a spiritual leader. Each person took it. He is the center that gathers together. Professor Fung Tan is his collaborator and guide. Duong Man longs to be by his side forever. Trong Lap, though from the time in the ice cave in Kar Kar Talai, has secretly swore to his heart. Yue Duong Thi always remembers to be grateful to the person who took off her cloak to cover her, then used her body to fight the terrible killer bees. Ba Tang is the younger brother of the old servant in Trak Mok's house. Kwong Ba, you joined this team. Half of it is to repay the debt of grace. As for Lama Allah and Lu Kan Nam, they seem to be the same young Master Kwong Ba who appeared here. Once Trak Mok Kwong Ba fell, this group of people would also fall apart in the blink of an eye. Of course, his martial arts are not as strong as Lama Allah and Lu Kan Nam. His knowledge is not as erudite as Professor Fung Tan and Captain Ho Duong. He is not as sharp as Trong Lap and Yueyang. He is not as cold and calm as Ba Tang, and even less intelligent than Tang Man. But as long as he stands there quietly, it gives the people next to him a sense of security. He can't remember, he can only quietly try to memorize it again and again. He can't do it, he will patiently repeat the same movement over and over again. When people see him, on his lips showed a confident smile. That confidence can make the opposite person also full of confidence. Body is language, although he is not well spoken, but in his strong embrace, firm handshake, even a pat on the shoulder, or a punch to the chest, makes people feel sense of genuine intimacy. All his movements, always reminding everyone around me, I don't give up dreaming, tomorrow, there will be more hope. In special circumstances, no matter how difficult it is to face difficulties, no matter how difficult it is, Whether it is encountering obstacles or failures, just raise your head, you can still see that shadow as large as an iron tower still standing firmly. Many team members have the feeling that nothing is impossible. Because this is the young master Kwong Ba, that tall body will fight them against a space of heaven and earth. This is a person with a very special status, a person who stubbornly pursues his dreams, a person who can only rely on his own behavior to summon others to respond and follow him. His name is Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Busy red figures were clearly visible in the binoculars, and after the madness of the west wind, before Ma Tang climbed down the ropes, the merkins were back on the ice, watching the crowd's movements intently. Trak Mok Kwong Ba people. The expression of Trak Mok Kwong Ba in the binoculars made Merkin shake his head endlessly. Max said, "It seems that the other map doesn't clearly indicate where the entrance is on the top of that mountain. Looking for them like that is like a blind cat catching a fly, absolutely impossible. They're already starting to retreat. It looks like they've given up," said Merkin, disappointed. "What's wrong, Trak Mok Kwong Ba? It's not like your personality at all." Ivan watched for a while, then said, "They have indeed given up, preparing to risk their lives through the fierce wind. There's no point in watching any more, boss, we'll be back too." Merkin pressed the binoculars firmly into Max's hand, shook his head and said, "Withdraw." Max whispered in a low voice, "Boss, although I've never been very sympathetic to that stubborn old saws, I feel that old saws judged these people very well. With their strength, being able to climb that snowy mountain peak is already the limit. Relying on them to find back Bala Temple is almost hopeless. Boss, or should we go and rob the other map, plus the other clues, and then go find it ourselves?" Merkin kicked Max in the butt, shouting, "You know the fuck." Saying that, he looked up again at the area covered with dense fog where Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others were standing, unbuttoned his collar, and pulled out a small bronze sword from under the breathing tube. Under the light of this bronze sword worn upside down in front of his chest flashed dazzling rays. The body of the sword had a four-sided prismatic shape, 4 demons representing Si, Mi, Hammock, and Luong clinging to the 4 phases of the sword body, below each. All demons have a line of cryptic ancient writing. The head of the sword is a unicorn with a unique style, the body of the sword and the hilt are connected together, and the eye is also somewhat similar to a cross. Holding a bronze sword with body warmth in his hand, recalling his grandfather's warning, Merkin said to himself, "Trak Mok Kwong Ba, maybe we have the same fate." On the way to retreat, and Ma Tang suddenly lost the ability to control himself, so he needed someone to help him. Everyone feels fatigued like never before, compared to the time after being seriously injured on Hainan Kong Island. It is only more, but absolutely not less, not only because the body's resistance to the west wind makes the strength exhausted, but also mentally, the moodiness has spread throughout the team members. Moreover, at this time how to overcome the western wind zone again becomes the biggest problem they face. At first, they had the determination to smash the pot to smack the boat and get through that deadly area. Now, the boat has sunk, the pot has broken, they have to go back again. No one knows. Yes, there is a miracle, only then can they return smoothly. In the wild west wind, the members of the climbing team took a deep step on the snow-covered ground. Sometimes someone slipped and fell. Those who slipped and fell did not say a word, just quietly got up, or pretended to help each other up, and then continued to walk forward. Only, this time, the direction gradually moved away from where they had hoped. Ma Tang's hat was torn, the cold west wind made the corners of his mouth crack like a field in a drought season, his face was turned purple by the cold, looking like green-faced demons. Gold is in the underworld of hell. The breathing of Duong Man, Professor Fung Tan and Captain Ho Duong was noticeably heavier. Trong Lap, Yueyang Th had all been cured of the disease a while ago, now the two of them had to share one after another to use a spare. Lama Allah was still at the head of the group, but his steps were clearly not as agile as when going up the snowdrift. Trak Mok Kwong Ba followed closely behind the old Lama, His tall body was not only a shelter from the wind for everyone behind, but at the same time a moving milestone, which now is also hesitant, seems to be inclined to leave the safe orbit. Everyone's eyes were filled with doubt and confusion, and they all began to question the outcome of this action. Where was the failure? The way back and forth was equally long. They followed the snow dunes in a thick fog, and it took almost an hour to go back to the slopes where the wall was climbing. Having experienced the last time, they didn't dare to get too close to the dune to prevent another landslide, but they also didn't dare to go too far to avoid getting lost in the fog, so the group could only advance walked in a long narrow space close to the edge of the dune. Having accurately found the original slope, they walked along the slope again, preparing to leave the snowy area. Then, in front of them, will be the west wind that can tear everything apart. Trak Mok Kwong Ba helped Ma Tang walk. His convalescence was consumed the most. The preventive convalescent showed up a red warning light. Now there is only one emergency patient left at Duong Man's place, which she took out, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba sternly refused. Remember, man, this is for saving people's lives. At this moment, there was a sudden explosion above his head, and Professor Fung Tan quickly asked, "Avalanche?" Captain Ho Duong didn't think much of it, and quickly shouted, "Leave the mountainside quickly, I'm afraid that the giant snow dune is about to collapse." Man hastily stuffed the backup medicine into his backpack. Asterisk derived from the dictionary. Xiang Yu led his army to attack Siu Lok district. After crossing the river, he destroyed all the boats, broke the pots and pans so that the soldiers had no way to retreat. They had to be determined to win. Later, it was applied by many generals in each specific situation. Vong Tran Evil attacked later Chin, Lai Tin attacked the mountain. It has become a Chinese idiom. Chapter 36, Billion. West 4, Avalanche. In the fog, not knowing that something was falling from above, everyone simultaneously rolled to the outside of the mountain to avoid. Fortunately, the landslide area was not very large, only heard a few, roaring, sounds. A heavy object hit the snowy ground. The Trak Mok Kwong Ba also gradually regained their health, and Lama Ala asked, "It doesn't seem to be an avalanche." Captain Ho Duong looked back, only to see where everyone was walking. There were several snowballs about 1 meter in diameter that were broken into 4 or 5 pieces. While hesitating in doubt, a few more rumblings sounded overhead. Captain Ho Duong quickly rolled away from the dangerous area. Looking up, perhaps these snowballs rolled from the edge of the dune down, although it was said that the layer of snow above was only 5 or 6 meters away, but the distance was enough to make them unable to see anything anymore. Snowball after snowball exploded next to the members of the climbing crew. Everyone had to dodge extremely hard. Lu Kan Nam asked, "What's the matter in the end?" The captain thought for a moment, then suddenly understood. "Snow, this is the revenge of the snow. I'm afraid it's not just one. They know we want to retreat. We're going under the snow again, so they used these snowballs for revenge." Yang exasperatedly said, "I hate it, it's so far away, why can't they see us in the foggy?" "I didn't see the damn thing," Professor Fung Tan said. "Get out of here, the snowball is so big, it's not a joke to be hit by someone." Everyone kept a distance that was neither near nor far from the dunes, and this distance was just where the snowballs could roll. For a moment, as if it were raining meteors, the flash of snow that shot at people was like rubble hitting the body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the others could only carefully dodge the attacks from the face, up and down, but don't know what to do more. However, the snow monsters seemed to have a perfectly accurate grasp of their position. The snowballs falling down were extremely accurate. After a while, wondering if the snowballs ran out of ammo or some other reason, the snowballs finally stopped rolling down. But the Trak Mok Kwong Ba had not rested at all, when suddenly the mounds pounding on the outside of the snow dunes made a bang bu book sound, as if something was trying to break the ground. Professor Fung Tan has just said a sentence. "Okay, it seems they can't see us anymore." Suddenly, Captain Ho Duong exclaimed, "Not done. This is an ice volcano. An ice volcano is about to erupt. Eruptions on this scale will lead to a chain reaction. Everyone." Before he could finish his words, he heard an earth-shattering explosion. An ice mound next to it exploded, like a hot spring erupting. Ice, snow, and rock, frozen solid splashed up to 20 meters high. Part of it was blown to one side by the westerly wind, while large boulders fell straight down. Temporarily, ice fell like rain, hitting the snow to form big holes. The whole group of Trak Mok Kwong Ba cried out in terror and ran for their lives in panic. Mounds of winter tents exploded, rock fragments and ice shards were flung into the air. The terrifying ice volcano, the eruption process is completely the same as a normal volcano, just that what is sprayed into the air is not hot lava but bone-cold ice. The ice volcano erupted over a large area, and the distance was very close to that dune. The result was that, after an hour of fracture, the whole snow mountain began to shake, and then, in the fog, a giant body collapsed. The ground where everyone was standing shook for a moment, then it felt as if a train was approaching, and at the same time, the large snow beneath the feet that was like glass cracked, quickly split apart, and then began to roll down the mountain slope. Captain Ho Duong shouted, "Quick! Rush to the front! The eruption of an ice volcano causes the dunes to fall, and also causes an avalanche. Quickly cross the mountainside, get out of this place." In the thick fog and subsequent natural disasters, the team was completely disoriented, separated into several groups, saw only the vague shadow of their comrades, and shouted questions and answers, to determine the identity and position of the opponent. The avalanche of the snow underfoot has formed. It is necessary to leave this place quickly before the snow dune has broken up in large pieces above it and rushed down. At the same time, on the left side, there was a sheet of snow like a collapsed wall on top of the climbing team members. During the chaos, the other convalescent nurse rolled out. Remembering Trak Mok Kwong Ba's reminder, Duong Man instinctively reached out and grabbed it. Originally, her position was already at the edge of the avalanche, but the snow there was also cracked, and Tang Min's body immediately lost balance, just in time to let out a panicked cry and then slid down the stairs, snow flap. Trak Mok Kwong Ba walked in the front. He was tired both physically and mentally, but when the snowball rolled down, he began to notice Duong Man's moves. Sorry that Duong Man went in the other side. After that, in the fog, it was impossible to distinguish who was from whom. Therefore, as soon as he heard Duong Man's cry, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately jumped in horror. Having crossed to the other side of the mountain slope, he immediately put Ba Tang down, then turned back. Lu Can Nam was closer to Duong Man. When she heard the sound, she immediately jumped, and when she saw Duong Man's body sliding down the snow, she immediately dived along, at the same time towards Trak Mok Kwong Ba's side, approaching, shouting, "Don't come over here." Lu Can Nam followed suit and jumped down from above, grabbing Tang Man's hands. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was now close to Lu Can Nam's back, saw Tang Man fall into the avalanche area. Who could think of anything more? The avalanche fell. He jumped without hesitation, down, grabbed Lu Can Nam's leg. At this time, Trong Lap ran over, but was still 3 or 4 meters away from Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group, could only see the faint shadow of a person. Even if he jumped, he could not catch Trak Mok Kwong Ba anymore. Before he had time to jump up, he was pulled back by Lama Ala in the back, only to see 3 figures as if sitting on a skateboard, following the avalanche further and further away. Yue Yang and the rest also ran over. At this time, the 3 of them, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, had disappeared in the mist, and were nowhere to be found. Standing on this side of the mountain slope, seeing only the snow waterfall like a flood sweeping away all rushing forward, the hope of surviving in that flood is how many %, the rest of them couldn't believe it. Next statue. Captain Ho Duong shouted towards the snow flowing, "If you are still alive, you can signal us. We will definitely find 3 people. Trong Lap hates so much. Why, the last action failed like that. It was very difficult for them to reach the top of the mountain, but they could not find anything, Thinking of the past 2 arduous years, remembering the voice and smile of the young master Kwong Ba, he immediately burst into tears. Yue Yang had arranged for Ba Tang, then quietly walked up to Trong Lap and calmly said, "Young master Kwong Ba will be fine." Talking about the 3 people, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Lu Can Nam and Duong Man, were buried in avalanches together. Their behavior was like a bunch of water squabbles in flood water, sometimes being crossed, sometimes spinning again. When I can't roll, I only see the sky turning and the earth moving, no longer distinguishing where is south, north, east, west. But the 3 still kept the last bit of sanity, constantly reminding themselves not to let go. All 3 understand very well, just let go, maybe they will never see each other again. The survival rate in avalanches is extremely low, either by impact or by falling from above in the snow, or by being crushed by the thick layer of snow. Although the snowflakes appear light like cotton at first glance, but the snow dunes that have accumulated for a long time suddenly collapse, the density of the snow particles will be as dense as flowing sand, just deep enough. The people trapped being stuck inside is like falling into a swamp. The more you struggle and struggle, the deeper you sink, almost impossible to crawl out, eventually will be pressed by those tiny snow particles so you can't breathe, float, suffocate and die. At this critical moment, the results of special training became clear. Taking advantage of the rolling snow flowing down the mountain slope, the 3 tried their best to keep their backs pressed to the ground, using their backpacks to reduce the pain. Injuries caused by the impact, both hands grasping the opponent, while holding the head vigorously, protecting the head and face area from fatal injuries. At the same time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man, one in front and one behind, plus Lu Can Nam in the middle, both tried to control the direction of the avalanche with their feet, making the 3 people's slippery trajectory always parallel to the snow stream, so the damage will be minimized. Whenever Tang Min's feet touched something that was relatively bumpy, he immediately kicked with all his might, so that the 3 of them could avoid those dangerous objects. If it was someone else, he would have just been able to float down the snow, basically unable to control himself like that. As if conducting a test to confirm the possibility of tantric practice again, Trak Mok Kwong Ba completely lost the sense of space and time. I don't know how long has passed, I don't know where I am, I just repeat the same process over and over, up and down, suddenly turning left and right, then suddenly turning upside down. Sometimes he could see only blackness in front of his eyes, it was almost impossible to breathe. Sometimes his eyes suddenly lit up, so bright that his eyes were almost blinded. Tang Min again felt like she was falling into a giant clothes extractor. The centrifugal force almost wanted to pump all the blood in her body out. And Lu Can Nam had a different feeling. She felt that their road was gradually slanting to the south, and immediately thought, maybe they were crossing the westerly wind. The terrifying west wind blew the whole storm, giant snow. But the feeling is very inaccurate, constantly being stuffed up and down, causing her to lose her sense of gravity, as if a person is free falling from a height, just wanting to judge whether she is flying in the direction of her flight, anyway, but in fact the result can only be one. Falling to the earth. The sky and earth were dark and misty. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not describe how that feeling was. It seemed to have stopped, but it seemed that it was not. It seemed that he was still turning, unable to I can distinguish whether I am turning or the world is turning. The 4 phases are all darkness spreading endlessly, and he still keeps falling into the deepest darkness, but still has not seen the bottom. In the darkness, there was a force that he couldn't resist at all, making his chest tighten. He couldn't move, couldn't breathe. His body was like a dynamite that had been ignited, unable to know where to vent, causing him to quickly swell. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly opened his eyes, still feeling the world turn upside down. His hands clenched, but he felt very clearly that there was nothing in his hand. He jumped up, hurriedly crawled up, but could not stand. staggered once and fell on the snow, raised his eyes to look up, only to see that all sides were covered with snow, surrounded by fog, one color, white thanks to the vast expanse, in the vastness only the sound of the wind howling. A sense of desperation welled up in his consciousness. In that cold wind, there was no shadow of a person. In the midst of that snowy sky, there was almost only one piece of track Mok Kwong Ba left. He suddenly felt helpless and weak, before the power of the great nature. How can humans resist? He, Man, and Lu Can Nam as well, since when were they separated? He tried hard to dig through the snow, digging up one hole after another, but still no discovery, and finally couldn't help but shout, Min Man. Priest, where are you to? Answer me. His voice was quickly scattered by the west wind. Track Mok Kwong Ba screamed as if he wanted to tear his throat, and tried to shout a few more times. In the distance it seems to echo, Answer me. Answer me. Track Mok Kwong Ba panicked, his heart was in turmoil. That feeling of panic and helplessness rose up in his heart. The snow covered endlessly, the mountain wind howled wildly. He had to do something, but the force is unyielding. The enemy cannot see or touch it, but it is so strong that it makes people unable to resist. Is this fate or what? Track Mok Kwong Ba tormented himself. Why am I still alive? After all, why? He did not commit, refused to give up, constantly digging up the snow. Every time he digs a hole, he turns to the other side and screams, but what he gets is only the answer of the cold wind of the wind, cold. Looking far away, that white stripe seems to connect with the horizon. Try to ask what year and month. He knows all this snow pile and finds people in his heart. Cry loudly, the whole mountain will be knocked down by you. Lu Can Nam's voice resounded in the fog, as if he was also hoarse and congested. But the sound that reached Track Mok Kwong Ba's ears was like the music of a fairy in the sky. He hurriedly ran to Lu Can Nam's side, loudly asked, Officer, Miss. Are you okay? Where's Man? Are you staying with her? When he ran, he realized that his strong legs were already on his knees. He did somersaults after a few steps, then was blown by the wind to roll a few more rounds. His whole body slammed into the frozen lava. But he still couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lu Can Nam saw Track Mok Kwong Ba's disheveled appearance, and involuntarily burst into laughter, ran over to help him up and said, She's fine. Both of them were in a coma. Just now I found a rock hole nearby. I intended to pull Min through it first, then came back and pulled him later. Do you know how heavy you are? Supported by Lu Can Nam, the two hobbled towards the cave that Lu Can Nam said. Track Mok Kwong Ba felt that the wind was colder here than in other places, so he asked, Where is this place? Lu Can Nam took out an electronic device, said, I don't know, we slide down the slope, maybe the rift of the glacier, the fault zone of the glacier may be in the northeast, if can't be in the northwest. We are probably between 6,000 and 500 meters above sea level. The air here is enough for normal breathing. We have to thank the west wind. It blew all the snow off our heads, so the three of us picked up this little life. Otherwise, when I stopped just now, although I still hadn't lost all consciousness, I had no strength left all over my body. I could only lie down and wait for the snow to cover me and bury me alive. Track Mok Kwong Ba took the electronic device in Lu Can Nam's hand and asked, Is it a laser guide? Lu Can Nam nodded. I installed a laser emitter at the entrance of the cave. If Lama Allah and the others can return smoothly, I hope they find us. Although the fog here has lightened somewhat, it is still within the snow-blinded range. Visibility is only about 20 or 30 meters, and the wind is also very strong. Track Mok Kwong Ba knows well, this is the delusional fog that Captain Ho Duong once mentioned. Relying only on the three of them can't get out. The best way is to find a cave to hide. He just wanted to meet Man soon, afraid that the same incident would happen again. Completely ignored the woman who was taking care of him, didn't pay attention to those eyes, to that careful devotion. Until entering the cave, seeing with his own eyes Tang Man was calmly lying on a bed made of ragged canvas. His dangling heart was somewhat reassured, turned his head to ask Lu Can Nam again, "Is she okay?" Lu Can Nam nodded, "Just a coma, will wake up in a while." Trak Mok Kwong Ba sat down next to Duong Man, looking around. This is not a cave, but just a crack in the cliff, enough room for 4 people to lie down. Looking up at the upper crack can see white fog. He suddenly remembered something, and asked, "Just now, I was screaming for you two everywhere, did the magistrate not hear?" Lu Can Nam replied, "Ah, at that time, I was in this crevice, the wind was strong outside again." In fact, from the moment Trak Mok Kwong Ba shouted for the first time, she heard it, went out of the cave entrance, quietly looking at the tall figure, tried to dig in the snow and wind from afar, only to see him standing like a statue in the middle of heaven and earth. She didn't answer him right away, just quietly watched those calls, making her flutter inside, the illusion that if she was the one buried in the snow, if there was such a man, a man can be strong and forget himself, in pain but trying until the last minute, she was so touched that she wanted to cry. Only regret that not only suddenly became suffocating. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not understand why. He took a few breaths, rubbed his hands vigorously to warm them, then inserted them into Man's chest. His heart was still beating very strongly, his breathing was stable and air-conditioned, then he was completely at ease. Pulling his hand out, only to find it cold and bitter, he couldn't help but hug him tightly, then asked, "Is this place colder than on the top of the mountain?" Lu Can Nam smiled and replied, "Of course, don't you look back to see what you're wearing." Only then did Trak Mok Kwong Ba notice that his outer clothes were tattered like a loofah, his backpack was also torn as big as a crocodile's mouth, 8 parts. Looking back to Lu Can Nam's side, it was strange that her clothes were also tattered and tattered, holes were everywhere. Min's clothes still seemed to be perfect, but isn't this Lu Can Nam's stuff? It turns out, it's unexpectedly like that. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Lu Can Nam with grateful eyes. Lu Can Nam is slightly tilted. In this not very large space, just a little tilt is enough to sit close to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. She tried her best to calm down and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, "Everyone sit close together, it will be a little less cold." The fragrant breath like orchids immediately made Trak Mok Kwong Ba panic, a few soft curls on his face, feeling a little itchy. He instinctively leaned over to Tang Min, then nodded and said, "That's right, let me wake Min up, I can't let her lie like this forever." Lu Can Nam lowered his eyes. Tang Min slowly regained consciousness, this time she didn't burst into tears, nor did she squirm or coddle, as if she had just slept a sweet sleep. In her subconscious, as long as Trak Mok Kwong Ba was by her side, even if the sky fell, I would still be okay. Kneeling on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's thigh, she calmed down, calmly smiled and said, "Just now I dreamed that the two of us turned into 2 birds flying freely in the sky, and then turned into 2 again, fish, swimming." Saying this, her voice softened, turned over and whispered something in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's ear, then laughed again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba blushed, cleared his throat, and whispered, "Don't break any more, the teacher is next to you." Only now did Duong Man notice that Lu Can Nam was sitting next to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. She pressed her body to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's chest a little more, then said, "Teacher, you are fine." Well, the 3 of us, all of us were unharmed in the end. In that narrow crevice, every word of Tang Man hit his ears. Lu Can Nam's face was very strange, neither laughing nor disgusted, not seeing admiration, longing, nor seeing jealousy, as if deliberately refraining from forming a face of a robot. She coldly replied, "We can't say it's okay yet, the wind and snow outside is very strong, we are trapped here. No food, no weapons, I don't know if there's any chance of getting out of here." Trak Mok Kwong Ba hugged Duong Man like hugging a kitten lying in his lap, saying, "Now I just hope that Captain Ho Duong and the rest can safely escape, follow the radiation device lasers found us." Saying this, He looked at the wind that was getting stronger and stronger outside the rift, and once again felt that morality, humans could not compete with the sky. After Tang Min regained consciousness, the air inside the rift seemed to be different. There were times when the three of them wanted to open their mouths to speak, but once the words came out, they were almost swallowed again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sat between two women, seeing them several times wanted to talk and then stopped, also wanted to joke a few sentences to relieve stress, but couldn't find anything to talk about, had to stop watching this side and then look at the other side, once in a while laughing stupidly for a moment. Now, the remaining three people, just some useless electronic equipment in Liu Kan Nam's backpack, a half-used hospital bed and a roll of thin rope. Besides that, there was nothing left, another gi. Gradually, the cold began to raging. In this narrow space they could not function, so it was like a tidal wave. The cold hit the three people with torn clothes. Informational description. In the end, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also realized that he couldn't continue to sit idly like this forever. That would only make people feel colder. He began to tell about his life, from his career, marriage and family. Then he could tell stories about dogs. He understood well that the water molecules in his respiratory tract were rapidly disappearing. If this continued, his lungs would probably swell, but he still had to say, "Go on." Asterisk, also known as water hyacinth or Japanese water hyacinth, is a type of aquatic plant, flowers quite beautiful, living floating on the water. Chapter 37, Diary of Sugar 1. Back to the West Wind. The black notebook. Trong Lap seemed to remember something. He flipped the outside of the notebook in an uneasy mood. Two lines of Chinese and English words clearly appeared in his eyes. "My name is Tuan Tho. If anyone finds this notebook in my body, please contact me by." Trong Lap firmly closed the notebook, and after a long time, he regained his composure. "Unexpected. I didn't expect to be able to find Tuan Tho's diary in this place." Outside the fissured area, the outer edge of the west wind zone, the mountainside is broken in the middle. The fault is flat as if it was cut by a knife. Trong Lap stretched out his hand to try to test the wind, but his outstretched arm was like being hit by a speeding car, and then was suddenly thrown to the ground, almost causing Trong Lap to turn around. The circle fell. Yueyang quickly pulled Trong Lap back to the back of the mountainside cross-section, nervously asked, "How is it?" Trong Lap looked at Captain Ho Duong and said suspiciously, "Strangely, when we arrived, that west wind pushed us all the way to the snow dunes, and now, it seems to blow towards the cracked ice area, but there is also a force of attraction from west to east." Captain Ho Duong's hands rubbed each other and said, "That's right. This inverted tornado rotates like a cage in a washing machine. Sometimes it rotates clockwise, sometimes it suddenly changes direction 180 degrees. The occurrence rate of both rotation directions is 50%. Up to now, there have been no concrete conclusions explaining the formation of this particular phenomenon. But no matter which direction it is rotated, the gravitational force in the center is always in the direction from west to east. When changing the direction of the wind, it will calm down somewhat, the disordered circulation that we encounter when going up the mountain. It was caused by its suddenly changing direction." Captain Ho Duong looked at the members of the climbing team with messy hair, their clothes covered with ice and snow, and said, "At this point, what we need to do is the same as when we go up the mountain. Everyone is tightly tied together, gradually retreating back to the area of the ice rift. Because we didn't have enough ropes anymore, so everyone had to carry ice chisels and steel pegs, making sure each step was pinned to the frozen ground beneath them, so that the team wouldn't be blown away by the wind. If anyone," he paused for a moment, then continued, "if someone can't hold back, let the wind blow, then, everyone, cut the ropes yourself, don't leave them all, everyone else involved dies too. I'll go in the middle of the team. If anyone can't do it, I will personally help him or her cut the rope. I tell everyone, I absolutely do not rely on her to keep more lives. That would be my worst choice. So, I hope that, Before everyone else takes a step, I think twice about my fate. Listening to Captain Ho Duong finish his sentence, Trong Lap and Yue Yang couldn't help but look at each other. If Quang Ba was still here, he would definitely not give such an order. Trak Mok Quang Ba, young Master Quang Ba, that person will absolutely not abandon anyone who has been associated with him, even if he is an enemy in the most dangerous moment, he will also raise his hand, go out. That was the young Master Quang Ba. It's not time to give up on life yet, my special commando. No matter how painful it is, you must never let go. Shut up, don't think nonsense anymore, I won't let go, unless the two of us fall down there. The words of the young Master Quang Ba were still ringing in his ears. That tall figure, even in the face of endless darkness or the end of the road without any hope, he still raised his face to the sky and howled, I will not give up. It was that kind of power that made them time and again pull themselves out of the grip of death and survive to this day. At one time, Trong Lap felt that the young Master Quang Ba was really stupid, very naive, but it was his stubbornness that made people willing to volunteer to follow him, which is a kind of creative force, so it's a miracle. Now, that power has also disappeared with the young Master Quang Ba. Seeing the dreamy eyes of Trong Lap and Yue Yang, Captain Ho Duong added, it's still the same saying, when everyone is separated from the team, if you are still alive, please send a signal, we are the best, going to find everyone. Let's tie the rope. This captain with vast polar experience knows very well that, at times, a statement that gives people hope, even if it's just a promise, can become a hero. They persevered in the midst of dire straits. They use a parallel knot. Each person is firmly connected to the main rope, but if one person is separated from the rope, it will not affect the others. Captain Ho Duong went in the middle, Lama Ala took the lead, and Ba Tang took the rear to handle unexpected situations. All of them held ice chisels in their left hands and steel pins in their right hands, almost as if they were lying down and crawling towards the west wind strip. Yue Yang and Trong Lap were sandwiched between Lama and Captain Ho Duong, both always remembering the times when young Master Quang Ba was still with him, so they decided to follow his insistence, determined to live and die together, quietly connecting my lifeline together. Although the mist covered the sky, but surely they couldn't get lost in this west wind strip, because it was almost like the west wind pulled them in a certain direction. Even if they wanted to go to another direction, it was impossible. Make it stand out. The violent wind was colder than ice and snow, and the team of 7 was like a zigzag scar on the frozen and cold ground, clinging to the ground. They just kept crawling in the fierce wind. The strong wind can make people lose consciousness. Each member of the climbing team doesn't know how they will cross this western wind this time. It all felt like I had lost half of my body behind. Captain Ho Duong loudly shouted, the ice on the ground has begun to increase, the west wind is also gradually weakening, we have passed through the central region of the wind strip, trying to get up, coming to the crevice area. The ice is cracked. Trong Lap gripped the ice chisel tightly, face down on the ground. The pressure on the head was indeed somewhat reduced, but surely, just loosening a little bit will be blown up, riding the wind and going home. West. Trong Lap thought that the joints connecting his fingers were about to be torn apart. Yes, they did make it through the central area of that deadly westerly, but that was how it was, steel pin in left hand, 30 centimeters backward, thrusting hard, hit the ground, then use the posture of a sprinter at the start to kick hard on the frozen ground, then use your eyes to observe the hole left by the person first. Those places can't be deepened a second time, and it's easy to loosen. After that, the right hand began to shake the ice chisel. When it loosened slightly, immediately jerked it up, then quickly fell down, fixing the body, so that the body recoiled about 30 centimeters. The person behind has finished a series of these movements, immediately informs the person in front, one after another, slowly recoils, the body must be pressed to the ground, otherwise it will be blown away by the wind. Then, repeat all those moves. The distance was less than 500 meters that took them almost 2 hours to cross. The last bit of strength was almost exhausted, and the cracked ice area behind, at first sight, was gone. How far, but in the end, how long will it take to get here? Captain Ho Duong struggled to turn his head, then cheered everyone, guys, fighting. Everyone can do it, all effort for me. I've seen the ice slope. Only the last 50 meters, don't let go of your hand. When he said these words, the tendons and bones of Captain Ho Duong's whole body seemed to break into small pieces. The pain was so bad that he couldn't speak. I understand well. I'm afraid everyone's body will be blown away by the small stones that are blown by the wind, and there is no place to be healthy anymore. The ice on the ground will also begin to thicken. This is also a test for them, extremely harsh experience. Yue Yang's left hand was grazed by a large rock up to a meter high. Although it was covered by a thick layer of clothing, he still felt like that arm no longer obeys his control, latches. The thump fell to the shallow ground, slipped out several times. Fortunately there was an ice chisel in his right hand that could withstand it. Originally, he had tried to do replacement several times, but even several times he tried to cut the connection between himself and Trong Lap. He was glared at by Trong Lap. Now he himself doesn't know how to be strong. Until now, remembering the attitude of young Master Kwong Ba, even if he died, he would not bow. Yue Yang made up his mind to continue trying to the end. 30 meters to go, 20 meters to go, 15 meters to go. Captain Ho Duong constantly uses numbers to encourage people. Only need to slide down the ice slope, they will no longer be disturbed by the west wind. That scary area of ice cracks now can be said to be the closest paradise to this tropical death. Every time he raised his left hand, Yue Yang felt an indescribable heaviness. He squirmed and asked, Captain Hu, your last 15 meters, why is it longer than 30 meters earlier? Your eyesight should be fine, right? Captain Ho Duong immediately shouted, don't waste your energy talking, quickly crawl back for me. Her son, this damn wind, I can't believe it, today is the best weather on this mountain. At this moment, Trong Lap suddenly exclaimed, sorry, I'm one step ahead. It turned out that his ice chisel crashed into the ice. The force was not enough to reach the eastern soil layer, but was shaken by the west wind, and the ice chisel suddenly blew up all the debris. Trong Lap only saw a tremendous force lift up his strong right arm. Then, as if someone was grabbing his fist and jerking, the whole person lying close to the ice surface slowly rose, the force rising. That terrible pull quickly spread to Yue Yang and Lama Allah. Seeing that he was about to be blown off the ground by the wind, Trong Lap's first reaction was to attempt to cut off the wire connecting him and Yue Yang, but he did not expect Yue Yang to stand up. The blade swung, and cut off the connection, with main rope. Trong Lap smiled bitterly, also cut his relationship with the main rope. Before the two could say a word, they were blown away by the wind like a dumbbell with two ends shot out of the catapult, blinking once, which flew 10 feet away, fell straight down the icy slope, then disappeared into the mist. Captain Ho Duong looked in the direction the two disappeared, wide-mouthed shouting, 2 idiots. Only 5 of her children are left. Cold. The whole world only has that feeling. I don't know how long I stayed in the narrow gap. The wind outside still didn't weaken at all. The cold spread all over the world, causing the body to freeze. The skin was numb. The corners of the mouth were dry and cracked. Without any something to fight the cold and keep warm, they completely relied on the little heat emanating from the human body to endure until now. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hugged Duong Man tightly, sitting parallel to Lu Can Nam. The cold seemed to have frozen the thinking ability. This feeling made Trak Mok Kwong Ba recall the first time he set foot in the land. Ka Te Lai world, but that time was not as cold as this time. Tang Man curled up in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's lap and moved from time to time, the two of them holding hands and hugging each other tightly. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took off his ragged shirt and wore it in reverse, holding Duong Man in front of his chest like a newborn baby, but even so, the feeling was no different. Cold. Lu Can Nam was next to him, could only try to lean against the cliff, sitting quietly like an old monk in samadhi. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought to himself, this steel woman must be better able to withstand the cold than the two of them. Tang Min moved again in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's lap, muttering like a dream, Brother Kwong Ba, we will get out of this place, right? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, of course. You see, it's going to get dark. By evening, the fog will disappear, proving that the wind will also weaken. How can it not come out then? Moreover, even if we can't walk, we already have a laser emitter installed out there. Captain Hu Duang and the rest can definitely find us. When he fell, he seemed to have heard the captain, Ho Duang, tell him that if we were still alive, just send a signal and they would definitely find us. Priest, did you hear? At that time, Lu Kan Na made a small, sound. The cold made people no longer have the strength to talk. Almost as soon as the words reached the mouth, they were frozen, unable to be pushed out anymore. I don't know since when, the three people's sentences are one at a time, and the pause time is getting longer and longer. In fact, from the photo taken by Lama Lama, Ba Tang and Trong Lap the day before, it can be seen that the night wind is much stronger and fiercer than during the day. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is very worried. Can these guys make it through the night or not? But he was sure that Captain Ho Duang would definitely come and say it with his own mouth. This is an agreement, and at the same time a promise. Trong Lap and Yue Yang both understand well, life or death is decided in a brief moment not equal to the blink of an eye. This time, perhaps they have really reached the end, spinning in the air, until touching the ground. That is also the end of their life. The two of them looked up at each other, still upside down in the air. Yue Yang stared at Trong Lap without blinking, thinking to himself, you're such an idiot. The corner of Trong Lap's eyes flashed with a smile, as if to say, aren't you more stupid? Below the two of them, the forest of ice towers like swords and spears, undulating and rising straight up into the sky, not to mention being impaled by them, but just falling from that height, hitting the ice wall, enough to break bones and tendons, to die in a much more painful way. Yue Yang looked down, raised his eyes to Trong Lap. Those clear eyes, exuding a separation, clearly meant to say, goodbye, my comrades, my brothers. Trong Lap calmly nodded his head, showing his determination that he had never regretted, then suddenly roared like thunder, in the next life. We are brothers again. The two people's bodies were turned upside down by the wind. They were able to see through the thick fog and see the emerald blue sky. Far away on the horizon, the evening star was hanging. The red sun was still there, not completely disappeared to the west, still brilliantly painted with stars in the sky. The scene is so beautiful. If you see it, you will definitely want to bring Miss Man to see it. Young Master Kwong Ba, I will still follow you. I think in the other world there must be something worth looking for, but it's not time for us to give up yet. Trong Lap calmly thought. Unexpectedly, there was no fear or regret, only saw that my body sank, as if being carried in midair, then my back felt aching pain, as if it had hit the wall, some wall. Intuition told Trong Lap that he seemed to be still alive. As soon as he turned his head, he immediately saw that Yue Yang was also bewildered and didn't know what to do. It turned out that a sky-high icicles, correctly attached to the middle of the seat belt, said Trong Lap and Yue Yang, not wrong at all. They were still about 50 feet above the ground, only dimly seeing the terrain below. Yue Yang didn't know if he wanted to cry or laugh. His voice also changed his tone. Well, it seems that God hasn't planned for us to die yet. Trong Lap said, don't rejoice too soon. This icicles can't be grasped with claws, steel pins can't be closed, and there's no other wooden tools. You and I can't go up, we can't get down, hanging here from starvation. It's always more uncomfortable than falling to death. Yue Yang suddenly laughed and said, then I told you, stupid, if this rope breaks, won't we fall down too? Look, the tear is open, it's about to break. Trong Lap also laughed. What's wrong? The distance is this high, the bottom is full of sharp ice. Can you control the bat blouse to glide down? If you don't fall and die, but only fall for life and death, then you will suffer. Yueyang said, fortunately, he's never been so good before. This wire, why hasn't it broken forever? Trong Lap said, it won't stop. Why, do you want to die soon? I can't. If you don't have a girlfriend yet, you've died in an ambiguity like this. Isn't it like you've lived for decades? What a shame. Yueyang also smiled and said, I don't want to. I've been working so hard in the past few years that I have forgotten to think about the most important thing in that person's life. But if you die early, you can be reincarnated early. Only next time. It's better than being stuck here and being tormented. Always scared and scared. If it's all over, isn't the problem solved? To tell you the truth, my left arm is numb. I can't seem to take off my bat blouse. Trong Lap said, well, I didn't expect you to have no faith in life at all. It's really disappointing to miss Babatu. I also tell you the truth. When I was in the West Wind, my bat shirt was torn. Now it's just a piece of torn cloth. I'm not like you, falling down like that. What the hell is a problem? 50 or 60 meters is a nail. I close my eyes and jump down. That's right. Why did you suddenly stand up and cut the rope? Yueyang said, I saw that you were going to cut the seatbelt connecting the two of us together, so I had to fight to cut the rope first, so that you wouldn't have to leave the army, and then I would have to hold a sad face again later. Weep at your grave in gratitude. Trong Lap said, ha. This idiot, you completely misunderstood. I didn't do anything at that time. I was just going to pull a pair of scissors, see if your kid has surreptitiously cut the rope or not. How many times has that guy tried to reverse the army? Who would have thought it would turn out like this time? You have already cut the rope without saying anything, so I had to cut it too. I don't know what to do. Yueyang said, it's okay, half of me is already floating in the air, and I say it's okay, so I said sorry for making a mistake with Captain Hode 1, ho ho. Quote, talking and talking over and over, this pair of brothers with the same situation hanging on this 56-meter-high icicles burst into laughter. Hanging in a row for more than 2 hours, both of them were so cold that it seemed unbearable. On their hats there was also a thin layer of ice. During these 2 hours, at first they planned to shout for help, hoping that the distance between themselves and the group of Captain Hode 1 was not too far away, and Captain Hode 1 could still hear their screams. But both of them didn't know how far the wind had taken them. Anyway, the screams could not drown out the howling wind. Later, the two tried to use various tools, carefully chiseling the ice, but the 1,000-year-old ice was as hard as iron and steel. Yueyang and Trong Lap had to be careful not to break the seatbelt. How could they leave any marks on the ice? In the end, both guys' limbs were stiff and cold, unable to move anymore, only knowing how to listen to God's will. True to Trong Lap's words, it is better to die than to die, than. After a long time, the seatbelt was still not broken. Trong Lap said again, hey, just got blown up by the wind, how does it feel? Yueyang replied, happy, it's like riding a car over a mountain, this time you've got a passion for it. Trong Lap said, like me, when are we free, shall we continue to play? Yueyang shook his head. Okay, fuck you, go away, I'm sorry. Trong Lap said again, God doesn't seem to treat us so badly, so we still don't die. Tell me, a young master Kwong Ba and the others still alive? As soon as he mentioned Track Mob Kwong Ba, Yueyang immediately sank down. In that avalanche like a flood, the hope of living was indeed too small, and since then he has tried not to think about it. Trong Lap said to himself again, oh, tell me, if the young masters Kwong Ba was still alive and knew we were dead, how would they react? Well, my teacher is okay with it. Miss Man must be very emotional. Well, who will tell me jokes in the future? Maybe he even cried until he fainted again. Ha ha, why do we also cry to death and come back to life? Young Master Kwong Ba, if it's the young Master Kwong Ba, Trong Lap could no longer continue. Young Master Kwong Ba won't give up easily. If I give up, What will young Master Quang Ba do? Zhang Lap, Trong Lap. Yue Yang tugged and jerked, causing Zhang Li to wake up from his contemplation, and said in a low voice, "The string is about to break, this time we can't wait for the miracle to happen. Maybe you don't have something important to say to me. There must be something you can't let go of anyway, right?" Trong Lap was also trying his best to avoid thinking about those things that he couldn't let go of, was reminded by Yue Yang, immediately startled, as if back to the moment of Ice Bridge in Kar Kar Talai, with Trak Mok Quang Ba hanging on a rope. "Yes, life is very short, there are many things waiting for me to go to work, but when it is really the last few minutes of life, in the end, what is the story? What do you want to do the most?" Unexpectedly, right after that, Yue Yang used the voice of a secret agent to ask, "Zhang Lap, I asked you, when we left Kukua, I saw that your eyes were very dishonest, now it's time to come to the door of life and death, then, tell me the truth, do you mean my Aunt Babatu?" "Dog," Zhang Lap loudly said, "didn't expect you to even think about this." As soon as the words ended, the rope holding the two people's lives suddenly broke, and they both fell on both sides of the icicles at the same time. Asterisk, these two guys are compatible, even in terms of having a relationship with Aboriginal women. Chapter 37, Diary of Sugar 2, Brotherhood. The free fall acceleration of 9.8 meters per second makes Trong Lap's body fall faster and faster. He just hopes that Yue Yang Kid can hold back the pain and spread his bat shirt, but his body is gone. Any other way, the bat blouse has become two pieces of fluttering fabric, the chain has broken the whole box, the components are scattered all over the place, the ice chisel and the steel pin are all blown away by the wind. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the white ice towers, Trong Lap hoped to find a precise point of impact, preferably falling to his death once and for all. He saw an icicles that were not very high, but quite sharp, so he stretched out his arms to control his body and hugged him, who expected his plan to fail, and when he was about to reach the ice pillar, his body suddenly couldn't adjust, control, the whole person flipped over and slipped, the backpack hit the ground. Trong Lap's heart skipped a beat and said to himself, it's over, this time, it's definitely going to be half dead. Failed too. It feels good, the backpack is submerged in the snow, followed by a tremendous amount of power that will bounce back, probably breaking a spine, but isn't it a vegetal person? Really? Why did this Zhang Lap die such a miserable death? Next, Trong Lap felt his body hit a giant inflatable mattress, completely neutralized the force of falling from above. When compressed to the limit, there was a slight elastic force, making his whole body turned on, and so on until lying on the ground, Trong Lap thought he was dreaming. Sal, why is this? He raised his hands from side to side, then looked at the other, unexpectedly completely unscathed. Trong Lap turned his head to look at the icicles that saved his life, and suddenly discovered that it was not a wooden icicles, but a tent. I don't know how long ago it was built here. In the 3-foot thick snow, he fell and hit the snow, and was knocked over by the tent canvas. Older brother, Yue Yang also descended. In the last moment, he also overcome the feeling of pain and spread the bat's wings. As soon as Yue Yang touched the ground, he frantically went to search for Trong Lap's body, unexpectedly saw that the guy was stronger than me, sitting there dumbfounded, immediately surprised and happy, laughing to tears. Trong Lap rushed over, the two hugged each other tightly, never letting go. All the words that wanted to be expressed were merged into that one hug, no need to say much more. Using the body to feel the familiarity from each other's strong arms, this is exactly what the young master Quang Ba taught them, determined to live and die together, to share the tribulation. After a long time, they parted, like two best friends who have been reunited for many years, hands on each other's shoulders, one attentively studying the other's face. Constant. Trong Lap looked at Yue Yang, still the same face full of sunshine. Yue Yang looked at Trong Lap, still that clear angular face. Almost at the same time, both of them looked up at the blue sky at the same time, bursting into laughter without an appointment. Strange, absolute miracle, you are such a lucky guy. Yue Yang looked at the pile of snow that had fallen off, revealing what was originally a large tent. Trong Lap said, I didn't expect that today, I really went to the door to step on dog shit. Let's go, let's see who left this tent, and even saved my life. Trong Lap, patting the snow to fall off all four sides, saw that this was an ordinary dome tent about 1 meter high, opened the zipper of the tent door, and saw that in the corner of the tent there were 2 distorted climbing backpacks, in the center were 2. The sleeping bag rested their heads together, inside the sleeping bag were 2 frozen corpses. The eyes of one of the corpses were wide open, as if they had been taken by surprise, an arm stretched out from the sleeping bag, probably trying to get a weapon or a tool. And the other corpse was still fast asleep, sound asleep. It seemed that there was no feeling at all. These 2 corpses did not surprise Zhang Li and Yue Yang. At first glance, the tent was still here, the 2 soon guessed that the owner inside had something like that. But what surprised them was that in the middle of the 2 corpses, there was an iron box neatly placed. On the box were tied 2 silver strings, each attached to the arm of a corpse, on the silver cord still attached. Even if the bell rings, whoever moves a little, the other person will wake up immediately. Zhang Li was surprised and asked, what is this? He approached the box, again discovered that the iron box had locks on it, but all of them were opened, was disappointed to open the box, and suddenly discovered a rather thick black number book, neatly placed in the middle of the box. Yue Yang carefully examined the 2 corpses, and found it very strange, especially in the exposed body parts of these 2 corpses. There were no fatal wounds. Could it be that the problem was inside the sleeping bag? Black notebook. Trong Lap seemed to remember something. He flipped the outside of the notebook in an uneasy mood. 2 lines of clear Chinese and English words appeared in his eyes. My name is Duan Tho. If anyone finds this notebook in my body, please contact me by. Trong Lap closed the notebook. Again, it took a long time to recover. Unexpected. I didn't expect to be able to find Duan Tho's diary in this place. At the same time, Yue Yang let out a low cry of terror. Zhang Li turned his head, immediately saw a rope hanging on Yue Yang's wrist, then saw Yue Yang tug the rope, throw it to the ground, and step on his heel. Zhang Li quickly strode forward. Unexpectedly on the ground was a white snake writhing and struggling. Its whole body was as white as snow, less than 1 meter long. The snake's head had been cut into 3 by the ice claws attached to Yue Yang's shoes. Song, Yue Yang's hand was clutching the bit between the thumb and forefinger, clearly not very well. Turns out, Yue Yang tried to pull out the sleeping bag, see what the cause of death was, suddenly found a white snake corpse that looked like an ice stick. The snake's body was as white as snow, as straight as a stick, sword. He took the small snake less than 1 meter up and waved it a few times. It seems that it must have died. Momentarily carelessly, the stiff snake suddenly turned around. Yue Yang raised his left hand to stop. The white snake immediately took a bite into his palm. The tingling sensation immediately spread to the nervous system. Yue Yang once tested various types of snake venom, immediately reacted. The white snake was still alive, and it was a very poisonous kind. Trong Lap quickly stuffed the diary into his backpack, conveniently pulled out a rope, and tied Yue Yang's wrist through his shirt. Yue Yang let go of his hand, and at the same time used his mouth to suck out the first blood. Zhang Lap asked, "Is it poisonous?" Yue Yang spat out a bunch of blood and saliva and nodded slightly. Zhang Li immediately threw his backpack to the ground, pulled the zipper, took out the first aid box, found the serum. Regardless of whether it was a venomous snake, he had to inject Yue Yang with a serum to calm the toxin first, and at the same time, take out the anti-snake spray and pour water. Let Yue Yang rinse his mouth and then take the medicine. A minute later, Trong Lap anxiously looked at his companion and asked, "How's it going?" Yue Yang said, "It's terrible. This means that your grandmother is." Zhang Li was dumbfounded. What the hell? Yue Yang's eyes rolled around, quickly took out a bucket of water to rinse his mouth, it seems that the tip of his tongue has become numb. Trong Lap rolled his eyes, saw that Yu Yang's palm was still turning blue and black, not feeling better at all, so he grabbed his wrist to try to suck poison for you. Yu Yang pulled his hand away, but couldn't. Zhang Lap snapped, "Don't move, if you still want to see your Aunt Babatu, you can obediently stand there for me." Yu Yang was about to say something, but suddenly shouted, "Be careful." Simultaneously swinging the knife, another white snake was instantly cut in two in midair. Trong Lap lowered his head. The head of the snake that had been cut off had just grazed his forehead, biting into the tent fabric. Trong Lap was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Who would have thought that there is not only a poisonous snake in this place? Yu Yang tilted his ear to listen. There were still rustling sounds outside the tent. Following that sound, he immediately saw another white snake squirming around the edge of the tent. Yu Yang immediately raised his foot and trampled it to death on the spot. Trong Lap looked at half of the headless snake body still squirming on the ground. The line of thought seemed to be a little clearer. He was reminded of the legendary snakes of the snowy mountain peaks, and also of the three saints of snow in Tibetan Tantra: white snakes, white scorpions, white spiders. These species all breed in cold areas, cold, likes to live, harms many people and animals. Anyone who sees it, all of them do not survive. Although I have not seen white scorpions, white spiders, but this white snake, with its whole body iridescent like snow, hides in the forest of ice towers. If it is not touched, who can recognize them? The two did not dare to be careless anymore, quickly raised their ears to listen to the wind. After confirming that there were no more strange noises, Trong Lap helped Yu Yang suck up a few more pieces of poisonous blood, until the blood leaked out. The wound turned bright red, so he rinsed his mouth to take medicine and cleaned the wound. After handling, Trong Lap asked Yu again, "How's it going?" Yu Yang smiled wryly, said, "That serum, it doesn't seem to be very effective," then heard a bang sound. His whole body fell to the ground. Trong Lap quickly helped Yu Yang up and scolded, "This kid, don't fall here, wake up, wake up. Damn it, we fell from such a high place and didn't die, got hit by such a small white snake and you didn't finish it. Stand up for me, Music Twang, you are such a fucking special force." Trong Lap shook Yu Yang's body but still no response, so he tried to take his pulse, try his breath. Both breathing and pulse are still fine, just a little bit fast. Zhang Li was depressed, carefully put Yu Yang down, pulled the corpse out, examined the body for a while, then placed Yu Yang in his sleeping bag, then turned to rummage through the dead man's backpack. Only the heavy tools for climbing the ice were left in the backpack. The food and essentials for life were mostly taken away. It seems that someone came here before them, or it is also possible that there were 3 people at that time, and there were 3 locks on the other iron box. The reason why that person left the diary and did not take it away, Trong Lap had not thought about for a while. Trong Lap chose an ice chisel that fits his hand, added a stick, and also picked up a few more things to put in his backpack. Suddenly heard the sound of crawling. Trong Lap raised his chisel up and down, cut off the head of a white snake that was intending to enter the tent. It seemed that the northeast side was active again. I don't understand how many white snakes there are in the end. When Trong Lap came out of the tent, it was already dark. The sky was grey like a giant corpse cloth. At that moment, Trong Lap suddenly let out a cold breath, only to see the nearby ice tower like an ant's stomach laying larvae. One snake after another came out of the top of the tower, some curled up. There is a cow crawling all over the 4 phases. The white snakes he and Yu Yang killed for unknown reasons gave off a loud signal, unexpectedly attracting so many snakes. Damn it, Zhang Li cursed in his stomach, returned to the tent, hugged Yu Yang who was lying in his sleeping bag, and asked in a questioning voice, "Are you still awake? We have to go. This place is about to be surrounded by those snakes." But Yu Yang was still in a coma. Trong Lap had no choice, so he had to tie a rope to tie his friend on his back, carry him out of the tent, and didn't know which direction to go. This time it was really windy and snowy. Silver snakes were ecstatic. Trong Lap carried Yueyang on his back, went through sharp ice towers, ran towards the dark and misty horizon. In the snow-white world, there are no plants or animals, even less food, in short, nothing, and in this small gap less than a meter wide, there are 3 people trying their best to fight, when the body has exhausted all the energy produced from food, sending out signals of hunger, cold even heavier and heavier. Their tattered clothes couldn't stop the ghostly tentacles of the ice wind. Their bodies could only curl up as much as they could. The pores all over their bodies were closed. The corners of their mouths trembled slightly, which is not voluntary, but an instinctive response of the human body. Trak Mok Kwong Ba hugged Man tightly, just wanted the 2 of them to press on the Na a little tighter, a little closer, pushing the cold of the other wind out of the gap between the 2 of them. The warm Hawaiian sun is hard to describe in words. The feeling is so real, I can feel it, how the sunlight touches my real skin, every little piece of skin. Tang Min curled up in the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, stammeringly recounts the warm places she's been to. The fishing is lost. It was already dark, the fog had cleared, and the strange contours of the cliffs made people even more cold. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and others originally wanted to venture out, but as soon as they reached the door of the crack, they immediately retreated back, because they saw a rock as tall as 2 people, as long as 3 people. Wow, an hour passed in front of me, I didn't know where to go. In this world of ice and snow that reigns over all, in this world where the winds and mountains can guide everything, they can only curl up and hide in the narrow space here, like 3 wounded lambs, shivering, huddled together, their bodies trembling slightly. Now, their physical strength did not allow them to perform actions with longer distances. Hunger and cold tormented both their bodies and their souls cruelly. Their bodies were cold and stiffened, causing the 2 of them to hug each other tightly, transmitting warmth to each other to help them somewhat. They cheered each other on, endlessly telling scenes of the heat and warmth. In order to feel a little better, they had to persevere, not to sleep, to wait for Captain Hu Duang and the others to arrive. Tomorrow, it will be morning. Oh no, it may not be light yet. Maybe a few of them Captain Hu Duang. Surname, they'll come pick us up. I don't know. Captain Hu Duang will bring the small ones. If, have, can, carry, a good grilled yak beef. Now, our older brother can eat, run out of, the whole yak cow. Captain Hu Duang is far from thinking about things that, or, disaster, luck, first aid kit, he, still think, arrive, not understand, Captain Hu Duang, actually, outside, course, but, the other person, pure, very economical, high, laugh, female, what, don't you believe, not believe, ask the teacher, miss, she, sure you know, magistrate, priest. Lu Can Nam did not answer. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately felt his heart tighten, quickly reached out his hand to try. Lu Can Nam immediately fell to the ground following his touch. Trak Mok Kwong Ba leaned slightly, hugged Tang Man and pulled him close to Lu Can Nam, tried to touch, only to see that the Lady Tai had been frozen into an iron block. Only a few places was still slightly soft. Trak Mok Kwong Ba cried out in horror, no, it's not over. He and Tang Min hugged each other to fight the cold, thinking that Lu Can Nam had been trained in Tantric Buddhism, must be better at cold than the 2 of them, did not expect that she could not stand it either. It's freezing cold here. Who knows, if a person is cold in the heart, then the body is still cold. Trak Mok Kwong Ba began to panic. In this situation, if he fell here, it is very likely that Lu Can Nam would no longer see the sun of the next day. He quickly asked, how now? Tang Min knew that the situation was extremely serious. She had no intention of making this suggestion, but now she couldn't help thinking about it anymore, so she said in a trembling voice, being bag, frozen solid, They, we, three people, right, hug each other, otherwise, who, neither, I can't stand it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba muttered, do you understand? Actually, we should have done this earlier. He took off Lu Can Nam's ragged clothes, hugged her to his large chest, pressed his skin against each other, using the warmth. My body softened the body that was so soft but had been made as hard as iron by the cold. The ice-cold collisions made the three people gradually recover. For a time, both Chua Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man did not speak. In this situation, it seems not to think about moral or ethical things, all of it, just to live, to continue living. Lu Can Nam's ice-cold body gradually warmed up, began to soften, and his skin was full of elasticity and close to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body, closely attached to Duong Man. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man tried to call Lu Can Nam's name. They need to wake her up, they can't lose consciousness like this. Tried again and again, the trembling voice kept calling and calling, finally calling Lu Can Nam from the underworld of hell. That toned arm moved slightly, and then it seemed like using all his whole body strength, instinctively hugged Trak Mok Kwong Ba's spine, with the other hand resting on Duong Man's arm, like two puppies finding their mother's milk at the same time, clinging tightly to the tall body, that stout, fighting for every inch of his body. Water, water, was the first sentence of Lu Can Nam when he regained consciousness. Where to bathe now? Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at Duong Man, only to see her angrily turning her head away, burying her face in his chest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba carefully pulled out an arm, scooped up a handful of snow from the crevice, put it in his mouth to melt it, and then picked it up little by little, until Lu Can Nam didn't need it anymore. When the arm was pulled into the pile of clothes, the body trembled slightly as if touching electricity. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't know where to put his hands anymore, but then he was hugged tightly by someone, pressed against her back, as if refusing to let him go. At the same time, not knowing how far away, in the forest of ice towers, Zhang Li and Yue Yang were sitting facing each other. Their condition was also slightly better. There was still a fire in their backpacks, and there was also enough food, but there was no tent. Trong Lap also didn't know how far he carried Yue Yang on his back, only knew that he wanted to find a relatively safe place to hide. This place of ice and snow really can't sleep outside. Trong Lap reluctantly had to knock on each ice tower one by one. He knew well, in the middle of the ice tower forest where these white snakes raged, definitely not just a tent. Those who have chosen to follow the path below the cracked ice area, if temporarily unable to cross the western wind, do not want to leave empty-handed. Most of all, they will choose the relatively peaceful ice tower forest, make camp. But who would have thought that there were almost invisible white snakes, and even terrifying snow, waiting for them in this white burial ground? Trong Lap chose the largest canvas tent. The ice tower is serene because it is also the tallest among similar ice towers. After he checked carefully, after making sure that there were no poisonous snakes, he put Yue Yang inside the tent, then found an old-fashioned oil lamp, burned it to melt the ice, then turned it on, carefully translated it. Move the frozen corpses aside, say a few words of reverence, and then arrange to make adjustments to the contents one by one. Done somewhere, Trong Lap came back in the morning, checked Yue Yang's body condition. This guy, his breathing and heart rate have gradually returned to normal, proving that the serum is still effective. It's just that snake venom is too poisonous. Trong Lap saw Yue Yang sound asleep, while he was running away from the crowd of snakes. It was really unbearable. Suddenly an idea flashed in his mind, so he gave Yue Yang 2 drinks, slapped the outside of the hat, slap while calling, "Wake up, wake up." The first hit was hoping that Yue Yang could come to his senses. Seeing that he still didn't react, the second slap was much lighter. The third time he just raised his hand but didn't hit it down. Zhang Li sighed, pulled Yue Yang's body closer to the lamp, squatted down next to him and muttered, "You are such a fool who enjoys peace, making me exhausted. Looks like we can't help but stay here overnight. I've already installed the laser emitter out there. If Captain Hu Duong and the others don't have a problem, they will definitely find us. Just hope tonight the wind is a little bit strong. It is best not to have snow love appear. Rather, pray with me. After a while, he said again, wake up quickly. After all, how long are you going to sleep? I tell you, there's only a tiny bit of food left. If you don't wake up, I'll eat it all. Hey, haven't you slept yet? I'm really hungry. I'll leave you a share, fair or not, I think it's the same. If you don't say no, that's okay, forget it, go. Just wait for him to wake up and then wake up. Wake up, wake me up quickly, ellipsis. Trong Lap was actually a bit hungry and tired, but still patiently waited for Yue Yang to wake up. Yue Yang's breathing, temperature, and heart rate were all very normal, but he still refused to wake up. Chang Lap had nothing to do, so he opened Tang Shou's diary, trying to resist the hunger and the cold. Chapter 37, Daily of Sugar 3, Stay up cold at night. Tang Do's handwriting is strong and strong. It seems that this person is not just an adventurer, his calligraphy must also be very good. In the notebook, there are also many pictures, the drawings are also very unique, worthy of a masterpiece, the writing or painting is beautiful, each page narrates the adventurous experiences that are both dangerous and provocative. Trong Lap originally intended to find the records related to the Bak Bala temple of Guangdou, but when he turned the first page, he was sucked in by the contents of the notes and couldn't help but want to turn to the next page to see more. Although it is said to be a notebook, it is actually better than any novel he has ever read. More importantly, there are several places mentioned in the diary of Guangdou. Trong Lap also once arrived. Therefore, he clearly understood how truthfully Guangdou writes, describes both vividly and specifically, reading it as if he was in that place. It really makes people's hearts flutter. In addition, there are simple yet clear illustrations. This book is like a perfect treasure map. The landscape is as poetic as a picture, the office is close to the forest, the architecture is indescribable, the place is terrifying. Among the tools that Guangdou uses, there are many things that come to mind, not even their special training team. The places where Guangdou passed, compared to the places where they went, were extremely dangerous. Every time they went to a fanciful place, Trong Lap couldn't help but stop to think, the design of the agency must be like that, after all, to do it. If you were in that situation, how would you handle it? By the time he finished watching Guangdou's report, he couldn't help but patted his thigh and praised it. Surprisingly, there was such a way. Turns out this organ has that effect, damn it, but I didn't think of it. Trong Lap has indeed forgotten all about hunger and thirst, just reading it with horror, sometimes it's endless, sometimes full of doubts, sometimes sweating profusely. Now, Trong Lap recalls the words of Dr. County Chuan Enan once said, "This is the best explorer in China." This title is not a coincidence. Trong Lap had just started watching the part where Tang Do entered the primeval forest of Africa, and heard Yue Yang say, "You're so hungry." The eldest brother was happy, immediately threw the diary aside, kicked Yue Yang who was lying in his sleeping bag once, scolding, "This son of a bitch, finally awake. I carried him and ran to death and resurrected everywhere." And he could be happy, just relax and sleep until his eyes were full. "It's awake now, you know that. I ran out of food, I ate it all." Yue Yang sighed and said, "The effect of that serum is too slow, can't blame me. Where are we? It seems to be still in the tent. May I ask, when did you carry me around and run around?" Trong Lap jumped up and said, "Please open your eyes wide and see clearly, this is not the tent just now. Wake up, being told that by you, I'm starving too." Yue Yang said, "Can't eat it too. You really are the ****. Though pressed her body close, the three of them talked without much effort. At first, Trak Mok Kwangba and Tuangman hugged each other, whispering in a low voice, only now there is a Lu Can girl. Nam. Naturally a lot of things become forbidden. Since regaining consciousness, Lu Can Nam has not recovered to a normal state, sometimes calling out hot, sometimes complaining of cold. Trak Mok Kwong Ba understands that it is due to the body temperature regulation system. There is a problem in the central nervous system. Sometimes Lu Kan Nam groaned and spoke in a dream that no one could understand. Sometimes he even spoke in Sanskrit. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Duong Man only knew how to follow the discreet tone she emitted to answer, leaving Lu Kan Nam not fall into a coma. However, despite her delusional consciousness, Lu Kan Nam still hugged Trak Mok Kwong Ba tightly, almost trying to push Tang Man out several times, as if that was her only remaining instinctive reaction. But it was still too cold, especially at the fingertips and toes. The ice cold like a water demon wrapped around, and then slowly crawled up the limbs, covering the whole body. The three of them were like a big ban chung wrapped in several layers of clothes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stretched out all the clothes. The legs and sleeves were tied with thin ropes. His torn backpack was used to cover the openings, and Lu Kan Nam's backpack was wrapped outside. The three of them's legs were like bags, like the three of them were tied together. However, it was not possible to prevent the cold from entering. The body heat was still consumed bit by bit without being replenished. While still able to move, the three immediately tried to rely on the strong friction of the skin to get some warmth, but the energy was consumed much faster. Lu Kan Nam is still dreaming, but now a few words are heard very clearly, in which she keeps repeating the same sentence over and over again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, there is no such thing as a talented woman. Later, it seems that Lu Kan Nam has become a little more sober, but still half as unconsciously, half intentionally, repeating the same sentence over and over again. Every time he heard that, Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt very clearly, there was a certain part of his body as if he had been bitten by an ant, both numb, itchy and painful. He did not know the feeling. Whether it was from the right or the left, it didn't matter to him now, but the terrible dry and itchy sensation in his throat and stomach as if it was parched was what worried him the most. The liquid oxygen had been used up for a long time, and facing two women who needed water at the same time but couldn't move, Trak Mok Kwong Ba had to take a handful of snow in his mouth, then take sips of snow water into his mouth. You two are like a mother bird feeding her young. Everyone started coughing, choking. This is the symptom that occurs when the lungs become waterlogged. That night, the most unforgettable night in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's life, he and the two women had contact in the most intimate, primitive form, but without any sexual feelings at all. Doing so, all is just to continue living. An instinct for survival, making them throw everything away, hug each other tightly, encourage each other, encourage and comfort each other, just hoping to get through the night when it seemed like no one could survive, that. They silently told each other stories, reminded and warned each other not to let anyone lose consciousness. They firmly believed that, just by the next morning, just by the next day, all will be well. Captain Ho Duong and the others will come to help them get out of this place. Just when the three of them were so cold that they were shivering, and their pronunciation was no longer clear, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly felt that it was unclear whether there was something stuck at Duong Man's feet or Lu Kan Nam's feet. He couldn't guess what it was for a moment, only knowing that he had accidentally missed it when he was packing his backpack. Trak Mok Kwong Ba carefully slipped through the leg that did not understand that it belonged to Duong Man or Lu Kan Nam, groping for the size and shape of that small thing. He hoped. That was exactly what he was looking for at this moment, there earnestly hoping. Her feet were cold to the point of paralysis. Trak Mok Kwong Ba carefully lifted him up, hoping to turn the contents of the bag upside down. Tang Min and Lu Kan Nam clearly noticed that he was acting strange, so they let out a soft groan and asked, "What are you doing?" Cough, cough, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "In the backpack." "In a backpack, there's that thing, Let's raise our feet together." Cough, cough, turn it upside down. Cough, fell on me. Where? Cough. Do not, don't touch me. Let me get it for you. Is it this one? That's right. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had a hard time finding the sleeve, holding the small square object sticking out. Wings, ways, a small flame like a pea ignited, the narrow crevice immediately lit up. Huang Man and Lu Kan Nam both raised their heads and stood up, looking at the small object in their hands as if they were seeing a holy object. Raymond lighter. Although there was no flammable wood in this place, this lighter itself was a source of fire. At this moment, even a little light is enough to make their hearts feel warm. Trak Mok Kwong Ba brought the fire closer to the three of them. The warmth made them feel happy again, really wanted to cry. Trak Mok Kwong Ba adjusted the flame appropriately, so that the lighter could burn longer, and asked, "Oh, okay. Yes. Cough cough cough." Along with the cough, both Tang Man and Lu Kan Nam nodded vigorously on the chest of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. That night, the three of them stayed by that pea-sized fire, enduring the torment, and at the same time feeling happiness, in the crackle of the lighter. At the same time, Trong Lap and Yue Yang were sitting in the tent. The oil lamp had long been turned off, and the sound of the wind whistling outside constantly disturbed. They ate all the things that could be eaten, but the horrible cold didn't seem to have subsided a bit. On the contrary, it was even more terrible. There was still the last piece of dry food in the backpack. The two of them just stared at it, no one moved. "Leave it, take it, it makes me feel like we still have food, a bit less cold." Finally, Yue Yang spoke up. So the two sat facing each other, wrapped tightly in their clothes, staring at the last piece of dry food without blinking an eye. They still had food. That's what can be converted into heat. This cold night is not as scary as imagined. Soon it will end right away. Try to hold on for a minute more. The sky will light up a minute faster. Captain Hu Duang will definitely come here, definitely. The north wind howled. From battle to battle, Trong Lap and Yue Yang stared at the dry food, huddled and curled up. All the clothes they could find were piled up on their bodies, but still feel the cold to the bone marrow. After a long time, Yue Yang still felt that his heart had been so cold that he thought he was about to stop beating, gritted his teeth and said, "Zhang Lap, I'm afraid I." "Stupid talk, think shit." Trong Lap did not let him finish his sentence and quickly interrupted. Yue Yang said, "Brother, listen to me all. Last time in DH, didn't you ask me to call someone's name?" "Hey." Trong Lap looked up with difficulty, curiously looking at Yue Yang, not understanding why this guy suddenly mentioned it. Yue Yang said, "Now I can tell you. That person's name is Tran Van Kiet. He is a wanted criminal." Trong Lap immediately asked, "Are you and him in trouble?" Yue Yang's hand trembled for a moment, his teeth chattering against each other. Yes. From the beginning. Do you know what I did before I joined the Qinghai army?" Trong Lap said, Are you too old? How many years have you been working?" Yue Yang smiled wryly and said, "Didn't you notice? Before I was there, it was the anti-drug police in the border guard Tui Kim, Yunnan. I'm an undercover spy selected by the official himself, 17 years old, already infiltrating the drug traffickers." Trong Lap said, "So that's Tran Van Kiet. Do you know him there?" Yue Yang nodded, pulled up a pile of rags, and continued, "Before crossing the border to infiltrate the drug ring, my superiors told me that before me, there was one more brother. He would take care of me, but I didn't know who that person was. Later found out it was him. You don't know what kind of things drug addicts can do. Already addicted, they can even slit their stomachs, rip out the guts, do actions that normal people can't even imagine, floating. At that time, in order to gain the trust of drug dealers, Tran Van Kiet was very addicted. I did not expect him to be an insider in the area. At that time, also wanting to gain the trust of drug traffickers, I told them that there was a police stalker behind me. Originally arranged well. Who would have thought that something went wrong, on the way to transport drugs? Besides the police, there was also a strange girl following us. I just discovered it." Quote. Trong Lap vaguely understood the problem between Tran Van Kiet and Nyak Duang, so he asked, "Is that girl related to Tran Van Kiet?" Yue Yang shivered in the cold, sighed and replied, "Yes, What happened next, I don't want to say much more. A girl often falls into the hands of drug dealers, you can imagine. At that time, Tran Van Kiet was still hiding his ring, opening his eyes to see his woman being torn to pieces by those men. He became more and more addicted, even often having hallucinations, but at that time I did not expect that the human spirit could collapse, moreover, did not expect that drugs could change completely, whole personality of a person. Finally, when the case entered the final stage, in the melee, Tran Van Kiet was dismembered. The leader of that drug trafficker shot him in the head 46 times. I originally intended to report this to my superiors, but thinking of his plight, I helped him hide this matter. Later, the psychiatrist told me, at that time, Tran Van Kiet had a tendency to take things apart. It was just that this mental illness was very rare in the world, then even though there were posted on the card no one even thought of it. Moreover, he also successfully detoxed. Everyone thought he was back to normal. Surprisingly, 3 months later, the more Zhang Li listened, the colder he became, only to see that Yue Yang's eyes were completely wild. He had never seen Yue Yang feel so sympathetic, and quickly said, "Did he cheat on you?" Yue Yang gritted his teeth and replied, "He sneaked into my uncle's house, then dismembered. They come out." Speaking of this, Yue Yang couldn't stop me from remembering that bloody scene. The walls were covered in red blood, and shredded meat was scattered all over the place. That scene was like a chula hell in the ocean. Time. Trong Lap did not understand, asked again, Uncle. Yue Yang replied, "Yes, my uncle and aunt were also members of that drug trafficking group, in charge of on-site consumption, later arrested and allowed to do ideological work, help the police. It was through this line that Tran Van Kiet became an insider, and I, also because of this relationship, was chosen by the magistrate to lie down. Otherwise, he thought he would just randomly marry a 17-year-old young man. Can you infiltrate a drug ring at your age?" Tran Van Kiet said that only my uncle knew where he was going. If it wasn't for him, I told his girlfriend, she simply couldn't find him, but if it wasn't for me. Ellipsis. His girlfriend was also not discovered. Indeed, he used the most cruel method, pointing his butcher's knife at me. Speaking of the emotional part, Yue Yang shouted back, "That bastard, since he was young, he has had an abnormal mentality. He likes to kill small animals, kill them, skin them, then pick their organs, put in glass jars, or as a template for collection. Only thing, he has always acted alone. It was not until we searched his place that we discovered these things. Maybe he works as a policeman, just to enjoy the pleasure of shooting criminals with a gun." Zhang Li was shocked and exclaimed, "That kind of person can also be a police officer." Yue Yang shook his head and replied, "I don't know." The psychiatrist said, "The inner world of a person is the most complicated thing. A person, forever can't really understand what others are thinking in the hearts of others. Everyone has dark thoughts. The key problem is, do they show it or not? When people only have bad thoughts, they are still normal people, but if they want to turn dark thoughts, if that night comes true, it will be a huge danger to society." Obviously, in the case of Tran Van Kiet, excessive drug use became a catalyst for him to realize his thoughts. "This bastard killed my uncle and then ran away." The Ministry of Public Security issued a nationwide arrest warrant for Class A. Later I investigated him for the last time in Than Hai, so I moved to the Ministry of Public Security. That's the Qinghai team. Trong Lap looked at Yue Yang and asked, "Your relationship with your uncle must not be ordinary, right?" Yue Yang, nostalgic, sighed. "It's rare to see you smart once, but I didn't expect that intelligence to be built on my suffering." "That's right, my family has a lot of children. I'm the 7th, and my uncle has no children. They often say it's revenge, so since I was a child, I was allowed to go to my uncle's house to be adopted. It was they who raised me, but they were really good to me, never told me anything related to drug trafficking. That year I fought, skipped school, lived in the bush, they never mentioned it either. They really hope I never pose for that toxic thing. Zhang Lap finally understood the beginning and end of the matter, suddenly felt that it was no longer so cold, nodded, no wonder. Yue Yang suddenly turned around, looked at Zhang Li, and said, the psychiatrist said that once this disease has developed like a wild animal that has tasted blood and blood, he will continue to act non-stop. So, I want to ask you to help me with one thing. If I don't make it tonight, you must find him, stop him. Promise me. Trong Lap suddenly understood why his body didn't feel cold anymore. It was because the hot blood was boiling hot. That feeling of trust, of being entrusted, made him feel a heavy burden on his shoulders, unprecedented responsibility. In addition, there is also Yue Yang's passionate and hot sincerity like fire. Okay, I promise you. With their hands clasped together, Yue Yang continued, I've been in Qinghai for 2 or 3 years, and I haven't seen any news of that bastard anymore. It's like he's evaporated. Later, the official said, afraid of my talent fading away, that's why I came here, but it was unbelievable. That bastard appeared in Hainan Kong Island. I almost couldn't believe my eyes, again. Maybe it's a God-given opportunity for me. Remember, on his right arm he has a lizard tattooed from his wrist to his elbow. Even if he uses a laser to burn it, that scar is rare for normal people. Among Merkin's subordinates, if you find someone like that, it's him. Seeing that Yue Yang finished speaking, Zhang Li's lips turned blue, as if he wanted to close his eyes and fall asleep, quickly said, Yue Yang, you tell me so many things. I also have one thing. I hope you can help me. Would. Yue Yang opened his eyes again and looked at Trong Lap. Zhang Lap sucked in a cold breath and said, do you know why I went to Tibet to be stationed? Yue Yang shook his head. Zhang Li slowly continued, because listening to my mother, my father is a geological surveyor in Tibet. Only when I was very young, he participated in it, a secret survey mission, and never returned. Yue Yang suddenly sat up straight, although his train of thought was about to be frozen by the cold, but still immediately grasped, Zhang Li had something to say to him. Right after that, he immediately remembered Trong Lap's reaction when he saw the image in the ice wall and exclaimed, the image in the ice wall. Trong Lap nodded. My father often conducts geological surveys all year round, rarely comes home. The last time he came home, it was probably when I was 7 years old, although the impression was very vague, but there was no doubt about it. Also, the third man in that image is my father. I've always assumed he'd sacrificed himself for the mission, but now it doesn't seem like he's the only one. So, if I can't make it through tonight, you must definitely help me check it out. That guy named Taimi, Ma Tay Tang knows him. Yue Yang blankly nodded like a machine, then said, I understand. If it's him, I will definitely take revenge on your behalf. Trong Lap tremblingly replied, there's no need to boil with such anger. You act like I won't make it through tonight. You have to show that there's still some hope. Nyak Tuang immediately replied, hey, Lap, everything depends on you. My hopes are all in you. You will definitely be able to hold it. Zhang Lap couldn't help but laugh. His lips were frozen, immediately bleeding, and then quickly froze. He said, okay, oh my mouth is cracked. At this, he sighed again. Well, come to think of it, it's hard for you to understand how a child without a father grows up. My mother cried silently behind her back. I know how many tears she shed. If I leave like this, I really don't want to. Yue Yang said, you don't know how good my uncles were to me that year. They pampered me to the point of almost I can't take it anymore. On that night, the cold wind cut the skin and cut the raging flesh. The two kept talking, laughing, shaking with tears. Chapter 37, Japan. Sign of Sugar, 4. Again he lost his horse. The long cold night was finally carried away by the sunlight. Trak Mok Kwangba looked up at the changing colors of the sky, both surprised and happy, shouting, Na, cough cough. Chuck, cough, cough, man, a teacher, a cough. There's light. Is it morning already? We made it through. Ah, cough. The reply sounded very weak. Tuong Man and Lu Can Nam lying on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body did not have the strength to raise their heads. Actually, since just now, maybe 2 or 3 hours ago, or perhaps 4 or 5 hours ago, the two of them didn't have much energy left to talk. Every time Trak Mok Kwong Ba spoke for a moment, he had to listen carefully to see if they had any reaction. If he didn't hear it, he immediately used his hand to push him to calm down a bit, until he heard a reply. Humming like a mosquito, he was partially reassured. It is indeed morning, but even Trak Mok Kwong Ba has no strength to raise his head or stand up anymore. What can they do? They can only wait. When will Captain Ho Duong and the others arrive? How much longer do you have to be patient? In everyone's heart, there is a final limit calculation that I can be patient with. What Trak Mok Kwong Ba was most afraid to hear, were the sounds that seemed to convey Duong Man's testament. Each time, he tried to interrupt her, and at the same time warned them not to think about the end. Definitely I have to think that I will survive, even if I don't have the strength to talk anymore, I still have to think so. Finally, gradually, Tang Man's reply was no longer heard, then gradually, even Lu Can Nam's reply died out. Finally, even Mok Kwong Ba's own voice was also heard, no longer heard. Right at the moment when he was unwilling to close his eyes, suddenly he heard that characteristic rude sound, along with the pounding of footsteps. This brat, I didn't expect it to be so good. That was the last sentence Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard on this snowy mountain. Later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba learned that the captain of Ho Duong had just come down from the mountain and immediately contacted Chomolungma headquarters and a few mountain climbing teams residing in the Himalayas to ask for help. It was an international family, supporting each other, so soon more than 100 climbers were gathered in helicopters flying all night, nationalities spread all over the world. After studying the source of the signal, it was determined that Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Trong Lap were in danger, respectively, at about 6,700 meters or less. Both were not in the area of the West Wind Strip. Only part of the only top mountain climbers dared to join Captain Ho Duong up the mountain to save lives. All those participating in the rescue action this time said, daring to climb the snowy mountain to Tak Kiat Mak bravely in a state of no rescue logistics, and even planning to climb the mountain from the Chinese side. That's true. It's like declaring war on death. This unexpected incident caused Trak Mok Kwong Ba to be seriously injured. He and the others were treated at Dat Ma District Hospital, then transferred to Lasha Hospital. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's right leg was cut off one toe. His left foot had 2 toes. His lungs were severely damaged. But what surprised the doctors even more was that the tip of his tongue was also almost gangrenous and cold burns. They have met many people who ventured into the snow. Cold burns on hands and feet is normal. It is due to insufficient blood circulation. But cold burns on the tip of the tongue have never been seen. The tip of the tongue is in the oral cavity. The temperature is basically always equal to the body temperature. Is the tip of this person's tongue sticking out forever? Did the doctors know that it was this guy's tongue that saved the lives of 2 women? With careful and timely treatment by doctors, Trak Mok Kwong Ba finally kept his speech tool. After being hospitalized for more than a month, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still coughing non-stop. His lungs were much more severely damaged than Duong Man and Lu Can Nam. However, from then on, no one mentioned what happened in the narrow crevice that day, only that, every time Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw Lu Can Nam, he just wanted to avoid it without knowing it. Reason. What about Tang Man? I don't understand why she was angry, but when she was healthy, she asked to go to America to find her brother, but she refused to listen no matter what. Being frozen one night in the middle of that snowy land, even an iron block would crack, let alone a human. Excessive energy consumption, lack of clean nutrients and food are all factors that cause damage to the body. The situation of Trong Lap and Nyak Duong is also not very good. Vu was extremely tired, plus dehydration. Trong Lap almost couldn't make it through the night. The doctor said he had respiratory poisoning and lack of potassium in his blood. He had to be continuously monitored for 17 days in the room, monitoring the critically ill. The new doctor told others that he was out of danger, and Yue Yang's snake venom has not been completely eliminated, tormenting him for more than half a month. Ba Tangthi was taken to another hospital. From Lu Can Nam's source, after this action, their team is in danger of being disbanded. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked about the status of Kwong and Hat Phubak, Kwong Lap and everyone in Nala village, Yue Yang told him that all was well. They said goodbye to Uncle Kwong and Hat Phubak. He also went to Dat Ma District Hospital to visit them. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was relieved to hear that, but he did not see Yue Yang turning his back to him and silently wiping away tears. How can Yue Yang forget, when he and Trong Lap were rescued from the forest of ice towers, when passing through that ice palace, Trong Lap was already unconscious, but Yue Yang could clearly see that the ice was already gone, collapsed. Even if they told others that there used to be a magnificent palace, no one would believe it. Kwong and Hat Phubak sat leaning on the ice wall with the image of Lap Chan sealed. Kwong La curled up in his lap. Apart from the bloodstains on their faces, they looked like they were fast asleep. For some reason, Yue Yang felt so much pain. Just thinking about Kwong Lap made him want to cry. They shouldn't die like that, and at the same time, he thought even further, that wound, the time of the injury, there. Whenever he thought of these things, Yue Yang clenched his fist. There is definitely a problem. The officials' suspicions are not wrong, but how to do this? The action failed, the plan was cancelled. Perhaps the state would disband this group of people, the members would go to their own place. Trong Lap, Yue Yang returned to the local army unit. Lama Arla will return to the temple. Captain Ho Duong will also return to the State Scientific Survey team, or be arranged for another job. Lu Can Nam will also leave. All of this is in the prediction of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Professor Fung Tan has also reminded him before, this is a team that is not stable and sure. At any time there is a possibility of being solved, dispersed. Now having such a huge failure, it is only reasonable to be abandoned by senior leaders. But the story of Ba Tang's illness worsening, forced to return to the psychiatric hospital for treatment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not expect. What made him feel the most pain, the most unexpected, was that Professor Fung Tan was injured, very heavy. Professor Fung Tan's leg, which has not yet fully healed, was seriously injured again, this time with a broken femur. When passing through the ice crevice area, he did not have time to dodge, was crushed by a large iceberg falling from above. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba entered the hospital room to visit, Professor Fung Tan was resting. That leg was fixed with plaster and hung high. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not understand why. Why did a large iceberg fall from above? Why only fell on Professor Fung Tan? His hands clenched and creaked. Since Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw that photo of the unicorn, the teacher he respected the most, this most respected man had helped him a lot. Every word of the teacher implicitly changed his person. When the mood is depressed, the teacher will cheer and encourage him. When he is in a difficult situation, the teacher will instruct and guide him. Professor Fung Tan is always a light for the whole group. This person, like many years ago, all his doubts in academics and in life got the answer from Professor Fung Tan. Trak Mok Kwong Ba always believes that, even if this team is disbanded, with only a teacher's help, he will still be able to start again, determined to find the goal of life. But now, Professor Fung Tan's injury will make him unable to act for the next 2 or 3 years. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is like losing a mountain to lean on, like losing the biggest source of support, losing a pillar, spirit. He knelt for a long time in front of Professor Fung Tan's bed, silently saying to his heart, "Teacher, you have done too much for me." Everyone left the hospital room so that the 2 teachers and students could be together. Captain Ho Duong still vividly remembers what happened that day. When Professor Fung Tan found the remains of Kwong and Hat Phubak and Kwong La in the ice, he was completely numb on the spot, softly called out, "Old friend," and then did not care about the danger that the ice wall could collapse at any time. At any time, stood silently in front of their remains for a very long time. With 2 turns going back and forth through the west wind zone, his physical strength was too much. Professor Fung Tan staggered slightly. Captain Ho Duong stepped up to help him. The backpack also fell off at that time. But when a large iceberg fell on his head, Professor Fung Tan suddenly woke up, pushed the Captain Ho Duong, and then dashed back with his life, using his body to push the backpack away. That's why the block of ice hit the leg. At that time, Professor Fung Tan, still smiling, said to Captain Ho Duong, "There is a laptop in the backpack, that's all the data we have collected. Hey, Ho Duong, don't tell Kwong Ba, don't tell him that the icebow has collapsed, and don't tell him Kwong Le is gone. That kid is very affectionate." Captain Ho Duong had no more words to say. Remembering that time, even Lama Ayla could only bow his head and sigh. Captain Ho Duong doesn't talk about this, he understands all his old comrades do. Time slowly passed. Professor Fung Tan slowly woke up, saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba kneeling by the bed. In his eyes, he was forever just a stubborn, big-headed child trying to ask questions. Professor Fung Tan gently stroked his still messy hair and asked softly, "Kwong Ba, what's wrong with you? Are you crying? Don't be so heartbroken, you haven't fallen yet, we've done our best, haven't we?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his head, choked and said, "Teacher, your leg." Professor Fung Tan burst into laughter. "My leg is still very lucky, at least not as bad as your toes. Is it amputated? Did you know, when we returned to Nala village, the people all silently nodded their heads. No matter how good the climbing team is, having climbed the mountain of 2 Tak Kiat Mo at the most, they can only return once, half, this is the law." But the next day, when Ho Duong brought them all back, how surprised the villagers were, you can't imagine. "We've created a miracle again." Trak Mok Kwong Ba sadly forced a smile. Suddenly a feeling of indignation welled up in his heart. The teacher did everything just for him, yet he made the teacher respect his teacher. "I must be disappointed." Professor Fung Tan casually continued, "Okay, if you still cry in my hospital room, then I have nothing to say to you. Don't cry like a woman, although it failed this time, but where is our action over? Where has the always confident Trak Mok Kwong Ba gone? Where has the guy Trak Mok Kwong Ba roamed the marketplace, talking and laughing? You are not a child, encounter such a small matter and whimper like that. Dry your tears, tell me, why did we fail this time?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba gradually regained his health. In this life, he only cried for 2 people, one is his sister, the second is this great teacher. The bewildered man replied, I do not know." Professor Fung Tan immediately commented, "Don't know." Such words came out of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mouth. "Did you? Don't fight when you're not sure of winning, don't execute a plan that doesn't work. Did you never think that we would have this day of defeat? This time of failure, the key reason lies with us." Trak Mok Kwong Ba regained his composure and pondered again, "We are ourselves." Professor Fung Tan said, "That's right, we ourselves. Think about it, we risked our lives to get the map inside Hainan Kong Island. Are we blindly confident? Why do we dare to assert that the map will definitely show us the way to Bak Bala Temple, to find 2 unicorn? Before crossing the snowy mountain, were we overconfident? Are we sure to get through the west wind death? Are we bound to be stronger than how many mountaineering groups have gone before us? Do you remember we got the documents from the official Lu Can Nam? How many climbing crews have followed Morgan's map to 2 Tak Kiat Mak's snowy mountain? And how many people have come back alive? Did you ever think about this at the time? If we fail, what will happen to our team? Disbanded how? Have you ever asked Ho Duong and Lu Can Nam about these things?" Professor Fung Tan couldn't help it, again reached out his hand to gently pat Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head on the side of his bed, sighing and saying, "Think carefully, even though you have confidence, you will definitely succeed in going to work. That's a positive attitude, but blindly overconfident can be a big hit in that scientific investigation. Okay, I want to rest for a while, you also have to prepare yourself mentally. If the state has an attitude towards our actions this time, it will come in the next few days. The professor's words have always been very accurate. 3 days later, Lu Kannam brought news that made everyone's mood very heavy. Their messy team was officially dissolved. Everyone has only 2 days to prepare to return to their original position. Everyone was very excited and angry. Trong Lap and Yueyang complained the most. Lu Kannam only calmly said, "We have indeed expended a lot of state resources, which everyone knows. This action has a decisive influence on the survival of the whole country, our team." Trong Lap almost jumped up. Could it be that all the things we do, risk our lives to find, are all just a waste of the state's resources? Yueyang also couldn't contain the anger in his heart, shouting, "So those experts are better than us." Lu Kannam patted the two on the shoulder and said, "Save your energy, don't cry here. The orders of your superiors are indisputable. Go back and pack up, and return to your unit tomorrow." Yueyang still grumbled and shouted, "It's too late to do it anymore. There's nothing good about it." Lu Kannam's voice suddenly became serious. "Don't make such a mess, don't forget that you belong to the army, you will be prosecuted for that crime." When she finished, she coughed and was so emotional. Yueyang is as moody as a stale noodle. Trong Lap also fell deeply. He suddenly thought of Kwangba young master. They're only the ones who received orders to participate in this action. Success or not does not have much to do with themselves, at any time. Anyone can let go and go, gently liberated. How about the young master Kwangba? What should young master Kwangba do? Professor Fung Tan was so badly injured. The young master Kwangba could not continue to search for his dream, had to give up in the end. It seems that a dream is still just a dream after all. In the hospital room, Trak Mok Kwangba looked at Professor Fung Tan, like a child who had done something wrong, bowed his head and said, "The official notice has been received, our team bankrupted." Professor Fung Tan looked up at Trak Mok Kwangba, also somewhat sympathetic, tired and said, "Finally. That's still the result." Trak Mok Kwangba said, "Nuc Tuang and Trong Lap will have to go tomorrow. Wait a little while, they will visit the teacher. Even Captain Ho Duang has to go. He wants to talk to the teacher in private." Professor Fung Tan was slightly surprised. So fast? Trak Mok Kwangba nodded. "Yes, they are all core elites in my unit, need 'em everywhere. Superiors announced the disbanding of our group, the units naturally. I want them back as soon as possible." Professor Fung Tan forced a smile. "Yes, we should go back, so we have to go. Kwangba, remember what I said to you?" Trak Mok Kwangba nodded again. "Remember, the teacher said, what we should do when participating in special training, first is to study a lot, watch a lot, think a lot. If someday, the group, if this person is disbanded, we will find them alone. However, now I am." Professor Fung Tan waved his hand and said, "This little injury is not a big deal. Maybe I can't get into the actual action anymore, but I can take care of everyone's logistics, data analysis, resource gathering, all that I can still do." "No," Trak Mok Kwangba cried out, "enough, teacher, what you have done is more than enough. Even if I want to go on the road again, I will rely on my own strength to do it. Please rest, don't work harder for me." When Professor Fung Tan heard that, his face stiffened. "What kind of talk are you talking about? Seeing that my health is not good anymore, do you want to kick me aside?" Trak Mok Kwangba hurriedly said, "I didn't mean it, you know it, teacher." I, Professor Fung Tan smiled. "Of course I understand what you mean. Okay, I don't need you to worry about it, so what's your plan now?" Now, Trak Mok Kwangba was embarrassed and sweaty. For a few days he was immersed in sorrow and the group was about to be dissolved, standing still every day. Man was in the faraway United States, called 3 or 4 times and still didn't answer. In his heart, he was confused with hundreds of questions, thinking of a plan. Professor Fung Tan immediately reprimanded. "You see, acting on feelings again, right? Now the situation we are facing is the same as before joining this special training group. We will lose most of our resources, but what we have gained is also extremely important. That's news. Compared to 2 years ago, it can be said that we have gone from being completely ignorant to the level of understanding about Bakbala Temple, even more understanding than the organizations that have searched for Bakbala Temple from very early on. This is our advantage. That's right, Professor Fung Tan said seriously. I need an affirmative answer. Do you choose to give up or continue this journey? Trak Mok Kwong Ba also solemnly replied, I will not give up. Chapter 37, Japan. Sign of Sugar, 5. Pulling firewood from the bottom of the pot, Professor Fung Tan nodded and said, That's good. What you need to do now, firstly, is to analyze, arrange, concentrate all our resources, see how much is left, how much capital to keep house. The second is to complement and complete. The last thing is to find new collaborators. One person definitely can't complete this adventurous journey. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thoughtfully said, Resources. Do we have any resources left? Professor Fung Tan replied, Human resources. First is Min Min. She will definitely go. After undergoing special training, she has become your indispensable assistant. Trak Mok Kwong Ba worriedly said, Min Man. Man. This time, she doesn't even pay any attention to me. Professor Fung Tan said with a smile, It's okay for a while. People are girls anyway. It's hard to accept it for a while. However, you have to say it over and over again. You play the game. That one-pack sleeping game, not to mention Min Man, in return, no one will accept it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face was red and white at times. This was the thing he didn't want to talk about the most during this time. Professor Fung Tan did not seem to notice, and continued, As for the others, the Lama must see what his intentions are, but it is certain that the hope is not great. As for Ho Duang, I can help him with his ideological work. If he hasn't had any survey items recently, I'm sure 8 sections can be convincing. Well, it's hard for others. It's really hard to find people who are both experienced, adventurous and trustworthy. Actually, listening to you talk about some guy Sean met in the jungle of America, I feel like this person can be trusted. Anyway, he's been in trouble. Unfortunately he has no way to contact him. As for the selection of others, I am afraid to find Dr. County Tuanen and ask for his help. He knows a lot about explorers in the world, can find some documents. The second is financial resources. In this respect it is not a problem for you, but it is still best for you to take some time to review your company. Don't let it when you find the unicorn. The company was also bankrupted by him. As for the material resources and tools, for us, this is the most lacking aspect. Although we can manage some military supplies through the old man Dukenon, but compared to the special training group, it is too far behind. The equipment on our body, there are many things that are specially produced, not to mention not sold on the market, not even the military units can find it. There is only one way to ask Lu Kan Nam, after this action, how will those special devices be handled? If not, I'm afraid we have to go through special lines to find some items. It's a slightly worse alternative. The source of information I have prepared for you, there is no need to worry in this regard. Listening to the teacher's words, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could only nod rapidly. In the meantime, Trong Lap and Yueyang came to greet Professor Fung Tan. Lu Kan Nam called Trak Mok Kwong Ba out to discuss some dissolution procedures, including money, human and material issues. Trak Mok Kwong Ba received an affirmative answer. The equipment provided by the state, although produced thanks to his sponsorship, still belonged to the national secret. Even if a nail, the screw also can't stray out, and the balance in his money fund was barely used up, leaving less than 3 digits. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like a person who did something against his heart, did not dare to face Lu Kan Nam's eyes. After exchanging everything, he left as if running away, holding an account book with less than 3 words left, numbers and a thick stack of bills to pay. smiled wryly back to the hospital room. On the other side, Trong Lap and Yueyang had just left the hospital room of Professor Fung Tan, not knowing what they and the professor had talked about, but both of their faces were filled with tears. As soon as he saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Yueyang immediately ran to hug him and cried, "Young Master Kwong Ba, you have such a good teacher." Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't know how to react for a moment. There were no nostalgic words, no awkward farewells. Almost everyone didn't want to face this devastating breakup. Lama Ala wandered about, coming and going unplanned. Only Lu Kan Nam knew that he had left. Trong Lap and Yueyang also sneaked away. They didn't want or know how to deal with that separation, so they left a short letter, basically saying that they were happy to participate. Group, thank the teacher for fostering and young Master Kwong Ba for many times taking care, encouraging young Master Kwong Ba not to be discouraged, in the future need to continue to work hard. If there is a chance to mix smoke and fire, he will decide not to give up. From Nan. Trak Mok Kwong Ba read the farewell letter he wrote hesitantly. Their words were incoherent, but they couldn't cry or laugh. Showed them to Professor Fung Tan. He just smiled and shook his head. The two only wrote one picture, letter, unexpectedly even a joint venture to sign it. After that, Professor Fung Tan and Captain Ho Duong talked for a long time, and at the end of the conversation, only saw him frowning and shaking his head. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew more than half of it was because Captain Ho Duong couldn't stay. The professor did not speak, nor did he want to ask any more questions. Early the next morning, Lu Kan Nam, wearing a military uniform and backpack, stopped Trak Mok Kwong Ba in the hospital corridor. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but feel a little disappointed in his heart. Tang Man left, Trong Lap, Yueyang also left, now even the official Lu Kan Nam also left. He whispered, "Miss, are you ready to go too, officer?" Lu Kan Nam smiled as if mocking, said, "Will you talk to me? If I hadn't stopped you here today, wouldn't you have said goodbye to me?" "Do, I'm sorry." Lu Kan Nam laughed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately jumped, started to feel a little nervous, and coughed a few times again. Lu Kan Nam's eyes are a bit confused. This tall man is mentally exhausted, his face is yellow, and his hair is messy. Is this still the young Master Kwong Ba who is only in the sky, not in the world? She wistfully raised her hand, intending to smoothen Trak Mok Kwong Ba's messy hair. He slightly leaned to avoid. Lu Kan Nam also suddenly remembered his identity. His hand froze in the air, unable to move any more. She looked intently at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. In her eyes was determined to separate. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could only look down at the toe of her shoe, not daring to face it. Finally, Lu Kan Nam also withdrew his hand and said softly, "Please take care. So are you, magistrate." Lu Kan Nam suddenly pulled out a neatly folded piece of paper from the pocket of his shirt sewn on the inside of the military uniform, hesitantly said, "This." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like an electric shock, quickly took a step back. Faced with a situation like this, he really didn't know how to handle it anymore. Lu Kan Nam's face was as cold as ice, and commanded sharply, "Avoid the, am I that scary? Come here, take it." Trak Mok Kwong Ba awkwardly said, "Official, you know." Lu Kan Nam stuffed the piece of paper into Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand, his delicate eyebrows raised. "In this list, there is a way to contact the members of the Bakbala Temple research team. I'm sure that you will need. Don't look at me like that. It's society now. What kind of person do you think I am?" Misunderstanding people again, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was so embarrassed that he couldn't find a trench in the ground and crawled down. He quickly said, "Thank you, thank you teacher." Seeing Lu Kan Nam frowning again, he quickly explained, "Cough. I know, even though I say that, it's a bit too formal, but other than those two words, thank you, I really can't find any words to express." Trak Mok Kwong Ba clearly understood. Lu Kan Nam had tried his best to help them already. Lu Kan Nam calmly said, "Don't think so complicated. This is the contact method I got when I used my personal identity to talk to those experts. Professor Fung Tan probably knows at least a lot, but probably incomplete. That's all I can do, now let's go. After saying that, she strode away, finally gliding past Trak Mok Kwong Ba's shoulder. He quietly followed out of the hospital gate. The sea of people was immense. Lu Can Nam did not look back. Yorkshire is located in the east of England, is an important city that has witnessed many events in British history. Coming to Yorkshire, it is like passing through the tunnel of time to return to the Middle Ages. It has the largest Gothic synagogue in the UK. But Saws didn't come here for nostalgia. He was walking slowly on the banks of the Derwent, holding a report. Having gone to several famous universities, contacting a bunch of reputable experts, the research results are all the same. His mood is very complicated right now, half surprised mixed with joy, the other half disappointed again. Research results show that the evolutionary body that he thinks is an organism between the boundary between animals and plants, is not at all as he imagined. It is just a bunch of spore-shaped structures, similar to bacteriophage. They have an extremely large number, parasitize the host population like a coral. Normally these organisms are completely in the germ state, forming a gas bubble. Life is completely in a state, stagnation. Once in contact with water, they will restore their vitality quickly. In addition to expanding in volume, they also grow rapidly in an endemic mode of bacteria, growing exponentially every minute. In addition, they grow by cleavage germination. Between individuals seem to be connected by molecular bonds. In order to occupy more living space, absorb more water, they will cluster to where there is water. Then the violent force emitted will extremely terrible. Even if it is just a thread as thin as the tip of a finger, the pulling force can be up to over 100 kilograms. While this was not the kind of creature Saws had hoped for, it was nonetheless a startling discovery that sent shockwaves through the biologists. Saws circled a patch of forest. The figures in the university gradually thinned out. Arriving in an empty place, he stopped and calmly said, "How long do you want to follow? Get out of here. I know, this time around, I'm being watched by others." This time watching so blatantly, it was clear that the other party was prepared to show his face. A black shadow passed by. The other one unexpectedly jumped down from a fork nearly 10 meters high, landed gently like nothing, only to see him smiling and saying, "Be very careful, Saws." If Trak Mok Kwong Ba was here, he would have been shocked too. That person was none other than the silver-haired English gentleman, Sean. Saws glanced at Sean, didn't show any surprise, just said contemptuously, "Who I thought was, it turned out to be you, Lawyer Sean. Aren't you a member of Team D? Why follow me? Are you planning to get involved in the affairs of our T group?" Team. Sean's face was like a smile but not a smile, and said nonchalantly, "Wow, does your T group still exist? I thought that T group had been disbanded a long time ago. Dare to ask a question, how many people are there in that T group? Where's your decision maker? Looks like he hasn't appeared in years, eh?" Saws rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't dare to act yet. Not to mention the fact that the enemy is fully staffed. The captain is very powerful. This Sean name alone, he himself is not sure he can be captured. It is said that Sean is a pseudo-linguist who understands plant languages, and a trainer himself, and he is just a talisman himself, just maybe on the same level as Sean or even worse. Saws tried to suppress the anger in his heart, and said in a loud voice, "Stop talking nonsense, want to be honest." Sean pretended to say lazily, like this, "I feel like you and that Merkin guy have been walking very closely lately, almost looking for something. You know, people in our organization are at least curious. I really can't help it, so I want to ask you what we're looking for in the end." Saws heard that to be somewhat reassured. It seems that this silver-haired guy still does not know the situation. He calmly replied, "You are also curious, but that seems to be a bit over the line. Yes, that's it. It's not something you should be concerned about. If you want to join forces, Your captain must show his face and negotiate directly with our captain. Do you think you can spy on me for news? I'm afraid I'll let you down. Lately I've only been doing some specialized research, all the things you're not interested in. Sean was rejected, but still didn't mind. From what I can see, it seems that only you and Merkin are doing business together. Do you see your decision makers involved? Either way, we've been busy lately, haven't taken any risky action to unite the people of the clans in a long time. Why didn't you think of letting us join? I can help you a lot. Sean's suggestion did not interest Source at all. On the contrary, it aroused the will to kill in him. Source clearly understood, in an organization, strength determines everything else. Sean joins, which means his whole team joins, and it's just him and Merkin. What's more, they spent a lot of energy on the Temple of Bo Bala. At this moment Sean suddenly appeared asking to join. Doesn't he want to steal his hand? And he kept mentioning the decision maker again. Whenever he thought of that scary person, the corners of Saul's eyes twitched. If he really let that person know, would he and Merkin still be? Thinking of that, Saul put the report in his armpit, slowly and silently put his hand in his pocket. Sean just saw the unstable situation, quickly spoke up first. What, you want to kill people? Give it a try, see if your little animals are faster or my guns are faster. He took 2 steps back and then continued. If you don't welcome me to join, that's for sure, won't disturb your business again, there's no need to risk your life. Goodbye. Finished, he immediately jumped up the tree, bobbing a few times, the shadow disappeared far away. Source turned towards Sean's disappearance, loudly calling after him, please pass the word on to your captain, saying that the decision maker has his regards. After saying this, his face darkened, and he said to himself, hopefully those 3 words, determinator, can suppress him. Sean, you finally know the things. The ward was completely silent, everyone was gone, only Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Professor Fung Tan remained, all of them returned as they were 2 years ago. Sitting in the empty hospital room, recalling the bustling scene in the hospital half a year ago, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but feel sad and depressed, suddenly feeling an indescribable disappointment. Remember, what have you been doing for the past 2 years? It was like acting in a dark comedy, and in the end it got such an unexpected result. Professor Fung Tan also recognized the confusion of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. To give him more confidence, he suggested that he return to the company during this time to see how things were going. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also wanted to rest for a few days, but it was also time to contact the people at the company. Unexpectedly, just dialed the phone. In the heart of Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised an unusual premonition. The first phone call was directly to Dong Fung Shin. The mobile phone was never answered. The second time, he called the corporate office, but the number was down. The third phone call was to call the customer service center, which is a 24/7 hotline, but the number was also disconnected. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to hide the fear in his heart, told Professor Fung Tan that he had to go out for a bit, and then hurriedly ran to the company headquarters. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took the car to go to the headquarters of Thien Su Group. On the way he kept calling familiar numbers, but he didn't turn off the phone, but also changed the number. The closer he got to the headquarters, his mood more impatient and restless. When arriving at the gate of the corporation, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's whole body seemed to be cold. On that familiar gate, there was not a signboard of the Thien Su Mastiff Breeding Center anymore, but a sign that said, Eastern Meat Processing Workshop, Cold Hulian. The security guard closed the door tightly, and the new company also strictly stipulates that employees are not allowed to arbitrarily talk to outsiders, so Trak Mok Kwong Ba had to find people around to find out information. The Celestial Master Group. You asked the company that raised the Mastiff in the past. It's been down for a long time. The company has gone bankrupt. I heard that they still owe people a lot of money, but here, the bank is sealed and waiting for delivery. Why go bankrupt? I don't know this well. It's been a while. Ah, that Mastiff company, I know. Well, let's see. About half a year ago, I heard that the CEO of that company ran away with money. You don't know, at that time a lot of Mastiff owners came here, made a big fuss, heard that the company had cheated their money, someone tried to break the wall, someone tried to rob things, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could only see it. Heaven and earth rotated, immediately like a lost soul. This company was not built overnight. How many people have poured their blood and sweat into it, how many years of hardship and struggle. It's not just his own passion anymore, maybe said, his previous half-life and this company merged into one. However, why did the company go bankrupt in just one night? Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought forever and could not understand. Dong Fung Shin is not a newcomer in the market, nor is he a stubborn conservative. Even in the face of great danger, the Dong family still has tricks to overcome, so he can rest assured, which gave him full control of the company. At the same time, the friendship between him and Dong Fung Shin is not only a day or two. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is confident enough to think that he understands what Dong Fung Shin is like. In the past, he went out to look for precious dogs so much, the company was still operating normally. This time, what happened in the end? Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought that he couldn't understand it, but secretly lamented, Fung Shin, it's Fung Shin, what happened to the company in the end? Where are you now? Contacting all day, Trak Mok Kwong Ba flipped through all the phone books and numbers stored in the mobile phone, and finally called an old employee. This person is old, used to join the Mastiff hunting team in the early days. Trak Mok Kwong Ba called him Lao Vong. Through old Vong, he was able to contact a few other people, so that he could also grasp the content of the matter. Half a year ago, the company faced with workers poisoning Mastiff and rabid dogs, its reputation in the world was greatly reduced. In addition to the constant increase of independent investors, plus the competition of domestic investors, other companies, the company began to appear capital crisis. At that time, Dong Fung Shin came up with a development plan to deal with the immediate danger. The plan is, using the chain method, to sell the newly born or growing clams to the downline for rearing, and at the same time collect a special feeding fee. The company promises to farmers, when the mastiffs mature and give birth to the next generation, they will buy back the baby clams at a high price. Thus, in just a very short time, Dong Fung Shin had gathered enough capital to bring the company through the difficult situation. But the problem was, when the next generation mastiffs were born, the company will have to pay a large amount to buy back from those individual farmers. If it doesn't open up any new business, the company will go bankrupt in the blink of an eye. Of course, Trak Mok Kwong Ba clearly understands this plan's advantages and disadvantages. In the farming world, this plan is called the beaver rat plan or the poison plan, which is a typical example of harming people without being approved. Benefit G. Using this method to temporarily solve a real financial problem is like drinking poisoned alcohol for refreshment, only to eventually cause an uncontrollable situation in this mastiff breeding industry. Because feeding on such a large scale not only can't guarantee the quality, but it also destroys the rules of the business game, which will eventually make the product spread everywhere. No matter how big or small the farming household is, the final results are not bright. Dong Fung Shin could not help but know the danger of this plan. Trak Mok Kwong Ba really did not understand why he took such a risk. Coincidentally, when Dong Fung Shin came up with this plan, it was also at the time when Trak Mok Kwong Ba was uncertain whether he was alive or dead in the jungles of America. Some senior members were about to report the situation to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, but could not be contacted anyway. Then when Dong Fung Shin made sure he could find a reasonable sales line, in addition, after the mastiff poisoning incident, Dong Fung Shin sent a number of senior staff go, and then on the occasion of this protest, he changed a number of personnel again, basically getting the senior members of the group to agree with his decision. At that time, this plan actually solved the company's lack of capital, so the workers below did not pay attention. During the Two Roses Civil War, 1455-1485, the Yorkshire House was at the centre of one of the two warring factions, White Roses. The other faction is centred around the Lancashire, Velvet Rose, family. Chapter 38, Future in Life 1. Fall. The Dalai Lama smiled wryly and said, "The problem is, no one has ever seen or heard of those ancient creatures used to wash blood. They don't exist in this world anymore." With that, he turning his eyes to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face, he continued, "Because the ancient scriptures that I have looked up and read are not complete, I can't find any other way. If there is another method that can eliminate the ancient poison, those complete scriptures can only exist in one place. Asterisk 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 asterisk." Before starting the special training session, Trak Mok Kwong Ba went through the company gate, saw that the board was still there. In fact, it was like a mess inside, but when the company closed, he was in the final training, completely cut off from the outside world. The whole company was in a mess like silk, but it was impossible to contact Trak Mok Kwong Ba. The final result is exactly what Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard. His entire Tibetan Mastiff training group just one night announced its closure, asked for permission to go bankrupt, and owed more than 24 in the immediate future. Million yuan. The representative before the law Dong Fungshin has not been found so far. Across the country there are more than 2,000 workers who have not received any severance pay, and still have to make up their own money to pay social insurance. Association again. A few old workers sobbed on the phone, all saying that it was good to have General Manager Trak come back, and with the reputation of General Director Trak, they would definitely rebuild the company as soon as possible. Hearing the voice that came from the bottom of the heart of those workers, Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't know how to comfort them anymore. Those people had worked hard for the company all their lives, but when they got old, they didn't get any retirement money. How can he tell those workers that, now he is also completely empty-handed, without money, reopening the company? Open it with wood. Now, in the former breeding facility, it's also difficult to find a single thread of dog hair, I'm afraid. Another thing that made Trak Mok Kwong Ba even more depressed, was that when it was not yet the time when the Mastiff had grown to give birth, Dong Fungshin had suddenly used a large amount of money to pursue an exorbitant plan. At that time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also lost contact for more than 2 months. Rumors surfaced everywhere, causing the whole chain of fostering and training to collapse in the blink of an eye, unable to recover the money from selling mastiffs, agents, and at the same time, lower-level mastiff-raising households began to ask for money to support. It is true that the hedges fell, the trees fell. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can't understand, what is Dong Fungshin doing this for? Their compensation at the company can't be said to be not high. Does that mean he has a profit? Dong Fungshin mobilized several millions of cash to pursue a mastiff with a price in the sky, leading to the collapse of a business worth tens of millions of yuan, just a hoax arranged by others, and then appointed a series of incompetent leaders, sending out the core members. Moreover, the special breed clams brought to individual households are mostly normal dogs. Only when they grow up will they gradually reveal their faces. All these acts eventually caused the whole company to collapse in the blink of an eye. That way, unless it is determined to destroy the company, there is really no other solution. Trak Mok Kwong Ba really did not understand. He secretly made up his mind, must definitely find Dong Fungshin to ask for clarity. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba dragged his tired body back to the hospital, Professor Fung Tan also put down his cell phone, shrugged his shoulders and said, "Those experts are all very loyal to their responsibilities. Already know our team has been disbanded. They won't continue to provide information. It seems we still have to rely on ourselves." "Ah, how are you, Kwong Ba?" Seeing only Trak Mok Kwong Ba now and before leaving, looks like two completely different people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried to cover it up, and replied excitedly, "Well, it's okay, just a little tired," but his heart suddenly tightened, coughing non-stop. Trak Mok Kwong Ba coughed until his face was red, repeatedly waved his hand at Professor Fung Tan, showing that he was okay. He had no intention of telling the professor what he had just learned. He was already too tired to let him worry about him anymore. Professor Fung Tan said, "The doctor said you can't be too active during this time, your mood can't be too excited, you can't talk too fast." Trak Mok Kwong Ba regained some composure, nodded slightly, his movements stiff and mechanical. Professor Fung Tan continued, "That's right, this time around, we've been wandering everywhere without stopping, we're always going back and forth with the god of death, and we haven't had time to rest properly. Again, this time you should rest for a few months, relax your tired nerves. You see me, now you can't help but rest." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Teacher, I want to leave Lhasa for a while, to find some old friends." Professor Fung Tan nodded in agreement. "Okay, maybe they can help you. When are you going to go?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied, "I hope to be able to go as soon as possible, but the teacher..." Cough. Professor Fung Tan leisurely said, "Afraid of the wood, my legs are already hanging here, are you afraid that I will run away?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba confusedly shook his head. "No, teacher, who should I marry to take care of you now?" Professor Fung Tan laughed. "I'm this old, I still need someone to take care of me. You have work, just go to work, don't worry about me." Trak Mok Kwong Ba hesitated forever, then went to find the nurse who repeatedly told him to take care of the professor. After that, he called Tang Min again, but still couldn't get through. Trak Mok Kwong Ba got angry, punched the wall of the hospital, angrily said, "She doesn't understand this, how long is she going to turn off the phone?" He thought to himself, "You suggested it that day, I was also reluctant. If I didn't do that, we would have become 3 stiff corpses by now, wouldn't it be a good idea? It's been such a long time, I'm still angry about it." Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba found Uncle Bala, asking him to pay attention to take care of his teacher. Finally, the arrangement was complete. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said to Professor Fung Tan, "Maybe tomorrow I will go too. Well, if something goes wrong, you must definitely contact me." Professor Fung Tan signaled to him to rest assured, then the two talked again for a long time. In Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart there was something to worry about. Only 2 or 3 sentences could be heard in 10 sentences. The next day, Trak Mok Kwong Ba got on his car and started his journey to find Dong Fung Shin. Based on the information revealed by the old workers, Zhuo Muchang went to Xinjiang from the west, from the south to Yunnan, from the north to Heilongjiang, and from the east to Shanghai, near to Shanghai, like going all over the country. Dong Fung Shin almost meant to avoid him. Every time he heard news about the surname Dong, he always left the place before Trak Mok Kwong Ba arrived. Trak Mok Kwong Ba became stubborn, pursued for more than a month, until in Shanghai, he saw with his own eyes that the Thien Su Mastiff Breeding Corporation in Shanghai had changed to the breeding company. Fung Shin Mastiff, he seems to have just understood one thing, this is the answer. During this wandering period, Trak Mok Kwong Ba contacted many former workers and officials, most of whom expressed the desire to rebuild the company. But it is not easy. First of all, there is no capital. Secondly, there are no mastiffs. When the company went bankrupt, the mastiff dogs were all sold at a discount. Thinking about it, most of them were bought by the other Fung Shin Mastiff breeding company. Without those 2 basic things, wanting to become big and strong in this mastiff farming business is basically just a matter of eating without saying yes. At this time, a worker made a petition, saying that it was not General Director Trak who was searching for the unicorn, so rebuilding the company would not be just a talk on paper anymore. With the relationship and influence of CEO Trak, it's not a big deal to earn 1 or 2 dozen million in venture capital. After that, within a year or 2, you will be able to expand your sales channels, take over the 3 major markets of Asia, America and Europe. The whole company will return to the way it was before. This recommendation of the person who made it, Trak Mok Kwong Ba has also forgotten, but surely he remembered the content. just temporarily put it aside and didn't think about it anymore. He is tired. He has never been this tired, not only because of betrayal and failure. The team disbanded, Professor Fung Tan's broken leg, Man left, Lu Kan Nam also left, the bitterness of the former employees, all heavy mountains, so heavy on his 6-foot-tall head that it was impossible to raise it. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba did not immediately leave Shanghai. He stayed in a people's guest house on the outskirts of Shanghai. The meager money left on his body was all used to pay the rent. Take care. Every early morning he would carry a small bamboo basket, bargain with the salesman for a bunch of vegetables worth only 2 dimes, and at noon he would set up the brazier until his face was black. This inn only has a public toilet. The board on the cistern seems to break at any moment. The whole bathroom must also be shared, only turning on the hot water for half an hour each day. Bathing, rinsing, heating, washing, all must be completed in this half hour. His motel room was less than 5 square meters, a bed took up half the area. Under the window is a vegetable market. Every day before 4 in the morning, it starts to rumble. There is also a night market in the evening. People who eat at night have to make noise until 1 or 2 in the morning. If he left Shanghai, his life would probably be somewhat better, but for the time being, Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't want to go. He also did not talk about the things he had encountered for more than a month with his relatives, but only contacted some friends who did business in the past, hoping that where he had fallen, he could rely on his hands to stand up there. He also hopes that he can think of a way to help the former workers, who have lost his source of income to support his family. But most of his friends doing business in the market are mostly business talkers. When he has lost his capital and position, and at the same time, he has also lost the right to talk to them on an equal basis. Most of those people express that, if Trak Mok Kwong Ba's life is difficult, they can give some humanitarian aid, and he wants to develop the company again and help the old workers. It's another matter. Today's market is no longer the market where Trak Mok Kwong Ba dominates the world like before. He intends to rely on something to get back up, okay. Without the best investments, the company can't survive at all. Will he take money to support the employees who can only rely on the rescue? Friends in the market all said that temporarily they have not seen the development prospects of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, so it is not necessary to invest in such a non-profit way. And the death unicorn, when they see it with their own eyes, feel it with their own hands, then speak. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thinks of his family, although his family is not without money. Almost arbitrarily picking up an item is worth tens of thousands of yuan, but those things do not belong to Trak Mok Kwong Ba. There are even many things that don't belong to the family anymore. They belong to the state, called national treasures. Those things can only be placed in the house. Once they appear on the market, the seller will be prosecuted. Criminal liability. In addition, the only relatives he can think of are only 3 people. One is Professor Fung Tan, one is Man, and another is ex-wife Trak Mok Kwong Ba. All 3 of these people he is unable to open his mouth to ask for help. Why do you tell your teacher to invest capital in you? Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't even dare to think about it anymore. He still wanted his teacher to do something, because he, Professor Fung Tan, worked hard day and night, broke a leg. Even when he left the hospital, the professor still told him to worry about him. Could he be like a blood-sucking discus who had to suck the blood and flesh of his teacher before he would let go? Man's family is very good, but far away water can't save the fire near it. More serious is that for the past 2 or 3 months, she has deliberately avoided him. Until now, Trak Mok Kwong Ba still does not know what he said or did. Fault her. As for it's even more impossible for her, although he will definitely help him, but... The sad sobs of former employees on the phone still rang in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's ears, but he himself couldn't change anything in the moment. He became depressed, mentally depressed. Every day, after 2 o'clock in the morning, late at night, the mind is also quiet, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba still can't sleep. He starts to react, or are the things he did before really all wrong? Why did he have to take his daughter away from him? It was his company, but he was very confident to hand it over to someone else to manage. Just like Professor Fung Tan said, he easily trusted others, but why were the people he trusted like that? All betrayed him. In the end, where did he go wrong? What to do? Is it correct? Right. He thought for a long time but couldn't think of anything, only it seemed that he was about to collapse. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not give up. In the immediate future, he was thinking of how to contact Dong Fung Xin. He must face to face and talk to him once. His company had to close. Dong Fung Xin opened his own company. All of that is acceptable, but he shouldn't treat the old employees like that. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still holds a glimmer of hope that Dong Fung Xin can partially solve the problems of those former workers' lives. But Dong Fung Xin lived and died. Kuch refused to contact Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He kept calling continuously. Finally one day, the telephone operator told him to leave his address. When the time will come, someone will find him. Contact guy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought he saw hope, did not expect. He was in pain again. Just 2 days after giving the address, someone came to the door. Trak Mok Kwong Ba met in the aisle downstairs, a short-haired man. The other party first looked at him once, as if remembering something, then walked up with a smile and asked, "May I ask, is it Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought it was Dong Fung Xin sent, went to the guest and replied, "Yes, I am Trak Mok Kwong Ba, you are." That fat man pretended to be godly and said, "I heard that Mr. Trak is looking for a very old wooden temple, isn't it?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba watched the other side with vigilance. The story about Bakbala temple was extremely secret. Even Dong Fung Xin only knew he was looking for the unicorn too. That also means, this fat guy has no relationship with that Dong surname. Judging from his appearance, it seems that he heard about me searching for Bakbala temple somewhere, now came to inquire about news, i.e. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said directly, "Do I know you?" That fat guy shyly smiled and said, "I'm not familiar, but I heard that Mr. Trak here has some information related to that ancient temple." Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately refused. "Sorry, I'm in a bad mood, I don't want to talk to you now. You'd better get out of my sight before I'm in a worse mood than I can bear." After saying that, he immediately turned around and left, leaving only a shadow for the fat guy. The fat man mumbled, "As expected, it's difficult to approach, even though you've failed, you're still stubborn. Now when there is no money, talking about it is just talk." Although Trak Mok Kwong Ba doesn't know where the news came from, but he really hates those who are passionate about searching for treasures just out of greed. He returned to his room, just wanted to be able to contact Dong Fung Xin as soon as possible, to solve life problems for employees in difficulty. Called again and again, but the other party still asked him to wait longer. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 3 days later, someone finally reached the door. Unexpectedly, this time it was a person Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not know. This well-dressed middle-aged man pretended to be a mastiff breeder, surnamed Kim, whose name was Real Hon. Trak Mok Kwong Ba politely invited him into the room. The stranger raised his golden-rimmed glasses to carefully inspect the small room where Trak Mok Kwong Ba rented, then looked at him again, only to see blue cloth clothes, muddy sneakers, messy hair, beard, jagged mustache. He shook his head and said, "Oh my, the owner Trak was once the richest man in this place. Isn't that intentionally faking in front of us?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba calmly replied, "Do you think I look like a pretender? He claims to be a mastiff breeder, so he can just say it." Kim Bu Huan nodded, "Okay, it's very refreshing, the owner Trak is indeed a businessman. I will say it bluntly, I represent 42 households raising special breed mastiffs in Shanghai to come to you." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was cold, didn't expect him to find it here. After the company applied for bankruptcy, all debts were distributed by the entrusting bank. The biggest losers were the households that raised these lower-level mastiffs. They paid a ridiculous price to buy a bunch of normal puppies, but the plan to buy back that the company promised was never implemented. Turns out, this person unexpectedly came to collect debt. Although it is said that after applying for bankruptcy permission, the debt of more than 20 million will automatically cancel, but morally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba cannot accept it no matter what. He knew that the price of a mastiff was not a small number, and even a small amount of money for a well-to-do family was a blow. If it was a family with difficult circumstances, he didn't even dare to imagine his life. What will they be like in the future? Kim irreversibly saw the current state of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. He himself was afraid to open his mouth. He scratched his head and said, "I've come here anyway, so I'll bring everyone's words out. Boss Trak, although he may be living a rather miserable life right now, but his behavior. Your company's scam has made many families and individuals live 10 times more miserable than you are now. This one point alone, you have to give us mastiffs an explanation." Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood up straight. He said apologetically, "I understand everyone's feelings. I'm really sorry. Defrauding customers who trusted our company like that. I myself used to be the top leader of the company. No. This responsibility, I cannot push anyone. I also really hope to be able to give customers who have been lost an answer that makes them happy. I will try my best to compensate them. Tell me, what do you need me to do now?" This, Kim Bu-hoon obviously did not expect that this person who was previously the general director of a large company would be so easy to talk to, and his attitude was even more sincere and serious. He originally came to collect debt, but seeing this appearance of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, it seems that it is impossible for him to vomit the money. Kim Bu-hoon thought for a moment, then said, "To tell you the truth, Mr. Duo, I was originally representing everyone to come to claim that debt, but in your current situation, this proposal seems to me not very realistic. I believe you have a sincere apology to everyone. That's it, or you can go alone with me, say a few words of apology to everyone. I think we are not the kind who do not know how to respect, do not understand what the owner Trak means." Trak Mok Kwong Ba thoughtfully replied, "No, I can't go with you. I still have to wait here for an important person. I also hope to be able to quickly solve the problems for the employees and dog owners like you, so these days I can't go anywhere." Cough cough. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had stopped coughing recently, now suddenly panicking, coughing again. Kim Bu-hoon said, If Boss Trak doesn't feel comfortable going, let me think about it. Would you mind writing me a letter? I need an official apology letter from you." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said cheerfully, "Okay, I can also assure everyone, if I rebuild the company, I will compensate for all the losses our company caused, out for your dog owners." Cough cough. He took the pen and wrote an apology letter, at the same time asked for the debt, directly wrote it into a debt, signed my name below. By doing so, he has blocked his own way back. He must definitely pay this debt. This is what he does as a man. Kim Bu-hoon took the apology letter and the debt note, nodded non-stop, then immediately tore the debt paper that Trak Mok Kwong Ba wrote to me in front of him, sternly saying, "Okay. I believe in him. I am also a businessman. The owner Trak has such pride and confidence. I believe that he will definitely rise again. The old stories won't be mentioned anymore. I'm just a small business person, but if you reopen the company, I will definitely help you with all my might. Goodbye." Kim Bu-hoon had gone a long way. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had just come to a problem. How did he find the place where he stayed? It was the problem that Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought and never understood that had brought him great trouble. At this moment, he couldn't imagine. Kim Bu-hoon was just the beginning. Moreover, it represented the group of clam farming households has relatively small losses. In that Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not wait for Dong Fungshin to have time after time. Households raising mastiffs came to visit. His company Thien Su went bankrupt, and the original contract did not specify the standard of assessment of the mastiff. They were the most innocent victims, not even a single dollar of compensation. Seeing people wearing clothes, the whole family led each other to the grave. Track Mok Kwong Ba was silent and did not speak. Well, all kinds of people, some cursed, some cried "I-O," demanding to sell their children in front of him, and there were people who cut their hands and committed suicide. Track Mok Kwong Ba quietly endured enough cursing, cruel curses, and even intrusive acts that humiliated his personality. Looking at the angry eyes of the children, the sad expressions of the men and women, the angry and helpless faces of the elderly, he suddenly felt afraid, did not have the courage to face it, with this plight. Soon, the people around all discovered, there was a group of people surrounded by a tall man. That person had a thin face, a haggard image, moreover, he was constantly coughing, like a TB patients are about to die. Every day out, that person had to stoop. A lot of rotten tomatoes, rotten persimmons, chicken eggs, mud and dirt flew towards him. Even the children around also learned to pick up stones to throw at that person. Anyway, he didn't fight back. Bullying people who don't fight back seems to be a common human trait. The residents around did not know what was going on. Why did the other people ask to kill the tall man? When asked about the situation, everyone shook their heads and sighed. It's cruel. Chapter 38. Future in Life 2. Completely collapsed. The period that followed became the most tormented days in Track Mok Kwong Ba's life. Every day is surrounded by sounds of anger mixed with mourning, seemingly endless for 24 hours. On the door was smeared with uncleanness and filth, and inscriptions as red as blood. Wherever he went, there were people chasing him, scolding him, hitting him, crying with him, begging him. Track Mok Kwong Ba, that burly 1'8" man, was unexpectedly surrounded by people in a small room of less than 5 square meters but dared not go out. In just a few short days, he was noticeably thinner. Track Mok Kwong Ba patiently endured the insults. He still blamed himself in his heart. His spirit was tormented, but from the beginning to the end, he still couldn't think why all these things in the end happen, until one day, an old employee who did not mind the long way to find the small house he rented, Track Mok Kwong Ba discovered. President Duo, are you really here? What are you still doing here? Want to run away? Someone posted this address of his online, and also tried to specify his identity as the person responsible for the previous Thinsu company's legal responsibility, in addition to some exaggerated web pages. Now believe it. Rumors have already spread everywhere. All Mastiff owners across the country are coming here. That debt of 20 million, just the number declared when asking the court for bankruptcy. In fact, I don't know how much money was owed at that time. The benefits of all employees that year increased, double or more. General Director Track, do you think that must be exchanged for how many families have died and broken down? The other people are considered civilized. The ones that come later are the ones who suffer the most lost news. They don't know anything, only know that he is the one responsible. Now they have no more. They don't come to you to complain about poverty, ask for debt, but come to risk their lives. CEO Track, you don't know anything. This is not your fault. The consequences should not be yours. Run. Track Mok Kwong Ba laughed miserably. Where do you run to now? Those people trusted our company, so they bought the Mastiff dog breed provided by us. Now they can't be divorced. Their house is broken, but why am I running? This responsibility I should not shoulder, so there must be someone to shoulder this responsibility. Who is responsible for this? The former worker muttered. Don't get angry, General Manager Track. I know your mood is not good at all. To be honest, this trick of Director Dong is also very cool. The contract at that time was relatively large. Now the company is bankrupt. Those Mastiff owners can't sue anyone at all. Hold that contract. No matter how they sue, they will lose. Their situation is really tragic. We can feel sorry for them, but, General Manager Track, it won't do you any good to endure their hardships patiently. If you really want to help them, help former employees like us. So please get up. If only General Manager Track waved his hand and shouted, old people like us would all follow him. we would start all over again. General Manager Track, I've been following you for 10 years. Searching for mastiffs, exploiting the market, building a base, what difficulties have I not overcome? Back then, we saw him working with the staff every day, how hard we worked. General Manager Track, as long as you don't fall, we can stand up one day. General Manager Track, please say something like that. The old worker kept talking, and finally, he couldn't help but shed tears. Track Mok Kwong Ba hugged his shoulder tightly, and for a long time did not say a word. How many eyes, how many voices, how many wishes, all stirred up in a pile in Track Mok Kwong Ba's mind, making his heart hurt like a knife. His head wanted to burst. Within a day or two, in a short month, he had tasted the cold and warmth of people. He couldn't bear it any longer. From the beginning to the end, he still couldn't understand why Dong Fengxin did this, why he had to be chased and killed like that. Is it still Dong Fengxin that he already knows? One night when it rained like a waterfall, he ran to the door of Fengxin Mastiff Breeding Company and shouted, Dong Fengxin. Why are you doing this to me? After all, I did something wrong to you. Come out here. Why do you hide, not wanting to see me? Get out of here. Quote. Only the cold rain unconsciously responded to his screams. And then he fell ill. A series of consecutive blows made this man with an iron body fall ill. The man who had crossed the rainforest, climbed snowy mountains, descended on ancient graves, touched all kinds of trap organs, any cruel natural circumstances could not bring him down, finally fell sick. The cooperative friend that he sincerely treats, as if he had sold him out as a brother. He really couldn't understand, the friend that he knew well, had known for many years, suddenly turned faceless, used a cruel scheme, forced him to go to such a dangerous country. But, what happened next? Track Mok Kwong Ba was even more unexpected. Duo Muchangbo lies in the ward of a hospital in Shanghai, one-sidedly facing the ceiling. He thinks a lot, if not for having bought health insurance before, I am afraid that now he can't even pay for the hospital stay. A young doctor wearing glasses with a medical record came to Track Mok Kwong Ba's bed and asked, Is Mr. Track? It's like this, we'll do a spinal test for you shortly, hope you can cooperate. What's the test? Track Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. I just had a bad cold, I'm much better now, why do I still need to be tested? The young doctor explained, Mr. Track, this is it, we found that your blood is a little abnormal. To determine the cause of the disease, we plan to test your spinal cord for you. This is only a very small surgery, guaranteed not to cause any damage to him. Once the cause of the disease is determined, we will adjust the treatment plan, so that you can recover soon. After the marrow was removed, there was still no answer from the doctors. Track Mok Kwong Ba was upset, was about to leave the hospital, so at this time a new doctor with the surname Dai hesitantly asked, Mr. Track, you have a just me. Does the family have any relatives coming? Track Mok Kwong Ba frowned. He also knew, the doctor in the hospital asked if the patient had any relatives here. This is not good news. The language suddenly became heavy. No, there's only one man in Shanghai. If there's something wrong, just tell me directly. Don't go around the three kingdoms anymore. What's wrong? I can handle it all. Why is there a tumor? Or, did I have AIDS? Seeing that the doctor was a little hesitant, Track Mok Kwong Ba said, If there is nothing wrong, then I will do the discharge procedure. At that time, Dr. Dai said, Mr. Track Mok Kwong Ba, as your treating doctor, I have an obligation to inform you that, through the results of spinal analysis, we diagnostic kit, he has malignant mutated blood cells. Track Mok Kwong Ba was stunned for a few seconds, then asked, So, what does that mean? Dr. Dai replied, in other words, he was blood cancer. The blood in Track Mok Kwong Ba's body seemed to be boiling, his heart was pounding, sick, as if it wanted to go crazy. Blood cancer, just hearing the name is terrifying. Dr. Dai bowed his head and continued, "Perhaps I should have used a more flexible method of expression, but no matter what, it's the same result. I think it's better to tell him directly. Moreover, according to our preliminary judgment, this is a new type of blood cancer that is beyond the scope of current medical understanding. It can be said that this is the first time coming into contact with a case like this." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned. He had never thought of it before, that man and the word, cancer, would be related, and even a completely new form of blood cancer, even the leading famous hospital. It's like being here for the first time. He couldn't understand, with a body like this, how could he be predestined with cancer? Could it be that this time it was really an accident that was hard to escape? Next, Dr. Dai said a lot, all of which were the words that the doctors at Lhasa Hospital had said to Lama Allah and others, meaning that he wanted him to coordinate with the hospital to carry out the work. With the best treatment, it is possible to be exempt from treatment. After all, this is a completely new disease, which has never been mentioned before by any medical report at home or abroad. Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard that he half understood and half did not. For a moment he lost his ability to think. After a long time he had a reaction, muttering, "Illness. Is this my disease curable?" Dr. Dai replied, "Well, this is very difficult for me to assure you, because the symptoms that appear on you, we have never met. In the short term, to handle similar cases, we mainly use spinal cord replacement and chemotherapy. Currently, the treatment of leukemia is much more advanced than it was in the 90s, the survival rate is 50%. Of course, the cure rate for some types of leukemia can be a bit higher." As Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew, the cure rate, the doctor said, was the survival rate after 5 years of observation from the end of treatment. Thus, only 50% of the patients still have the disease that he has, which is a type of situation that even the doctor has never seen. What is the survival rate? 10%, 20%. When he thought of coming here, he immediately asked. Dr. Dai shook his head. "I can't say for sure, but your condition is already very serious. You can endure it until now, even making me surprised by your health condition." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded, saying that is like telling him that your disease is completely curable. Stay and let us do the experiment. Dr. Dai also knew that he had made a mistake and quickly added, "But, even if it's only 1%, 1,000th, 1/10,000th of hope, you must be persistent." Trak Mok Kwong Ba waved his hand and said, "Doctor, tell me, if I don't receive treatment, how long will I live?" Dr. Dai looked at him with sympathetic eyes and said in a low voice, "If you are in my current state, it's a miracle to be able to live for more than a year." "A year, so I only have a year left." Trak Mok Kwong Ba got bored and turned to leave. Dr. Dai hurriedly said, "Brother Trak, do you really not think about my proposal? If you just give it a little rest, you'll see that I'm making a contribution to all of humanity." Dr. Dai didn't say that it was still better, saying that Trak Mok Kwong Ba really just wanted to drag him down for a battle, dedicating to all mankind. "Depending on what you want to sacrifice myself to dedicate to all mankind." Dr. Dai saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba resolutely refused, so he sighed and patted him on the back and said, "Well, go home and ask your wife to cook delicious food, travel, visit places, enjoy life." Trak Mok Kwong Ba honestly just wanted to curse him a few sentences. Is there such a way of talking? You make a dog fart like that. But in the end, he persevered. "Enjoy life then," he repeated the sentence thoughtfully. His body and mind were too tired. He just wanted to cry, but the result turned into a wretched smile. Trak Mok Kwong Ba dragged his heavy footsteps out to the hospital hall, looked up at the dome, and saw that the top was covered with porcelain tiles made of Jesus, Mary and angels. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said painfully, "Could it be that God really wants to kill me? Did I do something wrong after all?" Right at the moment Trak Mok Kwong Ba stepped foot out of the hospital, he suddenly remembered Lu Can Nam's resolute eyes at parting. She told him, "Take care." Why did she say that? How could she already know that? Since when did you know? Recently. He was only hospitalized twice, once more than half a year ago. That time besides blood transfusion for Man, what else did he do? That's right. I have terminal blood cancer. Why can't I feel like that at all? This is completely inconsistent with the theories of modern medicine at all. In the end, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also understood the word poisonous ancient that Lu Can Nam emphasized over and over again means. The guy was hit by a poison neck. He also remembered the expression on Lama Allah's face when he saw himself immersed in the lake. It was absolutely not the joy of having cured the disease, but on the contrary, it was a bit heavier. The ancient poison he received has not been completely removed, but has been deeply rooted in the bone marrow. Since then, it has been constantly gnawing at his life. Captain Ho Duong later mentioned, when crossing the snowy mountain, for some reason that Lu Can Nam could not delay another year. It must be because of someone. It turned out that he was not someone else, but it's him. Lama Ala, Lu Can Nam, they already knew he was the one who got poisoned. They also knew he didn't have much longer to live, but at the same time they were helpless to know what to do, and also knew the current medicine. I wouldn't be able to do anything against this wicked old thing. This is also the reason why Lu Can Nam is so eager to find the temple of Bak Bala, not only because his date is short, but also because she hopes to find a cure for him in the temple. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought that the ground under his feet had completely subsided, so he didn't have many days left in this world. Bang! The sound of a car horn startled him awake. Trak Mok Kwong Ba struggled to avoid the oncoming cars. He himself did not understand how he got to that small room. It was like words, scolding. Those beatings did not evoke any feelings for him. The unclean things that were thrown on the ground, he also pretended not to see. For a few days, he went around the hospitals in Shanghai. The answer was still the same. He had terminal cancer. He did not have long to live. If he stayed, he could be exempted from treatment, as an object, experiment for medicine. If you want to go home, then just go home and obediently wait to die. He still has a year left. A year to do what? Trak Mok Kwong Ba needs to talk. He really wants to find someone who will listen to his feelings, but where can he find that person? He remembers his relatives, father, mother. Can't say, Manman, that little one. Older brother. Finally, when he couldn't stand it anymore, he held the phone in his hand, but unfortunately, there was still no one on the other end of the line. Once, twice, thrice. The busy tone on the phone rang for several hours, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hand was no longer strong enough to raise the phone. He leaned under the window, sat close to the wall. It was dark and cold outside, sad and miserable inside. There was not one person next to him to confide in. He felt that he was as strong as an orphan abandoned in the wilderness, raised his eyes to see only the morning sky, surrounded by wild animals, but he still wanted to help those poor and needy people. Well, that's ridiculous. It turns out that snails can't even carry snails. In one night, both sides of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's sideburns were dotted with silver spots, and his whole person seemed to have completely changed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba called and found an old friend to borrow 20,000 yuan. In exchange, before, he never opened his mouth to borrow such money from friends, but now it all makes no sense anymore. He wants to enjoy this life. How to live life as enjoyment. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is also not clear. In his world, life is a constant challenge with seemingly invincible difficulties. He has succeeded countless times, but even if he fails, he can immediately stand up, but standing taller than before, looking farther before falling. It wasn't until this time that he really tasted defeat, that feeling of complete failure. Before God, human strength is so small and fragile. Man can fight with fate, but can one person's strength stop the erupting volcano? Cannot. Humans can challenge the limit, surpassing themselves, but can one person's strength make the whole earth stop spinning? Cannot. Man can conquer all his own kind, perhaps even conquer all other animals, but with the power of one man, he can turn the beach into a bride. Time and space change, the moon changes, why move or not? Cannot. Trak Mok Kwong Ba once believed that, with only effort, one can definitely succeed, but this time, it seems that his direction was wrong. Unicorn is a myth, it should only exist in fairy tales, mortals should not be disdainfully touched. Trak Mok Kwong Ba recalled an ancient aphorism, which basically said that the gods in heaven created this world, but hid its true nature, making it invisible to humans. If left to humans, discovered the nature of this world, didn't he already become a god? Anyone who wants to find out the truth will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Now, everything he is doing, seems to be trying to bring a myth to reality, so reality will deal with him an unconscious blow. Heaven and man both resentful, all of the gods were indignant, all of them unconsciously deprived him of everything he had ever owned, knocking him down to the hell of the world, unable to raise his head anymore. I have lost my family, lost direction to make efforts, now my career and life are also lost. It is true that there is no more. In the remaining days, I will live. What is this? What is the meaning of my existence? Trak Mok Kwong Ba took the money, ran away from the small room where he was berated and cursed every day, started going in and out of pubs, dance floors, letting the hysterical music and brandy burn his throat to make him. He was paralyzed, forgetting all his afflictions, forgetting whether he was living or dying, forgetting everything that had happened, just as a dream. It can only be a dream. If not a dream, why in just one night, he is no longer like that. But every time he wakes up with a headache like a hammer, the bright sunlight shakes, beside him, passers-by pass by, they also move sluggishly like machines. Why do they keep following him? Forever like that. Those dull, expressionless faces, why were they so close to his face? That terrible and cruel dream, reappeared once more, so real. So, he could only continue to seek drunkenness. Every time he drank to the heavens and the earth, his head was heavy and his feet were light. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was satisfied looking at the twisted bodies on the dance floor, who only knew how to find pleasure in the friction with the skin, unfamiliar, living for a night under the euphoric effects of alcohol. Ha, this is enjoying life, so this is enjoying life. Satisfied, he swayed the table and sang, laughing happily, but every time he burst into tears. Another sunset passed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba woke up at the corner of the street. Why am I here? Thrown by someone. He no longer remembers those things. The tall man lying on the other side of the street had once appeared on the third page of countless magazines, eloquently presented at countless conferences. Now, he was just a drunk man lying on the side of the road. Trak Mok Kwong Ba staggered to get up. The first thing he usually does in situations like this is to hit the wall with his head a few times. Painful. That's hurt. Unexpectedly still feeling pain. But today I'm still alive. Where are you going today? He shuffled bewilderedly, like most of the others, letting his feet take him to the next place. There is a road in front everywhere. There is basically no need to choose which direction to go. Just keep going in that direction. Cars must give way to you. Pedestrians must also avoid you. Ha, between heaven and earth is still the biggest one. But in the back, there are always comments. That guy is crazy. Look at him, more than half a fool. Do you want to die, you idiot? Ha, it's okay to be crazy, it's okay to be stupid, who cares? Remember in the past, this fool used to make many of you admirers admire. Ha, so hybrids like to admire idiots like that. No, those people don't worship this madman, this idiot. They worship the things outside of me. They worship the things that I own then, and I'm not a woman. So I'm not. It's all. It's weird. Why am I walking on the street with two legs like this? Who am I after all? A familiar scent wafts out from the door. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his head, acting as if a dry pine branch was about to burst. Dating pub. Those 4 words caught his eye. Neon lights, surrounded by flashing letters. Chapter 38. Future in Life 3. Pub dating. Dating pub, just seeing those 4 words, like a basin of cold water poured from head to toe, Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked down at his feet and muttered, "Did you bring me here?" 10 years ago, it was in this little pub that he had made his first date with England. 2 years ago, in the same pub, he used alcohol to say goodbye to his married life with her. At that time, he was also extremely disappointed. After drinking, he became mad, was beaten by a group of people, hospitalized for a month. 10 years on, the surrounding architecture has all changed, and it still flashes those tiny neon lights, unchanged. Today, he accidentally came to this place. Isn't this fate? Turns out, human destiny is to go around an invisible center, round after circle. People think that they have escaped that circle. In fact, they still just move around your circle of destiny. Trak Mok Kwong Ballet's legs are as heavy as falling, step by step towards the other door of fate. A security guard with a face that looked like a ferocious god of murder rushed over, but immediately bowed his head and grinned at a red piece of paper. "Master, please go this way." A tall, shaggy bearded guy who wants to pretend to be a woman's voice. It really doesn't matter. Trak Mok Kwong Ba received the magical red paper in his hand, thinking to himself, it turns out that it is the invisible center, but why do I see it now? Passing through a long, narrow and dark corridor, came a large dance floor that could hold 200 or 300 people to dance together. The loud music is deafening to the ears, the lights are blinking wildly. Deep in the dance floor, there is a small platform raised high. Above them are thin girls dressed in poor clothes, danced hard. The rock band in the background beat the gongs and made the brains dizzy. Around the dance floor is a railing ring, which is a seating area, divided into 2 floors above and below. All kinds of alcoholic drinks are being quickly consumed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba came to the bar, chose a familiar corner to sit down, and then began to enjoy his life again. "I don't remember how many glasses I drank, can't remember who I used to be." This is exactly the effect that Trak Mok Kwong Ba wanted. Forgetting time, forgetting the concept of right and wrong. This is probably the enjoying life that the other doctor said. "Oh, see, big brother, it's like that guy again. Do you remember him? That was the time when I hit my best hand." "How can you forget? It was the ghost guy 2 years ago, her son. I remember it very well." "Haha, he seems to have been beaten more heavily this time than the last time." He's right, it's true, my hands itch when I see him." More than 24 people who just entered the pub are a group of forces that are almost gangsters. The pubs in this area are all protected by them. Anyone who wants to have a problem must ask them first, but if they want to find someone to cause trouble, so that person is considered unlucky. The leader of this group was named Wang Dean, with a black face, burnt eyebrows, a lion's nose, a mouth as wide as a crocodile's, about 8 feet tall, weighing about 108 pounds, used to fight and hide in the jungle. Guangzhou later committed a crime, so he had to wander everywhere, until the waves were calm. He dared to return to Shanghai. Since then he has been much less liberal. 2 years ago, he just saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba and felt angry. The people he was most annoyed with were those who put pressure on him. When Trak Mok Kwong Ba lost his mind, he immediately came out to provoke. The 2 of them did not agree with each other, immediately rushed into a dark fight. The end result was Trak Mok Kwong Ba was carried to the hospital. That time, Wang Dean heard that the person he beat didn't die. Naturally he was relieved, but he didn't expect it. Suddenly 2 years have passed, the other person still dares to come back here again. He said to himself, "Wow, that's really good." Wang Dean led the gang to the back of the bar, patted Trak Mok Kwong Ba on the head, said, "Hey, buddy, do you remember me?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened his eyes slightly, glanced at Wang Dean, then smiled and raised his wine glass. "Now." Finished the glass. Finished. He put the wine glass down on the bar, the wine spilled out, and his head fell back down again. Wang Dean shrugged and smiled, grabbed Trak Mok Kwong Ba's hair and mocked, "Huh, don't you realize? But I still miss you, ha. He looked directly into Trak Mok Kwong Ba's confused eyes and nodded, then slapped him hard in the face. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind is in an unbalanced state. He doesn't even recognize who he is, let alone others. Just saw him dreamily looking at that ugly face, as if he knew someone. Who is that? Huang Din nodded and continued, recognize me. Why, can't you fight back this time? Look at me here, avoid this thing and avoid it. Take a look at your bear-like appearance, it makes one want to vomit. After saying that, he again showed pity. How dare you come here again, not afraid that we will slowly die? Or is, you look down on the old man Duang here. Ha, he spat a lot of saliva into Trak Mok Kwong Ba's wine glass, raised it above his head, and said, drink, drink, I'll let you go. The people around were all laughing. Usually these people also get into fights, like to make fun of bullying stupid people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba seemed to understand what Huang Din was saying, immediately raised his glass of wine, knocked on the table, and said, damn it. Then he tilted his head back, as if he wanted to drink a glass of wine with saliva. Huang Din was pleased to see that scene. He liked to see others submit, especially those who looked taller than him. Unexpectedly, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly waved his hand. Both wine and drool splashed on Huang Din's face, then burst into laughter, repeatedly knocking empty wine glasses on the bar. Huang Din covered his face with anger, raised his sleeve to wipe the wine, and shouted, you want to die. A fist carrying the power of 280 pounds aimed straight at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's nose bridge. Perhaps Huang Din's posture is not very correct, or the distance between him and Trak Mok Kwong Ba is too close, or it may be that he moves too slowly. In short, Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently dodged the straight punch. As if it was an unconscious instinctive act, he then turned around and hit an elbow, slammed Huang Din's head on the bar, then bounced up like a ping-pong ball, spitting out his saliva. Smack, looks really pathetic. Huang Din came to his senses, took a step back, and was surprised to see the drunk man standing in front of him. It's too fast, compared to 2 years ago. It seems like two completely different people. He hesitated. Bastard, are you really drunk or are you pretending to be drunk? He came to take revenge 2 years ago. A man who followed Huang Din saw that his brother was suffering, so he picked up a beer bottle and smashed it directly on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's head. That blow made him somewhat awake. What was that feeling just now? Pain. Why is it already morning? Why am I still in the pub? Wasn't it thrown out this time? Hand still holding this glass. Looks like I've been drinking too much. Why is my drinking capacity getting worse and worse? Where is the wine? Trak Mok Kwong Ba roared, completely ignoring the crowd surrounding him. Huang Din was startled. This bastard's head was made of iron. The whole bottle hit the head and it was still unharmed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned to Huang Din, slammed his hand on the bar and shouted, wine, where's wine? When Huang Din saw that scene, it seemed that the opponent was not pretending, and immediately thought that the shot just now was definitely just a coincidence. Her son, your grandfather is so unlucky, he accidentally hit an elbow by him. He rushed over again, picked up Trak Mok Kwong Ba, and angrily shouted, your mother's son is an idiot, but he dares to borrow alcohol to make a fuss in my area. This time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba recognized him. His eyes lit up. He flipped his hand and grabbed Huang Din's collar, in a voice that was almost mixed with joy. I recognized him. You're the one who hit me last time. The punch is strong. Come on, hit me. Let me hit you. Beat me to death. Huang Din was dumbfounded. Isn't this request very suitable for him? This guy really wants to die. Right after that, he heard Trak Mok Kwong Ba threatening, you don't beat me to death, I will beat you to death. Huang Din at this time is still not aware of what that sentence means to him, only secretly saying, this crazy guy. At the same time, he pressed his voice, you want to do it yourself. Another full force punch. Next, his left hand clutched his right wrist and roared. I just don't know when. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was carrying an iron chair across his chest. A punch of Duong Dien had just hit the iron pipe of the chair leg, almost breaking his finger. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes were dull and drunk, saying, Don't hit people, that place. A knot, no feeling, hit, here, hey, he pointed to his head, continued, fight here. Duong Dien was still holding his wrist, stomping his feet and jumping, cursing with his mouth, his mother's son, beat me, beat his father to death. 23 dozen names immediately rushed up, immediately surrounded Duo Mok Kwong Ba in the middle. Duong Dien's wrist finally eased a bit. He wanted to see if the besieged man was finally dead or not, so he pulled out the stunned disciples beside him. Get out, let me go. Butcher it with your own hands. As soon as the words finished, the thugs in front of him flew out like a bomb, and the encirclement opened a gap. Only saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba standing in the middle of the crowd, his eyes streaked with blood, his whole body reeking of alcohol, looking like he couldn't stand still. However, what about the dozens of people lying at his feet holding different parts of their body while screaming in pain? It's true that I met a ghost. The rest of the wandering youths all looked at the drunk in the middle with awe and fear. Each of them clenched their fists so tightly that they trembled. Trak Mok Kwong Ba staggered forward. They quickly stepped back to make way. He kept walking low and high to Duong Dien's side, his footsteps swaying like a candle in the wind, but his whole body exuded murder, causing Duong Dien to feel extreme tension in his heart. Go back, what the hell is this? What the hell is this after all? Duong Dien did not dare to slow down, hurriedly swung his left hand and punched a punch first, but this attack was just a bad move. The right hand hook was a killer blow. The force of the path was extremely strong. In the ring, this hook of his has defeated many opponents, but this time his great move punches the air. Somehow, the tall guy kept stumbling forward, leaning left, then swinging right, both of his punches failing to hit the target. Duong Dien was about to withdraw his hand to attack again, but saw a sharp pain in his abdomen. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's fist had strongly sunk deep into his stomach. Eating this punch, Duong Dien knows what is called a steel fist, only seeing that all the internal organs seemed to want to come out of his mouth. I told you to hit me. That's because I respect you. Another punch. The pain from Duong Dien's left cheek spread, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking and teeth falling. The pain was like ripples on the surface of the water, spread from his cheek to the left half of his body. Duong Dien only felt dizzy, his eyes were dark, and his face was suddenly smeared with saliva, and fresh blood spurted out, with a cry of terror. Who are you calling to beat me? This time, the pain center shifted to the right cheek. In front of the eyes only the stars were scattered, the tip of the tongue was tilted to one side, the brain and body were almost lost contact. Duong Dien himself didn't know which direction he turned to. Is my body here? Anyone can hit and curse at will. The bridge of Duong Dien's nose was smashed to widen. Even the stars that were flying in front of his eyes were nowhere to be seen. That feeling was so hot, so bitter. Can't anyone just casually hit me? His body flew up into the air, then fell to the ground. His limbs were weak. Almost at the same time, he felt unbearable pain, and at the same time, deep in Yang Qian's heart, a thought, if he continues like this, he's dead for sure. I was born a wretch. A strong impulse from the spine spread throughout the body. Broken, definitely broken. It seems that the second half of my life I will have to sell my paralytic body. After Trak Mok Kwong Ba finished speaking, he immediately grabbed the delinquent Duong Dien who was foaming at the mouth, his arms and legs hanging under his armpits, grabbed his hair, lifted him up to catch him, and angrily shouted, "Say it. Did I do something wrong to you?" Perhaps because of the last human instinct, Duong Dien suddenly regained consciousness and burst into tears. No. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked again, "Tell me, am I good to you?" Duong Dien hesitated. Also. That's good. Trak Mok Kwong Ba slightly put strength into his arm. Duong Dien immediately bellowed like a pig being provoked, hurriedly nodded his head. Good, good. Trak Mok Kwong Ba excitedly shouted. Then I ask you, why did you betray me? Why torment me? This question is not easy to answer. The wrong answer will be life-threatening. For a moment, Huang Din was also stunned, afraid that his small life was in the hands of others. His situation was very dangerous. How to answer now? Or the mouth foaming at the mouth, the limbs flailing around to let it go. Trak Mok Kwong Ba lifted his head again, letting the other side take a closer look, gritting his teeth. Speak, speak. Did you know the mistake or not? Huang Din grimaced in pain, 2 lines of tears fell, and lamented, Big brother, I was wrong. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like a dying person hearing the sentence he wanted to hear the most before he closed his eyes. An indescribable sadness rose in his heart, gently laid Huang Din on the ground. His eyes were vague as if he was awake, somewhat more, and then raised his voice equally lamenting, saying, You already know it's wrong, so why did I tell you to hit me, but you didn't do it? Did you forget that I told you, if you don't beat me to death, I will beat you to death? Hearing this sentence, Huang Din felt even more pain in his heart. Big brother, I really want to, but I really can't beat you to death. Keep fighting like this, both me and the other juniors are afraid to die before him. Oh, he burst into tears. You know it's wrong. Trak Mok Kwong Ba staggered to his feet, saw Huang Din lying flat on the ground, clasped his hands behind his back and said, Come, I'll give you one more chance, this time I won't fight back, even though you beat me to death. Not even fighting back. Finally, he even closed his eyes. Opportunity. Huang Din saw a rare opportunity, immediately used both hands and feet, crawled and slithered out the door. After a long distance, he stood up, limping, leading the juniors who were still moving to run away for their lives. At the same time, afraid of Trak Mok Kwong Ba chasing after him, he did not forget to comfort him with a few sentences. Big brother, today I can't beat you to death. Another day, wait for me to call enough brothers, bring enough things too. Oh Dad, he stumbled to the ground, then frantically got up and ran a few more steps. Damn it, what's wrong with that son of a bitchy? Compared to 2 years ago, it really is a heaven and an abyss. Damn, I can't stand it. A junior who was holding his arm standing to his left said. Huang Din, ha, loudly. The old man standing with his nose on the right said, It's bad luck, where did that bastard go these 2 years? Maybe go to Shaolin Temple. Huang Din, ha, strongly twice. One guy hugged his chest behind, bent down and said, Big brother, could it be? Can we just let this go? A guy with puffy eyes like a raccoon, a red, purple-yellow face like paint grumbled, What else can you do? The 2 of you were even beaten up by someone to beat you up and down, who told me to let it go. Huang Din roared, Whoever dares to say goodbye again, I will cut her son and feed the dog now. Go, call them all here for me. There are things that also hold all of them. Don't beat that dog to death this time. I don't want to take the surname Din anymore. Later, someone secretly doubted. Apparently, the big brother is not Din, isn't he? The group hurried to find more companions. No one noticed that behind the streetlight, 2 people with huge backpacks were staring at them. It's so late at night, who is it? Only heard the slightly shorter person standing on the left say, Is it wrong? 20 people can't beat one, these guys are too weak. The tall man standing on the right said, Tell me, can the person they talk about be Kwong Ba young master? The other dwarf said, I don't know, but, like the address that Professor Fung Tan gave us, the dating pub is also close by. Well, but the surrounding architecture has changed so much. The professor hasn't been here for years, with my investigation tricks, and now I can't find the way anymore. Or should we just follow? Let's find out the way out of the other guy's eye. The tall man said, I say, if young Master Kwong Ba is really drunk, the 2 of us are just afraid that we won't be able to subdue him, or just contact the officials and others first. The shorter man nodded and said, Yes, the officer goes south, if he could find it, he would have called us. Well, we'll find the place and then we'll call the magistrate. Drunk, really drunk, really drunk, do you know if I'm drunk? Trak Mok Kwong Bar was sitting alone in front of an empty bar. The people inside had run away since the fight started, now it's really dead. A security guard was about to go back to clean up the mess, but when he saw that the fierce god was still sitting there, he was so scared that he threw out his fart and ran straight away. Trak Mok Kwong Bar freely chooses alcohol on the counter, whether it is yellow or white or red wine, he keeps drinking from bottle to bottle. It feels so good to feel these things in the stomach, the throat is like burning embers, the chest is like a burning fire, the brain and body seem to have split into two directions, floating in the air, each one. Steps are like stepping on clouds and wind. Every time he took a sip, he conveniently smashed the bottle away. Trak Mok Kwong Bar was free to wreak havoc in the bar and dance floor without anyone, kicking the railing, flipping tables and turning chairs. He felt that deep inside his body there was an impulse that wanted to break all constraints. The fight just now was like a fuse, causing the hidden power inside his body to explode. Trak Mok Kwong Bar immediately felt around an invisible force suppressing him. He wanted to throw it all up. Tired of punching and kicking, he sat down at the bar again, gulping wine. After practicing, break the bottle, and then practice again. In the glass, waves of booze spread, and in Trak Mok Kwong Bar's eyes, a familiar face appeared again. Are you? No, it was his daughter. How happy she was smiling. She must be very happy. Why? Why become so short? Da Cat. Why Da Cat hasn't returned to the village yet? Why has he grown a beard again? Oh, so it's Kwong and Hat far back. Are you and Kwong Lap still well? Why is the person next to Kwong La so fierce? Captain Ho Duong. Why suddenly see Captain Ho Duong like this? Is he scolding me? Trong Lap, Ba Tang, Yueyang, why are they? Did they come to visit the team? Ha, that's not true, it's already disbanded. This team of ours cannot last long. As soon as I thought of the special training group, the image of Lu Can Nam and Lama immediately appeared in the wine glass. Lu Can Nam was smiling, Lama Ala looked very compassionate. Goodbye. I don't know if I will have a chance to meet you two again in this life. The wine in the glass rippled again. This time, Tang Min's face appeared clearly. Her face was like a porcelain doll. Her mouth was smiling like a flower. Man, where have you gone? I didn't want to contact you before, but now, I don't dare to contact you anymore. Stop leaving, cut it off, break up. That's for the best. You should forget about me. I'm sorry. I said I would take you to see the unicorn, but I couldn't. The wave was bobbing again. The majestic shadow in the middle of the forest. Wasn't the two unicorn? Two unicorn? Ah, two unicorn. Don't go. Wait for me with. In the subconscious of Trak Mok Kwong Bar, he is getting closer and closer to the unicorn. But why is the two unicorn more and more unlike in the imagination? Why are the eyebrows grey? Why are the eyebrows so sharp? Those mournful, distant eyes. Ah, the Wolf King. I remember. You left the wolves, went alone up that lonely mountain, turned your head towards the tribe in the moonlit night. That's where belongs to you. It's amazing. Without thinking about it, you already know where I belong from the beginning. How can I? Where do I belong? Where are you going? Wait for me. Who is the person next to you? Who is that white girl? Wolf King, are you going with that girl? Chapter 38, Future in Life 4. Bloody Nirvana. The girl in white turned around. That delicate face, that innocent smile, those big bright eyes. Oh, my little sister. Trak Mok Kwong Bar's sister moved her lips, seems to be saying, brother, live well, try to live well. Suddenly, next to his sister appeared a few vague shadows. They looked so tall and muscular. They wanted to take her away. Trak Mok Kwong Bar could not help but roared, give me back my sister, give me. Suddenly feeling pain on his forehead, it turned out that he had hit his head on the edge of the wine glass. The image of the Wolf King, His sister and the other ghosts all disappeared, only the booze wave remained. Brother, you have to live well. Her sister's voice was still ringing in her ears. Baby, I'm so miserable, you know. Your stupid sister. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not hold back his tears, drop by drop rolling down a glass of wine, breaking a dream. Should it be good to live? Sister, you tell me, I listen to you, everyone listens to you, I won't let anyone hurt you anymore. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sullenly sat down, half of his life was like a floating cloud, a full glass of wine, sweet and sour, all in it. Human life is like wine, youth and youth a sorghum, aspiration to embrace the deep blue sky, growing bigger and bigger, entering society is like entering a furnace for brewing wine, cereal grains, yeasts mixed together, kneading again and again and again, the so-called destiny. This is exactly the end of this time, another time struggling to escape. Even when I am old, I can't even know the way of flowing water, knowing that fate is indisputable. How many colors? Eventually it becomes transparent only, that melancholic scent has hidden deep inside, the longer it stays, the sweeter it becomes, but the outside looks no different from water at all. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his glass to drink it, suddenly a figure of Babatu appeared in his heart, did not expect that he had not forgotten her, her fate, was it as long and messy as me? It was as if someone was whispering in his ear. The enemy that we can't see is the most terrifying. The enemy that we can't see, that's right, ha ha, now he is also being attacked by the enemy, but he didn't see the torment for only a little bit of pain. Why, every time he remembered that sentence, he felt a strong and terrifying premonition rise in his heart, but could not understand where the fear was, the enemy that we could not see, Ellipsis, the tall, dim shadows that kidnapped his sister once again occupied Trak Mok Kwong Ba's vision. Dang! A gunshot broke the silence of the night. Trak Mok Kwong Ba lowered his head, bright red blood dyed his outerwear, hit the bullet. Huang Dean proudly blew smoke out of the gun barrel. The junior who was beaten for the green spot next to him asked, Big brother, why don't you just shoot him dead? Huang Dean tilted his head, shaved his fingers and said, one shot is too convenient for him. Now that he's lost an arm, even if he can't even beat him to death, I can't even roll around and be a jerk. After saying that, he turned to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, brother, I'm back. Don't you want to die? Let me satisfy you. Where are you? Rush up to me. They did not expect, in the eyes of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, all of them were vague shadows, those names with unknown backgrounds. They themselves kidnapped his sister. Hang out with them. Suddenly, the scene became chaotic, the pitiful cry rang out incessantly, and from time to time, a name was thrown up high and flew away. A guy holding a sharp broken bottle pierced Trak Mok Kwong Ba's back, but was gripped by his thick and strong muscles, unable to pull it out. Trak Mok Kwong Ba turned his hand upside down and threw a blow. The other guy only saw an iron hammer as big as a garbage shovel that hit him in the face, turned around and fell to the ground. Another guy grabbed an iron pipe and hit the spot where Trak Mok Kwong Ba was hit by a bullet on his arm. His shoulder bounced up, knocked the iron pipe, then swung his leg out with a kick. The other guy immediately hugged his stomach and bent, like a shrimp and then fell down. Swallow, a knife slashed, Trak Mok Kwong Ba dodged, but still left a trail of blood pulled from the left shoulder to the right back. His arm reached out, squeezed the knife holder's throat, lifted it in front of him, then tilted his head back and hit him hard on the head. The thug pitifully saw the fire as if it had hit the earth, its ears flared like thunder, and its eyes were as if there were volcanoes erupting, clinking. An iron chain wrapped around Trak Mok Kwong Ba's injured arm. He immediately changed his hand to pull it back, exerted strength, and threw the man away like a mace. Make everyone around drift away. In the eyes of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, front and back, left and right, there are enemies everywhere. Why are there so many enemies? Too much. Why can't beat it forever? Why did you take away my only sister? Give me back my sister. All the thugs are shaking, all of them. Even though they are outnumbered, the enemy can only be one, but That loose hair, clenched teeth. That person looks like a ferocious beast. The weapon that comes close to him also becomes his weapon. Anyone who is within a meter of him must experience the pain of just wanting to die. The thugs who were originally aggressive and harassing, now every name is terrified and scared. They had never met such a crazy person. That body seemed to be made of iron and steel. His movements were as agile as a ghost. His strength was almost infinite. No matter how he hit him, he could not stop him. Collapsed, but whoever was hit by him was basically unable to function anymore. The man had clearly been slashed in several places. His skin was torn open. His whole body was covered in blood, yet he still stood tall and proud like a terrifying demon god. They had fought countless battles, fought with countless people, but never before had so many people surrounded one person, nor had a battle been so terrifying. Later on, it was almost as if they could only block, but could not but dare not attack the opponent anymore, as if they were the ones being beaten, and the other person. A drunk guy with an arm injury, who wants to chase and kill more than 100 of them. That was the fourth time Duong Din was knocked out of the crowd, and in the end, he couldn't suppress his fear anymore. The person they're facing here is not a human. The name is full of blood like crazy. It's like a devil from the underworld. He has never been so afraid. According to the investigation of his juniors in the past, the opponent was just an ordinary businessman, at most a little taller in stature, but the first time he was just equal to him, only him. During this time, what the fuck did that bastard Doi? After only 2 years of not seeing him, he had turned into such a terrifying fighting machine. Looking at Trak Mok Kwong Bar's flesh and blood body, Duong Din really couldn't understand. After all, it was the strength that made the opponent not fall. Trak Mok Kwong Bar at this time completely did not feel the blood all over his body. In his eyes there were only blurry shadows. In his heart he constantly shouted, "Sister, I have seen it yet. You beat 'em all. They've run away, they're scared. You don't fall down, you don't fall. Certain, I will definitely save you back. Gun, where's the gun? Give me the gun," Duong Din shouted, snatching the gun from the junior's hand. But the hand holding the gun kept shaking and shaking, unable to stop Trak Mok Kwong Bar among the crowd. He immediately raised his gun to shoot at the sky, and at the same time shouted at the juniors who had already drifted away, "Get out of my way." The whole group quickly drifted away, leaving only one piece of Trak Mok Kwong Bar in the hold, a bunch of people rolling around groaning under their feet. On his body, there were wounds everywhere, blood soaked all his clothes, but still stood tall, especially those eyes, like 2 lightning bolts cutting through the still night sky. Those eyes made Duong Phil run up. Is this still human? Damn it, what the fuck is this bastard? Duong Din struggled to swallow his saliva, slowly lowered the barrel of the gun. Unexpectedly, his wrist was suddenly gripped by someone, unable to move. Duong Din was furious, turned his head and looked to see if anyone had the courage to stop him, only to see that it was a young man with a firm face, a large backpack on his back, his mouth gasping for air, paused, as if he had no strength left to speak. But his arm tightened like a steel pin. He pulled it out several times but couldn't move a bit. Just hear the other guy say hard, "Finally." Well, in time. Duong Din has never been like this, immediately roared, pulled his hand back to grab the gun, intending to give the other brat a shot in the face. Unexpectedly, the guy's hand lightly grasped the gun body. He couldn't pull the trigger no matter how hard he tried. Only hear the other side gasp and say, "Gun. Don't play like that." Duong Din pulled the gun back, couldn't pull it back, so he pulled his arm, then put his foot on the knee on the other guy's lower abdomen. No doubt, he just needed one hand to easily press down on his knee. The 3 younger brothers in the back saw that the big brother was under control, immediately rushed to help. The other guy didn't bother to look, threw his feet up to sweep around, knocking all 3 of them away. Duong Din swore in his stomach, I don't know how many times. It seems that today he really met all the demons, and where did another powerful kid come out? He let go of the gun, and at the same time turned around to kick across, only to see the other guy gently dodge, but also put his hand to push his kick to the side. Huang Din kicked the gun away again, then hurriedly jumped back 2 steps, shouting at the juniors, "Look at that motherfucker. Rush for me." Another melee battle, only this time the opponent turned from 1 to 2, soon, from 2 to 3. In the front, there were 3 guys holding the young guy. One guy in the back raised a bottle of wine to sneak attack. Suddenly the bottle in his hand was held by someone else. That guy turned his head to look, don't know when in the pub had another tall, bearded man with a fierce face, only to see him grab the bottle of wine and say, "You want to sneak, this is not good at all." After saying that, he immediately put his strength into his hand, and unexpectedly broke the whole glass wine bottle with his bare hands. The thug was splashed by the bottle, immediately covered his face and shouted. There were 2 men holding knives, about to stab the back of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, suddenly felt his wrist throbbing, looked at the 2 swords that had disappeared. Suddenly in the middle appeared a smiling face. Neither of them had time to react. The man's arms were swung up, the blade hit the back of his neck, and the 2 immediately fell to the ground. Another guy holding 2 bottles of wine, tiptoed to approach. In front of him suddenly appeared a bald man. It turned out to be an old monk standing in the way. He immediately smashed the bottle of wine down, shouting, "Get out." The bald old monk was still holding the Buddha seal in his other hand, opening his eyes to look at him as if nothing had happened. The more he panicked, the other bottle of wine also swung down. "Oi!" The bald old monk, as if nothing happened, suddenly reached out a hand and pressed it on his chest. That thug has never felt anything like that, like there are countless air currents running up inside his body, only to realize that his whole body has already flown up. The more people, the more chaotic. The people outside can't hit, the people inside can't get out. Suddenly, only a strong-bodied girl outside the crowd of people jumped up, then followed the wall and kicked her feet, getting higher and higher, running more than 10 steps in a row in front of many round eyes, and then she shrugged sharply, jumping into the midst of the scuffle. As soon as the body touched the ground, it spun in a circle, with both hands swinging. Immediately a whole bunch of people fell down like straw. Martial arts are so powerful. The thugs were all dumbfounded, with only one thought left in their heads: what day is today after all? There was a smart and intelligent person, seeing that the situation was not good, tried to quietly withdraw, but as soon as he got to the door, he saw a beautiful young girl standing there. I was about to force out a smile at the beauty, when I suddenly saw a dark face in front of me. When I fell, I was still thinking, I feel like I've been hit by something. Did you get knocked down by something? And the people who ran away were also stopped by another man. This man is not very tall, his legs are bent, his head is bent, his face is as cold as ice, his eyes are fierce like a wolf, his hand is extremely cruel. Anyone who touches him will not break his arm or leg. More and more people fell down. The backpackers on the contrary became more and more light-hearted. The 2 young men even chewed the gum. In addition, the bearded man also pulled out, smoked out. Huang Din examines the situation, knows that things are not good, continues to fight like this. His people will definitely make sandbags for everyone to practice. He quickly shouted, "Stop, stop it for me." The few remaining real travelers hurriedly led each other to run behind Huang Din, gawking at the newly appeared backpackers. In addition to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, still nagging with the thugs who desperately cling to him, the rest of the people did not pursue, put their hands in their pockets, smiling faces without having to smile at the heads of the group, causing every name to be nervous. When they realized these guys were still wearing their backpacks, they all made another commotion. They were surrounded. Hundreds of people, unexpectedly surrounded by 7 people. Each of them thought to themselves, are we all going to be killed? Is there a chance to escape? Those 7 backpackers are both male and female, young and old, but they all have one thing in common, which is their eyes. Those eyes are the same as the drunk guy's eyes. No, they're much scarier than him. What kind of look is that? It's a look that looks down on death. In those eyes, they could only see their own desperate face. Huang Din desperately asked, "After all, who are you?" The tall and tall young man walked up to him, unafraid to look at the thug a head taller than himself, chewing gum while replying, 101st Division, Special Operations Squadron, Navy SEALs, 1st Air Force, Code 107657. Saying that, he glanced at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and continued, "That's our captain." Huang Din was stunned. He didn't hear wrong, did he? "Soldier, special. The other guy flicked his cheek and continued, "Dude, do you want to cause any more trouble? Just consider it carefully." Huang Din lowered his head sullenly. If it was any other gangster force, he might still be able to regain the area, but people have pulled out the name of the Special Forces, even though their forces are 10 times stronger. He added 10 more guts, and Yang Tian never dared to touch the army. And how he personally witnessed these people, at least even if this news were to spread, it wouldn't be so embarrassing. As to why there were monks in the Special Forces, he couldn't think again. The scene after the battle was devastated. Anyone who could still crawl and roll would follow Huang Din's tail and hide. Fighting all night, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also gradually calmed down, although in front of his eyes was still blurry shadows, but his consciousness was awake, so many wounds all over his body began to feel pain. Already, at the same time, this battle has released all the humiliation and indignation that he has endured during the past time. The pessimism and disappointment in his heart also gradually eased. He was tired and collapsed, just wanted to lie down for a while, so tired, living like that was really tiring. Why, when participating in training sessions is like tormenting, going through life and death stages that make my nerves stretch, I don't feel tired, but when I enjoy life, my body and mind are so tired. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has begun to react. Just now the people who fought with him were not the fearsome enemy in the illusion, but were all the delinquents in this area. Are they gone? Why are there still names here? Suddenly, a man rushed towards him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled, which was about to catch up, suddenly realized that his body had been released, his arm could not be lifted. Just saw that shadow, rushed into his lap. In his hazy eyes, he seemed to have a passing shadow. "Hey, younger sister." Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly trembled. A surge of strength surged. He hugged that small body tightly. Only listening to his sister sobbing and saying, "I don't do bad things anymore. Hoo, I will never leave you again." No, this is not a sister's voice, this voice belongs to man. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't believe it. He raised that face, in a vague way. He could only see the same eyes as his sister's, wanting to be loved and loved by people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head. Isn't he dreaming? He rubbed his eyes hard. The scene before him gradually became clearer, so those familiar faces, once again, appeared before his eyes. Trong Lap, Yueyang, Ba Tang, Captain Ho Duong, Lama Ala, Lu Can Nam and even Man are in his heart. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stirred and stood up, still wondering in his heart, am I dreaming? Or are you still sober? But his consciousness reminded him that this is not a dream. Those faces are right in front of his eyes, and the soft and gentle body that he is holding in his arms, the scent of the body, isn't it familiar? This is not a dream. In the silence of the eyes, Trong Lap said a sentence that made Trak Mok Kwong Ba tremble. "Young Master Kwong Ba, let's return to the team, we are waiting for you." Tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Those clear eyes were all looking at him full of encouragement. If there is anything in this world that makes Trak Mok Kwong Ba recall the warm feelings of humanity, then there is no doubt that it is the comrades who have been with him in this birth and death. They have led each other's hands over and over again to slip away from the hand of death. Each one of them understands and holds firmly to that one belief. No matter how much danger lies ahead, regardless of the obstacles in the future, they still, again and again, let each other out of the hand of death. Everyone, don't give up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was supported by Duong Man, staggered to his comrades, and said with emotion, everyone. Isn't everyone back already? Yue Yang smiled brightly and said, Young Master Kwong Ba, our team has been disbanded for more than 4 months, for such a long time, anything like this can happen. Isn't that so? Ha ha. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly staggered as if he was about to fall. At this time, Duong Man, who was supporting him, raised his hand and said, Oh, blood. Yue Yang and a few others rushed over to help him. He took off his shirt, looked at the bullet wound on his shoulder, and said, It's okay, it's just a small wound, go to the hospital for a little treatment and you'll be done. Something that has to be said over and over again, Young Master Kwong Ba, why are you in such a mess? Trong Lap lightly tapped Yue Yang's head, reproachfully, you still talk in such a straightforward manner, don't learn from Captain Ho Duong. Captain Ho Duong glared and shouted, Boy, this is my strength, don't call it a weakness. Lu Can Nam now said, Stop doing the review, take him to the hospital first. In the encirclement of close friends, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was carried out into the pub corridor. It was a little too bright outside the door, and only now did he notice that the first ray of sunlight had appeared on the horizon. After many days immersed in alcohol, he regained consciousness again at dawn. Chapter 38, Numbers. Deal in Life 5. On the road, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart seemed to have 100 mixed emotions, and at the same time full of doubts. He really couldn't understand why everyone returned like that. When he asked, Trong Lap immediately pretended to be nonchalant, saying, I'm already in the army. Then he laughed again, actually, when you first met me, I was only half a year away from the army. I served overtime, unfortunately I can't claim any more benefits. Ha ha, is it the same for Yue Yang? Well, let's not talk about that idiot again. If it weren't for him doing the paperwork, we'd be back 2 months early. Yue Yang grumbled, Of course, my unit is not so easy to let go of people. Let's say I am also an elite member of the unit. Someone like you, as soon as you write a report, your superiors approve it, it's like you can't push it away. What did you say? Say it again. I've long since passed my military service age, they dare not be sure. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes turned to Lu Can Nam's side, only to see her smile, saying, I can say it very simply, this is a free and democratic country, you have the right to choose your career, if I want to go, no one can hold me back. Trak Mok Kwong Ba again recognized Captain Ho Duong. He quickly said, Don't look at me with that look, I can't be that great. My profession is not a freelance one, and I and the government even signed a contract. The reason I came is because the recent survey plans are all in the regulatory stage, too idle, and can't stand the harassment of Professor Fung Tan, which is like buying some humanity. After going to the hospital, it was very fortunate that the bullet passed through the space between the shoulder blade and collarbone, without damaging the arteries and tendons. Other skin wounds may have scabs in some places. There are places where the flesh is still open, the doctors make incisions, clean and stop the bleeding. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was arranged for a week of observation in the hospital. Draw too many wounds, bandages wrapped around his body, Trak Mok Kwong Ba looks like a mummy. Lying on the bed, he could only look at his comrades with wide eyes. Tang Man saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba bandaged all over, couldn't help but shed tears. Captain Ho Duong said half jokingly and half truthfully, Isn't this small injury worth it? Everyone here is a disease center. After all, the hospital is the place we go to most often. Listening to Yue Yang and Trong Lap each explain an explanation, Trak Mok Kwong Ba gradually understood. It turns out, Trong Lap and Yue Yang were soon persuaded by Professor Fung Tan, both of whom were willing to continue to help them find the unicorn. The two guys negotiate. When they return, they will complete the military procedures, and after handling their personal matters, they will return to the hospital together. Not long after he left Lhasa Hospital, Trong Lap returned excitedly. Knowing that he had gone out, Trong Lap immediately went back to his hometown, then went to Qinghai to wait for Yueyang. And Captain Ho Duong has been in Lhasa ever since. It is said that Lama Lama was the first to return to the hospital. He returned to negotiate with the religious leaders, feeling the need to continue searching for the unicorn and the silver temple, so he returned to continue searching for clues. During the time he searched for Dong Feng Xin, and then lived alone in Shanghai, everyone kept returning to the hospital, preparing to wait for Trak Mok Kwong Ba to give him a surprise. Who knows, not only couldn't wait for him, but also couldn't contact him. At that time, it was precisely when he knew that his life was short of days, depressed to the extreme. They went to listen everywhere. Finally Yueyang found out the bankruptcy news of Thien Su Company. Professor Feng Tan immediately asked some old Mastiff friends, but no one had any news of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. People originally thought that he had only had a small concussion, and would recover in a few days, but Lama Ayla revealed that he had been hit by a poison neck. Then, people were aware of the unstable situation. Especially when Yueyang found on the internet the situation and address of Duo Mok Kwong Ba in Shanghai, everyone immediately came here. Only, by that time he was no longer living in that little inn. Shanghai is vast, people are like the sea, they have searched everywhere but still have not found a clue. Later, according to Professor Feng Tan's memory, guessing that he would go to the dating pub, the whole group went there all night, miserable here, having to go around until the eyes are full of flowers. Yueyang and Trong Lap discovered this pub first, but at that time they saw that he was drunk, so they did not dare to panic, plus Lu Can Nam and the others could not find their way. The two men had to turn around, again guide them, but, later it is considered as timely appearance. Yueyang happily said, the destructive power of young Master Kwong Ba is amazing, just like the robot in that American movie. At that time when Trong Lap and I saw it, I really didn't dare to scream out loud. Unfortunately, you were so drunk that you didn't recognize us anymore, so that's pathetic. Yueyang was about to say more, when Tang Man interrupted. Okay, you can connect to the internet. Professor Feng Tan wants to talk to you, Mr. Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba held the receiver. The volume was turned up by Duong Man to the highest level. Everyone raised their ears to listen. When Professor Feng Tan saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba lying on a hospital bed, covered in white bandages like a mummy via webcam, he couldn't help but let out a surprised voice. The professor's voice came out of the receiver. Why? This mess again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not know how to speak. The person he did not dare to face the most was his teacher. Professor Feng Tan's voice mixed with sarcasm. I know, looking at your appearance, I must have given up, right? Trak Mok Kwong Ba Lu replied, Teacher, I. Professor Feng Tan sternly said, I already know all about your character. It's just unbelievable that you give up so quickly. How are you awake now? Lying in bed pressing your knuckles to the date. Can you live one day for one day? Trak Mok Kwong Ba lowered his head gloomily. Professor Feng Tan continued, Kwong Ba, it's Kwong Ba, you have a mother, but are you afraid of the wood? What made you give up? Company bankruptcy or life only lasts one more year? Or both? Is your endurance just that much? I remember you are not the one who is afraid of death. In Maya, in Haiyan Kong Island, in Tu Tat Kiat Mak, there was a time when people didn't bet their lives, and you, there was a time when you didn't experience it. Will all the 9 dead and the dead come back alive or not? If it weren't for this broken leg of mine, I'd be prepared to bring this old life out with you to continue searching. As for you, it's just that you've only been hit by a bit of stupid poison, your whole body from top to bottom has no pain or itching, and there's still a year of time left. Are you afraid of what? And if the company closed, that company of yours, 5 times 7 times up and down, you must have forgotten. That time, he mortgaged all the houses of his friends who co-founded the company just to fight to buy a mediocre Mastiff dog. He said he would definitely make a profit. What would happen? The little dog had diarrhea. Death. Dozens of you all huddled in a small house leaking water for a year. Aren't you still laughing and having fun? That company of yours is different from yours, always hanging around on the edge of life and death. You yourself created the miracles from that revival. Have you forgotten all about it? What did you say to me then? It has been determined that what needs to be done, just go ahead and do it. So now, have you lost the courage to do that? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was very quiet. He vaguely felt, this time was completely different from the previous times, but in the end, it was different in that for a moment he could not say it, only had to be as dumb as mussels to listen. Professor Fung Tan changed his voice again and gently said, Kwong Ba, tell me, what is the difficulty that you cannot overcome this time? Tell me, if it's true that the difficulty you can't overcome is real, I have no more words to say. Trak Mok Kwong Ba exclaimed, Teacher, I am no longer a woman. Not, Professor Fung Tan said like cutting nails, how can you think like that? His parents are still healthy, still waiting for their son to take care of him. Your love, aren't you standing right there? His friends, the brothers who shared life and death, all of them were looking at him. He could eat and drink, run and jump, and his whole body was still full of life. Now, family, love, health, friends, there's no shortage of things. How can you say there's no more? That thing you said there's no more would, is it AI? Did you say you don't have any money? Or are you saying you have no rights? Or the smiles, the cheerful words, the glory and the wealth when you have both money and power, those are all gone, aren't they? Why can't you just let go of those things? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. Being told such a series by Professor Fung Tan, he himself also began to feel vague, in his heart thinking to himself, do I really pay attention to those things? Not true, when did you pay attention to those things? But listening to the teacher say, isn't it nice to have something like that, what should be so sad and pitiful? After all, where is it not right? Chang Li and Yue Yang both secretly raised their thumbs, looked at each other and nodded slightly. Professor Fung Tan is indeed Professor Fung Tan, his eloquence is truly peerless, no wonder even elites like Captain Ho Duong were persuaded by him. At the same time, the two of them thought again. That day in the hospital room, Professor Fung Tan was also moved to tears, pointing to the sky and swearing to help Kwong Ba young master. I don't know if it was because of his speech. Does this old professors make you crazy, eh? Just listen to Professor Fung Tan continue. Remember that aphorism? I was depressed and lost a pair of shoes, until I saw someone on the street who lost both legs. Kwong Ba, you have reached the point of painting with water. You can't say that you have encountered a terrible tragedy. His previous attitude of never giving up, his spirit towards learning, could it be, it was just self-promotion? Someone is 100 times worse than you, he still has to be resilient and live on. What happened suddenly this time, was a shock to him, but absolutely not so shocking that he couldn't get excited. I firmly believe that Trak Mok Kwong Ba, whom I know, can definitely stand up and overcome this difficult hurdle. Don't forget the meaning of my name, even if the impossible, in front of you, must become possible. If she doesn't shed her wings, how can she fly high? Zhao Dragon can't escape its scales, how can it fly in the clouds? I hope, through this painful agony that life is not as good as death, you can. Great worms, look at the people next to you, why are they there? Now, searching for the silver Bala temple and the purple unicorn is not just a personal fantasy anymore. It is the dream of a group of people. The strength of one person may not be great, but when a group of people gather together, their power can change the world. Professor Fung Tan said in one breath, making both Man and Trong Lap tear hot. Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly screamed in his heart. In fact, even if Professor Fung Tan didn't say these words, just seeing the former comrades standing in front of him one by one, his eyes burned, the fire of hope. Now, that power was getting bigger and bigger, making his blood boil again. Professor Fung Tan continued, I know, you still have problems in your heart, maybe if you don't open this knot, you still can't be at ease. As for the poison in your body, let Lama Allah personally tell you that. Lama Allah nodded and said, like this, in the door of life, the young master Kwong Ba was sprayed by that fog. At first I thought that it was Nithich Da. The second hell in the Bat Han hell, in the 11th volume of the Theat Quang Kai, it is written, Nithach Da, which means broken acne. The cold is shocking, the body grows acne and cracks. 2a Ham Mu recorded that, Nithak Fu Da, is the name of hell in Ham Ham. I mean, when it's cold, the whole body is cracked, and then it bursts. Then I discovered, after soaking in water, the poison neck in his body did not disappear, but was absorbed into the blood, then the corner of his mouth turned blue, which is the proof. When I got to Kongbo village, I asked the elder, they said that maybe he had hit on Batla on the 6th floor in the sense of Bat Han hell, Sanskrit means Than Lien Hoa. That poisonous neck thing absorbed into the blood, circulation circulated, finally the whole body turned blue and died. But they also only understand each concept, knowing that the meaning of Than Lien Hoa is to atone for sins, roughly giving the person who has been poisoned for 2 years time to do good deeds and reduce evil, otherwise, they will die in utter agony. After the trip to Hyon Kong Island, I returned to the temple and read a lot of ancient books, but at that time, it was too long, I could not find all the relevant documents, but only the saints and monks, for a few things, knowing that in 2 years you won't have any problems. We did not tell him right away, because we were afraid that he would have more psychological burden. Anyway, human thought also greatly affects the disease. Something we didn't expect would happen. Actually, we didn't say goodbye this time, just to help you find out what the poison neck on your body is. Lama spoke for a long time, then suddenly stopped for a moment. Everyone listened attentively. Zhang Lap and Tang Min couldn't stand it, and blurted out, "What's the eye?" Lama Allah frowned thoughtfully, almost looking for an explanation so that everyone could understand. Finally, his eyebrows also stretched. "I'll explain it like this, that's easy. Understand a little more. It's a microorganism, extremely small, compared to bacteria. Viruses can now be much smaller, so small that it is impossible to detect their existence with an ordinary microscope. It is necessary to use a microscope. Only electronics can see what they really are. These microorganisms penetrate your blood cells, they will use your blood cell walls as food, and multiply in your body. As everyone knows, the lifetime of blood cells is not very long, and the spinal cord will constantly produce new blood cells, so in the immediate future, the young master Kwong Ba and the other microorganisms only have host-parasite relationship. Your blood cells become their food. As long as your blood cells can satisfy their needs, your body won't have any problems. But their numbers kept increasing day by day, until one day, the blood cells produced in your body could not satisfy their needs, your life ended there. Tang Min hurriedly said, "Is there a way to cure it?" Yue Yang said, "Eat a lot of eggs to nourish the blood." Trong Lap also commented, "You can change blood." The Allah Lama shook his head and said, "This microorganism, very evenly distributed on every blood cell, one by one, includes all the mature and immature cells." The doctors at the hospital checked and discovered that the spinal cord of the young master Kwong Ba was unusual. That was, the microorganisms had adhered to the epithelium of the hematopoietic cells. At first glance, like hematopoietic cells had a problem, so they came to the conclusion that he had blood cancer. With current medical technology, it is possible to replace blood, but not the entire spinal cord. As long as only one cell is left, the microorganism will continue to multiply. The current method of marrow transplantation in the treatment of blood cancer is to first kill the diseased cells, then carry out a new spinal cord transplant. You can't say to kill all the blood cells, right? And not. Furthermore, I think, that microorganism, it's very difficult to destroy. Lama looked at everyone, continued, "Perhaps they have their own spore structure, their own blastocyst. Microorganisms can live for thousands of years in such a state of fake death. I'm afraid it will not be easy to eradicate. Ma Tang suddenly asked, if one day, the blood cells in young Master Kwong Ba's body cannot supply these microorganisms, what will be the result? The Lama replied, different types of blood cells have different uses. Some are used to stop bleeding, some are used to eliminate bacteria, and some are used to transport oxygen. Once the blood cells can't supply those microorganisms, they eat through the cell walls, causing a large number of blood cells to die at once. At that time, the blood in young Master Kwong Ba's body will lose all its inherent functions, the body will recover from lack of oxygen, all internal organs begin to fail, so it cannot handle the bacteria that are born, hemoptysis, bacteria proliferate in large numbers causing his whole body to swell, and there is no clotting agent, so the whole body will bleed non-stop. If that's really the case, it won't be any good to use any kind of treatment. Everyone who heard that was dumbfounded. One person puffed up like a purple grape. His whole body was bleeding. What kind of state is that? Just thinking about it gives people goosebumps. Ancient poison. Ma Tang repeated the word in a low voice twice. Suddenly his whole body trembled for a moment, hoping that he would not have to come into contact with that terrible thing in his whole life. Tang Min almost wanted to cry. Could it be? Is there really no way? Master, the living Buddhas, the Vajra saints, the Master, don't they have a way too? Lama Ayla explained, based on the records in ancient scriptures, this ancient poison has a very special method of dissolving, translated from Sanskrit, which means, blood washing. It needs use a different kind of organism, to carry out some very ancient operations. When Lama said that there was a solution, everyone focused their attention on listening, but when he mentioned another type of creature, all of them got goosebumps. Heaven knows what kind of poison that the other religion uses. The Ayla Lama smiled wryly and said, the problem is, no one has ever seen or heard of those ancient creatures used to wash blood. They don't exist in this world anymore. With that, he turning his eyes to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he said, because the ancient books that I have looked up and read are not complete, I can't find any other way. If there is another method that can eliminate the ancient poison, those complete scriptures can only exist in one place, Silver Bala Temple. Almost everyone exclaimed in unison. Lama Ala nodded and said, this is also the reason why I told the young Master Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba mumbled, speaking of which, unless I really want to give up my life, want to commit suicide, otherwise whether it's to rebuild the company, or to let myself continue to live, I also can't help but continue the journey to find that God. Silver Bala Temple. Lama Ala looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and said, young Master Kwong Ba, do you remember Da Cat? Maybe this is your destiny, your destiny. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Professor Fung Tan. In the screen flashing encouraging glances, the professor was silently nodding his head. He turned to the ward, every single person standing by his bed right now, looking at him expectantly. The man smiled and said, it seems that everything is arranged by fate. Do I still have to think and hesitate? I honestly couldn't believe that, during the most difficult times, people would pull me back. Thank you everyone. Well then, let's do it all over again. His hand was wrapped in bandages, holding Lama's hand tightly, followed by Trong Lap, Ma Tang, Lu Kan Nam. One after another, everyone's hands gathered together again. Asterisk, Western Street, in Shanghai is an old neighborhood. Small streets and alleys are intertwined, plus the city government bans all types of motor vehicles, so they find Trak Mok Kwong Ba as hard as they can. That is also reasonable. Chapter 39, Hitler's Confidential Document 1. Revealing the false conclave. It is not surprising that a supernatural fanatic like Hitler and his supporters in contemporary German authorities organized a series of secret activities. They mobilized SS Special Forces, established the Ancestral Heritage Research Committee to search for Holy Grails, Arks, study ancient texts. and especially the events in Tibet. Young Master Kwong Ba restored his will to make everyone overjoyed, could not help but make a little noise. Soon a nurse appeared to remind them that the patient needs to be quiet and rest, not to concentrate. There are so many people here, 1 or 2 people can stay, and others have to go out. At this time, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was awake after being drunk and agitated, with many doubts in his heart, wanting to ask for clarification but did not know where to start. Elsewhere, Professor Fung Tan, sitting in front of the computer, seemed to understand his mood. So, when everyone was about to leave the room, intending to let Wang Man stay with Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he heard his voice through the communication device. Nam Wing, Master 2, you two slowly go, please pass me this document, I still have some things to discuss with you. Trong Lap immediately suggested that there is a supermarket selling fast food nearby, or everyone could go there and do some shopping. So, Lu Can Nam and Lama Allah stayed, the others left the room to buy food, while the nurse took the blood pressure and temperature of Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Lu Can Nam and Professor Fung Tan started the discussion via the computer. After that, the nurse left the room. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at Lu Can Nam's back and asked in a low voice, Master, there's something I don't understand. He hesitated for a moment, then said directly, Zhang Lap, Yueyang came back to help me, I can understand, with Ba Tang and Captain Hode 1, I'm not surprised either, but when you and the South Wing appeared, I felt very suddenly, with the bravery of the 2 of you, the possibility of finding a better team is quite possible, moreover joining the state team is not a problem. What? So why did you choose me? Lama Allah stood up, went out and closed the door of the room. Lu Can Nam's eyebrows moved only slightly, seemingly expecting that Trak Mok Kwong Ba would ask this question. Lama Allah returned to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's bed and slowly said, Yes, young Master Kwong Ba, there are some things we haven't told you yet, I think now is the right time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened his eyes wide, listening silently. Lama Allah said, that year the Army of Light all disappeared in one night, although this is a mystery, but anyway the royal family and the great clans everyone knew, but there was one thing that even the royal family of that time didn't know. It was not the entire Army of Light that left, but they left a detachment, which consisted of 12 and 13-year-old boys, who had not completed the training of the Light Army. In other words, these teenagers are not yet full-fledged soldiers of the Army of Light, just reserve forces for future additions, many of which have even just been recruited into the training camp of this army. Those boys, due to their complete ignorance of the work of the official soldiers in the Army of the Light or their immaturity, perhaps the main reason being something like that, should be kept in a secret location. It is said that in that secret residence, the young children will continue to be trained by the boys slightly older than them, and must receive orders not to leave the residence, until later the Light Army will send someone to pick them up in the morning. But those young men, who did not receive any news about the Army of Light until adulthood, were abandoned. Later, when they came out of the mountain valley, where they were hiding, the 4 sides of the plateau had constant conflicts and wars. Those members who were abandoned by the Army of Light, after the ups and downs of history, eventually developed into a special organization that people called the False Tantrics, that is, people like we. Although Trak Mok Kwong Ba still maintains a normal attitude on the outside, in reality, there are great vibrations in his heart. Although he also dimly realized that Lama Allah and Lu Can Nam were probably related to the Army of Light, even thinking that they might be descendants of the Kuei Ba clan, when the main master consciousness admitting, it is difficult for him to immediately absorb it. They are indeed the Army of Light, abandoned by the Army of Light. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the computer screen, where there was a picture of Professor Fung Tan talking with Lu Can Nam, he and Lama discussing. The professor must have heard but did not see him. No matter what, obviously you already know this. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought about it in horror. With such a body, it is entirely possible that Grandmaster is related to the Kuei Ba clan and the Army of Light, only clear. Why did the Army of Light abandon them? Was it because of what happened at the time they didn't understand at all? Or is it because he doesn't want the boys to be drawn into a quarrel? Why not bring this boy return to the place where the Kuei Ba tribe lived? The fact is perhaps self-evident that when the army of light departed, it may well have kept it a secret from its own clan, so the failure to bring the boys back is entirely understandable. But now, Lama Allah, what purpose are they looking for the army of light? Want to argue about that day being abandoned? At the same time, a series of problems popped up in my mind. It seems that Lama Allah had seen through Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mind. He continued, that year the army of light departed not only with all the treasures contained in the 4 temples but also the entire dictionary. If in the 4 directions temples only the classics of Buddhism and Buddhism are kept, it can also be omitted. This includes the unique teachings and rituals of our Kuei Ba people. The transmission and acquisition of beliefs in the Kuei 3 tribes are all undertaken by Dai Ban Ba and his subordinate priests. The performance of rituals and care for the spiritual life of the people in the tribe are also theirs, to be in charge of. But they disappeared with the departure of the army of light. You know, the Kuei Ba people don't have a script. Most of the soldiers in the army of light are illiterate. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba nodded. This matter he understood. Moreover, in ancient times, for kings, as long as soldiers in powerful armies heard, understood and obeyed orders, it was fine. No, does not demand from them intelligence and erudite knowledge. Lama Allah continued, in the army of light, there are only soldiers responsible for the care of the temples of the 4 directions, and due to the need to contact and preserve the scriptures, some of them may be literate. During that time, Dai Ban Ba also recorded the teachings that people worshipped into a holy book, preserved in the 4 directions temples. This holy book contains all the beliefs and spiritual life of our Kuei Ba tribe, and it is also the only holy book. Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly woke up, understood, said, Master, what you are looking for is. Alas, Lama said, our religion used to have a prosperous period, but it is not mentioned in the present history at all. It is now indistinguishable among religions, After the Buddha's destruction, there was a period of more than 100 years of turmoil. Our religion and the temple of Bakbala were completely forgotten by history. Since then, our religion, like other forgotten religions, has appeared from time to time when people excavating war ruins or surveying ancient villages, but only as fragmented pieces that cannot be put together. We did not know the name of our religion, did not understand the teachings, only followed the way of our predecessors and consulted the few remaining fragments of sutras and quietly practiced, so we only achieved the low gender. Today, our religion is like Buddhism without a Buddha name, Christianity without a Bible. There are times when a cultivator doesn't even understand why he practices in such a way. There are many senior grade masters who, during their spiritual life, have recorded questions as high as their own height. For over 1,000 years, we have been constantly searching for our religion. Except for the parts related to Silver Bala, the army of light, and the false tantric, the fact that Songkhanpo worships the Buddha, Langatma destroys the Buddha, the chaotic period more than 100 years after the Buddha's death, and most other historical events of the Thophon dynasty mentioned in the story are consistent with the calendar. History of Tibet and History of Tibetan Buddhism. It is also important to distinguish clearly the fact that the Buddha's destruction above is the legal tribulation of Tibetan Buddhism, not one of the 4 tribulations of Chinese Buddhism. Chuo Mok Kwong Ba cautiously glanced at Lu Kan Nam and asked softly, so, Kan Nam is also a Kuei Ba? No, although Lu Kan Nam is a fake tantric monk, she is not a Kuei Ba. She belongs to a foreign country. The fact that we fake tantric monks are descendants of the Kuei Ba tribes and the army of light, at the beginning I didn't know it myself, but from the discoveries in Kongbo village and the events that followed, I gradually understood. Because tantric monks did not have their own palace, from the beginning our ancestors always tended to tolerate other religions, and at the same time also relied on other religions to develop, So now in the all Buddhist sects have tantric practitioners. In India, Japan, and Southeast Asian countries also have tantric practitioners, so there are many foreign tantric practitioners. But they don't know about the fact that they are descendants of the Army of Light. The Lama's eyes sparkled as he looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, continuing, "We don't talk about this with you because from Stanley's first expedition up to now, there have been many delegations indeed, can and organized to find back Bala Temple, if they know our true identity then. Therefore, this matter, except for you and Professor Fung Tan, the rest of us don't talk about it." "I know." Trak Mok Kwong Ba fully understood the Grandmaster's intentions, promised to keep it private, and asked again, "Master, just now you said you didn't understand that mysterious religion, the reason was just that you didn't want them to. I reveal my true identity." "No," corrected Lama, "abandoned tantrics like us, have completely lost the basic conceptions of the teachings, so it is also possible." Said, "We did not know when our religion was formed, how flourished, how the teachings were, what events happened during the operation. The glorious wonder we have witnessed such as Hainan Kong Island itself, we know absolutely nothing of its existence other than mentioned in a few scriptures, painted on a picture or two. The door of life in Kongbo village according to the doctrine must be a holy altar, the people there are also fellow believers, but for nearly 1,000 years we have not had a reciprocal relationship. As for the ancient poison, it is rare to have a few scriptures recorded, but most of them have been lost. As for the tendons of organisms, the worms, the acid baths and so on, we, like you, have never heard of it." Trak Mok Kwong Ba sighed softly and asked, "Master, but you still haven't told me why you came back to help me. Our current condition compared to the state team, the probability failure is much higher, isn't it?" "Because you're a saint." Lama Ala looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who was wrapping himself in bandages, and asserted, "Actually, we tantric people, wherever we are, share the same legend that only holy messengers can afford it, ability to open the door of the Silver Bala Temple, so under any circumstances we will support you with all our strength, unless you give up." Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately recalled that the elders of Kongbo village had never met outsiders, and only after discussing with Lama Allah did they agree to receive him, and immediately asked, "Okay, Great Master, you and the people in Kongbo village must have the same religion, so on what basis do they know that I am a saint? As for Merkin, why is he also a saint?" "Don't know." Lama Allah smiled bitterly. "Young Master Kwong Ba still doesn't understand why. We have not been in contact for more than 1,000 years, they do not know that we do not know their existence. They strictly adhere to the oath handed down by their ancestors, loyal to the oath, not loyal to any specific person, so their secret cannot be found out by anyone. I just surmised, the Holy Messenger must have something special compared to everyone, similar to the case of only one person in 100,000 people with negative blood type AB, but it is unlikely that there are only one or two people, identity, otherwise it is impossible to explain why foreigners are also saints." Finally, Lama Allah said, "Now, young Master Kwong Ba must have no more questions. Although we do not have the same goal but share the same path, we need your help, young Master Kwong Ba." "No, Master, please don't say that." Trak Mok Kwong Ba hastily replied, "It's you who helped me, you, even the officials, without you, I wouldn't be here today." At this time, Professor Fung Tan and Lu Kan Nam had also finished exchanging. He turned to Trak Mok Kwong Ba and said, "Okay, Kwong Ba, you have clarified the true identity of Master and Kan Nam. I think your questions have been answered by now. I have to talk to you about our next plan." Lu Kan Nam pointed the computer towards Trak Mok Kwong Ba so that he could hear more clearly. Professor Fung Tan said, "In a few days, the Lama will return to the faithful to collect more materials through them. The South Wing also needed to return to Tibet. Captains Ho Duong and Trong Lap have the duty to buy necessities, weapons and equipment. Yueyang and Bard Tang followed other clues, and Min Min will stay and take care of you while you recover." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Professor, you mentioned the clue. Aren't all the leads we have broken already? Any other leads? At the other end of the computer, Professor Fung Tan smiled and said, but you don't know, Kwong Ba, although all of our clues have been broken, the other clues are still clear. Moreover, now we have new leads. Seeing Track Mok Kwong Ba's gesture like wanting to sit up, Professor Fung Tan said, at that time, our team was disbanded too suddenly. There were many clues that could not be corrected, then you and we lost contact again, remember that. When we were in the South American Ahert Labyrinth, we recorded a lot of inscriptions, haven't they all been translated yet? Also, the translation of the County Catch Kim 2 that experts gave us only has the first part, right? They didn't follow us when we acted. Could it be that we were still standing at home, unable to translate anything more? Just now, Kan Nam and I were discussing about the new translation. Besides, we don't just have that many leads. While talking, Trong Lap and the others returned, carrying large packages of nutrients and fruits piled up next to the bed. Everyone was very excited, then whispered a few words of laughter. Suddenly heard Track Mok Kwong Ba asked, Yue Yang, have we discovered a new clue? Is there any other clue? I can't think of it. Yue Yang pulled the chair upside down, sat down, put one hand on the armrest, the other hand used to rest his head, and picked up an apricot fruit from the box that Min Min just passed, put it in his mouth, and said, Young Master Kwong Ba, do you remember the body of the Nazi near the glass bow? In that body we found a pack of cigarettes, there was an inscription on it, do you remember? Track Mok Kwong Ba thought for a moment, then, nodded. Yue Yang said, Professor Fung Tan found a translator for those words. This clue is not even known by the expert team. Track Mok Kwong Ba was stunned. No. Don't hand it over to your superiors. I only saw Yue Yang scratching his head. At that time, he left too quickly, saying disbanding means disbanding immediately, so he forgot. Professor Fung Tan said, during the time when he had a mental breakdown, it was also when I went to find an expert to translate these texts. During World War I, the Germans often used codes to take notes, so translating them was a bit difficult. At this point, we know that those words mean, return to base number 3, search, solve the problem, like a sentence, an order. On the other hand, inside the cigarette box there were also some clues. On the cigarette was written the year of manufacture as 1945. Just a few months later the Germans lost the battle. In other words, they were no longer able to return to the base. As for what we want to find and solve, we think we need to conduct more research. In fact, we did find some information that at that time the Nazis had established in Tibet several bases, marked on the map, which must now be kept in Russia, determining the location, and if we find base number 3, maybe we will have more new discoveries. There's another important clue. Zhang Lap, show him. Track Mok Kwong Ba looked at Trong Lap, only to see him handing out a rather thick black-covered diary, but Track Mok Kwong Ba suddenly felt a twinge in his heart, surprised, then suddenly remembered, exclaiming, Japan's sign Tang though. Seeing Duang Man beside him, nodding slightly, Track Mok Kwong Ba was so happy that he sat up, almost causing the wounds on his body to burst and bleed. Where did you find them? Trong Lap and Yue Yang looked at each other and smiled, said, how can I say it? In short, maybe it's God given us. Last time, when we returned, we were immediately hospitalized, and then the team was suddenly dispersed, so we haven't had time to tell them clearly. Then the two of them talked about how when they returned to meet the West Wind Death, how they were swept away by the wind and fell into the tent. They talked again and again. After listening to it, Track Mok Kwong Ba understood how to find it again. Having the diary of Duang though is truly thrilling. He laughed and said, didn't you hand him over? Zhang Lap lowered his voice and said, at that time, no one was dead. Yue Yang clarified, isn't this the personal property of Min Min? Track Mok Kwong Ba held the diary, impatiently searching for records related to Bak Bala Temple, but turning over several dozen pages still did not have any results. Trong Lap stood next to him and said, "You don't need to look anymore, young Master Quang Ba, some of the sheets have already been torn away." There were 3 people who broke up from the protection station in Karkartalai. They must have followed the records in the diary and found the ice tower forest, but where we picked up the diary, we only found 2 corpses. That means that one person escaped the ambush of the white snakes, because he was alone, so he only dared to bring the most necessary equipment. Even the diary he was afraid of being cumbersome but only torn. Take the few most important sheets. We have read and reread it many times, in which only Duangdo's notes on other expeditions remain, without any content related to Bak Bala Temple. Trak Mok Quang Ba suddenly closed his diary and said, "That's the reason." Yue Yang encouraged, "But young Master Quang Ba, don't be discouraged. You haven't read the diary carefully. The notes in it help us a lot. Where did Duangdo buy weapons? Through black market transactions, are recorded meticulously, which is very necessary for us in the current situation. In the diary he also mentioned equipment, among them, some I have used before, some more advanced, more useful. Especially the self-made equipment. I and Trong Lap also have to admit, Man's brother is really a genius. It's unbelievable, he can make perfect equipment." Position. Referring to Duangdo, Duang Man's eyes immediately fell, not knowing where her brother is now. Trong Lap added, "Yes, with this diary, we are equipped with an encyclopedia of exploration, helping us to find and buy the necessary weapons and equipment quickly, the most economical." On the other hand, Duangdo also has the habit of simplifying. After taking notes on each expedition, he had a brief concluding sentence. "You see, at the beginning, when entering the ice cave, there is less danger than the ice tower forest that we have seen," but he concludes with one sentence, "easier than imagined." He describes the journey to explore the African primeval forest, compared to our challenge in the Amazon forest, more dangerous, in just 4 words, "It's possible." In discovering the unexcavated tomb of a pharaoh, with the ancient Egyptian knowledge of using decaying plants to form toxic gases, taking advantage of the sand flow to launch traps, using the food chain recirculates in the desert environment to sustain the poisons, there's no less danger there than we've seen on Hainan Kong Island itself, he concludes, quite fascinating, guide, with just 4 simple words. But you should turn to the last page, this one left after the part that was ripped off by the other guy, see what he wrote before he left the diary. Chapter 39, Finance. Hitler Confidential Data 2. Captain Trak Mok Quang Ba turned to the last page. Indeed there were traces of several torn sheets in front. In the end the conclusion only had 10 words, "How scary. Cannot overcome, happen." These words are scribbled and very difficult to read, especially the last word, "out," is pulled and twisted, slanting across the paper. Compared to Duangdo's strong and resolute handwriting at the beginning, it is different, as if it was written. Because of 2 different people, it can be imagined that Duangdo was secretly recording his journey when his hand suddenly trembled. So what did he see in the end? Trak Mok Quang Ba recalled the case of Ba Tang and the madman he had met in Mong Ha. The crazy and bizarre behavior replayed in his mind. Trong Lap said with emotion, "From the records at the beginning of the diary, it shows that Tangdo's ability must be higher than our common ground today. Even I have the feeling that his close friend. That said, in terms of agility, perhaps even surpassing that of the Alala Lama, knowledge is very rich, nothing is unknown. It's unbelievable, his age is not much different than mine." Yue Yang glanced at Tang Min, then said to Zhang Li, "Don't talk sensationalist here, you intend to scare everyone to the point of ruining your spirit, what else are you going to do?" Tang Min said, "No. People still don't fully understand my brother. His ability is not only that. I remember once watching him practice. Before I didn't understand what it was, now I think about it. So my brother practiced climbing with one hand with 50 kilograms of luggage." Amplify. Yue Yang looked at Tang Min, not believing at all. Tang Min also pouted her lips and looked back at him with wide eyes. Trong Lap said, "It doesn't matter. I admit my ability is less than him, but the difference is that he is always alone in expeditions, and we have a whole group of people. This is the advantage. Professor Fung Tan said, besides that point, there is also your status as a saint. Now the clues are emerging one after another. We need to conduct research and analysis. Now you have, if you know the whole situation, then proceed according to the assigned plan. World War II documents should no longer be classified as confidential. We are currently trying to contact Russia. Yang and Ma Tang are in charge of this clue. They will go Moscow to find a way to copy German maps if they are stored there. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, so after I recover, what work will I do? Professor Fung Tan smiled and said, dude, don't wait until you recover. I will synthesize existing documents and documents collected later, and transfer them to you on the internet for you to study. Let's work together to solve the clues, then see if you can lead everyone to find the Temple of Silver Bala, Captain. Captain. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised, pointed at himself and said, me. Am I the captain? Seeing everyone around was smiling and nodding. Professor Fung Tan said, in a team, there must be a leader, otherwise it is impossible to leave. This is also because everyone discussed and reached a consensus. He is relatively suitable for this position. Hey, make good use of your leadership, Kwong Ba. Trong Lap said, young Master Kwong Ba, you are the captain, right? Is there anything wrong? Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head and said, impossible. To be honest, if I had personally organized the search for Bakbala Temple, I could have taken on this responsibility, but with everyone else, shoulder to shoulder. Over the past few years, we have understood each other well. In terms of personal defense, I lost to Lama Arla and teacher Lu Kannam. In terms of chance, I am not as good as Trong Lap and Yang. In terms of knowledge, I cannot compare to the teacher and Captain Ho Duong. I don't have any advantages over everyone else. How can I lead? She's always been our commanding officer. The captain position should be continued by her. Lu Kannam said, the training period ended a long time ago, so I am no longer everyone's teacher. Now I have nothing new to be able to continue to train people. I am just a teacher, only one member of the team. The effectiveness of a team's action and the probability of success depends on the leadership ability of the leader and the absolute obedience of the members' orders. On the battlefield, even if the superior orders sacrifice, don't hesitate. If it were me to take on this responsibility. She looked towards Trong Lap and Yang for a moment, then continued, first of all, the other two officers will always be suspicious. Surely you remember, in the past actions, they asked a few questions. The old team I was in charge of was already in disarray, and now it's only going to get worse. As for me, young Master Kwong Ba, I don't know if he noticed, whenever he made a suggestion or request, they immediately followed it without asking why. Body shape and appearance are one of the essential qualities of a leader, but he has the advantage in this point, allowing everyone to follow them wholeheartedly. Moreover, in terms of ability in general, he is not inferior to anyone in the group. It was only a while ago, when we first met, that he was inherently indifferent. Moreover, in the process of studying and acting, he did not express his opinions arbitrarily, so people did not pay attention. Now discussing together, his advantages suddenly appeared. We all believe, if you led, the team will be on the right track. After saying that, she looked at Tang Min slightly. Something unwilling appeared in her eyes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, then let Captain Ho Duong lead everyone. Captain Ho Duong has a lot of experience in exploration and surveying, having been a captain for many years. He's still. Captain Ho Duong immediately interrupted. Well, don't put gold on my face anymore. I don't care if you say good or bad. I only have a little experience in scientific survey in the polar region, some primitive forest or something I have never set foot on. On the other hand, I am a person who will only participate in the story until later. Feel free to accept it. Go. Don't stop denying it. I think, except being captain, you can't do anything else. Professor Fung Tan said, "Did you hear clearly? This action was initiated by you. All of us were dragged into the water by you to sit in the same boat. You can't handle this. No, everyone's lives are in your hands." Immediately, Trong Lap was the first to respond, patting Trak Mok Kwong Ba's arm, and then said, "Give it to me, Captain." Yue Yang smiled and patted Duo Mok Kwong Ba, saying, "My life is also entrusted to you, young Master Kwong Ba." Tang Min gently put her hand on the bandage. Her eyes seemed to say to him, "Living is your person, dying is also a ghost with you." Lu Kan Nam hit Trak Mok Kwong Ba's arm hard, causing him a bit of pain. Her eyes. Those eyes seem to be like Man. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is stunned. It's not like, it's definitely a vow to live and die together. Oh, to live and die together. Tang's father also approached, still inherently cold. "I fulfill my brother's wish, will give my life to protect the young master." Seeing his trust overflowing in everyone's eyes, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was overwhelmed with emotions, and at the same time felt responsibility and pressure on his shoulders. All of them stayed at the hospital, with Trak Mok Kwong Ba chatting throughout the day, all saying that dissolution was a trivial matter that was not worth worrying about. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also brought the events that happened in the past time to bury them in the heart. Deep in the heart, everyone also kept their mind, didn't mention it anymore. Until the evening, the doctor once again reminded that the patient needs to be quiet and rested, must go to bed early, then everyone will leave, and the appointment will come tomorrow, only Duang Man will stay and take care of him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba discovered that since the last breakup, this time when he returned to Duang Man, he seemed to be more and more attached to him, vowing to live and die together. He thought, this girl's nature has not changed. When he was injured, Duang Man was softening. Trak Mok Kwong Ba enlisted to find out what he did wrong on the snowy mountain that made her so angry that she had to leave. Unexpectedly, when Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked about this, unlike usual, Duang Man asked with a serious face, "Kwong Ba, you have to tell me the truth. Do you have feelings for the official? You know, the teacher is very good to me. I am not blind, of course I must see." Trak Mok Kwong Ba replied firmly, "No, until now I have not thought about this. You already understand me. Are you a double-minded person? I'm because of that thing. Are you angry?" Tang Min said, "I." At that time he said, "Should have done so earlier. Older brother, is it true that you imagined that early on?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart was pounding. This sentence is inherently wrong, but also silently pondering. Could it be in his subconscious mind that he really thought so? No, what am I thinking? I am always wholeheartedly devoted to Man. Since her appearance has changed my whole life, he is also the person who understands me the most. The two of them are entwined with each other. She doesn't care about hardships for me, regardless of life or death. How can I think of another girl? Trak Mok Kwong Ba clarified the situation, immediately said, "You are my confidant not only for a day. Why now have that thought? Man, you're not a little girl anymore. You've grown up. The basis of love is mutual trust. We give our lives to each other, must help each other in difficult times to reach the destination. You should not doubt me." Duang Man gently buried his face in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's chest, sobbing bitterly. "Kwong Ba, do you know, I'm afraid. I fear one day you will leave me. I beg you, don't leave me alone. I know, I'm just good at crying. I can't help you with anything, baby. I don't match you as a teacher. I don't have the courage like her. I only have you. I'm afraid to lose you," said and cried. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stroked his dark hair and whispered, "Look at me, what's wrong? Why have you lost your confidence? Do you think that the love between us is still not clear enough? Or we'll go to the marriage registration tomorrow. How do you feel?" Tang Min raised her head, like a comedian, stopped crying and smiled, then suddenly shook her head. "No, I don't want to. It's like I forced him. But after I found the temple of Bak Bala, I ask you. I have to go to the main road to propose to you, then hold a solemn wedding ceremony. Do you agree? Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently lifted Duong Man's small and pretty face, looking into her earnest eyes, this expression, which contained a request that he could not refuse. Of course I agree. Because I like to travel on the sea, we will buy a small island off the coast of Croatia. When the weather is good, we will sail to sea. On the island, there is also a herd of sheepdogs. It is a world that belongs only to the world. About you and me, we'll build it together, will you? The corners of Tang Min's eyes lit up, happy tears kept flowing, and awkwardly nodded. Looking at her lover who had removed all the problems in her heart, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but feel happy, but at the same time worry also came. Is Bak Ba La Temple so easy to find? The days with the best weather are over. How do we get back to the top of the snowy mountain? That place is basically impossible to conquer. Come to think of it, he just wanted to immediately contact Professor Fung Tan. Even if he had all the equipment, how could he cross the west wind again? Is there still a thick fog covering the top of the mountain, or does the teacher have another method? Just finished consoling Duong Man, he heard a knock on the door again. It turned out that Lu Can Nam had returned. Tang Man quickly stood up and offered her a cup of hot water. Lu Can Nam received a cup of water and then headed to Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I have something to discuss with you privately. Tang Min understood what he meant. Okay, Kwong Ba, don't you want to eat late at night? I'll go out and buy it for you. You two just stay here and talk. Going to the door, she turned around and gave Trak Mok Kwong Ba a warning look. If there was no bandage around him, Lu Can Nam would definitely see Trak Mok Kwong Ba just sweat, until Min Man's footsteps gradually faded away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba regained his composure. He understood. The teacher suddenly returned alone. There must be something particularly important, and said, Teacher, please sit down. Lu Can Nam said, Is Min Min okay? Looks like she just cried. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, No, it's nothing. What's the matter, priest? Lu Can Nam said, This time, because you are the captain, there are two things I have to discuss with you. The first thing, I have told you before, in our group, perhaps there are no less than one person was sent to the area by another Bo Bala search organization. Now he is the one in charge of the group. I and Lama Allah both hope the important information we get should only be limited between you and Professor Fung Tan, should not be disclosed to a third person. This is the thing that Trak Mok Kwong Ba is most annoyed. He coldly said, like us before. Forcing people to follow in a vague way, not knowing where they are going, not knowing what they are looking for. Sorry, I can't do this. Lu Jiaoquan, have you thought about this? In our team, everyone gives their lives to Trak Mok Kwong, my father. We all willing to live and die together to overcome difficulties to reach the goal. What reason do they have to lie to me? What's the point of selling people out? On what basis do I have to hide from them the leads we hold? Why not let them know what situations they are about to face, where they are going? Lu teacher, to tell you the truth, I am very prejudiced against this approach. The last failure in the snowy mountain to Tatkiat Mak was partly due to the lack of transparency about the target being sought. Quote, Lu Can Nam said, you know what? Last time at Hyan Kong Temple, Lama Ayla confirmed the man you saw when you were about to open the taboo door in a Hertz, who was in Merkin's team at the time. Everything, doesn't it fit? Merkin clearly has information about our actions. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still adamant. Maybe it's not because someone else eavesdropped. Why did the teacher insist that it was someone in our group who leaked the information? Also, don't you suspect there's one of us? Why do you trust me this time? Lu Can Nam bit his lip slightly, as if he wanted to tell him something, but in the end, he restrained himself and said softly, no, actually, for you and Professor Fung Tan, we have no doubt who we are. I mean, other people. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sneered and said, but I still don't understand. Everyone is a symbiotic friend, but there is mutual suspicion, so what's the point of cooperation? Lu Kan Nam, I asked her, if you and I contribute capital to the business, I want you to give me money, but only said that there is definitely a chance to make money, but did not say how to earn money, how much, then what will she think? Will you give me the money without the slightest hesitation? That's just talking purely about business, but what we're about to face here, at any moment could be life-threatening. I could be hiding from my team members. And not, looks like you've been doing secret work in the state for too long, right? Lu Kan Nam thought for a moment, then had to compromise. Very well, you have persisted with your method. I can only tell you the truth. You will receive news from our religious side, me, but not all, but with a choice, and at the same time, as before, I hope you keep it private, okay? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, oh, about the aspects related to your religion, I assure you, only me and Professor Fung Tan will know, but all the information related to Bo Bala will be known to you. The shrine that we are holding and will discover from the existing clues, I have to make it known to all the team members. Lu Kan Nam muttered, then, the second thing. She frowned, seemed very troubled. Trak Mok Kwong Ba could only stare blankly. Finally, after a long hesitation, Lu Kan Nam bit his lip slightly, seemed to have made up his mind, and said, young Master Kwong Ba, although your body has not shown any bad changes, physically it is still improving. There is a change. The other microorganism has the effect of reducing the oxygen-carrying capacity of red blood cells in your blood, which cannot be prevented. In order to keep him in the same state as before, another remedy was needed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, who didn't think that this second thing was related to his health, quickly asked, how? Do you take medicine? And not, Lu Kan Nam said, this is the main thing that makes me come back to you tonight. From today on, I will teach you how to. Respiratory. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said suspiciously. He couldn't help but remember that Lama had checked his breathing. Yes, Lu Kan Nam affirmed. Respiration, that's what everyone has to do. It's the first survival instinct of a person at birth, precisely because it's an instinct, so in everyone's eyes breathing is an unconscious behavior. Nothing worth mentioning. In fact, the way of breathing is an important factor in human physical transformation. Traditional medicine has Qigong that studies and teaches people how to breathe. In modern medicine there are respiratory distress syndromes, respiratory failure due to alkalinity, base, respiratory failure due to acidosis, acidity, asterisk. During the training period, we also taught you how to breathe, especially when in high mountains. In short, respiration is closely related to the human condition. Through adjusting his breathing, he can train and maximize his body's ability, overcome changes in the external environment, keep his mind alert and increase his ability to improvise quickly. Blank, _ asterisk, these are medical terms. I don't understand how to translate it like that. Blank, _ having said that, Lu Kan Nam took out a square box and placed it on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's bed, opened it, and inside there was what looked like a sports athlete's doublet and a stack of handwritten notes. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, what is that? Chapter 39, Hitler's Confidential Document 3, Respiration. Lu Kan Nam said, this is an electronic shirt, which has the ability to automatically shrink and elastic. Wait for you to wear it when you recover from your injury. It can help you control the frequency and degree of shallow breathing. In the early stages that support is very important. Later, when his breathing method has become instinctive, then it will not be needed anymore. And here is a document that records the experiences I have gathered when studying the method of ablution of tantric monks. You must learn it by heart. I want to impart this to you. These are my personal understanding of a method of physical training, which has nothing to do with our religion. You can practice with peace of mind. Although Lu Kan Nam said that, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood very well. It was just that she hid her head and tail, understood something separately. This must be a basic discipline of tantric practice, related to investigation, limit human potential. As for the record, it is clear that Lama Allah, after returning from Hong Kong Island by himself, often thinks and writes down things every day. Obviously that is what he is now asking Lu Kan Nam taught him on her behalf, but said that it was because she understood it herself. I don't know if this mystical religion has any regulations on imparting basic Dharma methods to outsiders, but normally Lu Kan Nam and Lama Allah are very cautious. He understands this time, because the two of them must have taken a huge risk. Lu Kan Nam began to explain, this method belongs to a branch of Tantra, and is also a way of grasping the 7 main Trakala, so it is called Tra Kak Lap, also known as Tra Kak Kap Lap, or Tra Kap Lap. Kak Tui means the circulation, which means the 7 great vessels in the body. According to our Tantric understanding, the human body is composed of 7 great veins and 3 great channels, which is also our unique Tibetan view of the meridians, just like the 8 vessels, 702 acupuncture points in the Qigong of the Trung Nguyen people, but the system is different. Divided into gas, circuit, rotation, point, the Qi is divided into 2 major types, namely the Qi and the Qi, and then further divided into 5 types. Qi is the kinetic energy of life. If there is an obstacle, disease will arise. The cyclic operating trajectory of the gas is called a circuit, and it is divided into 3 types based on its features. Water vessels, from head to toe along the spinal cord, are white vessels. The white circuit has 24,000 lines. Bloodline, threaded through the body like an upright onyx pillar, facing forward, including veins of all kinds, white and black. Varieties of black and white veins also have 2,000 and 4,000 lines. Air vessel is the trajectory of oxygen transport in the blood, also parallel to the venous lines, which are the red vessels, including all kinds of arteries. The red arterial system also has 24,000 lines. Blank, asterisk, this paragraph contains all technical terms, and from the point of view of Tantra, it is very difficult to understand. In addition, it seems that Lu Kan Nam is pointing at the diagram and explaining, it is difficult to imagine to translate. That's it for now. When I find the right document, I will look it up and correct it. Blank, Lu Kan Nam lectured several times, asking Trak Mok Kwong Ba to remember the key points about Qi, pulse, rotation, and points. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said that he could not immediately absorb a single word, such a large amount of knowledge. Lu Kan Nam said it didn't matter, she would continue to teach him more later, but tonight, Trak Mok Kwong Ba must remember a few key points about how the blood vessels work and the direction of the veins. It also emphasizes the importance of meditation and awareness. She concluded, because the pulse is suppressed by Qi, in other words, the pulse relies on respiration to maintain, and respiration can be controlled, that is, through respiration to use consciousness to coordinate and control the meridians. So, first of all, you have to persevere in doing this every day, starting from the circuit, anti-clockwise and slowly moving, meditating only for a limited time, but definitely coming. It's only when you feel it's warm. One thing he must definitely remember is that he must meditate 3 times a day, at crucial times, in the morning after waking up, before lunch, and before going to bed. Other times, if you want, you can practice more, the same way as I said, but the distance between the two should not be too far nor too close. That's too much to say today, I have to go. Trak Mok Kwong Ba saw Lu Kan Nam getting up, also knew that time was not early, and immediately said, "Thank you teacher, I am really indebted to you, also would like to ask you to pass on my thanks to Lama Lama. I'm in this state, I can't stand up to see you off." Lu Kan Nam's heart suddenly rose up with unreasonable sadness, trying to suppress his depressed mood, coldly said, "There is no need to be so polite." She turned and walked away, went to the door, saw that Tang Min had not returned, and added, "Things related to breathing improvement, young Master Kwong Ba, I hope you. It's best not to tell anyone." Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately understood, arbitrarily imparting the secret method to outsiders. For them, It is definitely a taboo thing, so even the Lama did not dare to self-destruct. I did it, but I had to let Lu Can Nam come out, thus proving how devoted Lu Can Nam is to me. Stop trying to forget it, don't think about it anymore. Lu Can Nam has already passed on all the words of wisdom to him, which means that she has no way back. Now what can be done? Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly replied, I understand, I promise you. Lu Can Nam turned his head, a little skeptical, said, I said anyone. Even my teacher. And Trak Mok Kwong Ba promised, I know, I will definitely keep it a secret. Lu Can Nam's face immediately became cheerful again, smiled, opened the door and went out. Looking at Lu Can Nam's back, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly worried, thinking, Nam Can and Man are like two opposite extremes, doing everything is straightforward and decisive, without the slightest hesitation, tiger, but, she did this. Is it worth it? From then on, Lu Can Nam often silently pointed out Trak Mok Kwong Ba's esoteric breathing methods, until he completely mastered that special method of regurgitation. These are the following things, temporarily not mentioned anymore. Lu Can Nam has left, Man has not yet returned. I don't know if he met and talked with Lu Can Nam. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't even think about it. He used a cloth bandage to wrap his hand, controlled the computer mouse, directly looked for Professor Fung Tan to discuss the things he had just wondered. Once the network is connected, the two discuss over the internet. At the other end, the professor wore old glasses, was sitting at the head of the bed arranging a stack of documents. Listening to Trak Mok Kwong Ba finished presenting his problem, he smiled and said, that wind is really unusable. Human strength can overcome it, but, who told you, we will go through the west wind again? But if we don't go through the west wind zone, where do we go? How do we find the entrance? Is there another way? The professor said, since you haven't recovered yet, I was supposed to say it in a few days, but you were so impatient, I told you to rest assured. Kwong Ba, do you know what you forgot? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, what's wrong? The professor said, you think for a moment, what did Lu Can Nam tell us about the weather in the two Tat Kiat Mak Mountains? There, every year, from the beginning of May to the middle of September is the rainy season. The southeast monsoon is very strong. From mid-November to mid-February next year is controlled by the cold northwest wind. But, think again, then tell me, when did Tangtho and Ba Tang enter that ravine? Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. It seems that Ba Tang and them went there during that time. It happened too long. He can't remember exactly, but there is one thing that cannot be doubted is Ba Tang and Ba Tang. His comrades had been to that snowy mountain many times, and Ba Tang also said that the west wind band they encountered was not as strong as in the snow mountain of Tu Tat Kiat Mak last time. If that time had to go in the west wind, 15 days, even Superman can't stand it. Professor Fung Tan reminded, have you forgotten? I repeat to you, based on the recorded documents and recollections of Min Man and Ba Tang, Huangtho was found in June, and Ba Tang's group went there many times, but last time all returned safely. Only the last time was damaged. That last time, they discovered the entrance by accident when a teammate slipped and fell from the top of a snowy mountain. They could use radios to communicate with each other. What about where we go? There's basically no way to use electronics. What does that suggest? Duo Mok Kwong Ba thought about it and said, could it be that they didn't come to the same place? Professor Fung Tan said, there is also this possibility. But there is another explanation, that is, Ba Tang and Huangtho went to the same place, but the place we went last time was not. Quote. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, however, the map we found in Hainan Kong Island itself. Are the experts wrong? Or, the place we have come to is the entrance to Bak Bala Temple, and Ba Tang and Huangtho, they went to another place. Teacher, I'm confused, so what's the matter? The professor pointed at the webcam with his hand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt like he was tapping on his forehead. He was startled and stepped back, only to see the professor smiling and saying, this guy. You keep asking until the end. This It was I who forgot this aspect. We all forgot. Professor Fung Tan said sadly. At Hong Kong Island, we got the map, then verified it by experts, so we didn't doubt whether it was real or fake, and immediately acted accordingly, mechanically. It wasn't until I got to the ice rift and saw the bodies that I thought, if this map is fake. Quote. Trak Mok Kwong Ba interrupted him. But experts have assessed and concluded that the map was made more than 1,000 years ago. Professor Fung Tan said, yes, the map was made more than 1,000 years ago. This is not fake, but think carefully. At the door of life, on Hong Kong Island, how many times have we met the trap agency, having understood the wisdom of the ancients, who dares to assert that this map is not by the Kwai Ba people who keep the Bak Bala temple that advocates forgery. Moreover, where did this map come from? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said. It was taken from the hands of Merkin by the Lama Lama. He immediately understood. It's Merkin. Professor Fung Tan nodded and said, it's very likely, you should know that. When we arrived at the mandala altar first, at that time we looked everywhere without finding anything, so Merkin got the copy. Where is the stuff? Then again with the experts, this map and the map found in the county catch secret room were made from the same wolfskin. Then I and Old Ho argued non-stop, but there is no way to explain it. Now that I think about it, if our map has the same origin as the map Stanley took in the county catch secret room, it has caused many forces and organizations to constantly compete, eventually not knowing how to lose it, where. So it's not difficult to explain why we find so many bodies along the way, that are the bodies of explorers, because we, like them, walk the same path. Originally, Old Ho, I don't know if it is Hode 1 or not. Listening to Professor Fung Tan present a series of problems, Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt his head was buzzing. There were too many intertwined links, sometimes to his group's map, sometimes to Merkin's map, and then switched to the fact that treasure hunting organizations compete for maps. Do they end up having a common origin? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, wait a minute, teacher. He tried to gather his thoughts, then continued, teacher, I repeat again, do you mean, the map we got from Merkin on Hong Kong Island, supervised by experts determined to be made from a piece of wolf skin, which was also used to make the map that was taken by Stanley, which other expedition teams later relied on to find the god Bak Bala temple? The map we got, is it Merkin's trap? Trak Mok Kwong Ba is not clear-headed, probably because of the poison neck. Professor Fung Tan affirmed, yes, that would explain the conclusions of experts that two maps were made from the same piece of wolfskin. They were drawn at the same time in the same place, not at two locations far apart, hundreds of years apart. Also explain the case of the bodies we meet along the way, because the same map to search and the same failure. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, but why did he do that? Professor Fung Tan said, it's very simple. If Merkin intentionally gave me the map, it can be confirmed that they have been to this snowy mountain, and at the same time, he also knows the place, how scary it was, and he knew it was impossible to find the entrance to Bak Bala temple there. He did so for the simple purpose of wanting us to fail. Come to think of it, we investigated him, he investigated us, went to the Ahertz dungeon to find a new clue, just us and them, in Schwankong Island, breakthrough discoveries only my team and his team planned, so can the other trips. In short, the organization's looking for Bo Bala this time, only our team and his team. I guess, he knows our insides very well, knowing that if that time fails, we will face the risk of being disbanded. We will be disbanded, only his group will have the power. Most of all, his chances of being the first to find the Temple of Silver Bala greatly increased. Think about it, is there such a possibility? Trak Mok Kwong Ba is poor. The complicated problems the teacher just said is like a bucket of cold water poured over his head, but there is still something that is not quite right. But what is it? He does not can imagine. But at the same time, Professor Fung Tan was also taken aback, thinking, So what does Merkin's spying on us in the snowy mountains mean? Is it simply to see everyone buried there that they are committed? What needs to be like that? Professor Fung Tan thought for a moment, then continued, also, from this map, we can infer the reason for disbanding the team. Duo Mok Kwong Ba exclaimed in surprise. Professor Fung Tan explained, do you remember the story of I Luke Kak leaving? I told you at the time that it was a signal from our superiors about to disband our special training team. Because our team was formed for testing purposes only, for the past 500 years no one has found the Silver Bala Temple, a bunch of commoners like us can easily detect it. Only then suddenly there was information coming from abroad, they sent a group of people to go ahead to check the way. Giving us more than a year, there hasn't been any progress. So this amateur expedition team should also be disbanded, while the map we found is. The professor took off the old man's glasses, cleaned them, and then continued, do you remember what Captain Ho Duong mentioned? His teammate a few decades ago also went to the snow mountain to Tat Kiat Mak, which proves that the government has organized a scientific survey team in this direction, only that time, they also failed, lose. On the way, through the tracks left, it proves that there is not only one such team, so when the experts study the map and determine the location, what will they think? After 2 years of hard work, it finally led to that place. Trak Mok Kwong Ba attentively observed the professor's face on the screen for a long time. This, he had never thought of, now thinking about it, it was very reasonable. Their team in 2 years of operation only following a single path, which more than 10 years ago, even decades ago, was already discovered, other than that there was no other contribution, only consuming resources and the nation's manpower in vain. Why wasn't it simplified sooner? This must be due to Kan Nam's efforts to maintain it. As soon as he thought of Lu Kan Nam, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately interrupted his train of thought and muttered to Professor Fung Tan, I didn't originally do it, think about these things. Professor Fung Tan said, I know, your weakness is that you always look at things in a simple way, look at things through appearances, and be a man of action. If he wants to become an intellectual like his father, he must have a way of seeing through the outside of things to discover the subtle principles inside. There are many things that seem unrelated at first glance, but in fact, there is a reciprocal relationship. A butterfly flapping its wings in the Americas can lead to the formation of a vortex over the Pacific Ocean. You know, right before the special training team was formed, Old Man Duke Ren knew this was going to fail. Your father told me, if you don't do it yourself, you won't succeed. It was only now that I understood what he meant. Professor Fung Tan's words just said, like lightning in the dark night. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was like a dreamer, startled awake. For 2 years with a special survey team, it was almost as if he had followed orders, became a habit, but forgot how to think independently. Now reviewing the details, the reason why this time failed was due to many such reasons. At the same time, he also reacted startled, returned to the main topic, quickly asked, Teacher, if that map is fake, then the cartouches we found in the ancient secret room are not. Professor Fung Tan shook his head and said, well, I'm still doing research. I have consulted many experts in the fields of geometry, decoding, exploration, religion, but no one has been able to explore that complex map. People just agree with each other, except that it's a bit like a modern urban transport network. The picture can't make up anything like a map, not even a road map. You are so injured, you should go to bed early today. Other issues, next time you and I will discuss further. This aspect still has many problems, which cannot be answered immediately. Now, we are once again taking the initiative. We need to maximize our wisdom to solve the mysteries left by the ancients. It's late, that's all. That night, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't sleep, kept thinking about what the professor said. This situation, it seems that at some point he had a premonition that something was wrong. That feeling happened. It's been a long time. When? I remember, it was when Babatu talked about invisible enemies, but what was wrong with that? Invisible enemy. Is it Merkin? Where is he now? What are you plotting? Chapter 39, Hitler Confidential Documents 4. Doubts surrounding the Golden Book of Ancients. Whoa, whoa, Merkin sneezed several times in a row. Saul standing next to him sneered, how can you catch a cold with your body like that? Merkin said, it's not, it's just that it's dry, the sinuses are a little itchy. Okay, how's your scientific work? Saul said, it is better not to mention, this kind of creature is not what I imagined, busy for more than half a year, and you? Are you still going to wait for news from those people? That's right, said Merkin. There's nothing else to do. Saul casually asked, I heard you are selling 2 properties in the US, what's up? Merkin said, nothing, the last 2 missteps cost me quite a bit, so I need cash urgently to make up for it. Saul said, what, about how much damage? About 300 million, said Merkin. It's impossible to imagine an expert surveyor like you making mistakes at times. Merkin smiled wryly. Trading in this antique, no matter how powerful a person is, he doesn't dare to claim that he is always 100% accurate. Moreover, in the history of human development, counterfeiting is also a kind of job, but it doesn't matter, as long as I find back Bala Temple, even if my family is bankrupt, I don't mind. Saul laughed, suddenly saying, okay, what about the map? Is it true that you found it there? Merkin said, yes, why did I lie to you? Moreover, that place is full of traps. After the agency starts up, no matter how powerful a person is, there is no way to go through. Is that the place? If you want to go in, then go in. If you want to get out, where do you go? Theoretically, that map is not fake. But why did they not find the ravine before? After more than half a year, there was no movement. Track Mok Kwong suddenly disappeared. They couldn't find him themselves, which made me feel very strange. Saul put on a puzzled smile, stretched, stood up, went to the window, and said as he walked, for what purpose are you doing this? Hundreds of thousands of ways to give the map to them. The result is that they don't even know where they are. Isn't there a little bit of good news? No, said Merkin, truly speaking, no news at all. I'm really trying to figure out. At that moment, Max ran in, looking excited, said, Boss, found it, he's in the hospital now. Merkin said, specifically how? Max said, according to the latest news from China, his company went bankrupt, the special training team was also disbanded, moreover, he also had a very strange disease, like in the body, there might be a ticking time bomb, which will explode a year later, which cannot be removed at present, so he was greatly agitated, mentally depressed for a while, all day and every day, night loitering in bars and dance studios, so we can't find him. In addition, he also said that he fought with a group of thugs until he was injured, hospitalized, I can't rely on him. Merkin was also very emotional, thinking, why is that? How could he really not get up? Saul said, look, see, my words have come to pass after all, if they find Bobala, I'll kiss their ass immediately. Merkin said, so he hasn't calmed down until now. Max said, it's not really like that, it seems that after his teammates found him, his condition has improved, but I think, this time they went to find the temple of Bobala, success is not great, the situation is like that, but I want to continue, I am afraid that I will only go without returning, if it were me, I would absolutely not go again. Merkin frowned slightly, then smiled and said, unfortunately, you are not Track Mok Kwong Ba. I understand him well, he doesn't give up so easily, if he gave up, he wouldn't be Track Mok Kwong Ba anymore. Also, didn't his comrades find him? Definitely to encourage him to keep searching for Bobala. These people definitely won't give up, each of them has their own goals, maybe it has become very interesting, taste. Remember, next time if you contact us again, tell our people, before you find the temple of Bakbala, don't. Then stop all contact, Now it's not because the Chinese government takes action anymore, but it's done by them. They will definitely be much more vigilant. If not paying attention, it is easy to expose their identity. Max said respectfully, "Yes, sir." He hesitated for a moment, then continued, "Boss, it seems that we are negligent. A large organization may have obtained information like mine. They know that the group of people Duo Mok Kwong Ba is looking for Bo Ba. Luo and was once assisted by the Chinese government." What? Merkin panicked. What happened in the end? Where did this news come from? "I'm not sure about this." Max looked at his boss slightly, lowered his face, and spoke cautiously. "Investigate. I need to do a thorough investigation." Early the next morning, the first person to come to the hospital was Lama Allah. The master did not mention things related to his breathing, as if he had nothing to do with this problem. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is also not convenient to mention. After a moment of hesitation, Trak Mok Kwong Ba discussed with the master that their religion had a problem. It carried evil thoughts, or it was better not to search anymore. Lama Allah listened to Trak Mok Kwong Ba narrating the old man's conjecture about his religion, smiled and said, "Although I still respect the old man's wisdom, but for the matter of I do not agree with your point of view. Buddha's equality with sentient beings is the main idea of our religion. Some other religions also have the same thought. It means the universal society, God, Buddha and sentient beings are equal to each other. We believe that as long as you put in the effort to cultivate yourself, from a king, a general to an ant, an insect can become a Buddha." Young Master Kwong Ba, you can't say that it is a miracle. Evil thoughts, right? Trak Mok Kwong Ba scratched his cheekbones through the bandage. Lama Allah continued, "Buddha originally encouraged people to have compassion, to save sentient beings, to save others, to save themselves. But young Master Kwong Ba, think about it. If it comes to the desire to live forever, it has become counterproductive, so it can't be called a Buddha, but should be called a ghost." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was stunned. Such an explanation is also reasonable. So he is very bored with things related to religion. The teachings are expressed in a neutral way. Well said. Is good, bad is bad. Any explanation sounds good. Good or bad depends on people's perception. The Lama's words were not unreasonable, but when he thought about the blood stream and the things he had encountered at the door of life, Xuankong Island, he found this religion very evil, at least not yet, no compassion. Lama Allah said, "I know what the young Master Kwong Ba is thinking in his heart. If based on the blood and statues of fierce gods and fierce Buddhas, judging our religion as a heretic is not very appropriate. Bloodline is originally to take human blood as raw materials, and the places where human body parts are stored are. This must be understood by young Master Kwong Ba. In the old society in Tibet there was a very clear class distinction. The bottom class were serfs, almost without any social status, since when they were born, their lives, like those of their parents and ancestors, belonged to slave owners. Their bodies were often used as tributes to sacrifice in spiritual rituals. I think this, young Master Kwong Ba is not without understanding." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was silent. Since childhood, many times he heard Uncle Le Ba tell, before liberation, the serfs in Tibet really did not have any social status. Lama continued, "This kind of ritual sacrifice is actually a bad practice left behind by primitive society. More than 10,000 years ago, people worshipped the great nature and its destructive forces. At the same time, they do not have the scientific knowledge about their own physiological cycles like today, so they often choose fishy blood as a raw material for sacrifice in the hope of getting powerful powers from nature. On the other hand, is to vent out all the negatives in the subconscious that have been pent up for a long time. Not only in our Tibet, but the whole primitive world conducts similar rituals. In the Americas, you yourself have witnessed it in the Maya Palace, in the Central Highlands, in Europe. In ancient times, there were rituals that used human blood to the same degree as blood maintenance. It's just that according to the development of human civilization, they gradually disappear, not recorded by history. Because our Tibetan terrain is relatively isolated from the outside world, this bad habit lasts longer. It cannot be confirmed that it is evil, but just a legacy left by the ancestors. As for the statues of hungry gods and hung Buddhas, the young master Kwangba can come and observe in any temple. There is any temple without space to engrave the image of hung Buddha to suppress demons. It is often called a statue. Rage Vajra or Wrath Bodhisattva statue. In Tantra and Zen Buddhism, there is no shortage of Buddha statues holding parts of the human body, at most a skull, followed by a human heart and skin. Why do people carve these Buddha statues? It is not saying that the Buddha wants to eat people, but to express punishment. For those who do evil, do not need to wait until they go to hell. They can immediately be angered by Vajras or Bodhisattvas. Cut off the head, hook the heart and peel the skin. But our religion in the past as well as in the future has always taken the punishment of evil as its basic task, so that's why we carved statues of gods and Buddhas that are especially cruel a little bit. That's enough to suppress them, evil. Lama lowered his voice and said, I am convinced that the teachings of our religion are not evil. Trak Mok Kwangba hurriedly said, I think that what he said is very moral, but what the great master has just said is not wrong. We should not vaguely judge the thoughts of the ancients, the thoughts of the ancients. The ancients always have a middle point. People with different positions will not be able to have the same perception, even though the teachings are inherently good, but in the hands of the wicked, they will also be guided by evil thoughts. Lama Allah immediately brightened his face, smiled and said, I know that young master Kwangba is a wise man. After a while, Trong Lap also came, entered the door, immediately made a military salute, then smiled and said, Captain, do you have any arrangements today? Trak Mok Kwangba smiled helplessly. You look at me like this, it's still difficult to move, you don't know anything, what can you arrange? Wait a minute, see how the teacher arranges it. Didn't everyone come together? Trong Lap said, every person's way of life is different. Lama Allah wakes up before me, and the kid Yuyang sleeps with his head. I don't understand what kind of scouting training he has. I'm afraid the professor will send us out to collect materials today. Trak Mok Kwangba said, teachers are our brains, I think. He assigned people to have no idea. Only thing, to be honest, I don't want to have to act so soon. I just hope that when I recover, there will always be people around to talk. You know, my worst wound is where here. As he spoke, he tapped on the bandage wrapped around his chest. Trong Lap patted Trak Mok Kwangba's chest and said, it's too simple. In 2 years, you and Miss Man will give birth to 3 or 4 more people. All injuries will be healed. At that moment, Tang Min walked in, heard the last sentence, immediately became angry. What did you say, Zhang Lap? What did he say? Bring me out. Then she swung her right. Zhang Lap laughed, leaning over to avoid Tang Man's attack. Trak Mok Kwangba and Lama Allah smiled as they watched the two chase each other. Trak Mok Kwangba suddenly felt a pain in his heart. This feeling. Why does this play scene make him feel sad? Yes, when he was a child, there was also a little girl who often chased him, followed him all day without letting go, and then even angered and coaxed him. Sister. Huang Man couldn't chase Trong Lap. He turned to Trak Mok Kwangba and pouted. Kwangba, look at your team member, now he bullies my brother. I won't help. If it continues in the future, what do you think? Trong Lap said. Hey, Lady Min Min hasn't said it all yet. She means, when you get married, how do you plan to compensate? Older brother. Tang Min jumped up again to beat Trong Lap. Trak Mok Kwangba cleared his throat and said, okay, Trong Lap, based on your shortcomings, as the captain, I will punish you to prepare breakfast for him. Everyone, the food at the hospital cantina is really hard to swallow. Huang Man said, opposite is Vin Hoa Vong Street, there is a shop selling delicious soy porridge, where we went yesterday. Everyone gradually arrived. The room was bustling for a while. Professor Fung Tan told Trak Mok Kwangba that they all had work assignments. Therefore, according to the planned plan, Everyone once again dispersed, but unlike the separation a few months ago, everyone's hearts were filled with faith. A few days later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba continuously received a lot of rich information from Professor Fung Tan's place, including the process of deciphering the words on the cigarette pack, the results of analyzing Duong Do's diary and the latest progress in translating the sculptures in the Maya Palace, the ancient Golden Book. In the evening he followed the secret code to try to use consciousness to feel the direction of the blood vessels, the movement of the veins. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thinks, this is also a way to use self-consciousness to unleash the body's maximum capacity. Before Trak Mok Kwong Ba recovered from his illness, Duong Man was still in charge of taking care of his meals and daily activities. After a few short days of living together, the two people's feelings became more and more intimate. Of all the available clues, all of which are closely related to the work, Trak Mok Kwong Ba first paid attention to the latest translation of the County Catch Kim Tu, which was made with great efforts by Lu Can Nam, were translated in a complicated way. In addition, the experts translated in a fractional way, so when transferred to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's team, it was only a fragmentary passage. However, through these fragmentary passages, they dimly concluded that, in the history of County Catch, the messenger appeared in total 3 times, the first messenger to descend in a citadel, when the second holy messenger appeared, in his words also indicated that he had also been to County Ge. Moreover, he also said that he originally intended to enlighten the other citadel, but the Western Sant begged to stop, so at least he knew that the other Western Sant was in County Catch. As for the third messenger, when carrying the object away, he agreed with the king that, if he was still alive, he would definitely return to meet the king. Unfortunately, the events related to the other messenger's return about or not is in the last part of the Golden Book, which has been lost so far. But Professor Fung Tan and Trak Mok Kwong Ba also did not arbitrarily analyze the Golden Book based on the words of the other Western messenger. The elders of Kongbo village pointed out and determined that Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Merkin were the same person. According to the ancient language interpretation, a sant is understood as a person of great wisdom or a person of noble and pure blood. On the other hand, these things are not recorded in the County Catch Kim Tu, nor are they found in other historical documents, so it can only be determined, if we put those emissaries and the case of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Merkin in the same place, is without historical basis. What made Trak Mok Kwong Ba feel surprised was that the County Catch King Ytoc Ba not only helped the other messenger to enlighten the citadel in the corner of the sea, but also let him take it with him, related relics. In the short translation, no exact conclusion can be drawn, only at that time the angel and the king made a covenant that, on the one hand, the messenger brought one of the 3 gifts along with the dispatch to the horizon, corner of the sea. On the other hand, the king also secretly sent a messenger to bring the faithful to another end of heaven and earth. Whether or not the king fulfilled the covenant, the translation is only vaguely mentioned, saying that the king sent 20 of the most outstanding Gu Ge boys to the west. Underneath this obscure translation, Professor Fung Tan used a red pen to mark and add notes. Around 975 to 981, County Catch Vong Tung Nak sent 21 famous intellectuals to Thien Truc to study Thien Truc. Buddha Dharma, that is, compared with history, it also somewhat matches. As for whether or not the 20 elite youths took anything with them, there is no mention in the Gu Ge Jinshu, but Professor Fang Xin carefully searched the documents related to the 20 teenagers' departure, study the Buddhadharma contained in history, then correct and record. These 20 elite youths departed very secretly. It is not possible to confirm the exact time of their specific departure, nor is it clear where they arrived, only know that more than 20 people left. In the end only 2 people came back alive. They followed the lead of the great master A. De Hap, and later became famous in the field of translating the Buddha's teachings. The journey out to the Buddha Bridge lasted for more than a decade, no less than the time the messenger crossed the Pacific Ocean to the east. As for the third gift, there are no clues related to it in these translations. It was ultimately given to someone else, destroyed, or still remains in Tibet, or neither of them could be identified, only knowing that the messenger had mentioned 3 items of worship. In summary, in the translations, 3 problems appear. The first is the messenger's attitude towards the 3 offerings. Some passages say, the other messenger's purpose is to want the 3 offerings to be delivered to the 3 offerings, different people. Another paragraph says the opposite. The purpose is to hide 2 treasures on the horizon and corner of the sea. Each item is separate, forever not reunited. The circumstances suddenly become complicated and strange, and at the same time, in the existing translations, nothing can be found that could explain the causes and circumstances that led to the sudden change in attitude. It really makes one feel like falling into a fog. Professor Fung Tan told Trak Mok Kwong Ba, just as Yu Yang joked, with only the documents they were holding, the only thing that could be concluded was that the other messenger was schizophrenic, paralysis. The second point is County Kachvong's attitude towards the gift. A translation shows that the king is very respectful towards the messenger, ordering to comply with all requests of the messenger. But another passage says, the king secretly sent people to obstruct the messenger. No wonder Lu Kan Nam told them before, the messenger wanted to give the gift to someone else, and the king definitely wanted to keep the credit. For this point, the experts are also confused, not daring to conclude what happened in the end. The third questionable point, also related to the religious objects, what is drawn from the translations shows that, with the exception of the artifact brought by the messenger when he went to enlighten the citadel in a foreign land, another artifact is because the king sent someone to take it away in secret, in which there were also a line or 2 saying that an object was a graphic, was forced to stay by the king by force, and compared the 2 things. It was confusing. I don't know what is real, what is fake anymore. I have to wait for the experts to finish translating the entire Kim book before I can analyze it further. Except for County Kach Kim 2, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also very curious and interested in reading the information that Professor Fung Tan had when he decoded the German code and looked up documents about the Second World War. Lu Kan Nam previously mentioned that the British had Stanley's documents, which were lost during the First World War, unknown reasons, and finally fell into the hands of others. Duke, but at that time Lu Kan Nam only spoke briefly, did not explain clearly, in the documents provided to everyone later. Also not specifically mentioned and analyzed. This time, Professor Fung Tan followed the documents on Hitler and other fascist leaders, meticulously investigated and analyzed them carefully, and also included comments that he personally gathered, so once again, Trak Mok Kwong Ba has rich knowledge. Chapter 39, Hitler's Secrets 5 Hitler's Secrets. Professor Fung Tan noted in this document, it is not surprising that a supernatural fanatic like Hitler, with the support of like-minded people in the German authorities of the time, organized a series of secret operations, mobilized SS Special Forces, established the Ancestral Heritage Research Committee to conduct the search for the Holy Chest, the Holy Grail, the study of ancient texts, especially the events taking place in Tibet. When he was a child, Adolf Hitler did not have great ambitions. He dreamed of becoming an artist, so there were large deviations in thought. When in high school, due to poor math skills, and natural subjects that had to be saved, later because of failing in French, had to drop out, only studying for 4 years in high school instead of the 6 years according to the program. After the death of his father, Hitler did not want to continue his studies in high school but wanted to pursue an artistic path, so he went to Vienna, which was molded by the atmosphere of art. Initially, Hitler planned to enter the Vienna Art Academy, but due to lack of marks, he was not accepted. After that, his mother died of breast cancer, his father's estate was gone. Hitler was not eager to learn any profession, often only taking odd jobs, eventually becoming a vagabond in Vienna. The verbatim pronoun is he, or he. I'll temporarily change it to he. For better or worse, Hitler is also a great figure in history, so be a little respectful and objective. In 1909, Hitler's life changed for the first time. A friend advised him to draw postcards for sale and volunteered to sell goods on his behalf. Sales were also very good. Vagabond had no job. Living in a cheap apartment, now you don't have to worry about eating anymore. At that time Hitler was 20 years old. That was also the time when he was most frustrated, no longer having to worry about food, clothing, and immediately spent all his time and took advantage of the opportunity to read all kinds of books, possibly because he was moved to another place, inherited from his father, a public servant, so since childhood Hitler was particularly sensitive to politics. He read a lot of political books, studied all kinds of ideologies. Unbelievable, he had studied in-depth study of Marxism. But in the document, Professor Fung Tan emphasized another book, The Pearl of the East, a magazine about adventure and science fiction compiled by a Roman Catholic. It was filled with romantic literature and nationalist ideas, was published in some parts of Austria, but was responded enthusiastically by many young people of the time. Hitler was one of them. He loved it so much that he couldn't take it off his hand and ordered every issue. The magazine mentions purebred Aryans, with blonde hair and blue eyes, calling it a noble race, rejecting other, lowly mixed peoples, especially the Jewish, displaced people, inferior substance. In addition, the magazine also collects thrilling and mysterious events in different places, collects fictional stories arising in the journey of explorers, scientific researchers, to various types of magic, and supernatural powers are also fully presented. Professor Fung Tan commented, "It was originally just a trick to attract readers, but Hitler believed it to be true, began to imagine that he inherited pure Aryan blood and had powers beyond imagination. Later, when he went to war, as a messenger corporal, several times escaped death, he became more and more confident in his identity." The Pearl of the East influenced Hitler's thought more than any other book he had read, and in the following years, under its influence, Hitler formed a very special political worldview, separate. Professor Fung Tan commented, "This magazine is the source of Hitler's crazy thoughts. Even Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought about it. I don't know if this magazine mentioned that Stanley was looking for the Temple of Bak Bala." Professor Fung Tan replied that he had thought about reading the editions of this magazine, but it seems that it was published in a small number. There is one issue in the British National Museum. There are mentions of ancient texts, mystical forces, but no article about Stanley's journey. Because it is titled The Magazine, Pearl of the Orient, it is certain that the content is mainly about mystical events in the East, especially in China and India. Professor Fung Tan also found seen in a story about the travels of Marco Polo. According to the document, the second turning point in Hitler's life was shortly after Germany's defeat in World War I, the November Revolution. Like a tornado sweeping through the country, the Republic the Bavarian Soviet was established in Munich. The following year he joined the National Thinking Organization organized by the State Department of Education and Propaganda, belonging to the fourth group under the command of Captain Karl Mayer. It was because of this that Hitler came to the attention of the German government. In 1919, the German government was forced to sign the Peace Treaty of Versailles, which included a provision that stipulating that Germany could only maintain a maximum army of 100,000 men. In order to ensure the loyalty and reliability of the military, the German government has established a monitoring committee, tasked with investigating political trends among soldiers and workers, in order to promptly detect and disrupt political conspiracies. Hitler became an employee of this supervisory committee, received and trained by them, then secretly sent to investigate social groups, laid a guiding stone for Hitler to silently contact the forces and political ideologies, the most famous of which was the radical social organization called the North Pole Group. After the First World War, Germany fell into a very serious socio-economic crisis. Some veterans and young Germans still consider Germany's defeat in the war a disgrace, so with great anger and indignation, radical ideological organizations sprang up like mushrooms, worshipping supernatural powers, promoting the German national spirit and promoting the will to revive the German Empire. Among them, North Pole Group, is one of the most prominent organizations. The members of the North Pole Group claim that the North Pole is a place covered with snow and ice. There exists a country who still retains the pure Aryan activities. They have supernatural abilities, but due to natural disasters and man-made disasters, they have been isolated from the modern world. No one knows. That said, those people reside in a mysterious underground ravine, with only one entrance to the surface. To get there, they must cross a permafrost, in the darkness of a tunnel. Blank, asterisk, this is the most approachable view of Bakbala T7. Blank, of course, these views were completely accepted by Hitler. Taking advantage of his special status, he actively participated in the North Pole Group, and also gave many speeches. In this document, Professor Fung Tan commented heavily on the left and right. The northernmost group worshipped the Aryan race, had a strong impact on Hitler and the German youth at that time. Promoting Hitler's view of the transcendent Aryan race deepened. Based on the geographical location, Tibet has the right characteristics. It can be guessed that this is the basis for Hitler's later dispatch of an expedition to Tibet. It is suspected that Himmler later took Hitler's will to create the story of the descendants of the Atlanteans. The information below is a description of the continent Atlantique through Plato's myth. In 580 BC, the famous Athenian legislator and reformer Solon traveled to the ancient Egyptian capital of Heliopolis, discussing philosophy with local scholars and sages. There, Solon met Xenophus, and then received from Xenophus the epic legends of Atlantique. Solon then brought the problems gathered during his travels. The act of writing it down into a work, eventually passing it on to Plato. Based on that document, Plato researched and built the legend of Atlantique, which was passed on by many people. According to this legend, Atlantique was a continent, located opposite the Pillar of Hercules, far beyond the western corrugated ocean. As we know today, west of the Strait of Gibraltar is the vast Atlantic Ocean, with an area of 2,072,000 square kilometers, where products are abundant, science and technology develop. 10,000 years BC, the ancients of Atlantique founded their own city-states. It was an almost utopian society. The huge city, the palaces and the magnificent temples, were all using gold, silver, brass and ivory to build. On the island there is a system of canals running smoothly on all four sides, perfect architecture of bridges and culverts, busy port day and night, where people live in peace and happiness. There are 12 countries on the island, but they share a single set of laws and unite to worship the sea god Poseidon as the lord of the island. Unfortunately, the happy day was short. The life of the inhabitants of Atlantique became more and more degraded, eventually making Poseidon angry. So this beautiful, rich and famous ancient civilization island nation, only in one night was buried in the deep sea. Blank, asterisk, Poseidon, Greek mythology, one of the 12 Olympian gods, ruler of the sea, the brother of the god Jesus. See also the picture on the bottle of Neptune cooking oil. Blank, so whether Atlantique really exists or not, since Plato initiated this hypothesis, it has been constantly debated for the past 2,000 years. Now there are also many scholars who are studying to find the exact location. This issue has found many documents. By the middle of the 19th century, the man who is considered to be the father of Atlantis, the American archaeologist Donald Y. wrote, Atlantis, the world of the ancients, asterisk, in which he proposed and tried to prove it, demonstrate 13 different theories. The Book of Revelation describes the Garden of Eden as the origin of the ancients. According to Egyptian and Mayan mythology, they worshipped the sun god, which was the original religion of the Atlanteans. Europe's Bronze Age originated in Atlantis. Iron was also first invented by the Atlantis, Phoenician, alphabet. The father of all European alphabets derived from Atlantis. Atlantis is also the birthplace of the Aryan race, of the Indo-Urus peoples. More than 10,000 years ago Atlantis was engulfed by the sea, but there were a few inhabitants who escaped by boat, leaving the legend of the Great Flood in ancient times. Blank, asterisk, original English, Atlantis, the antediluvian world, very good here. Hippo only briefly mentions 6 of Donnell's 13 hypotheses why, which are hypotheses 5, 7, 9, 10, 11 and 13 respectively. It seems that Hippo used 2 types of proper nouns, Western Asia and Asia, especially Asia, to refer to the continent and people similar to England and English but not completely. I temporarily distinguish it by Atlantique and Atlantis. Back to the fact that Heinrich Himmler, one of Hitler's most trusted assistants, this SS Chief Marshal took the Führer's request and edited the history of the Aryans. In the story of Atlantis, the place and the environment changed. Plato was merely referring to the Atlanteans, but Himmler based on that asserted that they were the ancestors of the Aryans, the god Aryan. Those people of the divine race are tall, 3 meters, shiny blonde hair, blue eyes, fair skin, tall slender nose, elongated face, quick reactions, endless strength, akin to thinking about supernatural powers. According to Himmler's explanation, when the Atlantique was submerged, these Aryan people were forced to flee. In the process of fleeing they split into 2 limbs, one landed on the coast of India, the other on the Indian coast. The other genus landed on the Caucasus coast and later became the ancestors of the present-day Aryans. Also according to Himmler, because only a few Atlantis escaped in the flood, in order to multiply, they were forced to mix with the lower peoples, so they lost the divine power. He thinks that just mating with purebred Aryans, adding other efforts to influence, can restore the inherent divine power, and then create invincible generations of Aryan soldiers. According to Jacques Delaruy's History of the Gestapo, Himmler once raised and bred broiler chickens but failed, so later, when he seized power, he always carried heavy burdens, thought of purifying the race and wanted to apply it in the SS forces. One more typical detail, W. Sellenberg, an SD director, in his memoirs wrote about how before he got married, he had to present Himmler to check his wife's background file, then sign a consent order, then get married. Himmler's story also clearly defines the habitat of the second Atlantean genus. After landing on the Indian coast, they continued to move and finally stopped at the border between Tibet and India. Today, that is, the Himalayas and its vicinity. He also explained, because of the great flood event that engulfed the island nation, to prevent this event from happening again, they chose the area, the highest area in the world as a new settlement. In addition, Himmler also added to the hypothesis of the North Pole group. The North Pole place that shocked at that time was the Himalayas. Today, North Pole is not actually used to refer to the geographical area in the north, but to refer to a country covered by ice and snow, extremely cold. Finally, Professor Fung Tan said, because of the influence of the Pearl of the Orient magazine and the allegations in Himmler's story, in 1938, Hitler approved for Himmler to send a survey team to Tibet, to search for the ancestors of the Aryans. But Professor Fung Tan also raised many questions such as, Himmler has not a high level of culture, but the allegations he made synthesize a lot of popular arguments in Germany at that time. The explanation was clear and concise. Obviously, it is very reasonable before and after, everyone who knows can easily feel it, so who is the real author? Is it correct that the Germans conducted a survey of Tibet twice? The 2 left and right captions added, documents of Nazi Germany, after the war, were shared by the Soviet Union and the United States. Under the category of confidential records, partly until 2045, the ban will be lifted, partly kept secret forever. According to official sources, most of the material on the first German survey of Tibet was destroyed in a fire in 1945. The authenticity of this information remains to be investigated. At the end of the Hitler section, the latter part of the document mentions that other Nazi leaders such as Himmler and Göring were also cultists. Himmler was interested in all kinds of magical experiments, and Göring was drunk. Magical astrology, Trak Mok Kwangba found it funny, never thought that the Second World War was started by such people. This can be called oxen, ma'am. 3 days later, Trak Mok Kwangba was still unable to walk, read all the large documents transferred by Professor Feng Tan. He thought that it was all the result of the teacher's months of hard work. There was still time. What have I been able to do? Suddenly, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty and self-blame. Min Min sat at the head of the bed. Her eyes didn't leave him. Why didn't she notice? She tenderly rubbed her head on his chest, softly said, "What's wrong with you? Is something wrong?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled bitterly and said, "It's embarrassing to say, I really don't deserve you. While everyone persists in not giving up, why does the thought of surrender suddenly arise in my head? Tang Min put a finger on Trak Mok Kwong Ba's lips and whispered, "No, in my eyes, you are still the most resilient man. All because you are not good. When I need help the most, you are not. Leave. I didn't think that you would have to suffer like that, be so depressed. In my opinion, when an injured man bites his teeth and suffers without screaming, it's a normal thing, nothing worth mentioning. But when a man has to suffer unjustly, being scolded by young and old, even bullied, but still silently endured, accepted to bear part of the consequences that were not his responsibility, that's really the brave and strong man. That's you, Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Fortunately, those things are a thing of the past." Seeing the corner of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes glistening with grief, she immediately hugged his neck and said softly, "Tell me a story. The mind and tongue of this aren't disgusting, yes? Even the stone must sprout. Eating even a pound of arsenic also complements the delicious taste. Only beauty has not lost. This is a genuine beauty. Yes." Trak Mok Kwong Ba buried his face in Duong Man's warm soft chest, naturally feeling very safe in his heart, just like when he was a child. Tang Min said, "Do you know rhubarb? Their bodies are larger than honeybees, but the wings are very small, and the ratio between the abdomen and the chest is very inappropriate. Based on the research of scientists, according to any hypothesis and experiment, the rhubarb is definitely not able to fly, but in reality, the rhubarb is still flying. For this phenomenon, scientists are also helpless, unable to explain, can only exclaim. It's because they want to fly. Then fly. Blank, ___, is an Asian subspecies of wasp hornet, larger body than other wasp subspecies. Blank, Duong Man's voice is gentle and smooth like a mother telling her children fairy tales every night. On Trak Mok Kwong Ba's lips can't help but smile. Smoke, the mood is like being illuminated by the sun shining through the clouds outside the window. The story you just told is very similar to an old adage. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, that is, the eagle can fly high, not only because of its wings, but also by its will. Thank you, now I know, our Min Min is also good at storytelling. Tang Min's eyes suddenly darkened, and he muttered, that's because I often heard my brother tell stories. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart sank, was about to say a few words of comfort, when Min Man suddenly said, I still have to give you some medicine, I'm going out for a bit, I'll be right back. Man just got out of the door. The hospital room welcomed an uninvited guest. It was a fat man, with a gentle smile on his round face, a fruit basket in his hand. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought it was Mr. We went to the wrong room. Unexpectedly, this fat man smiled and said, hello, Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, do you still remember me? We met a month ago, then it was my fault, didn't understand your situation, you must have thought I was the same as the others. Oh, I was too rude, found you at that time, in that place, how could you blame me? Trak Mok Kwong Ba heard this person say his name. He immediately tried to rummage through his memory, but couldn't figure out who this fat man was, and the fat guy was like a longtime friend. Approached the bed, took flowers, the fruit was put on the table, and said, actually, Trak Mok Kwong Ba doesn't need to be so depressed, as long as he finds the temple. Is he still afraid of not having money? As soon as he mentioned Bak Ba temple, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately thought of this. This is the fat guy who came to talk about the temple in his most difficult time. That time he was chased away, unexpectedly turned around. Returning, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said disgustedly. I already said, I don't know anything about temples and shrines, do you have to pursue forever? The fat man laughed and said, Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows for himself, there's no need to hide our bald people like that, I know, Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's company was destroyed. That's why you're in such a difficult situation, and even finding a few clues was interrupted. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was already frowning, preparing to see off the guest. The fat man quickly laughed and said, Sir Trak Mok Kwong Ba, don't be so hostile, wait for me to show you something, after watching I will tell you again. Tell him a story, maybe then he will change his view of us. Chapter 39, Hitler's Confidential Document 6 Uninvited Guest. The fat man took from the fruit basket what looked like a camera, then closed the window curtains, pointed the lens at the wall, and flipped the switch, which turned out to be a small projector. Immediately, an image appeared on the wall. It was a necklace, woven by gold and silver threads, inlaid with precious stones, sparkling pearls, splendid and noble, based on patterns. And its design, Trak Mok Kwong Ba, just at a glance, immediately realizes that this is a very typical jewelry of the Tibetan people that aristocratic women often wear. The fat man began to introduce. This item weighs a total of 1,646 grams, inlaid with 108 top-class sapphires, 28 turquoises each weighing over 8 carats. According to research experts, this is a 6th century Tibetan royal masterpiece. In 2000, at an underground auction in Detroit, it was negotiated for $200 million. The second picture is a golden scepter. The top is carved with many strange figures that make people feel very strange. The top of the staff is inlaid with a fiery red gem, the size of a chicken egg. The fat guy shows his face, touched, said, This is the scepter of the Fu Ma, consisting of 7 pieces, the body of which is cast in gold, with a hollow in the center. When a beam of light shines on the bottom of the staff, the ruby on the top will appear. Flowers, literature, clearly distinguish appearance. This item, a brilliant gem, is rare, sophisticated in structure, skillfully crafted, making people admire the more they see it. In 1993, at an underground auction in Tokyo, a person spent $137 million to take away. The third picture is a golden statue of a female Buddha. The fat man said, This is Vajrasattva, cross-legged on a lotus platform, left hand holding a decision, right hand holding a bell, 56 centimeters high, heavy weight, 28 kilograms. The gem inscribed on the forehead is assessed by experts as a super red dove blood ruby, weighing about 15 carats, extremely rare. So far no defects have been detected. In 1996, in an underground auction in California, it was purchased for $207,630,000. Blank, *, we have not been able to find the appropriate female Buddha's name. This detail is not important, so it is temporarily considered as Vajrasattva, this famous female Buddha. Looking up the names of foreigners except Vietnam, Korea, written in Chinese characters is very time-consuming. Blank, each picture, each of which is a precious and sophisticated art piece, appeared in turn in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's eyes. Each dish made him admire. Through design and art, sculpting, he realized that these were all treasures from Tibet, just didn't understand what the fat guy showed him for. After showing 21 pictures, the fat man stopped and looked to see if Trak Mok Kwong Ba could open his eyes or not. Trak Mok Kwong Ba still did not change his face, said, I admit they are all high-class treasures, but, why do you show me these things? The fat man smiled and said, I believe that Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has a special impression on the name Stanley. These treasures were all found in Tibet by the greatest explorer of the late 16th and early 19th centuries, Mr. Stanley. What I have just shown you is only a very small part. Most of the treasures in that treasure have not existed for a long time. They are in the collections of many people, carefully kept in secret places, has a security force to look after. It must be known that the treasure that Mr. Stanley discovered in Tibet at that time could only be calculated by weight. He also eloquently declared, the treasures he discovered, its value was enough to buy the entire British Empire, Great British. Please note, although many places had gained independence at that time, but what Mr. Stanley said, was only the British Empire, i.e. including the US, Australia and other colonies within the Solar Empire. The sky never sets. Blank, *__**, it is not clear whether Stanley stated before or after 1783, but perhaps Canada is more accurate, but I will stick to the original. Blank, ___ Track Mok Kwong Ba looks at the fat man's passionate face, but his heart feels like someone is cutting with a knife. These things all belong to Tibet, belong to China. This fat guy is Chinese, but for the story, how can someone be so enthusiastic about taking away the treasures of their own country? The fat man once again emphasized, but, Mr. Stanley once said with regret, that the treasures he has found are only a grain of sand on the beach. The real pearl, he has not yet found it, just a little bit more, just missing a clue. What you saw just now, just a grain of sand, what we are looking for, is the real pearl. It's Min Chow, Mr. Track Mok Kwong Ba. Track Mok Kwong Ba decided to refuse any suggestion of this fat guy. He was simply very disgusted with that ferocious, distorted face, his eyes reddened by greed. Track Mok Kwong Ba immediately pretended to be happy and said, really? Are you looking for treasures that are even better than the ones just now? I wish I could be like you guys. So what clues have you got? Can you tell me a little bit? If it's not too difficult, I would like to follow you. The fat man smiled faintly, as if to say, your acting is so clumsy, Mr. Kwong Ba. He rolled his eyes and said, of course, if Track Mok Kwong Ba wants to cooperate, we will provide a lot of clues. Please see this first. After that, he showed the next photo. Although Track Mok Kwong Ba tried to calm down, he still couldn't help it, jumped up and sat up, his hands shaking slightly. This picture, not anything else, is the map showing the way to Bak Bala Temple that they have worked so hard to get on Hainan Kong Island. It seems that the material is a bit lacking, but the content is almost exactly the same. Track Mok Kwong Ba immediately understood that this was a restored copy. In other words, the map they had on Hainan Kong Island was the same map that Stanley had taken that year in County Catch Secret. Damn, Merkin deliberately tricked these guys. This is a fake map. The fat man smiled, showing that this was within his expectations, and said cordially, it seems that Mr. Track Mok Kwong Ba was very surprised when he saw this map. I know, last time you went to 2 Tak Kiat Mak Snow Mountain, didn't you follow the instructions of this map? That year, Mr. Stanley also died accidentally in the snowy mountain because of following this map. Later, many other secret expedition teams followed and also died there. It is possible that this is the first time that the Chinese government has obtained this map. In fact, for some NGOs abroad, it is no longer a big secret, at least not anymore. There are 7 or 8 copies circulating among the expedition teams. Only the originals have not been seen since the Second World War, so there is no way to judge their authenticity. I guess Mr. Track Mok Kwong Ba was also affected by the map. He cheated, so he met such a big failure. Indeed, this fat guy understands our internal affairs very well. Track Mok Kwong Ba thought to himself, and told himself to be more cautious. He asked, who are you guys after all? The fat man smugly said, finally got to the point. I really don't dare to hide, I'm just a messenger, representing an absolutely capable group to cooperate with Mr. We know a lot of information about Bak Bala Temple, including some of the letters he wrote himself, related memoirs from his friends, some of the treasures he brought back, for the copied post-World War II navigation map, was secretly repaired. We also have an explanation. I want to tell you that, out of a total of 73 major organizations looking for temples, we are a very powerful group that can be ranked in the top 10. Track Mok Kwong Ba was once again terrified, like a newborn baby seeing the vast world around for the first time. There are 73 large organizations in total, but the small ones, aren't there too many to count? Moreover, in the leading organizations, they also have no understanding of the direction of finding back Bala temple like them, compared to other organizations searching for temples in the world. In terms of strength and ability, there are maybe his team is not only rookie but even nil. The fat man rubbed his chin and said, well, Mr. Trakmok Kwongba, according to the documents I brought to you today, you must have understood that I did not deceive you. We know, you guys have found some things that we haven't, just hope you give those documents, we can share, maybe we can find the temple soon, theretofore. The fat man's eyes lit up, as if he had seen countless treasures in front of his eyes. Listening to his passionate speech, Trakmok Kwongba felt extremely disgusted, but thought he needed to get more information, then interrupted, I don't understand, why are you looking for me? Or have you been misinformed? Quote. The fat man said, Mr. Trakmok Kwongba, you don't need to act in front of me anymore, the information we have is very reliable. As for why I'm looking for you, it's because he was the first Chinese person to personally find the Silver Bala Shrine. The organization of which I am a delegate does not dare to have a far-fetched hope of cooperating with the government of our country, but he is different, he is a free citizen, moreover, has previously served the state. In a long time, with your current advantage, if you join any temple search organization, it will help decide, if we don't look for you, who will. On the other hand, with the current state of Mr. Trakmok Kwongba, he also had to have people to cooperate with, he had no money, and other human and material factors were also absent. And all of these we can satisfy you, as long as you provide us with the route and some things you hear and see. You may not even need to go to that place directly. When we found the treasure, we kept 7 of them and gave 3 of them to you, 3 parts of the temple's wealth. Even 10 generations, 100 lives will not be consumed. Trakmok Kwongba didn't care about that annoying fat man anymore. He was busy thinking, these foreign forces, really beyond his imagination, finally revealed the news. From where? And the other merchant, in the foreign country, where does he rank? The fat man continued to cheer. You must know that, nowadays, everyone thinks that the shrine is probably located in an unknown border area. For those areas, the government cannot intervene, just like now currently, the Odyssey Marine Exploration Company is searching and recovering the shipwrecks of the Spanish Empire. The recovered assets are owned by the discoverers, and the international community has no objection. Odyssey Marine Exploration Company has only found a few treasures, not great value. What we are about to find is worth not knowing how many more dollars, billions, trillions, hundreds of trillions dollars. The fat guy talked more and more aggressively, to the point that his saliva splashed, his limbs danced wildly. Even if he wanted to be polite, he couldn't control himself anymore. Babbling for half a day, the fat man suddenly noticed that Trakmok Kwongba was still silent and motionless, finally stopped waving his arms and legs, collected his smug face, and quietly said, I know, the first failure, hey, for Trakmok Kwongba is a big blow, no need to rush, we will give you time to think, here is my phone number, if you remember or think of anything, please give me a call, of course I hope you get a decisive answer soon. Mr. Trakmok Kwongba, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, I hope you consider it carefully, don't miss it. Trakmok Kwongba was still in shock. The fat guy folded the fruit basket, picked up an apple and took a bite, said vaguely, to be honest, in this matter, if I were the leader, then certain. At this time, when Tang Min returned from taking medicine, the fat man stood up and changed his voice, you should definitely consider it carefully. Oh, okay, get well soon. When he got to the door, he also turned to Trakmok Kwongba to make a gesture to make a phone call. Tang Min was surprised and asked, who is he? Trakmok Kwongba was like a person lying in a dream waking up, exhaling, oh, things. It's getting more and more complicated. Trakmok Kwongba immediately contacted Professor Fung Tan, and brought the incident back to him. Professor Fung Tan, on the other hand, was not surprised, just said, yes, based on the documents Lu Kan Nam has provided and the information I have gathered when talking with experts studying spirituality temples, currently in the world, how many organizations are searching for Bakbala temple. Even the state may not be able to give an exact number, but it is confirmed that there are many. This is also what Lu Kan Nam has always emphasized. The main principle in investigating and searching for Bakbala temple is to be secret. This time, they have found you. It is clear that our actions have leaked. Currently, there are two problems facing us. First, to investigate and find out where the secret has been leaked from, otherwise, we cannot take further actions. Second, we must think of a method to deal with these organizations. Most of them are foreign forces. The possibility of cooperation with us is not great. The key problem is, there is organizations come to you. Later there will be many other organizations knocking on the door. How should you respond? Now they are still polite and respectful, hoping that you will tell the information yourself. In the future, maybe they will defy all tricks and do not mind any action. For them, this shrine has magical attraction. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had a constant headache. This second problem really made him lose his mind. Wang Man analyzed it for him. Is it possible that it was revealed by a superior? Professor Fung Tan said, no, without this possibility. The security work in our country is done better than any other country in the world. If they get information from their superiors, they will absolutely not need to find us. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, is it Merkin? Or is it another plot of his? Professor Fung Tan said, unlike, through the previous encounters, he always hid himself. It seems that compared to us, he is more afraid of being discovered by others. Moreover, in the search for the Silver Bala temple, everyone knew that, the more secretive it was, the better. Merkin was not stupid to reveal himself like that, and also, that fat guy had already made it clear to us, they are not just one person. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asserted, probably not within us. Professor Fung Tan said, well, I also think so. They just know that your company is bankrupt. This is outside news, but they don't know that you have an unusual illness in your body. This news must be from someone we've been in contact with before. Who? How come? Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly asked, why? What are you thinking about, teacher? Professor Fung Tan said, well, put it aside for now. Your recovery is more important now. I will try to investigate this matter clearly. Now the key issue is how to stop them from coming. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I immediately carried out the discharge procedure, so that they could not find it. No. Professor Fung Tan immediately said, you can't do it 1,000 times. That will only make them think that you are holding important clues. Those forces are nowhere to be missed. You can't hide if you want to hide. Have exit. Right now, what you should do is to continue to be depressed, and not do anything in the hospital. If that fat guy comes looking for you, don't be shy, then do whatever you want. Situation and revealed to them what he had experienced in the snowy mountains of Tu Tat Kiat Mo, so that they could see that he was no longer determined, hoping that this would lessen their curiosity. It's just that in the future, if our team wants to meet and discuss, we have to be more careful. Well, now I'll pass you some more material. Here's an expert's conclusion on the Mayan inscriptions. Oh, and this one, the archetype of the Buddha statue and the origins of the art of creation. Buddha image at the door of life. You will probably like it. Referring to the door of life, Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but remember Da Cat. He took out 3 items that Da Cat had left behind, a ruby, a celestial pearl, and a jade trumpet. I can give it to Caca, then how can I tell her? 2 days later, the fat guy still hasn't returned, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba believes that he will absolutely not sit at home and wait for him to call. The stab wounds on his body gradually closed. He was able to step on the ground and walk again. He was anxious to exercise to relax his muscles. Tap Luyan Ho Hap Theo Fung Farp Ma Lu Kan Nam Da Trian Day, Tai Chua Thay Duk Trong Ingwoi Ko Kai Mak Luan Gi Du Chuan Dong. in Hung Kung Kam Zarch Tin Than Ko Ve Tu Thay Hon Truok. Today, Tang Min changed his bandages for him and told him that the wound had already healed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't hold it anymore, took the opportunity of Tang Min to go out. He turned to get out of bed, neither fast nor slow, stepped 5 or 6 steps up the white wall, shrunk and jumped, his head close to the ceiling, then he turned around and fell gently. He went to the middle of the room, stopped for a moment, then tried to move his limbs, body, air conditioning, feeling calm, no discomfort at all. As for the body's recovery, Kwong Ba is very satisfied, looking at the distance between the central air conditioner on the ceiling and the wall of the room is not more than 3 meters. The childishness suddenly emerges, the body jumps and clings to the ceiling. In order to face the wall, try to bounce hard, the whole person is like an arrow leaving the bowstring to aim at the wall. When the fingertips touch the wall, the body becomes soft, the impulse on the arm is eliminated, taking the whole body, who was glued to the wall like a lizard, slowly crawled down, turned his head to look up. Saw that the air conditioning vent had been deformed by him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took a deep breath, his body aligned with the wall at an angle of 30 degrees, suddenly accelerated, crawling along the wall, moving at a height of 3 meters, about 10 meters, when his legs were almost empty. Once he was able to fix it, he slightly changed his center of gravity, spread his arms and legs at the same time, and firmly fixed his body between the balcony and the upper frame of the hospital window. Outside on the balcony, bright sunlight, shady trees, occasional birds chirping. Trak Mok Kwong Ba loosened his hands, fixed his legs, turned his body towards the balcony, his body relaxed. On his back, he reached out his left hand, then changed hands and landed on the balcony, his whole body protruding outside the 20th floor balcony of the building. In this position, watching the scenery is really unique, Trak Mok Kwong Ba excitedly thought. Then he moved along the balcony. The scenery around the hospital is also very elegant. If he can go down there, how good it is to move. Think like this, both hands let go, the body falls from the height of the 20th floor, the mind moves, suddenly remembers, it's not good, Min Man will come back soon. In a state of free fall, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly turned around in the middle of the air. His 2 hands firmly grasped the balcony of the nearest room. There were no patients in the room. Trak Mok Kwong Ba thought to himself, good luck, too, don't startle others. He grasped the railing with both hands, turned his body upside down, with the height of his body, his legs just right up to the balcony upstairs. He spread his legs, his body fixed between the lower and upper balustrades, let go of his 2 legs, outstretched hand, curled up to swing upstairs, and then returned to his room in the same way, nimble and agile like a smart monkey. Chapter 40, Germany Secret Document 1 Sculpture Citadel. Currently, according to some unofficial sources, in 1938, on Hitler's orders, Himmler directly drew up a plan that had called the North Pole Plan. Under this plan, a Nazi expedition was divided into small groups, secretly infiltrating the land of Tibet. They stopped for a year in Tibet to conduct a large number of maps, record fragments, film, photograph, documentary. Hitler believed that the purebred Aryan ancestors were somewhere on the land of Tibet. The Atlanteans were also there, and that place was also where the axis of the Earth passed. Controlling that axis would control the movement of the Earth and hold the destiny of the nation. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had just returned to bed when Duong Man pushed open the door to enter. At first glance at the hospital room, seeing that the central air conditioning vent was deformed, the wall was full of footprints, immediately understood what Trak Mok Kwong Ba had done. Nothing, she complained and said, look at you, just like a child. How many times have I told you, your wound has just healed. There are still some places that have not been sutured. You are so disruptive. The wound, what if it breaks? Trak Mok Kwong Ba laughed, turned around, stood up, hugged Duong Man and said, look, I've been lying motionless in bed for a few days now. It's really uncomfortable. I need activity to stretch my tendons and muscles. Tell me, is it true that you have excess strength? If I had known this early, I would have gone with the Ma Tang group to Moscow. Of course I really wanted to go to Moscow. I haven't been back for many years. Huang Man pinched Trak Mok Kwong Ba's ear and said, "This guy, because I can't take care of myself like that, I need you to manage." Trak Mok Kwong Ba slightly turned Huang Man's face to his own, whispering, "Now my health has almost recovered, you see, isn't it?" Tang Min snorted, as if wanting to pull away from his hand, but did not take any action. "Knock knock knock, is anyone in the room?" The familiar voice of the fat man resounded. Huang Man hastily fixed his tangled hair. Trak Mok Kwong Ba had to press his stomach to return to bed. According to Professor Fung Tan's instructions, immediately changed his appearance, becoming a person due to repeated failures and thinking, depressed, showing extreme depression. After entering, the fat man smiled and said, "Ah, here it is. Just looking at it, I know that Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba must have recovered." Although he appeared calm on the outside, the calmness in his eyes could not hide Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said lazily, "Since meeting him, I have thought a lot, although those treasures are extremely attractive to me, but through the recent events, I realized that the most precious value of human life is life. To tell you the truth, I am no longer interested, just want to enjoy life. Sir, if you still insist on searching for that treasure, I give him a word. Don't lose your own life for the sake of treasure." As soon as he heard Trak Mok Kwong Ba's meaning, the fat man hurriedly splashed water with the rain, saying, "Sir, you have not understood my meaning. We only need a little information and documents. If you can provide it, we will give you a considerable amount of money, ensuring you can live comfortably without worries until the last years of your life, day by day. Just go to the beach to lie back on an armchair and watch the beauty, how relaxed and free. You don't have to go anywhere, just tell us the correct and reliable information, we will be well paid. How? If you agree, set a price, and see if we can satisfy you." Trak Mok Kwong Ba was about to quote a price so that they found it difficult to withdraw, casually said, 5 billion. After saying that, he immediately observed the other's face. If the fat guy had any hesitation, he would immediately add a sentence. That year his company's total assets reached this number. In fact, 5 billion has greatly exceeded the assets of his company. "Okay, agree on this number." Unexpectedly, the fat guy didn't even think about it, responded immediately. Trak Mok Kwong Ba added, "I mean US dollars." The fat man smiled and replied, "Of course it's US dollars. If it's yuan, it's hard for us to convert such a large amount." "But," the fat man said, "first of all, I want to determine if the information that Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba provides is of such value. This request should not be too much, right?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba casually recounted a part of what he had experienced. In the Americas he mainly talked about tropical forests. In Tibet emphasized the geographical features of Mo Thong, the important places he pointed out. At a glance, the shapes of the Buddha statues were all patched up, so much so that he himself had never witnessed any Buddha statue with the shape as described. About the trap organs, Trak Mok Kwong Ba tried search power in the adventure novels and sci-fi movies I've read, watched. But casually narrated, talked endlessly, rushed out like a Kachiusa rocket, but, apart from the trip to Tu Tat Kiat Mak, maybe there was half the truth, the rest was fake and real mixed, difficult to distinguish. Trak Mok Kwong Ba told stories for 3 hours, all of which were saved by the fat guy using an electronic tape recorder. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Is that enough?" The fat man's eyes showed doubt and said, "Impossible. I heard that Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has joined the special expedition team of the state for more than 2 years. Is it just that little experience?" Quote, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly remembered Ma Tang's case. His face immediately showed pain, said, "Of course, I know a few more things, but, these things, I don't want to remember it anymore. I don't know how to say it, just thinking about these things, what a headache, my head. My head hurts so bad." Tang Min immediately cooperated, quickly pulled his hand, worriedly asked, What's wrong? Are you okay? Do you need me to call a doctor? The fat man pretended to be considerate and asked, Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, you should calm down, you must remember these contents, those are the key issues. Trak Mok Kwong Ba sometimes holds his head with his hand, sometimes rubs the blanket, then rolls around on the bed, constantly shouting, no, my head hurts. The fat guy brought the tape recorder to Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mouth, pressing, a little more news, just a little bit is fine. Tang Min suddenly grabbed the pillow on the head of the bed and threw it at the fat man, waving his arms and legs while crying and said, he's already like that. You still want to push him? Are you still human? Go out, you go out now. At that time, the fat man slowly left, but was still unwilling, saving his life. Sir Trak Mok Kwong Ba, please rest well, I will come back to find you in 2 days, you must remember it. Scat. Another pillow was thrown and hit the door, knocking it shut. Trak Mok Kwong Ba breathed a sigh of relief and said, go call the doctor, by the way see if he's gone. Tang Min raised her head, her eyes were full of tears, delicate and seductive. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gently wiped a few tears, surprised, no way, is it really crying? Shouldn't your little princess cry so quickly? Just like what Trong Lap said. Huang Man pursed his lips, pinched Trak Mok Kwong Ba's nose, and then said, you still say it, it's all your fault. I thought you were really older brother, you really are good at making jokes. After that, he pretended to want to cry again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba quickly said, okay, it's because you act so real. But it has to be said again and again, it is our man who has an innate talent for acting. If he follows the artistic path, maybe he will win the ultimate glory. At this point, Tang Min stopped crying and smiled. When he was sure that the fat man had left, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately contacted the professor. After listening to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Professor Fung Tan said, do you think that fat guy seems worried? Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened his mouth to answer. The professor interrupted, remember, you must consider the problems hidden behind the appearance. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I understand, he is being urged by people in the organization, he must be impatient to have my information before other organizations get involved, so he is worried. Professor Fung Tan said, yes, it is entirely possible that other organizations are also paying attention to you. There is not just a normal collision between them, we are just afraid we can't see it. There is perhaps these forces are about to reach the point where fire and water are hard to bear, so it is better to prepare to kill each other. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, there is one more thing, I gave the price of 5 billion to the fat guy, I think even if he wanted to, he couldn't meet it, then they exposed a loophole. Professor Fung Tan said, oh, what do you mean? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I gave the number 5 billion, it was considered. Teacher, think about it, 5 billion US dollars, what can't be done with this money? Why do you have to go back and forth to find that obscure, nihilistic shrine? Other than fools, only crazy people would do such things. Moreover, that fat guy also said that he was just a messenger, he didn't have the right to decide, yet he dared to simply open his mouth to promise such a large remuneration. So, I suppose, they're probably thinking, whatever I make a request or condition, they'll immediately accept it, the purpose is just to get from me any useful information, but what that fat guy acted too openly, so he showed an opening. Professor Fung Tan smiled and said, it seems that a few days of hospitalization and rest is not wasted, in the end you have gradually restored your previous thinking ability, but that is still not enough, you want to become a human being. To plan a strategy, you need to think deeper and further. In a few days, Trong Lap's group will visit Shanghai and then return to Lhasa, then his injuries will be almost completely recovered, and they can return together. Remember carefully, take your time, don't let it linger. Trak Mok Kwong Ba understood well. The professor wanted to say that he should not let foreign organizations looking for temples follow him back to Tibet, so he nodded. In the evening, Professor Fung Tan contacted Trak Mok Kwong Ba again, saying that there were some documents that needed to be edited. Trak Mok Kwong Ba opened the internet. The professor passed him a photocopy of a scroll, while looking at the text. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately realized that these were the passages of County Kach Kim 2 that had just been translated. Professor Fung Tan said, "Yes, I just found out today. Originally when we joined the state's special training team, at that same time, part of the content of the scroll * was also included. Just returned to the country. Inside there is a story about the king and the messenger. Before we go to America, experts have translated that in it, there is a story of a messenger going to enlighten the citadel on the horizon and corner of the sea. From the materials we have at present, it can be inferred that this book was probably taken by Stanley from the Gu-Ge dynasty. Currently, we can only speculate on Stanley's journey more than 100 years ago to come to a basic conclusion that is this: first Stanley went to the door of life, and then discovered in the door of life. In order to prevent others from discovering this clue and stealing the treasure, he set fire to burn all the remaining traces. This clue must have pointed to Shwangkong Temple, but due to his lack of knowledge of the history of ancient Tibetan Tantra, Stanley mistook it for the County Ge dynasty, when in reality, Shwangkong Island itself really deep in the ground, below the County Kach ruins. Therefore, Stanley followed that lead to County Ge, and then took all the treasures of the dynasty, including this scroll and the map of the wolf skin. What happened later we know. Blank, ___**, originally. Roll book folded in a scrolling fashion. Blank, Trak Mok Kwong Ba listened to Professor Fung Tan's analysis. His heart immediately cleared up, nodded and said, "So it is, because the Door of Life and Company Kach dynasty both worshipped Hyon Kong Island and Bak Bala Temple, so Stanley has a solid basis to believe that what he found is just a hair on the back of a buffalo, and the real treasure is still hidden there, somewhere in Tibet." Professor Fung Tan said, "The front is written where the County Kach dynasty built the country was also the former territory of the Hung kings. Based on the records left by the Hung kings, it is estimated that the statue of Hung Vong discovered the miracle in this place, so he set it as the capital to establish the country. The so-called miracle is probably the slot where Hyon Kong Island later built itself. The ferry is described as lying under an extremely deep gorge, with caves and frescoes. The graphite paintings that people discovered last time must have been left by residents of the caves on both sides of the deep ravine. Without a doubt, for the Tuing Hung people, it must be fairy tale. On the other hand, surely the belief of Tuing Hung dynasty must be Bantao, so it is not difficult to imagine, maybe it was during the reign of Tuing Hung dynasty that the other secret religion of Lama Alala was built. Shwangkong Island itself is in the gorge where the lava people live." Trak Mok Kwong Ba couldn't help but sigh softly. This is definitely possible. Professor Fung Tan continued, "The County Kach people knew well that there was a magical palace here in the time of Tuing Hung, but they could not find the entrance to the ravine where Hyon Kong Island is located. Do you remember the time we discovered that entrance at the Mandala altar? It is County Kach and Hyon Kong Island located in the same locality. I believe that County Kach Vong still thinks that where the temple is located below the ground, the County Kach dynasties have all dug secret rooms facing the ground to search. It is a pity, they're only a short distance from the road. Less than half a meter into Hyon Kong Island. Thus, the historical clues that we have are all connected seamlessly. Oh, the history of mysteries forgotten by history." Professor Fung Tan couldn't help but feel emotional. Trak Mok Kwong Ba held his breath, unable to utter a word. Professor Fung Tan sighed and said, "Okay, now that's roughly what the other clues are. More than half of the comments just now are my analysis and conjecture. Based on history, it's just that these are absolutely not important. Just explain it seamlessly. The main thing that I want to show you tonight is this. Watch." Having said that, on the screen appeared a completed text. Enlarged, marked with red pen. Lu Kan Nam once told us the story of the king and the messenger. See this passage: the king summons the skilled craftsman, between 6 and 7 o'clock. Every morning, the restoration of the citadel was enlightened, and in this passage, when the sculpture was completed, the king was very displeased, saying to the workers like this, that rotten stone is too far from the court become eternal. What do these two passages mean? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, why do carvings have to be done between 6 and 7 a.m. every day? Professor Fung Tan said, very well, why between 6 and 7 o'clock? This issue is worth thinking about. This is also the time when the sun rises from the horizon. Also, the citadel is carved on a square block of lava. In other words, it can be said that the eternal citadel has a square shape. In fact, this place correctly translates, not just meaning citadel, enlightened, which can also be a palace emitting light, or a reflection of the abode of the gods, all of which are possible. Therefore, we can roughly speculate that what the ancients wanted to use was the technique of reflection and refraction, probably similar to what we encountered at the County Ge Stone Formation last time. But according to the words of the ancient king, this rotten stone is too far from the eternal citadel. What does it mean? Is it possible to say that if the light shines on the castle, it can be preserved longer than lava? Blank, asterisk, there are some overlapping languages in this paragraph, so it is a bit confusing. That's how I translate it. Blank, Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, so are there any other clues in other places? Professor Fung Tan said, there are a few more places, but the content is either just implied or very obscure, but we have not discussed it for the time being. You know, when you have just read the translation describing the time. That lava sculpting space, did I remember anything? What is it? You watch this video. These are the drawings we obtained on the background of the Gu Ge secret room. The reliefs and crowns in the ancient secret room flickered on the screen, as if illuminated by the dim light of the candle, then the other images disappeared, leaving only two objects. It was a square stone table carved on the ground and a huge stone sculpture that had been severely weathered and could not be seen anymore. When he entered there, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was busy taking care of Tuan Man, completely ignored those things. Later on, he also watched 3 times the video about the royal drawings and reliefs that the professor had filmed in the Gu Ge secret room, but the image did not catch his attention. Today, after listening to Professor Fung Tan's explanation, and once again reviewing the sandstone block, he couldn't help but be surprised and asked, does the teacher mean that the stone is big? This is, Professor Fung Tan replied, if Stanley took from the secret room all the treasures, scrolls and a map, what we have just discovered is another map, 2 maps, one real and one fake, all related to Bak Bala Temple, so the ruined square is not just a pile of stones. It is very likely that it is the illuminated citadel that King County Catch saved. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was half surprised and happy, half regretful, saying, if it is true that the citadel was illuminated, it has lost its inherent image. We have no way to obtain information from it again. Professor Fung Tan said, no, although it has been partially degraded, its basic form is still there. Look at the rock mass. In general terms, based on altitude, the inclination has not fallen. Its complete transformation, not of course depicting hilly terrain, but rather a depiction of mountains. Otherwise this fissure, the video pauses at one image, which is zoomed in gradually. The professor's clicks, visible only on a high point of the rock, revealed a delicately sculpted recess. I asked the relevant experts. This is not a crack due to sandification, but on a high place of it, there is obviously a concave crack. The expert has carefully analyzed and concluded, there are at least 3. The crack, if it originates from the mountainside, belongs to the highland geographical type, can form 3 levels without fracture, at least only in the granite mountain area, as well as in the mountainous area, does not exclude similar cases of deep crevices formed by lava that we have ever witnessed. The other half of this rock mass, all of which has been paired, can't see any architectural form. This topographical structure tends to be a crack, but very confusing. I still must continue to consult with geographers to see if they can provide any additional information. Are you clear now? Although we can't find any clues on the surface, we are in an era of information explosion, clues that we are not capable of perceiving, when applying the expertise of experts, can all provide information that we don't already know. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "That's great, if we have more information, there will be more clues." Professor Fung Tan said, "Yes, there are a few more clues. According to Mayan experts, they have made significant discoveries about the map of the Maya labyrinth that we cannot be transparent about. Breakthrough, I'll give you the results of my new research in a few days. Fortunately I have some old friends." Okay, that's enough for today. Goodbye, have fun reading the scroll, see if you can find any more clues. That night, Trak Mok Kwong Ba stayed up all night reading the translation of the scroll. The contents related to County Kachvong and the messenger were not too much, but some places were very important, but he was the first. "I still don't understand why the messenger suddenly changed his attitude, had to divide the believers to hide them in different places, and even intentionally let them never appear under the sun, but if you don't destroy them, isn't that the purpose of deceiving people?" Chapter 40, Germany's Secret Document 2, Suddenly meeting an acquaintance just like that. 2 more days continued to pass. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's body almost completely recovered. He originally planned to be discharged from the hospital immediately, but the doctor was also very determined to keep him for another day and night for further monitoring. On the other hand, Music Duang and Trong Lap have not been seen for a long time. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately agreed to stay at the request of the doctor. Having nothing to do in his spare time, he and Min Man went for a 2-lap walk on the grass, intending to review some professional moves, but Min Min warned him not to do so openly here. They were easy to do, make people pay attention, dragging around is very annoying. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can only arbitrarily do a few simple foot kicks and arm swings. He feels the body's vitality is infinitely abundant, just wants to find a place to vent, suddenly has a feeling, maybe everything is all of this the result of practicing the breathing method. On the occasion of the empty afternoon, Trak Mok Kwong Ba alone went to the nursing center of the hospital. He was surprised to discover that in the past, he could only pull the bar a total of 1,000 times, but now there can pull up to 1,300. Moreover, in the body does not feel too much. He looked at his biceps in surprise. His body still had not recovered to its former strength. Could it be that the change in the frequency and level of respiration caused such a huge change in the body? Trak Mok Kwong Ba knows well, the time he practices is very little. Far from meeting the requirements that Lu Kan Nam has set, he still has not felt about the circuit. According to Lu Kan Nam, when a wheel in the body begins to slowly move, it will officially enter another stage, which is something that uses the common language of body training. The body that can be described cannot fully express the meaning. Trak Mok Kwong Ba is more and more steadfast in his belief. If he wants to find anything, to protect himself, to protect those around him, then he must have strength, more power, again. When returning to the hospital, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was walking to his room when at the 3rd floor stairs near the door of the CT room, a doctor, holding a CT scan, was saying something to a patient. There was only the 3 of them in the aisle. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was originally about to leave. His feet continued to walk up the stairs. Suddenly he had the feeling that everything had stopped. Trak Mok Kwong Ba has never experienced this feeling. It seems that he is separating from the outside world, as if time has stopped. Surrounding him is a sense of danger that he has never seen before. This is really strong. Of course it's making my legs stiff and unable to take another step. It's like death is crawling on my back. The feeling of death has risen to my neck. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not understand what happened in the end. Why did that feeling of fear suddenly appear? Just when he was satisfied with his health, he suddenly felt as if he had no strength to resist anymore. Had to let people tear. The soul constantly struggled, as if it wanted to escape from the body. Consciousness could no longer control any cells. His head hastily ordered, "Move, move a little, even moving one finger is fine." But the answer was still the whole body stiff, as if it was bewitched. Even if he wanted to blink, he couldn't blink. For a moment, his soul and body seemed to have separated. Trak Mok Kwong Ba can see the other patient with his back to him. The doctor is wearing a mask, glasses and hat. The two are discussing. He can still hear them, but himself he was like somewhere far away, seemingly not belonging to himself. No. That doctor is looking at me. That gaze. What does that look mean? Joking, teasing, compassion. No. This must be an illusion. After all, what happened to him? His body. What movement? The whole process of fear and struggle only lasted for about a second or two, but that 1 or 2 seconds made Trak Mok Kwong Ba feel very scared, deeply shaken, breathing disorder, heart pounding like crazy. When the doctor turned around and walked into the CT room, his whole body became weak. He had to lean on the railing. Fortunately, in the end, he did not fall into a coma. At this time, the other patient also turned around, and Trak Mok Kwong Ba had the feeling that he must have met this person. Where did he meet? What's the name? But at this moment his heart is still beating wildly, the blood does not seem to reach his brain, and he can't think of any way. The other patient obviously also saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba, smiled reluctantly, and walked towards him. Finally, when the other person was only 2 steps away from Trak Mok Kwong Ba, he suddenly remembered the name of this man, exclaiming, Vong Yu. That was the person who was rescued by the group Trak Mok Kwong Ba from the secret room at the Ahed's palace. That day, after going together for a day, Vong Hu immediately returned to the country. Since then there has been no contact. I never thought I'd see you again at this hospital. Vong Hu smiled bitterly and said, finally, you have come here, Mr. Duo Mok Kwong Ba. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was surprised. What do these words mean? Just listen to Vong Yu continue to say, I know, sooner or later you will come to me, I just don't think I have to wait so long. Trak Mok Kwong Ba gradually regained his composure. His heart stopped beating. He followed Vong Yu's words in general, so you know. Vong Hu still keeps his hair cut short like then, just shaved off his beard, seems to have a much thinner body than before. He said, I guess then, you guys are not tourists. Normally, going to the dungeon is absolutely not just exploration. Thinking about it later, you guys are like that, but your techniques, knowledge, and equipment are not like ordinary people at all. So I thought, you guys going in there, must be looking for something, but you don't even know what you're looking for in the end, do you? With the experience of meeting the fat man, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not help but think carefully, who is this name Vong Hu? How does he know these things? He began to recall every detail that happened during the last meeting, and finally, he suddenly remembered the bronze mirror. The back of the bronze mirror is full of Tibetan writings. Vong Yu said it was bought in Bogota. Could he be lying? Vong Yu saw that Trak Mok Kwong Ba bowed his head and did not say anything, thought that he was uncomfortable in his heart, and by the way said, at that time, I did not mean to deceive you, it was just that I was in a hurry to reply. Lower, I also don't understand why there is an ancient bronze mirror of us Chinese in the Mayan palace. Although Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face didn't show any change, his heart started pounding. It was indeed a bronze mirror. That day I didn't see it wrong. On the mirror there was written Tibetan writing. Then, it and the enlightened citadel must have some connection. Wang Yu continued to mutter to himself, I know, you guys saved my life, but I. Toi da lua doi kasi an, in hung kung kong byat luke de tai sao min lai lam nu vei, hin nu komot am than now du zui kien toi rang, in hat din phi mang dem kai guang ve. Sao ki ve nook, toi lap tuk di tim rat nu chuan jia, in hung sao ki zam din tat ka ju noi, du chi la mot chits guang dong lo I fa thong tu toi enadwang, che tach tin ti, du o si bao tun tuing doi hon hao, za thi trong kung kong kao, noi nu ko mot chits guang dong duk bao tun hon hao nu vei tu toi chen kwok, thi she rat ko za tren thi trong. Only one old collector thinks it's a good. Speaking of this, Vong Hu, like Trak Mok Kwong Ba, fell into recollection and contemplation. He could never forget what happened that day. that Tran collector, in the field of assessing and enjoying bronze mirrors, could be said to be the top in the country. Some even said, when the Palace Museum was not able to assess bronze mirrors, it also had to rely on the hands of that old prophet. The old monk, after listening to him narrate the incident, did not show any signs of interest in his face, but when he took out the bronze mirror, the old monk quickly stood up and replaced him. He changed his glasses, held a mirror in his hand, and stammered, "Good. Good, good," said choked, and then died. If the doctor didn't determine that he died of heart failure, he wouldn't be in big trouble. But except that the reputable experts said the mirror was good, other experts all said that it was just a common mirror. There were thousands of the same type. They said on the market, the price the maximum is not more than 5,000 yuan. But that old prophet could only say 3 words, good, 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 and then left the human world, not to mention where it was good. From then on, the bronze mirror became his biggest illness. Thinking of this, Wang Hu couldn't help but opened his mouth to ask, "Can you tell me, what is the bronze mirror?" At this moment, Trak Mok Kwong Ba is thinking, the citadel is enlightened, the citadel is illuminated. What does this name itself mean? Wang Yu took away a bronze mirror, shining, the mirror. Will a castle appear? Could it be stereoscopic laser technique? Giong Nu Trong Kuk Nam Mu, Kong Kong, Ko Enan Kong Ko Ka Nang So Hu Lo I Kai Thuit Nay. However, if we say that in the secret room of County Catch, the image of a stone block was obtained, which is the restored sculpture of the illuminated citadel, then, this citadel is really too big, with only the strength of one person. How did the messenger bring it to distant Americas? Besides using projection technology, is there any other magical principle? Wang Hu called, "Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Mr. Duo Mok Kwong Ba." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Why? Go, let me show you the mirror first." Wang Yu shrugged and said, "I'm afraid no, the mirror isn't here, it's in my safe at a bank in Shenzhen, or, you should go back to Shenzhen with me." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Wait for me, I will immediately complete the discharge procedure." "Why did you get hurt this time? Can you tell me? On the street, fighting with people. And you, what illness did you come to Shanghai to treat?" "Nothing, just a periodical health check. I am actually a person who always pays attention to the health of individuals. Every time I go to this hospital, formerly the headquarters of the company, capital is located in Shanghai, should have a health insurance card. Just now, I saw that you discussed with that doctor. That doctor made me feel like an old friend, so we exchanged a few sentences." Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately let Wang Man do the discharge procedures, and he silently contacted the professor. "What, the mirror, discovered in the Ahet's dungeon?" "Yes, I will go to Shenzhou once, try to see what happens in the end." Now not only does he show his appreciation for me, on the contrary, he also asks me what it is. "Okay, teacher, can you investigate this guy Wang Yu for a bit? I want to know more about him. You said that Min Min should wait a bit, you shouldn't go through the discharge procedure for the time being. Tell her to stay in the hospital, and you will go to Shenzhen alone. Do you understand what I mean?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly came to his senses, after expressing his agreement, then continued to tell the professor the situation when he saw Wang Hu and his special feelings, and added, "Now thinking about it, talking about that, I still feel cold all over, my body, life and soul are held in the hands of others." Professor Fung Tan said, "Have you had this feeling before?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "No, in the past, every time I felt danger, it was like having a fish clinging to my spine. This time it's different, much more terrifying." The professor said, "The body can't move, of course it will produce this kind of feeling, like this. Don't think about it for the time being, you have to relax your mind a bit, I think you feel it yourself. I feel like I'm under too much pressure, my body hasn't fully recovered, so there are these kinds of situations, although I want you to focus on thinking, but don't work too hard, too bad, you have to know how to arrange yourself, you have to have a holistic view. Let's ignore this for the time being. Let's just pretend nothing happened, no doubt, wait for you to come back from Shenzhen, then we can talk more. In the underground warehouse at a bank in Shenzhen, when the ancient bronze mirror was placed in Duo Muchangbo's hand, inside he appeared a familiar feeling, like long time no see, the curves, the lines. The pattern was carved on the back of the mirror. To him, it was like a relative who had not seen each other for many years, as if sharing a blood relationship, still the same, just looking at it. When such a feeling appeared in Trak Mok Kwong Ba's heart, he himself understood that it was an unbelievable thing. That day in the Maya Palace he did not pay attention at all, today looked closely, of course encountered such feelings. He must have seen this mirror before, the same pattern, the same shape, but where did he see it? Maybe meet in a dream. He didn't care if Vong Hu stopped him, took off his gloves, when he used his fingertips to directly rub the veins, when there was a feeling of smooth mirror surface like rubbing on silk, that familiar feeling became even more familiar, intensely rising. This is a round face, round frame, mirror-like new, shining white. The mirror base is decorated with dragon patterns, the outer edges are engraved with rows of stamens, 4 sides are oriented petioles. In terms of glass, divided into 4 corners, each corner has a beast, one of which looks like a bird, the rest can't see what kind of animal it is. The outside is surrounded by a border, outside the border there are 12 more animals, with the same abstract depiction, difficult to distinguish. In the middle are lotus-shaped patterns. Outside there is another border. The border is more complicated, rushing as strong as the ocean, like countless beast shapes, followed by another pattern. Outside is a dense ring of decorations in the form of peanuts *, then there is another border. The more complicated the pattern goes out. Finally, the border around the back of the bronze mirror is the same writings as the Tibetan literature. Looking at it closely today, these characters are not exactly the same. That text and the Tibetan text are different, as well. Unlike the Teha script of the Party and the Chinese characters, both are block letters. The structure of the body and the style of writing are not the same. No one can realize what these words mean. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also completely did not realize the meaning of the badges. However, these insignia and inscriptions together made Trak Mok Kwong Ba feel familiar. So in short, where had he met similar things? It was just that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't bring up the memory. Blank, asterisk, harlak, harder and lack too, a subject of the I Ching. This passage describes the reading mirror that gives me a headache. I can't stand it. I temporarily translate like that, waiting for the main translation to come out to check again. Blank, underscore Vong Hu said, how? Now can you tell me what the mirror does? Trak Mok Kwong Ba put the mirror back in the bag, having observed it meticulously, but when asked if there was anything special about the mirror, he was no different from Vong Hu, completely clueless. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the flickering lamp in the underground warehouse and replied, need to find a place with sunlight to try. Wang Yu said, you mean under the sun? What kind of shape will it show? Nope. I've tried it many times already. Trak Mok Kwong Ba insisted on keeping his opinion. Vong Hu had to take the mirror out of the insurance warehouse. Vong Hu's home is quite wealthy. He owns a 2-story villa with a campus. Behind the campus there is a swimming pool of 120 square meters, a very large garage, which can accommodate 3 cars at the same time, types, including large trucks. At the second-floor balcony, Trak Mok Kwong Ba began to study the bronze mirror. He caught the sunlight, the mirror reflected on the wall around, glass image the size of a CD. That CD was extremely clearly, not only the perfect shape, but also a distorted halo. Trak Mok Kwong Ba set up a fixed mirror on the table, went to the wall, carefully examined the other CD, the CD or that CD-like image, which was dazzlingly bright. Vong Yu held 2 bottles of Red Bull energy drink placed on the glass of the tea table, said, it's useless, I told you, I have studied the mirror very carefully many times, also conducted a laser scan of the back of it, but nothing special was found. I thought you had some explanation, but it turns out that even you guys don't know. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, I want to bring it to experts to study. Impossible. Wang Yu stood up and said, although you saved me in the Ahet's palace, in this regard, it took me a lot of work to bring the mirror back to the country, treating it as a protector of the ancestral property. Now according to the law, this belongs to my ancestors' heritage, it cannot be handed over to someone else. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, what are your conditions? Bong Hu smiled and waved his hand around the living room, look, I don't lack anything. He paused for a moment to observe Trak Mok Kwong Ba's face, then continued, I only have one request. I want you to let me go with you. What did you say? Duo Mok Kwong Ba was shocked. This request was beyond his imagination. Impossible. Why not? You can go, why can't I? Bong Hu said, when I returned to my country, I searched for information about you, Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba. I really didn't think of it. You are also the general director of a large enterprise, you know what I was thinking at that time. And not owning a property of more than 100 million like that, refusing to stay at home to enjoy life, and go all the way to the American rainforest to do what? What is he really looking for? When I clarified your identity, I understood that we belong to the same kind of people. Bong Hu looked directly at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and said, other people aspire to be rich like us to satisfy the material life they dream of, but that's not what we want. When the needs are essential needs have been met, we need to assert our worth. When the real estate market heated up, my real estate company made a fortune, raising my fortune to the ranks of 100 million businessmen, but at that time I did not feel particularly happy and emotional. Active, I just think, those things don't satisfy my real needs. The joy when those numbers increased was far behind when I stepped to the top of the snowy mountain, spread my arms freely and shouted out my passion. Life is not an occupation, but a struggle. Human enjoyment is not in the end, but in the process. For more than 10 years now, I have been climbing Mount Kilimanjaro, Mount Fuji, Cape Snow Mountain, Everest. You know, climbing also means aiming for a higher destination. The latter mountain is high, more dangerous than the previous one. So, when I read a picture of you on the cover of a magazine, I immediately have a sense of belonging. We belong to the same class. Kilimanjaro, an extinct volcano in northeast Tanzania, the highest mountain in Africa, 5,895 meters in terms of relative altitude. It ranks first in the world, 4,600 meters. Cable Bar Tuye Sun, 5,396 meters, located in Yunnan Province, China. The relative altitude is about 3,500 meters above the Kim Sa River winding at the foot. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, no, we are not the same. Bong Yu said, what is not the same? Let me analyze it a bit, Mr. Chairman and CEO of Thien Su Clam Cultivation Corporation. Regardless of hardships, thousands of miles away to the American rainforest, and even penetrated the Maya dungeon. There's a lot of trap agency. I think, you guys want to find something, it's not that simple to assert. Let me analyze it a bit, Mr. Chairman and CEO of Thien Su Clam Cultivation Corporation. Regardless of hardships, thousands of miles away to the American rainforest, and even penetrated the Maya dungeon. There's a lot of trap agency. I think, you guys want to find something, it's not that simple to assert. I have to know that one day in the Maya dungeon, I encountered a very dangerous situation. Ever since you guys saved me from danger, I still care about you, but your whereabouts are too mysterious. That excites me even more. Later, on the internet I saw you guys showing up at Trappist Tibet. Everyone was seriously injured. The reporter was going to do an interview, but for some reason was suddenly suspended. I know, you guys have been searching all the time, but still can't find what you want. At that time, I was going to prepare to contact you, but when I reached Lhasa Hospital, all of you mysteriously disappeared. Every time I missed a chance, I stamped my feet with regret. This time, no matter what I say, I still maintain my point of view. If you don't let me go, your research on the bronze mirror should stop here. Chapter 41. The Secret Map of the Germany in Tibet. Trak Mok Kwong Ba looked at the map with the symbol of the Nazi Party. Although he did not understand the landmarks that were noted on it, the painted terrain made him feel like he had seen it somewhere. For a long time, the new man hesitated and said, "I think I've seen it somewhere before, this is." Professor Fung Tan smiled and said, "Look at this other map." Then, he immediately controlled the computer to turn on another map placed next to it. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately understood, exclaiming, "Oh, map of Ali." Putting the two maps side by side, the outlines are amazingly similar. Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately recognized that the map of the German army was the map of the Ali area. The mountains and rivers were all incredibly accurate. People. Tang only had to dodge 2 or 3 wrestlers at the same time, obviously leisurely enough, so he always kept an eye on Trak Mok Kwong Ba, his heart growing more and more shocked. Until now, Ma Tang had always thought that he could fight with the young master Kwong Ba, but looking at the situation today, he knew that he could not be his opponent. That monstrous fighting style made the other wrestlers feel powerless, not knowing how to act, soon being beaten by Trak Mok Kwong Ba. That scene, like a herd of bulls surrounding a wolf, looks strong and fierce, but only eats grass. As for the other wolf, he only focused on eating them. Trak Mok Kwong Ba stood tall in the middle of the circle of wrestlers. Even though he stopped, no one dared to approach any further. His clenched fists were still trembling slightly. Not enough. Still not enough. He still couldn't control it, that fist. It wanted to swing, over and over again, punching dust into someone's body. He jumped up again, and the wrestlers couldn't help but squirm back to give a space, avoiding a direct confrontation with him anymore. Finally, when all the wrestlers fell, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's mood calmed down a bit. That feeling is like a farmer who cultivates, after a day of work feeling a bit tired, but very happy. Why did he feel so satisfied? Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not understand. As for the fat guy, where did he run off to? Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not bother to look at the giants rolling and groaning on the ground, stepped in front of Ma Tang, asked, "Can we still walk?" Ma Tang gasped and asked him back, "What are you eating? Fight, don't you get tired of fighting like that?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shrugged his shoulders and said, "I'm not tired, I don't know what happened. Come on, let me help, let's get out of here first." He looked at the palm of his hand, and at the same time, Lu Kan Nam's voice echoed in his mind, "Through breathing, you have even gained more strength than mere muscle training. At the same time, it also improves the internal environment, achieving a better mental state and a more responsive ability." After walking only a few steps, the two encountered an enemy blocking their way. Unexpectedly, the fat guy hid and came back. Next to him was a foreigner wearing a tight military uniform. The foreigners behind each of them are all dressed in black Western clothes, holding batons in their hands, and they don't look like locals at all. The leader of the foreigner looked at the wrestlers lying on the ground and said in English to the fat man, "Lu, you see, early cooperation won't be this bad. That fat guy surnamed Lu has lost his 2 front teeth, his mouth is open, and can only speak a stammering, very difficult English. Andrea, don't be complacent, we only cooperate temporarily, later on how to divide it for later calculation. You secretly sent people to follow me, this debt, we still have to calculate it." Andrea smiled and said to Trak Mok Kwong Ba, Hello Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba, I've heard your voice for a long time, my boss hopes to invite you to come over as a guest for a while, I don't know if you will respect your face or not, isn't it?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba glanced at Ma Tang, shook his head and said, "Can't you see we are busy? In the future, when I have free time, I will visit your boss." Andrea said, "The Chinese have a very good proverb that early is not as good as late, we will meet again here, please sir." Ma Tang looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, shook his head sullenly and said, "I'm out of breath." Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Are they inviting us to follow? These people are so contemptuous of people." Unexpectedly, Andrea heard and understood Chinese, only to see him smile and continue. Mr. continued, "After all, a person's physical strength is limited. Our host has a very hot temper, please don't anger him." Trak Mok Kwong Ba glared at the group of people dressed in black, wearing black gloves, holding a black rubber baton, and softly exclaimed, "Huh." Andrea said, "In his hand he holds the key to the gold vault. Everyone wants to find him. In fact, he only has two options. One is to cooperate with large organizations, both obeying the law and being rational like us, receiving a large amount of money to enjoy, or falling into the hands of the wrongdoers. That small organization doesn't know how to obey the law. Cough, that's terrible. They have always defied tricks, not even afraid to threaten his life to get it out of his mouth, what they want. Think about it. A smart person like Mr. Trak Mok Kwong Ba here will definitely make a wise choice between these two paths, right?" Andrea was beaming with dignity, as if it were the truth. The fat man, surnamed Lu, then sarcastically said, "Okay, Andrea, stop showing off your eloquence. This guy is very stubborn. Hard talking can't be done. If I could convince him, I would have persuaded him a long time ago. Already." Trak Mok Kwong Ba let go of Ma Tang, saying, "You are wrong, I still have a third choice." Andrea sneered in response, "Is that so?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "I always go looking for any treasures of gold. Large and small organizations wear corpses and put them aside." Andrea said, "Then we have to see if you have that bravery or not." Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled coldly, "Just try it." The cold wind subsided for a moment. Trak Mok Kwong Ba calmly adjusted his breathing. A flow of heat gradually spread throughout the body. Andrea's fake smile also gradually disappeared. Blue eyes looked at him, whirling around at Trak Mok Kwong Ba, did not see him make any movement or signal. The people in black behind suddenly received a signal and rushed towards him. The first black-robed guy rushed in front of Trak Mok Kwong Ba, raised his baton and was about to knock it down. Somehow, his wrist was suddenly gripped by Trak Mok Kwong Ba, followed by a tremendous amount of power. Unable to resist came, the baton had struck itself in the middle of his forehead. The man in the black shirt was hit and immediately fell unconscious. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took the advantage of a strong pull, swung the black man's whole body away. The baton fell into his hand, consecutively hurling into the air 3 or 4 times, emitting a creepy, whist sound. "People." Andrea's face started to become a little more unsightly. "Hurry up." The fat man surnamed Lu raised his eyebrows and said, "This is not worth it. Wait until you know how good this gentleman Trak Mok Kwong Ba is." He looked at the black people Andrea led, and said, "These people I brought, I'm afraid it won't be enough for him to fight." After finishing his words, he patted his thighs that were slightly numb because of his cramps, ready to run away. "Really?" Andrea flashed a cold smile, glancing over at a man in black standing beside her. This guy grinned, striding straight into the melee. This black shirt guy has the same height as Trak Mok Kwong Ba, a long black coat that touches the ground, a wide-brimmed hat that covers his eyes, revealing only half of his face like lava. Looking at his back, for some reason, the fat man surnamed Lu suddenly felt that the weather was a little colder. Before and after, left and right, there are enemies. Everywhere is the whist sound of batons flying into the air. Trak Mok Kwong Ba wriggles to find the space between the people in black. Every time he can pass in moments, closely engraved. I only saw his whole body take a big step back, just cleverly blocking the path of a man in black who was coming from behind, elbowing him hard. The other guy didn't have time to scream in pain. His arm was already swinging, and one of the unlucky guys standing next to him was crushed by a club. Immediately after that, he crouched low again, avoiding a baton that hit the back of his neck, and at the same time with his right foot launched a kick to fly another, then pulled the arrow with the broken nostril behind his back. shield warded off 3 other batons, and then swung again, forcing the 2 in front to back off. The man's body rotated around, turned backwards, pushed one of the arrows with his baton, and swung his fist at the same time to send another one. The scene was extremely chaotic, people's heads were bobbing, and every now and then an unfortunate person flew out with pitiful screams. Trak Mok Kwong Ba holds a baton in his hand, looks like a sword player, moves forward and backward, has attack, also has defense, wriggles between people like fish in water, unusually flexible, using all his abilities, body transformation, using the strength of one person to block dozens of people at the corner of the street. The enemy was really too crowded, but with the right to fight against the enemy, Trak Mok Kwong Ba leaned over and turned around, already avoiding 2 batons at the same time blocking the upper and lower blocks, suddenly felt that someone placed them, hand on my shoulder. Trak Mok Kwong Ba didn't need to think about it, his right foot quietly kicked back, only to see that the hand on his shoulder suddenly loosened, then suddenly pressed on his heel. This time, he could not help but startle, although he did not see the face of the other party, but Trak Mok Kwong Ba could also feel his calm and peaceful aura. He suddenly dived forward, avoiding the baton in front of him, his hands were on the ground, his right foot was immediately kicked out, feeling the hand on his right heel had let go, his legs were crossed, and at the same time, the 2 hands also support down and jump up, somersaulting 180 degrees forward, and then the body rotates another 180 degrees. As soon as his feet touched the ground, Trak Mok Kwong Ba immediately crouched down, his feet kicked and swept, knocking down 2 men standing on the side, and at the same time clearly saw the guy in black coat standing in front of him. Only underneath the wide-brimmed hat, the cold corner of his lips slightly lifted, showing a smile that made people's eyes crawl. The strange smile of the man in the black coat made Trak Mok Kwong Ba secretly startle himself, suddenly realizing that underneath that long coat, a foot had poked out close in front of him. The guy quickly rolled to the side to dodge, and at the same time did not forget to reach out and put his hand on the opponent's knee. The black-robed man's eyes showed appreciation, his legs stretched out and pulled back, then kicked again, this time aiming at Trak Mok Kwong Ba's arm. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only saw a terrible power transfer, quickly turned 360 degrees, finally able to support his hand on the ground without being kicked off. But his body collided with another guy's baton in black western clothes. At that moment, the other guy didn't have time to be satisfied, he fell backwards, bumping into his accomplices behind, giving way to him. Trak Mok Kwong Ba arose. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was shocked for a moment, only to see a little blood and bullet marks on the forehead of the black-robed man who fell back. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said to himself, could it be that someone else can help me? The man in the black mantle also saw the guy in western clothes fall, raised his eyebrows slightly, and saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba standing up again, staring at him with burning eyes. He reached out to adjust his hat, his cold eyes looked straight into Trak Mok Kwong Ba's. A strange feeling from the other's eyes passed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba felt like all the pores on his body were closing tightly, the muscles all over his body tensed up as if they were about to burst. A strange association suddenly appeared in his mind. It seemed that this black-robed man wanted to lock him with his eyes, just like the day he met Vong Yu at the hospital, making his whole body unable to move, and his body was trying its best to resist it. At this moment, the opponent's fist was also swung in front of him. Looking at his small fist becoming bigger and bigger, feeling the strong wind that scared him, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness. It seemed that all four front, left, right, and right around him were all blocked by that fist, and the instinctive reflex movements of the body could not keep up with the speed of that punch. He quickly raised both arms, their fists slamming together. Immediately, the man in the black coat continued to attack. The next attack was even faster than the previous one, causing Trak Mok Kwong Ba to resist very hard, getting hit by one every 5 moves. Only saw 2 people punching back and forth, turning, supporting, poking, 4 fists like a mighty tiger rushing into each other to bite. straight punches, hook punches, cross punches, non-stop consecutive moves. The one that has spread its hand, wraps, rotates, breaks, chop, turns into a scorpion venomous snake, tightly wrapped. The people on the outside looking on could only see the flowers in their eyes. At first it looked as if the two of them had grown 10 arms. At the same time, the two people's legs are also non-stop, kicking hooks, kicks from the top down, on the knees, both using their whole bodies, trying to suppress the opponent in both speed and strength, strong. As for who is better than anyone else, only Trak Mok Kwong Ba understands himself. Every time the opponent turns, moves and blocks, there is still a gap, and he has exhausted all his abilities. His body has been used to the limit. If this man in black increased his boxing speed just a little bit more, he certainly wouldn't be able to keep up. Unfortunately, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's worries became reality. After about a dozen more moves, the man in the black overcoat became more and more interested in Trak Mok Kwong Ba, suddenly increasing his speed. Trak Mok Kwong Ba only saw his eyes blurred. All 4 directions and 8 directions were fists, hastily raised both hands to block in front of him. A rush of power rushed into the place where the 2 arms intersected. Dump TP immediately pushed him back a few steps. While backing away, seeing the hem of his black coat rushing towards him, he knew it would be difficult to avoid this kick, so he had to brace himself and endure it. Unexpectedly, a guy dressed in Western clothes saw Trak Mok Kwong Ba in a weak position. Eager to make a merit, quickly swung his baton to strike, just cleverly intervening between Trak Mok Kwong Ba and the man wearing a black coat. That Trak Mok Kwong Ba's opponent was furious, shouting in Russian, "Get out!" With a single kick, the sly man fought like a kite with a broken string, flying over the heads of 6 or 7 accomplices, not knowing where it fell. Trak Mok Kwong Ba took advantage of that moment to gasp, and at the same time was also secretly terrified. If the kick just now was aimed at him, then Fat Lu, seeing that the situation had changed a bit, couldn't help but be surprised. "Human, who is that person?" Andrea laughed and said, "Valery, our Russian king of bare hands. When it comes to martial arts, no one can beat him. That's our landlord's bodyguard." Just when Trak Mok Kwong Ba dodged Valery, a spark flashed. He only saw a burning pain in his cheek. It turned out to be a bullet flying close to his face. Trach Mok Kwong Ba Voi Lan Tron Mot Vong, Nap Vao Jua Daming Voi, Trong Long Tham Kin Hai Tu Nu, Chuan Gi Vei. Don't want to help me, but want to kill me. Maybe they wanted to get information from me, but the shot just now was clearly aimed at me. Moreover, there are so many people here. Don't they care about their own people? Could there be another group? The others rushed up again. Trak Mok Kwong Ba did not have time to think anymore, fell into a vicious battle again. When the 3rd bullet hit a man in black, Andrea discovered that there was an anomaly and asked suspiciously, "Why is there a gun? Who fired the gun? Is that your man?" Lu Fat shook his head. "Speaking of profanity, all of my people are lying on the ground. Looks like you're not the only one stalking me, you're also being stalked." Andrea hastily ordered, You guys, go to the roof and see which group you are. Damn it, even our own people dare to shoot, it's boring." Some black-shirted guys ran away. Around Trak Mok Kwong Ba there was always a sniper lurking. The black-shirt guys didn't dare to get too close. The pressure beside Trak Mok Kwong Ba dropped significantly. He wriggled between the black robes, warily watching the direction of Valery's movement, trying to keep his distance from the enemy. At this time, the other black-robed people on the contrary became a screen between him and Valery. Suddenly, there was a commotion on the east side of the street, and another crowd of people rushed out. Andrea panicked and quickly warned, "Hurry up, you guys go and stop them." At the same time, both he and Lu Fat took out their cell phones and reported to their superiors. Another half of the men in black were sent away. Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang also saw the people on the east side of the street, but as soon as they turned their heads, the west side was glittering with lights. I don't know how many other names there were. Andrea was even more miserable, exclaiming, "Why are you here again? You guys, go over there." "Yes, yes, yes, yes. I will try my best. No, it will definitely be okay. It will be okay, but..." Ma Tang blocked a club from coming, kicked the attacker away, said, "So many people like this, it seems that we are temporary. It's hard to walk." Trak Mok Kwong Ba leaned on Ma Tang's back, pushed 3 other guys away, said, "But it's not good to stay here and fight like this forever. We only have 2 people. We have to think of a way to get out of here." Ma Tang shook his head. "The opponent is too crowded, and they are still flocking here. What's the matter? It's like they're waiting for us in ambushes." At this time, in the south, another group of people jumped out, the words of which did not match the people with electric batons in the west, and seemed to begin to fight each other. Trak Mok Kwong Ba raised his head to observe, and Ma Tang beat and retreated to the wall, then said, "It seems that this is the place where they meet up with those young parkour players. I think, maybe they used those young people to lure us here, but at the same time they were also noticed by other forces, one after the other. In short, normally these people are hiding around us, we just didn't notice it, now they're all exposed. There are 70 organizations in the world that want to find the Silver Bala Temple, but, I told you, it's impossible for that fat guy alone to come and find me." He also knew for himself that the other forces were afraid that they all had the intention of sitting on the mountain, fighting the tiger, and then making a profit for the fisherman, only worried that the appearance of the guy in the black coat would disturb his plan. Ma Tang said, "The problem now is, how do we get out of here?" "Young Master Kwong Ba. You can't escape." A Russian sentence followed Ma Tang's words. He turned his head to look, and immediately saw a tall man wearing a long coat and a felt hat standing in front of him. At this point, the rest of the black-robed group had all rushed into a scuffle with the other groups, while cleverly leaving the 3 of them some space. "Who is that?" As soon as Father Tang looked at him, seeing that this guy was alone, he dared to stop the 2 of them, so he clenched his fists and rushed up. Trak Mok Kwong Ba in the back quickly shouted, "Be careful, Ma Tang, he's very powerful." Before he finished his words, Ma Tang rushed in front of Valeri, his right hand stopped, and then threw a hook punch with his left hand. Only saw Valeri reaching out with his left hand to block the left, then to the right, gently neutralizing Ma Tang's attack, then, his left arm stretched out straight, hitting Ma Tang's chest. Tang's father staggered back, didn't have time to think about it much, his right hand fell down, his legs at the same time jumped up and kicked Valeri's lower abdomen. I only saw that Russian smiling. His legs were still and motionless, the upper half of his body leaned back slightly, avoiding Ma Tang's 2 forward feet, then using his left hand to raise the racket from the bottom, he grabbed Ma's heel. "Tang, raise up high, lift Ma Tang's whole body upside down, then immediately turn around, swinging his legs." Seeing that the kick was about to hit Ma Tang's spine, Trak Mok Kwong Ba promptly rushed over and kicked Valeri's thigh with a huge blow. Valeri's legs retracted and stretched out very naturally, the attack turned, the young thighs hooked, causing Trak Mok Kwong Ba to miss the momentum and stagger a few steps. At this time, Ma Tang fell to the ground, his feet immediately stepped hard, and the whole person rushed towards the opponent. Until this time, the true strength of the King of Russia's hand-to-hand combat was really revealed. He coped with the attack of both Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tang without being inferior. Ma Tang is a dwarf, his arms are also short, and can't pose much of a threat to him, so Valeri only aims at Trak Mok Kwong Ba to attack. He had to fight with great difficulty. The opponent's legs were both hidden under the long overcoat, he couldn't see how he was kicking at all, and his speed and fist strength were better. He must have been a step. This fiend had attacked with all his strength, immediately causing Trak Mok Kwong Ba to raise his arms and legs. With dozens of moves, both Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ma Tang were hit at the same time, although the power of the punch was neutralized, but both of them continued to retreat back and forth, until their backs pressed against the new wall, maintain the body. The two gasped, looked at each other in horror, exchanged opinions with their eyes. This man is a master. We're not his opponents. The second floor of this wall has a railing. I can go up, you help me. Okay. Go, Trak Mok Kwong Ba suddenly shouted. See you again, Sean. Along with his screams, Ba Tang got off his horse, 10 fingers crossed in front of his chest. Trak Mok Kwong Ba strode forward, stepped on his thigh, then stepped on the place where the two hands intersected. That. Ba Tang used all his whole body strength, gave a strong kick. Trak Mok Kwong Ba's whole body spread like an eagle, shot up, immediately grabbed the second floor railing, then jumped to put his feet up to grab the orchid. Kan leaned down, grabbed Ba Tang's hands and pulled them up. Only now did Valerie realize that they were about to run away, and rushed to the right place where Ba Tang's ribs landed a punch. Fortunately, Trak Mok Kwong Ba pulled up quickly. His punch missed the air, just drilled a hole in the cement wall the size of a bowl. The two of them climbed up and entered the house. Valerie looked at the two people's shadow disappearing in front, couldn't help but blurt out praise. TCH, this trick is beautiful. The men in black scrambled to enter the building, but when they reached the rooftop panting, they could only watch the two shadows that had disappeared on the roof of another building and sigh helplessly. Valerie returned to Andrea's side. This guy was gasping for breath, lazily commanding the black-clad group to chase Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group, and when he saw him, he quickly asked, "Why did you let them run away?" Valerie shook his head and replied, "This guy, the normal special forces can't be compared. I can confirm, they have been trained under a program that focuses on body improvisation." Lu Fat did not understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Valerie said, "I specialize in hand-to-hand combat skills, if only using fists. Even a special forces soldier in the army, a few more would have been defeated, but these two are different, they can still safely retreat while being attacked by me." Lu Fat immediately gasped, "So that means, these two guys are more powerful than special forces?" Valerie shook her head and said, "In their movements, there are not many techniques to capture or kill the opponent, but most of them are very clever and flexible evasive movements. Well, however, the one who can train them to become like that must be a master. I really want to have a match with the real master behind it." Andrea said, "Now is not the time to talk about these things, hurry up and think of a way to stop those two." He understood well, the boss had given him the most trusted bodyguard who had never left half a step for him, so he had to keep Trak Mok Kwong Ba. Without completing the mission this time, I really don't know what the outcome will be waiting for him when he returns. Valerie looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang, who were jumping between buildings, sometimes climbing the wall, sometimes rushing through the window, spreading both hands, shaking his head and saying, "I don't know about this subject." Quote, in the end, Trak Mok Kwong Ba and Ba Tang also left the battlefield more and more. While crossing the street, looking below to see the twinkling lights, the screams echoed in the sky, Ba Tang couldn't help but exclaim, "It's a big deal." Suddenly, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone to receive the call, only to hear Professor Fung Tan worriedly ask, "Kwong Ba, how is your situation in Russia? Did you get the item? If you get it, hurry back, your situation is very dangerous right now." Trak Mok Kwong Ba smiled bitterly and said, "Teacher, why are you talking now?" Professor Fung Tan asked again, Hello, Kwong Ba, why are you so noisy?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba leaned on the windowsill with one hand, looked at the undulating head below, and replied, This place is a bit crowded." Professor Fung Tan loudly said, "Listen. Lu Kan Nam just returned, she didn't expect him to go abroad again. She told me, follow you now, lest there are not only those who want to get information about the Temple of Bo Bala from your mouth, but also those who want to kill you too." "What did you say?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba was startled and almost fell down. Professor Fung Tan said, "It's hard to say for the moment. In short, If you get your stuff, go back immediately, don't stay there for another day. Tang's father followed closely behind him and asked, "What's wrong?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "The professor told us to return quickly when we get the things, and said that our situation is very dangerous right now." Ba Tang recalled what he had just experienced and smiled wryly. Returning to the hotel, the two did not dare to spend a long time, directly scanned the document into the computer, sent it via the internet to Professor Fung Tan, and then packed up the personal belongings and immediately went to the airport and flew back to China, right in the night. Recalling a day of hard work, although nearly kidnapped, but finally brought back the documents, both of them were both terrified and happy. When the plane was about to land at Pudong Airport, Trak Mok Kwong Ba was still feeling joyful and happy because of what the new way of breathing brought to the body, suddenly discovered something was wrong. His whole body was stiff, tired and exhausted, just moving a little bit was strangely painful, just slightly moving his fingers, the whole arm was painful to the point of shaking. He surreptitiously said to Ba Tang, "I'll get off the plane later, you help me a little, I don't seem to be able to move anymore." Tang's father quickly asked, "What's the matter?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba shook his head, "I don't know, it seems to be too much exercise, now the muscles of the whole body are all tired, as if they are about to break." Ba Tang's face sank, he didn't understand what he was thinking in his head. Trak Mok Kwong Ba really couldn't understand, kept tormenting in his heart, secretly told him that when he returned to Lhasa, he had to go find Lu Can Nam and ask for clarity, what was this matter in the end. When getting off the plane, Trak Mok Kwong Ba could not walk. Ba Tang was worried that his health would have another problem, so he took it to the hospital to check, but did not find any special problems, separate. An experienced doctor who heard him narrate the sudden change in the body, combined with the clinical symptoms, made the diagnosis of what was causing too much lactic acid, what the release of the oxygen aminocyclopropane was doing. Mok Kwong Ba sounded like a person in the middle of a cloud, only to finally understand, it was probably using excessive force, the body was only released. When he was at the Shanghai hospital, he contacted Professor Fang Bin, who gave him another piece of news. As it turned out, Lu Can Nam received information that the armed guerrillas they had met in the jungles of America and the Maya dungeon were almost completely annihilated. That event made the guerrillas very faceless, so one of the three great leaders under the King of Drugs, and also a high-ranking general of the guerrillas, General Guillermo personally ordered by at all costs send the perpetrator to hell. It seems that they have found a part of the documents about the members of Trak Mok Kwong Ba's group that time, and even sent people to China to investigate. Within China's borders, they don't dare to mess around, but once they're abroad, it's hard to say. Those terrorist forces are almost everywhere, nowhere is not reaching. Professor Fung Tan also called Trong Lap back. He will probably come to Shanghai in a day or two. Trak Mok Kwong Ba involuntarily recalled the words Sean once reminded him, because looking for the door leading to the Golden City, even if they ran to the horizon and corner of the sea, the guerrillas would not let them go. Unexpectedly, the incident in the jungles of the Americas is not over yet. Trak Mok Kwong Ba also recounted a day of their horror. Professor Fung Tan kept whining about luck, but the situation gradually became difficult to control, and the professor couldn't help but have a few more parts, worry. In places where they couldn't see, there was still countless pairs of eager eyes prowling the mysterious door in the distance. As for the documents they brought back, Professor Fung Tan said that he had read through them all at once. Most of them were in German, only a small part had been translated into English and Russian. It seemed to still work, need to seek professional help. The professor prepared a copy, and at the same time found Lu Can Nam to contact leading experts in the field. In this respect, Trak Mok Kwong Ba does not need to worry, just need to stay in the hospital to rest and relax, wait for Trong Lap to return to Shanghai to focus, then we will all return to Tibet. Trak Mok Kwong Ba detailed the unstable problems that appeared in his body with Lu Can Nam. Once at the hospital, the second time on the plane back home, although the situation was not very similar, but body could not move. In his words, he seemed to be asking her implicitly, did that special breathing pattern have anything to do with it? Lu Can Nam on the other end of the line was silent for a long time but couldn't say the reason, just told Trak Mok Kwong Ba to wait for her to think carefully first, it may take a while to give him an answer. Okay, Trak Mok Kwong Ba knew, she probably still had to ask the shaman Allah before he could answer him. Next, he immediately told Min Man about his encounters in Russia, expressing his longing for a long time. After hanging up the phone, Lu Can Nam could no longer calm down. In the two situations that Trak Mok Kwong Ba told her, the story of the whole body escaping due to a fight is understandable, but being caught by someone else's glance and unable to move, it can't help but startle people in horror. As far as she knew, the body only encountered such a condition on one occasion, like vulnerable animals such as rabbits or chickens, cornered by falcons or grey wolves, with no way to go. No more running, the consciousness was completely desperate, the body gave up all resistance, and the whole body could not move anymore. If the predator took one step closer, the prey would faint. However, if you want to be a person who can be as capable as Trak Mok Kwong Ba, you will have such a feeling of extreme fear, can anyone do it? Even though he is a tantric master, his cultivation is one level or two higher than that of the Allah shaman, I am afraid that. Part 2. How come? The forces lurking in the deepest darkness have also noticed their team. Surely it can't be. A small group like them shouldn't be able to get their attention. Compared to that dangerous but impractical way of thinking, Lu Can Nam's subconscious is more inclined to believe in the second explanation. After all, when giving her this set of breathing methods, the shaman Allah once said that although he had brought it to consult many great masters, it was only possible to do it legally. Theory, how it will be applied in practice, and what situation will appear in the end, no one can say for sure. Leave this matter, wait for the shaman Allah to return and then discuss it later, Lu Can Nam said to himself, in his heart as if there was another heavy stone pressing down. 2 days later, Trak Mok Kwong Ba's health gradually recovered, the pain was reduced, and he was able to walk on the ground by himself. At this time, Trong Lap also returned to Shanghai. The guy asked about it, found the hospital, knocked on the door of the hospital room and shouted, "Ha ha, I'm back." Trak Mok Kwong Ba put his hand on the edge of the bed and sat up, happily saying, looking at your excited expression, "This time you must have found something interesting, right?" Trong Lap said, "The big harvest is absolutely the big harvest. Young Master Kwong Ba, you definitely can't believe it." At this point, the guy paused for a moment, then said again, "But let's not talk about this for the time being. I also brought you another great assistant here. Guess who I'm bringing home?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba was dumbfounded. His mind dimly thought of a person, but still did not dare to confirm, suddenly heard someone outside the door calling, "Johnson." Trak Mok Kwong Ba jumped to the ground, exclaiming, "Sean." Platinum Hair appeared at the door. Sean greeted Ba Tang, then walked over and hugged Trak Mok Kwong Ba tightly, saying, "Ha ha, didn't expect me to come again." Trak Mok Kwong Ba clutched Sean's shoulders and said, "Hey, when you don't say hello to me when you leave, you're too careless." Sean said, "Didn't expect we could meet again. Honestly, when I was in the jungle, I couldn't believe my eyes anymore. How did you get out?" Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, "Let's talk about it later, it's a long story." He turned to ask Trong Lap again, "That's right, how did you two meet?" Trong Lap smiled, "Wonderful. We met in Babila." Sean continued, "I was about to go to the uninhabited area of the Ruaha River, 11, to explore, so I went to Babila to buy some necessary equipment. Unexpectedly Trong Lap was also there. He recognized me right away. I wasn't sure at first. The place is so attractive. Why would anyone call me, ha ha?" Trong Lap said again, "I didn't realize it after meeting each other. We are missing a rich and experienced adventurer like Sean. He is my benefactor and Yueyang, and once shared the same tribulation with him, with him helping us, we are not just one more powerful helper. At first Sean also refused, saying what the plan was all prepared. How can it suddenly change? I have to cling so hard to pull him here. Sean said, I told you before, if I had the opportunity in this life, I would definitely go to Tibet to visit my friends in the same situation, but at that time, everything was already prepared. Moreover, there's also a bunch of backpacking friends waiting for me. But in the end, I was still convinced by this guy. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, do you know everything? Sean said, not really, just know people want to find a place that is extremely dangerous but also extremely stimulating in the no man's area of Tibet. Trong Lap said that it would be more special for him to say it himself. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, Sean, I can't help telling you, where we're going is not only dangerous and exciting, but it must be said that it is extremely dangerous, possibly losing your life too. Or, let me tell you about some of the stories we've been through, and then think carefully before you decide. And not, Sean got angry, stood up and said, I've been to China, which means I've given it a lot of thought. I still don't know what happened in the end, but I'm determined to lend a hand. It's like being in a jungle where everyone helps me. Should that life-threatening issue also be brought up as the subject of our story? Those of us here, who is not on the verge of life and death. Do you think that working hard for your friends must also think about your own life and death, or do you mean that I am not qualified to be your friend? Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, where do you think you are going? Of course I consider you a friend. Right now, we really need help. I'd be happy if you joined, but we Chinese have a custom of always putting friends first. That's why your life and death friends are always more important than your life. Sean, you saved my life. It can be said that you saved the lives of our entire group that time. So, along with your efforts to help us, I also hope you can learn more. Our situation is much more complicated than you imagine. After you understand, it is entirely possible to choose to stay or withdraw. Sean smiled. Needless to say more, I went to China, which means I made my choice. Now you tell me to choose again is humiliating my identity. After Sean finished speaking, he looked directly at Trak Mok Kwong Ba. That noble smile exuded an unshakable determination. Finally, Trak Mok Kwong Ba also reached out his big hand, grabbed Sean's hand and said, very well, welcome to join. Trong Lap and Ba Tang at the same time patted Sean's shoulders, expressing congratulations. Only then did Sean sit down, relax, and say, from the time I was in the Amazon, I've known that you guys don't just go on adventures, you just keep hiding. Trak Mok Kwong Ba said, actually, we didn't know what we were going there for then. Still hiding anything or not, he just asked Trong Lap. Ba Tang can also testify. However, it was fortunate that he was there at that time. Without his experience in the jungle, how could we have gotten out of there? I also did not have much faith in this departure. Now that you have joined, my confidence has increased a lot, ha ha. Ba Tang stood by the window and turned his head to remind Trong Lap, when were the two of you back here being followed? Sure is not, Trong Lap replied. Trak Mok Kwong Ba was also aware of this problem, and immediately said, yes, you already know our current situation, right? Trong Lap shook his head. The professor just said it was very dangerous. Let the magician Allah go instead of me. I really don't understand. Are the gorillas really going around the world looking for us? Even though the shaman Allah is knowledgeable about ancient tools, in terms of modern tools, I don't think he can be better than me. Oh, I really don't want to run away in the middle of the road to get people like that. Trak Mok Kwong Ba asked, are those things that good? And you keep guarding like that? Trong Lap said, each country, each region has very unique tools. Learn the principles of those tools, and then work on improving them yourself. You will get extremely advanced tools. Young Master Kwong Ba, If you don't believe, you can ask Sean. Sean, isn't that right? You know the tools there well. Father Tang said, okay, I'm afraid now is not the time to revisit the past or discuss this matter. We have to get out of here quickly. Yesterday afternoon, I discovered some sneaky guys. It seems that someone is coming again. Trong Lap was surprised. Not so, Mr. Ba Tang, are you too worried? Sean also said, we didn't run into any problems along the way here. Ba Tang looked at Trak Mok Kwong Ba and said, you two have not encountered any problems, but we are there, all kinds of forces, you two certainly can't believe it. Let's go. Trong Lap helped Kwong Ba young master. Trong Lap helped pack things into his bag and asked, what's the matter in the end? Young master Kwong Ba, what happened to you and Ba Tang? In a large building in Chechnya, a figure lurking in the dark pondered for a long time before saying, let them run away.